powered by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Curry has not been looking for a shot a ton here tonight. Gives it up to Draymond Green and count the basket plus a foul.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are starting the show under protest. Thursday edition with Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on, as we got some craziness. We got Mark Cuban unhappy with maybe, in his words, maybe the biggest officiating mistake in the history of the NBA. Mavs lose to the Warriors by 2.
I had some severe youth sports dad vibes from Mark Cuban last night.
And my follow-up to that is, when's the last time any protest has worked in youth sports or in the pros?
You know, in youth sports, youth baseball at least, if you're going to protest a game, you got to pay $100. You got to give the umpire $100.
What?
Yeah, the coach has to pay $100 in all these tournaments to protest the game.
Why?
It's a way to make money.
What a joke.
And if they lose the protest, they get the money back, or is it just a...
You're paying them overtime to stay.
You know what?
And
I don't know.
figure it
I've
out.
never seen it happen. All I know is
I've never seen one won, though.
I've never seen one won. So I don't know if you get the money back if you win. I have no idea.
What have things been protested for?
In like youth baseball?
Yeah.
So batting out of order.
Okay.
Where there's
It's not going to be like over a strike call.
No, you can do it over a ruling. You wouldn't do it over a strike call. You can do it over like a ruling, like or for example, we had a game once where these games are timed. Can't start a new inning after if there's no time on the clock, and we still had like 32 seconds on the clock, and the umpire called it. So we didn't protest the game. We just kind of got upset about it. But when Mark Cuban went over to the scorer's table, that was youth sports dad vibes right there.
Man,
like, what the hell are you doing? Get back in your damn seat.
We need a tougher word than protest, because protest is like a synonym for whining. You know what I mean?
That's what he did.
It just seems so whiny. I get it. It was crazy. We've never seen that before. Jeff Van Gundy, who's been coaching and calling games for the longest time, says he's never seen this. This craziest thing he's seen happen in a long, long time. What happened? For those who missed it, try to explain what happened.
So there was an out-of-bounds play, late third quarter, and they gave the ball to the Mavs. Well, at least that's what we all thought. They come out of the timeout. I get, was it the under 4 timeout? Is that what it was? I can't remember. I can't remember what time. Why? I can't remember. It was the Mavs called whatever. But they come out of the timeout, and the Mavs are set up to inbound the ball. They were under their own basket.
If you're watching on TV, they were on the left side of the TV, kind of where Cuban sits.
So the Mavs would be going right to left on your radio dial, and they were inbounded under the right basket. And the Mavs are on the other side of the court. All of a sudden, they just give the ball to Golden State, and they had changed it in the middle of the timeout, and the Mavs say, without alerting the Mavericks, that they changed the call. So the Warriors got a free dunk out of it, basically.
Here's how it played out on ESPN.
Go back to about the 2-minute mark. Watch here. Dallas thinks it's their ball out of the timeout. The Warriors are inbounding under the Dallas basket. You saw Looney start to run the other way, and then he realizes, wait, we have a layup, but the Mavs were under the assumption it was their ball.
Van Gundy, I thought, had the best answer and solution for this. He goes, it's the referee's responsibility to tell. If you're going to change the call, if that is indeed what happened, you got to tell the Mavericks, hey, let's go. You're on defense. It's Warriors ball. That part is inexcusable. Like, that is ridiculous for the ref not to go, hey, we changed. You guys are on defense. Or, hey, just a reminder, you're all the way down there on the floor. Come on back. You have to actually defend. This is a defensive possession for you. I also thought I heard during the broadcast them say Cuban said if it was a 2-point game, they were going to protest. I thought I heard that. Reggie Bullock hit a 3 at the end at the buzzer to make it 2 from 5. So if Reggie Bullock misses the 3, are we not protesting?
You still should protest because then you have the ball back in a 3-point game with a second half to go. To me, you would protest anyway from the standpoint that you can't.
Look at this. Here's a protest. McMahon says the protest must also be accompanied by a protest fee of $10,000, which will be refunded if the protest prevails or forfeited if it doesn't. So even in the National Basketball Association, you have to pay to protest. What are these crooks?
Yeah.
What an absolute crime.
Inflation.
Yeah. Inflation. That's what it is. That's what it is, Peyton.
Thanks, Biden. $10,000 for Mark Cuban to get this looked at.
$10K to protest.
And if and when he loses, he'll lose $10,000.
He'll lose $10,000. He might. Now, the only way I think that he has a chance to win this is if the officials admit that they didn't tell the Mavericks. If they admit they didn't tell the Mavs, I think they got a chance.
The most recent protest in the NBA was filed by
The Dallas Mavericks.
the Dallas Mavericks. Did you know that, or you just guessed it?
Just guessing because Mark Cuban is the youth sports dad.
Atlanta Hawks, February 2020. The Mavs lost the protest. The last successful protest in the NBA came in January 2008.
So I guess what happens? They go back to the moment of the game there,
Right? Do you make that up? I'm going to guess we don't play the Warriors again.
I would assume so. In baseball, you would go back to the moment in protest and pick the game up where you left off. Okay. I mean, that would make sense that they would do that, but
And we do not play the Warriors again.
I vaguely have a vague recollection of that
vague?
protest with the Hawks. I'm sorry, the one that was won, the last one that was won, where they did go back to that team came there again. They played 2 games. They played the last whatever of that game, and then they had their other game. I have a vague recollection of that happening, but baseball, I can't tell you the last time I had baseball. In football, they don't care. No, it's over. Once the game's over, it's over. We don't do protests.
Now, Bobby texted us saying that the George Brett Pine Tar one. That's
the most famous one. Yeah. And that's where he hit a home run, and they called him out because they tested his bat. They said the pine tar was too high up on the bat. It didn't meet the specifications of the rule.
There have been 44 known formal protests in the history of the league. Only 6 have been successful. There has only been 1 protest in the league since the 82-83 season, which came back in January 2008. This was over Shaquille O'Neal's fouls. They screwed up counting Shaq's fouls. Apparently that was the one in 2008.
So it's actually odd because you would think as we become softer as a society, where everybody has to, everybody has to be right now, that you would have more protests and more of them upheld.
Right.
As opposed to back pre-1980, where everyone was a tougher person, and people born in the 70s were just tougher, like myself. Just tougher.
Now, you're usually a stickler for the rules.
Yep.
Everything has to be fair.
Absolutely.
But yet you're mocking Mark Cuban here.
No, I'm mocking Mark Cuban being at the scorer's table like team dad, team mom. Okay? Stay back in your seat. Let the coaches do this, okay? You're acting like the dad who has nothing to do with this, okay? You're just the dad. Why are you on the floor? Why are you at the scorer's table? Go back to your seat and shut your mouth. Let Jason Kidd handle this if he's even awake.
Jason Kidd woke up for the postgame presser to talk about what happened.
It wasn't really explained. I think there's a lot of confusion. A lot of people were out of position. So, when you look at the court was split, we're on one side and the Warriors on another, and you have a referee on the baseline. Mike was on the baseline, so I would assume Mike thought it was our ball too. So, to explain to Mike or ask Mike, if there's confusion, it's easy to just come in and blow the whistle and get us restarted, because there was confusion. Understanding that we thought it was our ball. The referee pointed towards our bench, but that was the signal of the timeout. And so, but there was confusion on the play before it even started with whose ball it was, because he pointed, I thought, to us first, and then he changed it and then went to a timeout and pointed to us. So as I asked Mike, I said, Mike, why are you down the floor if it's not our ball? And so there was quite a few people out of position on that play. It's easy, it's correctable, but you first have to admit there was a mistake.
Ha! Get the referees to admit there was a mistake? Are you kidding me? We know better than that.
So for the time being, the Golden State Warriors rack up their 9th road win of the season, the 3rd fewest road wins in the Western Conference, and Golden State is the 6th seed. The Mavericks are the 9th.
Yeah, and the inexcusable thing here is that you lose a home game to Golden State.
Oh, that's inexcusable.
Who has, this is their first
without Kyrie.
Yeah, this is their first back-to-back road win of the year in Golden State. Okay, it's their first back-to-back road win of the year. You can't lose that game. You can't lose that basketball game. They did, but that's an inexcusable loss to a Golden State team that has nothing going for it. They can't win on the road. Now, they're a really good team, and if I was picking somebody in the Western Conference to win the title, who are you going to go with? They're on the short list, but the way Golden State's played away from home this year, and you need this game as a must-win or close to a must-win, that's a tough loss.
Was the World Baseball Classic an absolute hit in terms of the ratings throughout the country and DFW? Another sport wants to copy the WBC. Would you watch? And apparently, a college coach is not very happy with his fan base for not showing up to their games. We have the audio, the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ under protest on the Fan.
Coming up in the next.
coffee.
Oh, no, man.
What's going on? That sounds like some dryness.
No, it's some wet. I got like I sneezed like right before you came in here this morning. I had like a 5. I'm a 2 sneezer.
Yeah, my wife. Ugh. She's like a 7 sneezer.
Yeah, so I'm a double sneezer, and I sneezed twice, and then I sneezed like 3 more times. And I don't know, like I just got like a tickle in my throat, so I'm just coughing like crazy right now. It'll subside. It'll subside once I get my coffee, and I'm almost allowed to have coffee. So once I get my coffee, it'll be good.
Why can't you have coffee?
I wait 90 minutes. You gotta wait 90 minutes before you have coffee.
Huh?
It allows you to stay more awake. So once that first cup of coffee hits, so no caffeine for the first 90 minutes, we'll be good. We'll be good to go.
Sounds like you're hurt. You've been suffering. A lot of cough buttons being used.
Oh yeah. I just right
Who's
now.
at that mic for KMC?
Who's at this mic?
That's Corey. Corey's at that mic.
Yeah, I think
Broadus
this is
at
just
that
like
mic.
like I swallowed saliva wrong. One of those coughs,
Okay.
I hate that.
You know what I mean? Yeah, it sucks, but we'll see.
All right. A lot of WBC fallout, as it sounded like it was an absolute grand slam for the sport and everybody watching.
Yeah.
What do we have in terms of the ratings? As yesterday, some people said that Japan had 95% of their televisions watching the final bat between Trout and Ohtani, which is unbelievable. Maybe the craziest rating stat we've ever heard.
It is. Now, remember, like, that doesn't mean that 95% of the population was watching. It's just anybody who had a TV on at the time, that 95% of the TVs that were on, and this was on during the day. So it was like the game started at like 8 a.m. Japan time, and it ended around 11. So if you were not at work, that's what you were watching. You weren't watching your daytime soaps or whatever Japanese Price is Right is. Okay, the Regis and Kelly. Although, what is it now? Kelly and whoever?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Seacrest?
I think they may have brought in her husband.
Oh, yeah, Mark Consuelos.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
You
ratings.
You knew that fast.
Well, she was, she's a crush of mine. Was it a crush on Kelly Ripa?
Okay. I can see it.
World Baseball Classic in DFW had 140,000 homes watching. Which is it's good. It's not great. It's good. More than most of the NCAA tournament games, or all of them really. Which is a 1.1, and then a 1.5 for 25 to 54. It had 4.5 million nationwide watch, which is a decent number, but it's not a great. I'll tell you this: it beat what Fox had on the Big Boy channel.
Oh, did it?
It did. Lone Star 911, whatever the hell that is.
Great
the
TV
Masked
show.
Singer, whatever that is.
And look, that rating throughout the country had bigger viewership than all but one baseball game on FS1 last year. Only game that was better, Game 4, Padres, Phillies, NLCS.
Right.
The last regular season game with that higher ratings, the Field of Dreams game, 2021.
Oh, okay.
I'm a little disappointed in that number for the Metroplex, though. 1% of the Metroplex watch.
Yeah, 1%.
A little disappointed.
Now they had when you factor in the
For the night, it came in third behind The Voice and a rerun of FBI, whatever that is.
well, I've never heard of that.
No.
Now it did. Let's see. We also have the Spanish version had add another 500,000 viewers to that on the Spanish channel. So Fox Deportes, and all you got yourself 5 million nationwide. Yeah, I'm a little disappointed in the Metroplex number
Yeah.
at 1.1,
Especially this
1.5.
being a baseball hotbed with the young talent around here. You figure this would be something that would attract some younger players. Connor McDavid, NHL stud, wants hockey to copy.
I thought it was really cool. It's what we've been asking for in hockey for a long time, right? It's best on best. And, look, everyone's talking about baseball and, did you see, Ohtani versus Trout? And, that's what hockey's been missing for, almost a decade now. So, that's what we've been asking for.
Good. I mean, you have it in the Olympics for the NHL. At least they did, and they stopped having the NHL players play in that. But, I mean, we see this in basketball where you have the international games, the FIBA. You've got yourself the Olympics. But, I think baseball and hockey set themselves up because there's more competition. When the I don't even care about Olympic basketball because I just assume the U.S. is going to win. And if they don't win, it's like I just assume it's because they didn't try. Whereas in hockey or baseball, there are other countries that are equal to us or better. So, I find it much more interesting to watch it in those sports.
NIT is also taking place as the madness resumes this evening. Oregon head coach Dana Altman not happy that more Duck fans didn't show up for their NIT heavyweight fight against Wisconsin.
What the heck? We should have more people here, all right? I mean, these guys have played hard. 3,300 people, it's not good enough. And if it's me, then get rid of me. If you need somebody else to be a promoter, do something. But 3,300 people is embarrassing. It really is. I'm not in a very good mood, you can tell that. But
because this was the lowest attendance you guys have had.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying, James. If it's me, then make the change. Somebody will hire me somewhere. I'll go coach junior college ball again. I love junior college ball. Those guys were dogs. They wanted to be in the gym all the time. But 3,300 people for Wisconsin, I was disappointed. So, and I appreciate the people who came. That's 3,300 people who did come.
Stop.
Great.
What the hell is the slapping?
He's doing this.
What is that?
Goes, 3,300 people. It's me.
On his legs.
He's putting his hands up in the air like, palms up like he's a doctor going into surgery.
If you're just
3,300 people.
If you're just going to sit here and linger and stare and make us uncomfortable, get on the microphone.
Are you going to sit here and linger?
Turn on your damn mic.
What are you going to do?
I have it on.
You got it on. Put on your headset.
I walked in, and when he started slapping his legs, I happened to notice for the first time that Choppy is wearing the Hoochie Daddy shorts.
Oh, my.
Do you see how short those are? Yeah. Dear
Ralph
God.
Stockton over here. Man.
I mean, if you're not showing the teardrop on the quad, then why even do legs?
Your boxers are going down further currently than your shorts are. I can see them.
That's the style.
Mm-hmm. The boxers below the shorts?
Yeah. My son will not wear a pair of shorts that he does not show his boxers on.
What?
They can't go below the knee. They can't go below the knee now.
The shorts.
The shorts can't go below mid-quad. So, you used to think the 7-inch inseam was short. These kids are rocking the 5-inch.
Wow.
The 5-inch inseam.
But the boxers have to be below the shorts.
Or now it's not really boxers. A lot of these shorts now come with a lot more A, swim trunks, and B, they wear the pants, the sliding pants underneath.
Back to Dana Altman. Shut up. Make the tournament. How about that? There's your solution. Make something that people actually care about and that counts. Good for these Oregon fans not showing up to something worthless. Shut your. If it's me, then no, it's the NIT. It's not you dummy. Oh my gosh, what a disappointment! What a slap! I'll go coach JUCO. I'll just go. Get up out of here. No one cares. It's the NIT. It's worthless, except for UNT. Except for them.
Yeah, because like Wisconsin had like 10,000 fans at their game.
Whoop-de-doo. This is what I kept talking about with college bowl games, and people finally got on board with me. No one cares about the 8th place bowl, the 11th place bowl. Sports nowadays, I've been saying this forever, we need stakes. We need something on the line. We need something to matter. That's why baseball and basketball are talking about in-season tournaments, elimination. Do it. Get rid of them. We need importance. We need urgency. And the NIT is the total opposite of that, unless I think you're like a program like a UNT, who is not Oregon, who is not Wisconsin.
Oregon's been to a Final Four recently.
Yeah.
Relatively recently. Elite 8, relatively recently.
This is supposed to be beneath you.
Yeah, like for UNT or a program that's never had any success at the level, then, knock yourself out. I wouldn't go to this either. I mean, if I was a student on campus, I might.
Yeah.
But, I'm not going to go out of my way to it.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. There's a new report on DeAndre Hopkins, and his stalker Kevin Gray says that he's still hanging out in the Metroplex. The Jets just got another weapon for Aaron Rodgers. And what's going to happen with the Mavs protesting the Warriors game last night? Thursday edition with Bobby joining us next.
Hey, thanks to Rockwell Ford, it's 35 minutes of commercial-free fan and the Expressway. Sean and Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thursday edition with the entire squad here. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. Your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. We'll have a Sonic gift card giveaway coming up in the Expressway starting at 7:20. The New York Jets adding more weapons. Oh, Bobby, it's going to be so sweet to win this bet over you when it comes to Aaron Rodgers' season that he's going to have. The New York Jets trading for McCole Hardman. They then trade Elijah Moore to the Cleveland Browns. And there's a report from Connor Hughes out of New York. They are still interested in signing Odell Beckham Jr.
Well, then all this does is it sets up perfectly for you not to be able to have any excuses when he doesn't play up to a certain level.
I won't have any.
You're exactly right.
Weapons galore.
You're just gonna have to praise my football knowledge the way you did after Brock Purdy, the way you did after my 10-1 run in the playoffs. Like, we've established a certain expectation here for when we have football disagreements, and that's cool. I'm excited to see how it plays out.
Okay. Well, I have recently won the Tyrant Smith one.
Brock Purdy will be driving a school bus in 5 years. You know that.
That's not what they mean when they say he's a bus driver. Okay.
Who are the weapons for the Jets now?
Garrett Wilson, Alan Lazard.
Yes, Corey Davis still there?
Corey Davis. Hardman, and eventually
Hall, the running back who got hurt.
Breece Hall was coming off of an ACL.
Choppy doesn't acknowledge running backs as weapons.
Right, they get what they're blocked. And maybe Randall Cobb. And maybe Mercedes Lewis.
They did get Mercedes.
Maybe Bubba Franks.
Is he official?
Yeah, Mercedes
it's official?
Lewis is official.
I'm sorry. Once I see a 38-year-old, I don't assume that they're a football player anymore. I just put them as an assistant coach.
Loaded up there in Green Bay. What was Peter King suggesting as a deal that can finally get this done so ESPN doesn't have to keep putting up his interview with McAfee over and over?
So we've talked about this before in terms of when it comes to Peter King and him saying things. He doesn't just say things. When he goes, "Hey, this is kind of my thought here," that means somebody has told him. So over at Pro Football Talk, he said the Jets shouldn't give up a first-round pick. Doesn't believe that they will. And he said the fairest deal is the Jets trade a second rounder this year, that would be 43rd overall, and a conditional pick in 2025, not 2024, based on whether Rodgers plays football for New York in 2024. If he plays 100 snaps or more in 2024, the Jets give Green Bay a first-round pick.
Kind of RJ's idea. I like RJ's better.
Thank you.
You keep giving thirds for every year that he plays, a second and a third, and then you keep giving thirds. But that's kind of the same thought process for finally getting a deal done between these two. It'd be hilarious if somehow it never got done. It just blew up.
I don't know.
I know, right?
What are you digging in against? Like, get capital back for him. Trade him out of the conference. Like, I don't understand what Green Bay's fight is.
They both have leverage. That's why it's an awesome standoff. The Jets have to make the deal, too.
Yes.
They both have to make the deal. The Jets don't have a quarterback. They have nothing to go to if this doesn't get done. Green Bay can at least, I think the Jets have more pressure to get. I mean, they have to have Aaron Rodgers more than Green Bay has to trade him. They can start Jordan Love.
I mean, they could. They could
that's
start
what they want to do anyway.
That's what they want to do anyway. The Jets, I mean, they have already signed all these guys and made all these moves.
But Aaron Rodgers would retire if you didn't trade him. So you're not getting Aaron Rodgers. And so why not get the capital in return?
They are going to.
They are. It just seems silly to hold off on this. It just get it done. It should be an easy, hey, let's get something for him. Let's all agree on. I'm sure the Jets are not saying we'll give you a seventh. I'm sure it's just Green Bay trying to nitpick and get a little bit more.
I'm sure Green Bay is like demanding a 1.
Yes.
I'm sure that that's what it's over. Multiple ones or a 1, and the Jets don't even want to go there. All right. Get ready for this report. We may have to get Albert Breer on. He's like spitting facts every day. Former DFW media member. The Cardinals will not be able to get their initial asking price of a second-round pick and another asset in a trade for DeAndre Hopkins. Breer thinks it will be closer to the Cowboys' Brandon Cooks trade of a 5th and a 6th. Wow. And that had everyone salivating over their keyboards and their cell phones yesterday. A 5th and a 6th for DeAndre Hopkins. Who's going to do it? And is there any chance the Cowboys should just try to do it and swing for the fences? A lot of wide receiver money.
It's a lot of wide receiver money. That's
But Bobby Bell did report that DeAndre was willing to make financial concessions in order to come here. We don't know exactly what that means.
Look, I mean, he's at 5. I'm surprised to be a 5th and a 6th.
Yeah,
that's surprising to me. But what's he done in the last 2 years other than get suspended? That's part of it. He's older. He's 32 years old, man.
Contributed to a toxic culture in Arizona.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How so?
He's a little bit of a malcontent at times. I mean, and so that's something where, while there was tension there and issues and that locker room having their problems, he didn't make it easier when you talk to people over there. I'm not saying he was as actively involved as Cliff and Kyler's tension was, but I mean, clearly when you talk about Cliff and Kyler being the focus of that, he's directly involved in the type of stuff they scheme up and would be involved in their disagreements.
He still has 64 catches in 9 games last year.
It's a lot. That's a lot. I mean, he can
64
play.
for 717 in 9 games.
What you don't want is him to turn into Larry Fitzgerald and you don't make this move and he has another 6 years of his career.
Imagine if this trade gets done.
You don't want that.
No, I'm saying like if you're a team that doesn't make this move.
Oh, yeah.
Like Dallas.
If you say you're Cowboys and the Cowboys say, nah, we're good with Brandon Cooks.
Right.
We don't want to go get DeAndre for a 5th and 6th. And he turns into Larry Fitzgerald. He plays till he's 38.
See, this is what I was a little concerned about the other day was when these rumors first started coming out that, hey, the trade market's heating up for DeAndre Hopkins now. One of the teams that was listed in there as a possibility was the Giants. And while everybody, I think, felt good about the Brandon Cooks deal and was like, hey, this is a great trade, blah, blah, I think that would turn instantly if the Giants traded a 5th and a 6th for DeAndre Hopkins. I think people would get really upset. I think it would still...
Oh, if he gets... The fact that this trade is lowering in terms of the compensation, that's going to make the Cowboys look bad. If it was a second...
Does it, though?
I mean, if DeAndre Hopkins has a fantastic year and you gave up a 5th, he's a better player than Brandon Cooks. Hopefully, Brandon Cooks' is a fit here is better. But, yeah, then we're all going to be screaming, I will. You could have had DeAndre for a 5th. Why did you get Brandon Cooks? If he gets traded for a 2nd, it makes the Cowboys look much better. The fact that this report is out, if indeed it's reality and truth, I'm like, I'm having some buyer's remorse. I just should have done this. But I assume the Cowboys knew that this was the price anyway before they did the Cooks deal.
I would agree.
Sorry, Travis. How would it not make them... We're going to be comparing the two if they get traded for the same thing.
Because the only difference is, let's say a team was talking to Houston, like Dallas was, but let's say another team was talking to Houston at the trade deadline, and they had heard that the price for Brandon Cooks was a 2nd-round pick, which is what Houston was trying to get. And so they said, no, thank you. We'll go make a deal for somebody else. They made a deal for somebody else. And then they find out later on, Cooks went for a 5th and a 6th. Is that I don't know that you can necessarily hold that team accountable if at the time they were trying to make a deal, the asking price was a 2nd, they weren't moving off of it, and then...
What are you talking about, a 2nd?
Because Brandon Cooks at the trade deadline,
yes,
Houston wanted a 2nd for him.
What is that? What is last
Same
trade?
scenario. DeAndre Hopkins, when the Cowboys were out shopping, if the asking price was a 2nd plus, and they go, we've got to make a deal to get ourselves in place, we don't know how quickly this is going to move, and then as the market...
You're telling me that DeAndre Hopkins last week was a 2nd, and now it's a 5th. That's where I would disagree. I would feel like when the Cowboys were calling the Cardinals, if they did,
which I don't think they did necessarily,
then Arizona would that would bother me. That Arizona, like, they didn't change their mind in 4 days. That we'll accept a 5th.
But the league may have. The league may have changed their mind in terms of, well, Cooks has gone for this. We're not paying a 2nd for Hopkins. He's not that much better.
Ooh. Yeah, look, I mean, he probably isn't. He's older. That's the key. He's also 32, and there's a lot of teams, like, I'm not giving up a 2nd-round pick for a 32-year-old that isn't a quarterback. And I wouldn't either.
No, receivers, corners, like a lot of these other positions, it can be a little difficult because as soon as they hit that period of decline, it's usually sharp.
It's very sharp. And they'll tell you, You get around 29, 30, 31, you can still have straight line speed, but your ability to come in and out of breaks is not what it used to be. Your quickness is gone.
So he's 30, right?
Hopkins, 31.
He'll be 32.
DeAndre will be 31 in June.
Yeah, so this is age 31 season.
Yeah. So why wouldn't they call? That pisses me off. I hate when people do this in life. My wife gets mad at me all the time. She's like, well, and I was like, just call. Let's call. You got nothing to lose. Maybe you find a deal. Why would you not make the phone call unless their football people absolutely said, we don't think he's going to be great anymore? I mean, DeAndre
they have seen him on tape. They're like, nah, he ain't got it.
Well, DeAndre Hopkins also has kind of, it's not old man game. He's got a game that I think should translate. I don't know. It's tough because he's not a guy that gets tremendous separation, right?
He's not a burner.
If he doesn't get great separation, sooner or later he's going to lose the ability to go up and get it because he's not that big.
Yeah, but he's not a jump ball. I mean, he's like a football. He's an adjuster. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, he tracks the ball really well. He's a good route runner. He's physical. He's shown a lot of his traits do age well.
Yeah.
Whereas, I mean, they just traded for a guy in Brandon Cooks, who the big trait we talk about there is something that is the one thing that doesn't age very well, which is straight line speed. But
I think straight line speed ages way better than these guys who have to rely on quickness.
You know what this is all setting up for?
What?
What, Dez coming back?
No. Chiefs. No. Somehow Odell or DeAndre, somehow, some way, will end up in Kansas City as they give away another one of Mahomes' weapons to the Jets yesterday.
They gave up Hardman. Hardman goes to the Jets. So, I mean, I love this approach, and they'll be right there in the AFC title game because they got Pat, nobody else does. But, man, this is $6 million a year is what he got. 6 and change. Seems like a low price, but Mahomes gets paid $50 million to find the next McCall Hardman for free.
Were you taking attendance at C.J. Stroud's pro day yesterday, Choppy?
Not just me. I think a lot of people were. The Tepper family was there.
Teppers.
The Teppers and the GM and all the scouts and all the coaches.
The Carolina contingent.
So, they're the number one pick now. I'll be real interested to see where they are today. Whose pro day is today, Bobby?
Today is is today Alabama? Yeah.
And who's tomorrow?
I would guess Florida.
No, Levis, Kentucky.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And then Florida's next week on the 30th.
I think Levis is 4th on their list.
Yeah, maybe. But if Tepper is not in Tuscaloosa today, place every single bet on C.J. Stroud number 1.
Do we put as much weight into that stuff, though, nowadays? Bobby, you would know better than us. Like the Cowboys, they kept Tyler Smith. I don't know whether they didn't show up to his stuff, but how often have teams not shown up to the player they're going to pick? It happens, right?
In terms of general managers don't. There were definitely people at Tulsa. Klein Kubiak, their scout for the area, was all over him. But it's just that doesn't tip too much because that's his area and he's supposed to show up to pro days like that. Typically, that's it, though, is that even if they weren't interested in Levis or anybody else, Tepper and a whole bunch of people are going to show up because they're trying not to tip the hand of the rest of the league. They're trying to show them, hey, we genuinely don't know who we're going to pick. We have to go here and do the homework on all these. So I would bet Tepper is at every single pro day for these quarterbacks.
But also, they don't have to play games at 1. Now, the games they could play is they're trying to create interest.
Because there were rumors they were down to trade back.
So you create interest, and then all of a sudden, oh my God, this is who they're going to take. Let me move up.
If they're trying to create interest from Houston, if they're trying to do like what San Francisco did to Chicago with Trubisky, where Chicago literally just traded from 3 to 2, they weren't even jumping anybody, then they could try and create some confusion there.
All right, what's going to happen with Mark Cuban's Warrior protest that happened last night? And we have some pretty sad news for the Hall of Fame voice of the Rangers to start off our baseball season. We'll bring it to you next. But
By the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them into big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Poole lost the ball. Doncic driving, spinning, kicking. Hardy, another one. The rookie Jaden Hardy.
And I'm just sitting there seething. I'm just sitting there furious. I'm just sitting there ticked off as Jaden Hardy goes off for 27 points on ESPN. Mavs lose to the Warriors. We'll get to the protest in a second. The reason I was upset is because I thought he was hurt. I thought Jaden Hardy's ankle was so bad he could not go back in to the end of the game the other night where the Mavs scored 9 points in the fourth quarter. I think 12 overall, 3 in garbage time. You needed Jaden Hardy on the floor. And I'm not calling out Jaden Hardy. I'm calling out Jason Kidd. And look, maybe it's legit. It's just Jason, for me, has lost all benefit of the doubt. I have it in my mind that Jason Kidd was punishing Jaden Hardy for not playing enough defense, so he pulled out the only person scoring. Who did they play the other night? Who did they lose to?
Memphis, right?
Grizzlies.
The Grizzlies. He pulled out the only person scoring in the second half against the Grizzlies to punish him. No one's dying. And he said, the ankle, he couldn't go back in. He looked pretty damn healthy last night. 27 points, 10 of 18. Luka returns with 30 and 17 assists. No Kyrie. Mavs lose. But that's just how my brain has made up its mind on Jason Kidd, even if Jaden Hardy was banged up with the ankle.
Yeah, because the reason why is because he's shown consistently that he'll play that sort of a game where it's a punishment and then he's not being upfront. But we've seen it all year with Christian Wood, where Christian Wood will get punished, or Christian Wood, maybe not punished, but Christian Wood will feel the the anger of Jason Kidd about him not playing defense, and there'll be repercussions for that. And then Jason Kidd is just very vague about what it is or what's going on. And so it felt like pretext, the ankle, where it's like, oh, perfect, I can say it's this.
Right.
Instead of just owning up to he doesn't play my brand of ball. Well, it doesn't matter when the rest of the team, he's going 5 of 7 in the final 15 minutes, and the rest of the team shoots 1 of 21.
Need stops.
25 minutes for Christian Wood last night.
Hey,
without
not 24.
Without Kyrie. That's less than he's played the last 3 games against Memphis, LA, and San Antonio. So there's 25 minutes there for Christian Wood. I wonder what team he's going to end up on next year. But
not here.
Definitely not here. Let's get to the protest. Bobby, your opinion of what played out on the floor, as it looks like the Warriors got a free 2 points and Mark Cuban is challenging it with the NBA.
So they've shown they've shown the video a couple different angles this morning and like zoomed in on the ref here on like ESPN and SportsCenter and stuff like that. He's signaling, I guess, for the timeout and not which direction the ball went, because when he signals immediately, I think it's Kevon Looney comes over and is like, dude, what do you mean there, ball? And then it looks like he's saying, no, I was pointing to the timeout. And then he points his thumb backwards like it's y'all's ball. But that's not clear enough. And so regardless of did they mess up the actual call, I think is irrelevant. The point is, was it confusing enough that you didn't clarify for the Mavericks? Like you guys were talking about earlier, where it's one of those things where as soon as they're on the other end of the court, somebody should just go, guys, down here, we're about to get started. Just something. You can't just like treat this like this isn't the hidden ball trick in baseball where it's like let's try and get them real quick. Let them know. Okay, come back down here.
It's like in football, if a team accidentally starts heading towards, or they don't switch sides of the field, and the other team is getting ready to snap the ball, right? And the other team is on the opposite end. The refs would be like, guys, we're lining up here for first down. It's first and goal down this way.
They may give you a second or two to move your butt down there, and they just didn't do that. Because the officials said they corrected it before the timeout. That's what the pool report is. They corrected it before the timeout. Okay, all right. I mean, how vaguely did they correct it? Did they just kind of give the thumbs up this way? Did they, did they go to the scorer's table, do an official call? Did they go to both teams? Whatever. Those
did they
were all.
Tell Sean Heath? Sean Heath may be the most important man to get on a radio show this morning in the Metroplex. Did the Mavs PA guy say, how would he say it?
Oh, let's go back right to Mavs and Warriors have the ball. Oh, man. I'll tell you, maybe the referee tried to, but they couldn't because they were blocked out by Mark Cuban, who was, for whatever reason, at the scorer's table.
Man,
where he doesn't belong. It bothers me. I'm sorry, it bothers me. This is a team mom or dad in youth baseball, 12-year-old baseball, going onto the field to talk to the umpire at second base. Stay the hell away.
He's defending his team. He's defending his team. We want him to care, Chop.
That's Jason Kidd's job. If Jason Kidd could get Christian Wood.
Jason Kidd's comatose. He doesn't have time. He can't come up there.
Head out of their butts or head out of his, then maybe he would have been able to go on over there and help. But he wasn't.
Cuban tweeted after the game, during the timeout, the official changed the call and never told us. Then when they saw us line up as if it were our ball, he just gave the ball to the Warriors. Never said a word to us. They got an easy basket. Crazy that it would matter in a 2-point game. Cuban went on to call it the worst officiating non-call mistake possibly in the history of the NBA. That's very specific.
Okay, let's
the
slow
worst
down there, Mark.
Officiating non-call mistake in the history of the NBA. All they had to do was tell us, and they did not.
Worst thing, probably we've ever seen. One of the worst things we've ever seen, probably. That's what everybody's saying, quite frankly.
I mean, he didn't watch the 02 West Finals or anything, or the 01, whatever one that one was with the Kings and the Lakers and the Kings getting jobbed, or any other number of calls. I feel like Mark
Or how
Cuban
about your own game against the Heat in 06?
Non-call. This is a non-call, guys. We're not talking about referee fouls.
There's plenty of non-calls in that Heat series where guys on offense for the Mavericks weren't getting calls, but this is just, I don't know. If
it was anyone but Cuban, like maybe if this was not Steve Ballmer, any other owner, but the fact that it's Cuban, you automatically, it's like with Kidd. I automatically think that he's petty with Jaden Hardy.
Yes.
With Cuban, it's just automatic whining. You know, it's like it sucks that the Mavs lost or the 9 seed, but it's not totally worth it. It's almost worth it just to see Cuban whine and cry.
When was the I mean, just for instance, like, this was not his fault. Clearly, this is a referee question, whatever else. But when was the last time that you can remember some sort of issue where Mark Cuban basically says, like, yeah, that was my bad? I cannot recall him ever taking blame for anything. There's always an excuse there, and that's probably it, is that he doesn't get the benefit of the doubt. He's the boy who cries wolf. It's you are always pointing outward as to what the issue is with anything. So why would you be taken seriously this time? And this seems like this is going to be a he said, she said thing. Because I'm guessing the refs will say, we told them.
Right.
And then they'll say, no, we weren't. It's like, well, we can't discern that. So
it's just awful officiating for them. Common sense has to take over. Guys, blow the whistle. You're on defense.
Blow the whistle.
That's it. Done. Simple. Solved.
This is a bad run for them.
And by the way, my other question I asked to start the show, if Reggie Bullock does not hit that 3, is this not a protest? Because they were down 5. Bullock hits the 3, and Dave Pash, I think, was on the ESPN play-by-play, and he goes, of course now we have a 2-point loss.
Yeah, it's the fallacy of the predetermined outcome, right? It's like, you assume that everything that took place after the protest would have taken place after the protest had there been the correct call in play. You can't assume that. So even if it still would have been a 3-point, a 1 possession game, because you take those 2 points away from Golden State. Even if Bullock doesn't make that shot, it's still a 1 possession game.
No, and see, that's the thing. I don't think you protest the game regardless of the outcome, because if you protest, they don't just go, okay, well, Bullock has made the shot now, so it's a tie game, so we're going to pick up with this as a tie game with a second left or whatever. This game would pick up from the Looney dunk.
Yep.
They would this is where the game is under protest from. If the NBA determines it's correct, then all right, you pick up the game right there, which that was
minute and 30
minute 56 left, and it was a 1-point game. So they would have to play a minute 56 of the third quarter and the fourth quarter.
Now maybe the NBA will do something, because yesterday we got a rare story that an official was demoted. The Fred Van Vliet official was demoted after Fred went off on the league for officiating and this ref in general.
Yes, that's true. So Van Vliet,
ref specifically,
got his $30,000-ish fine, and the NBA basically said, hey, we were wrong. So was that official. And Ben Taylor, the official there, who I do believe was in the G League at one point. I think he was there when I was there, back before I was unceremoniously fired.
Taylor was terrible tonight.
So he has been demoted. Ben Taylor, he is losing assignments. He already had been removed, demoted from as a crew chief. So he is in the 4 of the 5 games after the Fred Van Vliet press conference. So he had been demoted and lost some assignments.
Ben Taylor was terrible tonight.
And this is after Tony Brothers had to get suspended for his back and forth with Spencer Dinwiddie in November. So like the NBA's got a bad run here of them having to punish their officials.
At least they're punishing them. I'm thankful for that. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what their union is like in terms of how easy it is to let them go, how hard it is, whatever. These guys are, all human, so they have biases. Whether they want to admit it or not, they all have some kind of bias. And
just want to be dicks and
yeah, it doesn't mean you got to let it go unpunished.
What are the Tolos saying about the protest? Are they saying that we were robbed and cheated, or are they making fun of Cuban for being Little League parent? 877-881-1053. I'm curious. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. And while we get some of those responses, how about Luka with this money sign he kept doing? I was like, why is he doing the money Manziel? Now, Johnny was douchily doing it to be like, I'm money and I make that money. This seemed like Luka was telling the refs, you're being paid, right? You're being paid off. You're
That's
being
what it
bribed.
looked like.
I was like, ooh.
Because it was Johnny would always do up like this. This was Luka like gesturing towards the officials.
Yeah.
And specifically on the last one last night was after he felt he got fouled or whatever on that layup. that he missed with like 10 seconds left was he like followed the official over and was doing this before going back to the huddle.
What are the Tolos saying? Are they taking? They got Cubans back?
So from the 469, they should have just played better. From the 903, they know the Mavs don't get back for defense. Cuban is petty, typical.
They know the Mavs don't get back anyway.
Let's see.
It's true.
So we're not killing them for blaming the ref like we did with the Cowboys. Whiniest team in fan base in pro sports. Shouldn't the Mavs been down there to inbound the ball anyway, since that where the ball went out of bounds? No one knew what was going on. I was there, and they never said Warriors ball.
Well,
let's see. There you go.
Okay. So there's a
With
lot.
5-1-2, your superstar Luka cost you that game with his horrible defense and all those late drives.
Okay. So not a lot of outrage. It's funny. Cowboys, NFL, blame the refs. This instance last night, play better. Interesting contrast. Thanks for being a Tolo. Turning it on, leaving on, being part of the 6 a.m. club. We want to hook you up with a Sonic gift card during the Expressway. We got to bring you the sad news regarding the start of the Ranger season for Eric Nadell. RJ proven right about an all-time great announcer, and who at ESPN is getting ready to get the axe. That's next with Sean, RJ, and Bobby right here on The Fan.
left center field. Way back goes Gurriel. That ball is history. Mitch Garver launches one, and the Rangers lead it 6-0 in the second inning.
Sad story and statement released from the Hall of Fame voice of this radio station, Eric Nadel, here on 105.3 The Fan. Eric is not going to be in the radio booth for the start of the season when they kick things off against the Phillies in 1 week on March 30th. Here's what he had to say. He said he's receiving treatment for mental health issues. Quote, as many of you know, for years, I have been an advocate for those with mental health issues. I now find myself dealing with anxiety, insomnia, and depression, which are currently preventing me from doing the job I love. So I regret to say I will not be in the broadcast booth when the season starts. I'm receiving treatment as I go through the healing process and encourage others with similar issues to reach out for help. I'm grateful to Matt and Jared for their superb job they're doing in my absence. Rangers management has been wonderful to me. I thank them. Ranger fans have always given me tremendous support. I ask for their continued support at this time and in the future. So Eric Nadel, season number 45 with the team and 29th as the lead voice in our broadcast booth. So all the best to Eric with a sad start to our Ranger season.
Yep, I cannot imagine having to deal with something like that. I'm lucky that I never have. And like the idea of insomnia, of not being able to go to sleep for us because we don't get a lot of sleep. That like I fall asleep. I take that for granted. I fall asleep so easy. I hit the pillow, I'm out. And then you hear other people who just can't sleep, insomnia like crazy. That frightens me to have something like that, to not be able to go to sleep. Ooh.
Yeah, that's terrifying. He's so good at what he does. Like he's so great. Last year, I was up there in the booth doing some stuff and just watching him work between innings and the things that he does and the way that he communicates with all the guys, Jared and Matt, and is just passing things over and looking at things. He's such a pro, and I'm really grateful personally that last year the Judge home run happened against the Rangers so that we could get Nadel calling it, because I think big moments like that are worthy of how good Nadel is, and it's disappointing there haven't been more of them over the last several years for him to call, but I just think he's one of the best ever.
And look, the baseball play-by-play, that's the closest, at least when we were growing up, the closest relationship you have with a play-by-play guy is the baseball announcer.
Oh, easily.
It was me, and I'm going to sleep to John Miller when I was growing up listening to Orioles games, right? It's just...
Because of him?
No. Don't go at John Miller, Choppy.
That's what it is. I just wanted to see a reaction. I like John Miller.
Don't go at my boy John Miller.
I like John Miller.
I love John Miller. But, you have... It's you and that person for 162, 3+ hours a night. That's what people have always said. It's the closest relationship you have as a listener with a play-by-play person. It's not football. It's not basketball. It's baseball.
It's not even close.
Yeah.
It's every night. It's 3 hours. It's not even close. The best relationship, the closest relationship you have with an announcer
They're talking to you the most, like their voice.
Yeah.
Versus like Brad and Babe.
Yeah, and over time, obviously, it's changed a little bit from radio to TV, and more people consuming it on TV than ever before. Versus obviously that changed years ago. But there's no doubt that your baseball announcer is so much more close to the fan base than anybody else.
Yeah, just the way he, and specifically Nadel, that's some of my earliest memories of baseball is listening to him on the radio, and he still does it to this day, just describing the uniforms. And, Tigers out here with their, royal blue hats with the old English D and, going through the whole thing. And so he is, the way he's always painted pictures for me, going back to when I was really, really young, made me not miss the fact at that time when I was younger that I didn't have cable. I couldn't watch, 80% of the games because I felt like I got the clearest picture possible with what Eric was calling.
RJ Choppy being proven correctly yesterday when friend of the radio station and one of the all-time greats, Kevin Harlan, admitted he was a little bit embarrassed by this.
Four guards out there along with Cedric are their best free throw shooter. Clark in a straight checker. He threw it away. He produced.
So not embarrassed by the audio, embarrassed by the video that came out. Everybody now loves to do the Joe Rogan UFC.
Yes.
Yeah.
Arms extended. Oh my gosh. It looked like Harlan was telling. He was telling everyone.
Sunned him. He sunned him.
He sunned him. He was telling everyone, be quiet. Like, stop. Don't say anything. Let the moment breathe, or I'm going to come back in here and reset it. It all makes sense when you listen. Of course, the Grim Reaper here, the Grim broadcaster, RJ Choppy, had to go right for his mic.
Well, yeah, it was, because the mic was great. And then it was the video I didn't care for. I appreciate what you guys are doing. I don't consider this me being proven right because he's not embarrassed by his actions. He's just embarrassed that the video got out, he doesn't think you should be behind the fourth wall, that you should see how the hot dogs are made is one of the things he said. He doesn't think that he made an egomaniacal hand gesture. He doesn't think that he sunned Stan Van Gundy and that other guy. All right. He doesn't think he sunned. Was it Jim Spinarkle? Who was that? He doesn't think he sunned them. That was my issue. The hands out. If you're going to do the hands out, everybody needs to stop talking. That doesn't mean hands out. Hang on, guys. My moment, my time to shine. Big Lead's going to pick this one up for me. I'll be all over Deadspin or whatever the hell it is. All right, that was what he was trying to say. So I can't take credit. I appreciate it. I refuse to take credit until he says I acted like a horse's rear end.
Oh, man.
But you get the credit for what you told us yesterday, which what you told us yesterday was you said, I bet Kevin Harlan would be embarrassed that this is out there. You said, I bet Kevin Harlan wouldn't want this out there. I bet he didn't say like, oh yeah, I bet if he knew this was out there, he'd be upset. Sure enough, he's upset. He told Richard Deitch of The Athletic, he said, I don't know that I'm glad they caught her expression. He said there was nothing orchestrated about it, said it was an organic reaction, 110% organic.
Sure.
But he said that you don't want to see how the hot dogs are made. It's like if we put a camera on you if you're writing one of your stories for The Athletic. This is kind of a personal space, and I voiced my concern to both CBS and Turner.
Oh, not happy with the production team for letting it out there. I just want to know from Brad Sham and other play-by-play guys, I'll ask Kyle Yeomans, how do you keep the color person, how do you keep them quiet? How do you keep your color analysts from stepping on it and messing up an all-time great call? It has to be like that. It has to be like that, or maybe more subtle signals like hang on, instead of shut up.
We haven't seen Brad do that because we do get this last year, I think it was, they started showing the video of Brad. They do the same thing where they'll hook up, and I saw it on the road this year. They like hook up a GoPro at the top of the booth and record the whole broadcast. And then if there's like a particularly energetic call, they'll get the video of Brad doing it and post it on the Dallas Cowboys Twitter account.
No, I mean, I'm sure also the other issue is that, Brad and Babe worked together for, years and years.
Right.
I don't know how many games together Harlan and Stan Van and that other guy have done.
Right.
I have no idea how, that could have been literally their first game. Because it was opening round of the tournament. It could have been their first game together. And that obviously plays into it 100%.
All right, so SVP is trending this morning. Scott Van Pelt, who does the late night Sports Center solo, apparently needed someone to come in from the bullpen to get his voice off the air.
To the NFL now, and while we all wait for the Aaron Rodgers to the New York Jets move to be made official, the Jets, my apologies again, this is going to be a problem for the rest of the show. I'll just do my best. They continue to retool the array of weapons that they will employ around whoever their quarterback is. They signed speedster McCole Hardman, scored 6 touchdowns for Kansas City last season, a threat in the Ren game.
And a threat.
Bro, I'm the guiltiest at the station of this.
Having a horrible voice.
Of the frog in the throat and then not being able to overcome it.
It is quite the bad voice, but I like it.
It's gotten much better. I'm very happy.
I'm
very happy since the Adderall shortage of accident happened. Your tone, your energy, it's been money.
I'm hosting the show under protest. Didn't like your tone there. And
I'm being truthful.
I'm gonna pay Spittle $100 to protest this show. No, I'm the one.
He'd do it for less than that.
Yeah. You guys have seen. I'll cut off the mic and then I'm like, all right, I'm clear, and I come back on, and then I'll still be like stuck in it. So I feel a lot of sympathy there
Froggy,
for SVP.
If you do, this happens. Some people get laryngitis or they lose their voice. It happens. I've had it happen to me. I've had it happen to me. I know you have.
Have another anchor come in. Have another person come in.
Bring Keith Olbermann back.
Yeah,
let him standing outside of the Trump Tower, waiting. He's waiting for his moment. I saw him the other day.
God.
He's on Twitter waiting with like this sketchy hoodie. It's like he was afraid of being seen by some of the
Secret Service.
By the Trump supporters. Like if they see Keith Olbermann,
is he nutty enough to be considered a threat by Secret Service?
No, I think he was scared of Trump supporters.
Oh yeah.
He was scared of Trump supporters. Like,
what's wrong with that? They're totally safe.
Well, Olbermann, he runs his mouth a lot. So I don't know. I'm not saying anything about the supporters. I'm saying he does enough to catch heat. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. So that was SVP trending for last night on ESPN, and apparently there's going to be more layoffs at ESPN in Bristol, preparing for a new round of cuts, according to Andrew Marchand. They last experienced this in 2020. Now, they're still making money, but of course, for any company, it seems like it's never enough. They lost over $120 billion of their market share last year, but they still remain highly profitable. This will be the fourth time in 7 years that they've undergone massive cuts. They laid off 300 people and 250 people in 2015 and 2017. That was the end of Trent Dilfer. That was the end of Ron Jaworski. So the people now who are most in danger, the seven-figure people who are not considered needle movers. And the first name in the following sentence, oh man, he's really good. Chris Fowler. Makes around $3 million a year, and they're far apart in negotiations. Now, meanwhile, they're signing Joe Buck for $15 a year, Troy Aikman for $18 a year, re-sign Stephen A for $12 a year. Scott Van Pelt, who makes a healthy seven-figure salary, is considered untouchable. They're still going after McAfee, who apparently is about to walk away from the FanDuel $30 million a year deal that he has.
Just signed it.
I know. He can't stay. He can't sit still. He can't stay.
He just signed it for. It was a 3-year deal, right?
It was a 4-year deal. It was 4 for $120,
and he could walk away from it at any time.
Apparently,
holy cow!
Now the one deal they did get done this week, Chris Russo, Mad Dog got an extension for First Take. Chop
got it,
and then the day after his extension, he went on ESPN yesterday and said the Trout Ohtani at bat. He said, "I was bored stiff." He was complaining about how boring it was.
I had to come in this morning to 15 minutes of choppy listening to Russo.
I heard that he had gone off on his opening of his radio show, so I listened to it. I was like, I disagree.
Well, they're creating a fake. This is what they do. Colin Cowherd is an expert at this. They create a fake headline to react the opposite to it, like they're the only one. I didn't hear one person yesterday, besides these liars on First Take, say that the Trout Ohtani at bat was a legendary epic at bat. I didn't hear anyone say that. The moment in the matchup we got, what we were all hoping for, there was nothing epic or legendary about the at bat and what happened in the at bat, but that's what Russo turned the story into.
Well, you can't tell me that Merrill Kelly is starting the biggest game in the world. You can't tell me that.
And this jackass, egomaniac, saying, no one loves baseball more than me. No one. And I got the scars to prove it. What scars do you have to prove it? Sitting on the subway reading your newspaper, old man? Nobody loves baseball more than me. And that's a fact.
He's a little man. I saw him in Indy. I held the door open for him. He's very small.
Did he say thank you?
Is he?
He did. I didn't know who it was. I just sent somebody behind me, held it, and then I heard, thank you. And I looked back, and he was like, had wired earbuds in and talking on the phone.
There's zero chance he had headphones in.
He did. They were wired. They were plugged in.
That makes sense.
The NCAA tournament continues tonight. RJ will get you set with the matchups. We got a Mavs protest and DeAndre Hopkins for a 5th. Headlines and a Sonic giveaway during the Expressway. Next.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Go back to about the 2-minute mark. Watch here. Dallas thinks it's their ball out of the timeout. The Warriors are inbounding under the Dallas basket. You saw Looney start to run the other way, and then he realizes, wait, we have a layup, but the Mavs were under the assumption it was their ball.
Craziness and chaos breaking out last night at the AAC. The Mavs continue to have these nutty incidents happen, and this one was on national TV. They lose to the Warriors on ESPN as it appeared that the refs either made a mistake or did not communicate whose ball it was. They give Golden State the ball under the basket. They pass it in. Easy. Kayvon Looney dunk. And the Warriors, of course, end up losing by 2. Good morning, DFW. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. So Mark Cuban has to pay $10,000 to protest this. The last successful protest in the NBA came in January 2008. The most recent protest in the NBA was also filed by Mark Cuban and the Mavs for their game against the Hawks in 2020. They lost that protest. That loss last night drops them to 9th in the Western Conference. And they were talking last night, this was a playoff do-or-die game. Did not feel that way in terms of the intensity. Golden State can't win on the road all season long, and they did it last night. Luka back, no Kyrie. Second straight road win.
Second straight road win for Golden State. First back-to-back road wins for Golden State this year. Which makes this just like an unacceptable loss for the Mavs, considering Golden State can't buy wins away from home. However, they were at full strength and the Mavs weren't.
Let me go to Brian Windhorst real quick live on TV. I love what Wendy says. He's talking about this.
If anything, the refs kind of gave the Mavericks a little bit of a break last night because the Luka Doncic money thing, which he did at least twice that I saw on the broadcast, they could have easily given him a T for that. And if they had done that, he'd have been suspended for the next game because one more technically gets suspended. So if you're looking for something that the Mavericks can say to maybe balance it out, the officials did give Luka a little slack there, where in other times, I think he would have got teed up for that.
All right, so we missed the beginning of that, but I mean, it's a fair point.
Not wrong.
Luka was sitting there saying, "You paid off? Are you paid off?" And Jeff Van, Stan Van's with college right now. Jeff was saying, "Why are these officials allowing this? Why do they allow Luka Doncic to abuse them and other players don't get the same benefit or rope?" So, everything playing out at the AAC last night.
Yeah, it was. And look, that is a good point from Wendy. Luka was clearly in technical range. I mean, that is an easy one. Anytime you say something like that to the referee, you try to show him up like that, they're going to tee you up. And he would have been run. Now, maybe that's okay because
I remember him kind of doing something like this before. There was someone doing a money sign to a ref, and I can't remember if it was him doing that.
Somebody said on the fan text earlier that they believe he did this a couple of years ago. And this is just, they're in a bad spot though right now as a team. Like, you look at the fact that they won the first 2 games after the Kyrie trade. Since those first 2 games, they're 5-11. That's awful. In a Western Conference where we talk about how close everything is and it's largely a 500 conference and everything, for you to go 16 games and you're now under that far below 500 over a 16-game span, that's bad.
But tough for me to judge them. Both or one or the other have been out. No, I don't think that they're a legitimate threat in the West. They can win any individual game because they have the firepower with one of these guys going off. Luka was 17 assists last night, but they haven't played together.
But I mean, okay, so before the Kyrie trade, they were, 2 games above 500 or something like that? And that was with Luka mainly as the only show. Then if you just take it since the Kyrie trade, when Luka has played, whether by himself or with Kyrie, they're 3-8 when Luka plays since the Kyrie trade, which is bad.
Are you saying that you regret the trade?
No, I'm saying this is just a dysfunctional basketball team, and there's something bigger at play here than just the supporting cast like we all figured. There's bigger issues here.
All right, so the Mavs end up losing to Golden State. They're now number 9 in the West.
Number 9.
Meanwhile, Ja Morant making his return to multiple standing ovations at the grindhouse.
4:13 remaining in the ballgame. Morant at the top, crosses over into the paint. He's got a lane, gets to the window, lays it up and in. He crossed over the defender, got to the right side, got the step and laid it home. Şengün was late.
Man, he had a nasty dunk on the baseline. He was hanging in the air. It makes no sense how this guy does what he does athletically. I was trying to figure out what I would have done as a Grizzlies fan last night when he came off the bench. First time in his career, college or pro, coming off the bench. I was like, would I have given a standing O or would I have stayed in my seat clapping? I would have liked to think that I stayed in my seat clapping, but they gave him all the love last night.
Yeah, this is I remember when Lamar Odom came back after he just left the Mavericks. You remember he left for a couple days, and when he came back, I was in the arena that night and everybody was expecting he was going to get booed when he came out on the floor for warm-ups, and he got nothing but applause and stayed. I think everybody just generally is going to support their big names regardless of what they're coming back from or whatever else. I'm guessing, obviously I don't know what I would do in that situation or if I was a Grizzlies fan. I'm guessing I would have just sat there. I don't think I would have given him a standing ovation, but...
Would you have clapped?
Probably not. I don't clap in general, like for those sorts of things.
I mean, you think that local fans, doesn't matter what it is,
right,
are going to not be jacked and juiced up that their star player came back?
Sure.
Every single Memphis Grizzly fan, I bet, I'm guessing, because they seem to be the protected team in town because they're the only team in town. They probably feel that he was unlawfully suspended.
Well, I was just about to say, I don't think anyone except for Kyrie, I haven't seen anyone say that he's been treated unfairly. You know, I haven't heard anyone except for Kyrie be like, oh, this is a little bit harsh. Everyone has been pretty critical. Over to the NFL. The New York Jets add another weapon for Aaron Rodgers, Mecole Hardman. So they've signed Allen Lazard, Mecole Hardman. They already have the stud Garrett Wilson. There's reports that they're still interested in Odell Beckham. So Patrick Mahomes loses Mecole Hardman, and the Jets trade Elijah Moore to the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, and I'm sure Mahomes and the Chiefs will be fine. They'll be okay. I have no doubt that they'll win their 12 games again. And the Jets, from their standpoint, it's just another piece that they get for Aaron Rodgers whenever they do get him, if they actually ever do get him.
He's a really good return man, but I don't know that this is like a weapon. Like when you look at how he performed in Kansas City, like I think most people would say he was a disappointment from what they expected. Like they really thought, hey, he can be our Tyreek Hill replacement into the future. And obviously he only had 1 year there, but you look at his career, the most yards he's had from scrimmage in a season is 739. Every other year's been under 600.
Albert Breer reports that the Cardinals are not going to get a second-round pick offered to them for DeAndre Hopkins. He thinks it'll be closer to the Brandon Cooks compensation of a 5th and a 6th for D-Hop. Kevin Gray rolling in his grave.
That surprised me, that number. A 5th and a 6th versus a 2. It surprised me a little bit. But there may be other factors at play here. Age partly. That he has had. There's been some issues. He was suspended. You said, Bobby, that there was some behind-the-scenes talk.
He can just be a little bit of a malcontent sometimes, just a little moody. Not anything like off the field or anything like that, but just can be a little moody at times.
Oh, the Cowboys want Moody? They don't want Amari Cooper and his blase.
No, they thought Amari was moody. They just thought he was passive-aggressive about it. They want dogs. They want energy. They want edge. They don't want moody.
DeAndre Hopkins will have more catches than Brandon Cooks next year. What the Cowboys are hoping, and what I think will happen, Brandon Cooks will have more yards per catch. Brandon Cooks will have more catches for over 35 yards. But I'm not convinced DeAndre Hopkins is done. He's going to go somewhere, and I think he could have 100 catches again. They're just going to be, your shorter yard, maybe medium yard variety. But with the right quarterback, I think DeAndre Hopkins can still have a stud season. He's going to have more catches than Brandon Cooks. But Brandon Cooks more explosive.
I don't think that, like the same way that I feel about Aaron Rodgers, I don't feel that way about DeAndre Hopkins. I do think he's hitting a bit of a period of decline just from his age and everything else, but I don't think it's been sharp. I still think he can be really, really good. But I mean, you're right in terms of what he can do. DeAndre Hopkins is under 12 yards per reception over the last 4 years. But when we're talking about what they do here, what they're trying to do here with the offense. He would fit some of the slants and tough grabs and things like that.
Great route runner. All right, Choppy, I already know Bobby's answer. After this report, it's a 5th and a 6, and DeAndre takes less money. Maybe not the great financial deal they have worked out with Cooks, but it's a 5th and a 6 for DeAndre, and you haven't done the Cooks deal yet. Which one are you doing?
Assuming
you paid DeAndre a little bit more, but it's the same 5th and 6.
Yeah, I'd probably do it. I'd have to go see how much more.
You would do DeAndre over Cooks.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I'm sure that's what the chatter is right now. I'd be very surprised if Hopkins goes for what Cooks went for.
Yeah, man.
I still think Hopkins goes for more than that. I don't think we're going to see a 5th and a 6th for Hopkins.
At least a 4th.
If it comes down to 5th or 6th, like that becomes the market, they will find some team that really wants him and goes, all right, fine, a 4th, or all right, a 3rd. They will find somebody.
March Madness resumes tonight. Choppy, set us up. Who's playing?
All right, so the first game is at 5:30. It'll be Michigan State and K-State from Madison Square Garden. And then they'll stagger it. So 6:15, we will head out west to Vegas for the West Regional. And it's a juicy matchup. Arkansas and UConn.
I don't like the way you say juicy.
It's juicy.
Please don't.
Juicy. Arkansas is going to have 2 top 5 picks in the NBA draft.
Wow.
So they're a loaded.
Corliss
team.
Williamson.
He will not be in the first round. Then back to Madison Square Garden, Florida Atlantic, and the University of Tennessee Volunteers. Go Vols. And then finally back out west, 8:45. Gonzaga and UCLA.
What type of mood will RJ Choppy be in tomorrow morning? Also, the Stars are going to host the Penguins tonight, 8 o'clock at the AAC. Let's hook you up with a $50 Sonic giveaway gift card and Life with TJ. Does he eat the bone like RJ? And TJ says goodbye to Zeke. The Expressway and a Sonic giveaway next.
Let's get you over to QC.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by Rockwall Ford.
Holy shit, it's TJ, the security guard.
Go make that money and make it largely.
TJ, what is your background like ethnicity-wise?
Computers and security.
Make it largely.
Make it largely.
Bigly, maybe.
Get that in the Fan merch store. 105thethefan.com/merch. The awesome Life with TJ intro. He is our saint of a security guard downstairs. He continues to tell us to go make that money and have a great radio show as we're leaving the building every day. Without
Every
fail.
single day.
Every day.
Walking out. I'm like, the studio is not in the garage. That's where we're going to head up out of here.
Are you ever going to correct him on that, though? Do you think
Nope.
you're...
I say it under my breath as I'm walking out the door.
Yeah, he's very passive-aggressive about it.
Going home to sleep.
Yeah.
I go, just did the show. Just made the money.
5:30 to 10.
He goes, go make that money. I said, just did. I say
Go make that money.
I say it very passive-aggressively while walking out the door. I did hook him up with some of my Sharif sliders from Jake's Hamburgers the other day. I went and just took down the whole box. I said, have at it, brother. You deserve it for the radio gold and content. So Peyton stopped by for the weekly visit, and we had to ask about this this chicken wing debate, this cartilage, this eating the end piece of the bone off the wings like RJ Choppy does. I put this on TikTok. I'm very disappointed to not blow up more because as obsessed as I am with barbecue and food, I never heard of this being done. And lo and behold, Lucius, Broadus, Reggie, all agreed this is the way that chicken wings are supposed to be eaten. So Peyton asked TJ, the security guard, how he eats his bone and his thoughts on Zeke leaving the boys.
All right, guys, we're back here with TJ, the security guard. We're making that money and making it largely. TJ, okay, a huge debate on the show right now for the past week, it seems like. When you eat a chicken wing, do you eat the cartilage off the end of the bone?
I eat the cartilage, the grizzle, the bone, the skin, everything. All I leave is the bone. If you don't leave just the bone, your mom's going to spank you. Okay? That's all I got to say.
I do have some questions to ask you about March Madness. It's hit us now.
Sir. Go ahead.
It's March Madness. It's here.
Yeah.
I want to know your final four teams. Now, the tournament has already started, so no lying. Who were your final four picks, and how busted is your bracket right now?
My final four would be Alabama, the Jayhawks, Houston, and Michigan State will be my final four pick. The reason I like Michigan State is we have a lot of people from Ohio that have come down to work for R2, and I have a lot of backers because my uncle is from Michigan State.
Okay, now TJ, some Cowboys news this past week.
Okay.
Does that mean he hates the people that came here from Ohio?
So
He's lying, by the way. That can't be his final four.
He put Kansas in there, who did get bounced early.
So if you...
Although TJ does not lie.
He doesn't lie. He's a saint.
It's like George Washington.
But, like, you know, I don't understand the Ohio thing. Just because they're a neighboring state, aren't they rivals? Aren't Ohio and Michigan, the states, generally not like each other? They fought over Toledo. Do you know how much you have to hate somebody to fight over Toledo?
That's why I'm saying, like, maybe he doesn't like. He said we got a lot of people here from Ohio. Maybe he doesn't like the people from Ohio. Maybe it's like he's
What did he say about it?
He said, I have Michigan State. He goes, the reason I have Michigan State in there is because we have a lot of people who work here from Ohio.
And did he call the Final Four the Flannel Four?
No way.
It sounded
Peyton
like
or TJ?
TJ. I don't. Can you play that again, Peyton? It sounds.
My final four would be Alabama, the Jayhawks, Houston, and Michigan State will be my final four pick. The reason I like Michigan State is we have a lot of people from Ohio that have come down to work for R2, and I have a lot of backers because my uncle is from Michigan State.
Okay, now TJ, some Cowboys news this past week. Ezekiel Elliott has been released. You, every Monday when we walked out of here, you're big Cowboys fans. Talking good, talking bad about the Cowboys.
Yes.
Your thoughts on Zeke being released, and if he was standing here right now, what would you say to him?
I would say thank you for the years that you've given us. You're still young. Another team will pick you up. It's definite. I know there's 3 teams that want him since the Cowboys released him. But I'm happy that he gave us what he gave us, and I think they wore him down the first 2 years as he was playing for us. Wow. For the reason being they used him more than they should have his first 2 years.
So a little insider information there. He knows
It is insider information.
Did you ask for the teams?
No, I did not.
Oh my gosh, how are we supposed to get the
Some
scoop,
report?
Peyton?
Where's the follow-up? I gotta say, I'm catching severe St. Louis Cardinal vibes from TJ. Very positive about sports teams. Probably doesn't boo, doesn't hate anybody.
Oh, he's not a booer.
He's not a booer. That's
No.
a St. Louis Cardinal fan right there, man.
Well, he knows his stuff. That's for damn sure.
He listens to us. Of course he
Make that
does.
money.
I don't think he listens to us.
He said he
thinks
does.
We're
He thinks we're going out of the building to make money. He
I
doesn't
think he's
listen.
I think he's just wishing. That's the only time he gets to see us. He can't wish it on our way, and he's just generally wishing, like, "Hey, I'm not going to see you." It's like the old Truman Show. In case I don't see you, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. That's what he's doing. He's just saying, "Hey, make that money."
I get the line, make that money, but he keeps saying, have a good show. Maybe like
I haven't heard have a good show.
Well,
yet.
you just heard Flannel 4, which he didn't say.
That
so
sounded like it to me
Flannel.
again. He
You were
once we
wrong.
played it back.
All right,
Flannel 4.
so he clearly has the Zeke knowledge. He's hearing. TJ is hearing. 3 teams are interested
Explosive.
and involved for the services of Zeke Elliott. Part 2, we get a little personal. Is TJ taken?
Now, TJ, the Tolos want to know, are you married or are you in a relationship, or what is your relationship status right now?
I'm dating right now. I'm dating, and I'm looking for the right lady. When she comes around, I will let you know.
Now, how is this lady good to you? You know, what is she
Great to
like?
me. She's great to me. She's 10 years younger, and she's beautiful.
That's right, TJ.
Alrighty, now TJ, I do
Let's
have to
go.
ask. When you were a kid, obviously you're a very nice guy. Punishment as a kid, when you got into trouble, what did your dad, your mom do as a kid to punish you, to get you right?
My dad would always take away my money, such as cutting the yard, such as doing stuff at the lake lot for him and for my mother. And that would be, it was very rare that I did anything bad for my dad. For the reason being, he could look at me one certain way, and that would correct me.
All right, now TJ, a debate we have on the show right now is how often do you shower and how often do you wash the towel that you dry off with?
I give three days for the towel, but as long as I haven't been sweating or anything like that, if I've been sweating and I've cut the yard, I'll do it daily. If I haven't been sweating a lot, and I'll use that same towel for 3 days.
And then how often do you shower?
I shower twice a day.
Twice a day, okay.
Morning.
Before and after work?
And after work, exactly.
Now, TJ, last one. Are you a body wash guy or are you a bar soap guy?
I'm a body wash guy for the reason being it's easier. If you use the liquid, it comes out soapier than the actual hand bar. And I do like ivory because it floats.
He's a bath man.
Several takeaways there. I love that TJ is crushing the dating game more than Peyton, and I'm unsurprised by it. And I do love that he knows what he's got there. That when it's like, how is she? He's like, she's great. She's 10 years younger.
Well, I can't go 10 years younger, so I have to wait.
How old are you?
I'm 26.
No, you can't. You can't do that. Might
Karl
be in
Malone
trouble.
says he can.
DiCaprio over here.
Absolutely. One thing, he said that he changes towels more often if he was sweating. Doesn't the shower
clean the sweat off?
Take the sweat away?
Yeah. So I don't know. Is he saying that he might use that same towel to like wipe off his face when he's done sweating?
Maybe.
So then he throws it in the. I don't know.
That's possible. Unless the shower doesn't take.
I do. I also like here that it's clear his dad understood what was important to TJ, because TJ's always telling us, make that money. So he knew, if I want to punish TJ, this is not going to be corporal discipline. This is going to be, I'm taking your money, bro. And that must be some PTSD. That's why he's always telling us, like, hey, y'all make that money, because you never know when dad will take you to the lake
Remember
house.
who you're talking to.
Remember who you're talking to.
You got to add that in the intro at the very end. So there it is. Another edition of Peyton Russell, Life with TJ, the security guard downstairs.
Wait, did we hear it wrong? Because the fan text is saying he said 2 years younger, and we heard 10. I think he said 10.
I heard 10.
I heard 10. He also from the 702.
I hope it's 10.
702 said he definitely said flannel 4.
There we go. 214 also said 100% flannel 4 was said.
Hundo P, Bobby. That's what he said.
I'm always right, Sean.
Right,
just accept
what
it.
do we have in here?
She's 10 years younger.
That's
and
10.
That's
10.
10.
That's 10.
That's definitely 10.
All right, Lysol to the eye for whoever's wrong on this flannel 4.
Well, real quick, this thing doesn't really squirt. I tried earlier this morning.
Oh, okay.
It's not squirting.
All right.
Oh,
I'm telling you, he said final 4. 877-881-1053, chartwreck.com text line. Another incident took place with a member of this radio station yesterday as Eric Chiafalo got snipped.
He did. And he had to. I mean, let's be honest. He has 3 children under the age of 3. That's so much. Like, I feel so I feel so bad for his poor wife, Marion, because he's got that hour-long drive basically into here and on the way back. For him, during the time that he's driving, Chop, it's probably worse.
Could
and
be.
so we're talking about him having to leave at 11, not get home till 8. She gets 9 hours during the day of all awake 3 children under the age of 3 with on her own. She's a saint. And so I knew this was coming. And the reason I knew this was coming, and Ryan, I don't know if we have that picture that I took before there it is right there. I knew this was coming, that Eric Chiafalo was getting the snip because we were sitting at a game, Cowboys Eagles on Christmas Eve, and Chris Arnold walks up to Eric Chiafalo and goes, "We need to talk." And he goes, "I want to talk to you about your procedure." And so he had told Eric, "You need to come over." So this is Chris, literally, where you see his fingers rubbing together. That's him explaining to him exactly what they snipped.
Dr. Chris.
And Chris sat there for 15 minutes letting him know exactly what he could expect.
Chop, how do you think that talk went?
Well, here's what happens. Okay? The doctor comes up, and they put you in these stirrups.
Everybody loves snips.
A little snip. I'm gonna do a little incision, and you're gonna feel like a burning. You're gonna smell a burning sound. That's what it's gonna be.
I was not in favor. I was not in favor of the vasectomy, but you know what? It was my good friend Teddy Pendergast. He came up to me. He said, "Chris, trust me, you're gonna want to do this." And Janet Jackson, she told me, "Chris, you got to do this." And so eventually, I did it, and I'm glad I did.
They give the best snips at the Fuel City by the zebra. The zebra snip you right up.
I did have to ask Chiafalo yesterday. Did he feel any less manly afterwards? Because that's the thing that I think a lot of guys have reservations about before they do it, is that you're taking away my seed. And Eric said, I'm struggling a little bit right now.
And this was the best. Isn't this the weekend to do it?
Last weekend. Last weekend was, or Masters weekend. If you're into golf, you just sit around and watch golf all day. He should have done it last Thursday morning.
Well, let's ask him himself. Eric Chiafalo, what's left of him, is joining us on the Diamond Factory hotline. How are you feeling, sir?
Gentlemen, I am doing all right. I'm doing all right. Starting to get a little bit stiff from a back standpoint. Laid up in the bed. But the pain pills are working. Wifey's taking care of me pretty good. Mother-in-law took the kids. So it's actually been pretty special.
So did they put you under for this, and how long are you out?
No, dude, they don't put you under for this. This is just a...
Oh, no.
Nope.
Yeah, you're like surrounded by scalpels and your eyes are like wide open.
Oh, my Lord. You couldn't feel anything, though.
No, they hit you with like this spray stuff. I mean, the cool thing is they're not numbing you with a needle. They're numbing you with like some type of spray thing.
Like
I don't
a
even
topical
know.
thing?
Yeah, that sounds real cool.
Is it lidocaine?
It might be. I don't know. It's some of those big words I'm not even familiar. I was scared. Like I walked in there and I was just like nervous. This is just an uncomfortable situation. I lay down and my wife is like so nosy. She wanted to be in the room. So I was actually going to call you guys yesterday. I should have.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to get like some pregame questions going because I was on the way there with my wife and she's talking to me about a couple of things. One, she wanted to be in the room. Ultimately, she got her way. She got to just view the entire thing, and it's only like 15 minutes.
This is like the female revenge, right? Like the birth. Like you're there for the leg shot, and she's like, "All right, I'm gonna check this out." Right?
It's like going to watch an execution. Let me see this get taken away. The thing that ruined my life.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm like, okay, sure. I guess you can be in the room here. I mean, whatever. But so she watched, and then I also got like halfway there and realized, like, how much manscaping should I have done, on the front end of this?
I'll do it for you.
On the front end.
Because I'm like, dude.
What did you just say?
I said they'll do it for you.
Oh, I thought you said you would do it.
Yeah,
for
I thought you said
no,
I'll
not
do
me.
it for you as well.
No, you guys, your hearing has been awful today.
Bad segment for hearing. Sorry, Eric. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. Bobby promised he would never do it again after that one time. So I was like wondering, I'm like, okay, should my wife be in the room here? So be it. She's going to be in the room if she wants to be. Doctor was cool with it. I didn't know how much manscaping I should have done on the front end. And then the doctor, I felt like, and for the record, there was no manscaping done here. So I'm like laying down, and I don't know if he made a joke or if he was just being serious, but he was like, okay, cool. Like once the pants came down, he was like, all right, I'm glad that, you did a little bit of, you shaved a little bit so it won't be as tough for me to get to. And me and my wife kind of looked at each other like, I don't know if he's joking. I don't know if I should laugh right now. Like, ha ha ha, clearly I didn't manscape, or if the usual bush that rolls through here is just like ridiculous. So
I don't know. I saw one yesterday in the locker room. I mean, I couldn't believe what I saw.
I mean, as long as it was, if you come in there with the man bun, maybe he just had certain expectations, and he was like, oh, you must have cleaned up, because it doesn't look like that.
Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe the guys that he's usually doing look more like the woolly bully. You know what I mean?
So can you not, no walking? You off your feet for how long? You out of work the rest of the week?
Yeah. So I still got that paternity leave, so I just went ahead and took the full week off. I think I could, especially with the job we do, I could definitely go into work today. I was moving around. I can walk, but I'm just like, I'm trying not to, because my cousin got this done like a couple months ago, and he was like, man, I overdid it. He was like, the procedure was so simple, and it was. Like, I was nervous, and then once it happened, it was like, okay, you're not feeling a thing. It goes by pretty quick, and you're like, all right, sweet. My cousin, I guess, kind of like overexerted himself a little bit. And then he said, like, he was hurting for the couple of days after. The most pain that I'm feeling is actually, like, it's like in the lower abdomen area. I don't know, like, some type of nerve connection, from...
That's an infection, Eric.
Yeah, it's definitely an infection. You got to get it looked up.
Well, it was pretty frustrating when I was, like, going to and from the bathroom. Like, that's the thing, too. Like, going to the bathroom, sitting down, to get her done was a little bit perturbing yesterday. I think I discovered something about myself, though, because with the way the stomach situation is right now, where like it's a little bit, I wouldn't even call it painful, but just like discomfort in the lower abdomen. I was like, man, sitting down and then having to do the wipe stuff. So I, for the first time, did a standing wipe situation, and I think I might be a stand-up wipe guy.
No, absolutely not. Question. When do you have to go back to, into a cup in the middle of the day kind of thing?
Yeah, so this one, they give you two options now. You can go in and do it yourself there, or you can just do it from home and then I guess send it in. The problem with this thing, though, is it's not a quick fix. I was told on the front end by just people like, hey, 30 pumps, you got to clear the pipes 30 times. You can do it as quickly or as long as you want, but you need 30 good pumps to feel good that, okay, everything's kind of out of there. Now my doctor's telling me it's less about the quantity of pumps and more about the time. He's like, you really just need 3 months. You need 3 months to trust whatever's living in there is no longer, I guess, living in there.
Interesting.
So that's the tough part, is I'm still playing a dangerous game now.
Yeah.
For the next 3 months. So hopefully we get out unscathed, because I can't imagine the worst feeling in the world would be getting what I've done. I'm walking around, I'm sensitive, I'm nervous, I'm vulnerable. I've paid X amount of dollars, over $500, to get this done. And then I wake up in June and wife tells me, hey, congratulations, number 4 is on the way. That'll be a disaster.
How long? This is Eric Chiafalo, fresh off the snip here, laid up on 105 through the fan. How long until you can,
So he says 5 days.
Okay.
But I can already tell you, Coydle still feels the same.
Already? Tell us.
I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I was like, wait a second.
This 3 under 3 makes a ton of sense now.
Now, my final question is: you're an all natural couple, correct? So, how did that like in terms of different medicine, or you did the at home birth, I believe. I think that's public information. Like, how did that factor into this? There's certain medicines you could have taken that you didn't take. How did that all factor in?
It's actually a good question. Fortunately, no. I mean, there's not much on the front end that you have to do. You walk in there, you didn't take anything, you get prescriptions. You just get like some glorified ibuprofen thing that I can take in a couple of days. I got like a codeine pill for the immediate pain, and then they give you like a Valium to relax. So the only thing my wife was keeping away from me yesterday was the beers. Because she said they don't mix well.
Okay.
Can I borrow one Valium and one pain pill?
All right. That's probably illegal.
Did the doctor give you some Sprite and a Jolly Rancher with your codeine?
Just no, but there was a double cup involved. I was like, all right, sick.
Thank you for checking in, brother. All the best with the recovery. Enjoy that week off. And congratulations. Hopefully, congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, we'll hold the congratulations for about another 3 months.
Another 3 months.
Party.
That's
we'll
right.
Party on July 4th.
Yes, when Peyton's allowed to talk to number one, we'll do a joint party.
Yeah.
The restraining
perfect.
orders off. Eric Chiafalo from the G-Bag Nation via the Diamond Factory Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Yeah, it had to be done. Had to be. How young is he? I wonder what the
He turns 29 this year.
What is the average age for vasectomies?
I can find out.
What do you think? It can't be
average.
The first
age.
we're not doing that again. The first
35.
The first number cannot start with a 2. There's no way. It has to be in the 3s.
35 is my guess.
The average age is exactly 35.
Boom.
Because once you're 40, I mean.
Hey.
What? Say it.
I'm just saying once. Well, I'm saying once
we
you're.
can ask him right here.
I'm saying once you're 40, if they're about 40, like there reaches a point where nature just takes care of that, where it's you can't conceive after a certain point.
I'm pretty sure I could.
Well, but I'm just saying generally, if you think that the man and woman are generally in the closer age, the more you get into the 40s, the less likely it is you'll get pregnant.
Are you?
Yes.
No, choppy.
Oh,
am I? What?
Is this in the plans?
Yeah. Was that just an announcement?
Oh no, yeah. It's not in the plans. There's no plans. It's okay. There's not in the plans.
Okay.
I'm up for it. She's up for it.
Okay.
I'm not getting a vasectomy.
Well, not if you're up for it.
Yeah.
I'm not doing that.
I'm saying it still works. You have a kid.
You don't know how if it works. You think
Are you kidding me? I barely touched my ex-wife when she had 2 kids.
That was freaking 15 years ago.
She agrees you barely touched her. Yeah. I come from a family of 9 kids, so I don't trust my genetics not to get us pregnant again.
All right, Giselle came out and did an interview where she wanted to set the record straight. She was asked by Vanity Fair, did you give Tom the ultimatum? Football or over? And she said that suggestion is very hurtful and it's the craziest thing that she's ever heard. People really made it about that. What's been said is one piece of a much bigger puzzle. It's not so black and white. Sometimes you grow apart. When I was 26 and he was 29, we met, we wanted a family, we wanted things together. You realize you want different things. And then she was asked about his final game and she said, it was tough, but let's be honest. It's a team sport, and you can't play alone. I think he did great under the circumstances against the Cowboys. I mean, he had no offensive line. So that's Giselle with the walk-off shot at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers saying it was not an ultimatum that ended their marriage.
She still loves him.
Well, what's this?
Still, I wonder, man, if it wasn't football, what was it?
So she says when we got together, we wanted a family with each other. That was her quote. Something along those lines. We want a family with kids.
They
and then she said, you get older and you want different things. Is she claiming one of them no longer wants the family? Is that what she's saying? Or is she saying he wanted football more than the family and that became what he It seemed like a subtle, like, hey, you catch what I'm saying here type of quote. To say, this is what we both wanted, a family. You get older, you want different things.
Is it possible one of them wanted another child?
That's possible.
Who knows?
Who knows? Yeah, who really knows? I was surprised, though, that it wasn't necessarily football.
Bet Antonio Brown knows.
All right. Who wants to set up this WEEI story? This is a radio station, legendary radio station, an Odyssey station in Boston. And we've had a couple of very insensitive stories coming out of Boston. Shocker! Remember, one was at the other station, the Sports Hub, with the black guy in the background and the host on air.
Yes, and
they were suggesting that his car got stolen.
Yeah, he basically paraphrases, the last time you were in a situation like this, your car got stolen.
Yeah.
One of the guys is on remote in another location. So you've had that. And then obviously, there's been issues that, athletes within the city of Boston have had complaints about.
Jaylen Brown recently
said some of the fans, have problematic tendencies. They say things that are hurtful. They go too far. They go beyond just criticize you for your play. They go after your family, and they go racial or other things. And so there's been a lot of issues within the Boston community.
So this show in Boston used an ethnic slur in discussion. We're bleeping it out, and an ESPN personality was brought up. Do I need to say anything else to set this up? The word that we're beeping out, I'm pleading my ignorance. I was telling y'all last night, I had not heard of this word. I was not familiar with it.
Yeah, I had heard of it. It's an ethnic slur against
Japanese people.
Yep. And in the context of this, they were asking your favorite, and this is also a word that is used. So those little mini bottles, they're called shooters. They're also called airplane bottles.
Oh,
liquor,
yeah.
Right? So you get your Fireball, you get your Screwball, you get your Jaeger, whatever. And they were asking what your favorite one of that is. And it also has a double connotation. So the context they were asking the question is about this.
Not Cheez-Its, but cheese. That one. That one.
Let's play it.
It begs the question, top 5
Oh, yes. That's a great one.
because Dr. McGillicuddy's, I think, is number 1 or 2. Screwball also up there.
I'd probably go Mina Kimes.
And Fireball.
Okay, so this guy was trying to make a joke, and they were trying to talk about miniature alcoholic bottles. And this guy was trying to be a smart ass. And he brought up Mina Kimes.
His defense makes no sense, by the way. He's claiming, sorry guys, meant to say Mila Kunis.
So I saw Peyton wrote that, and when I read Mina Kimes' name, because Peyton also had said Mina Kimes, the first thing that registered in my head was, "Ooh, man, that's my 1 seed." But I was thinking Mila Kunis when I saw it. I was like, "Ooh!" And then he said that. I was like, "Well, that's really odd that he said that. It's really odd that he
How
said
would
that."
Mila Kunis get him off the hook?
It doesn't,
because it sexualizes her instead of.
It doesn't make any sense, though.
Slurring her, I guess.
But it doesn't make any sense. If we were talking about what our favorite small bottles of alcohol were, and I was like, Jenna Jameson, like that makes no sense.
Yeah.
And Mina Kimes did change her profile pic on Twitter to Mila.
Yeah, that was a savage troll.
Dude, she's
so good.
She's undefeated on social media. She's fantastic there. So this guy apologized, Chris Curtis, and said he has been suspended for about a week. This is from NBC Boston. In a pathetic failed attempt at a one-liner, I attempted to bring up Mila Kunis, which was not really that funny, sophomoric, and sexist. But for reasons I don't understand, I said Mina Kimes. That was never the intention for me to say her name. It had nothing to do with the subject matter, and it dragged her into a controversy through no fault of her own regarding a slur and her race, and it was not at all what my intention was. But it doesn't matter because of the absolute chaos my words created for someone who's just doing her job covering the NFL at ESPN. So I want to apologize to Mina Kimes. I want to apologize for a stupid, lame attempt at a joke. Something that there's just really no other way to put it. It was dumb, and it was silly. I'm suspending him longer for this Mila Kunis BS.
That makes there's no sense to it.
Well, and it's all caught on video. Like, whenever he said it, he turns to the other guy and he starts laughing. Like, he knows he made the joke.
And for 1 week? You can sit there and make this slur and be gone for about a week?
Mina Kimes is also not of Japanese descent, so she's Korean, but...
What an idiot. So there you go. The station with no official comment on the controversy. And Kimes changing it to Kunis.
That's so clever, man.
It is good.
That is so clever.
So there you go. Way to go, massholes. Way to live up to the reputation. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. And yeah, Jaylen Brown was sitting there talking about maybe needing to get out of there. That there's a segment of the Celtic population, which he's basically saying is racist.
Yep, air quote. I think there's definitely a group of amount within the Celtic nation that's extremely toxic and does not want to see athletes use their platform, or they just want to see you play basketball, entertain you, and go home, and that's a problem to me. Basically Kyrie had mentioned subtle racism. LeBron James labeled the Celtic fans as racist on his HBO show, The Shop. And Jaylen Brown is basically saying they want you to, shut up and dribble, I guess.
All right. It's time to hook up the Tolos. You turn it on, leave it on. We want to reward you during the Expressway every day, commercial free from 7:20 to 8 o'clock. Let's get you some lunch and dinner.
That's right. Tolos caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a $50 gift card to Sonic. You can use it to try the new Sonic steak and bacon grilled cheese, which I had yesterday, by the way. Savory steak and grilled onions topped with bacon and melty cheese, all on Texas toast for a limited time only at Sonic. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
How was it, Peyton?
Oh, perfect. I had the spicy one, too. I had 2 of the spicy.
Nice. You got tater tots, the hot dogs there back in the day. People always say the Sonic Burger is very underrated. So thank you all for turning it on, leaving it on.
The happy hour drink specials are always really good there.
Happy hour?
Yeah, they call it their Sonic happy hour in the afternoon. Wife will swing by and get the kids drinks all the time.
Have the Dallas Cowboys had the best offseason in the NFL so far? That's next on the home of America's team with Sean, RJ, and Roberto. After this.
Let's get you over to
ESPN studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour kicking off. Are you doing the Manziel or the Luka, Bobby?
This is the Luka, or sorry, this is the Luka.
Yeah.
This is the Manziel. This is the directed at you is the Luka, the money sign.
The Luka is, you must have taken payment because you're such a crappy referee. We'll get back to the Mavs controversy at 8:20 this morning. Below the belt at 9, the voice of the Longhorns, Craig Way, will talk a little Sweet 16. Longhorns play tomorrow night. And maybe some Steve Sarkisian, Arch Manning at 9 o'clock with the voice of the Longhorns. But yesterday in the commercial break, RJ was reacting to a topic that a lot of these shows had on. I mean, again, just showing the power of the Cowboys. Brandon Cooks makes them the lead story. Brandon Cooks, he goes to any other team in the National Football League, and they're not the lead story. A guy traded for 5th and 6th round picks. But that's the power of the star. And one of their topics, Ralph, that you pretty quickly disagreed with, they were arguing whether the Cowboys were the most improved team or they had the best offseason in the NFL so far.
Yeah, and my first thought was, if you go by value, absolutely. They gave up very little. They're paying out very little. Dollars to production is probably really, really good. But that doesn't mean they're having the best offseason of anybody in the NFL. They obviously, do you factor in who they brought back? See, the Cowboys love to say this, Sean. They love to say, we signed a lot of free agents. They were all their own guys.
Right. Draft and develop.
Yeah, draft and develop.
It's where spending went. We spent on our guys. We like our guys.
Yeah, but they also did lose Dalton Schultz, which is not nothing. Connor McGovern, which is not nothing. Zeke is nothing. But people love to talk about Luke Gifford because they love special teams. They did lose a corner. So I just don't know how anybody could say they had the best offseason in the NFL. I don't know how you can remotely even come close to saying that. I went and just did a very brief look at some of the rankings of best off seasons online, and now if you watch Get Up or First Take, they'll tell you the Cowboys did. I just one as the Cowboys 13th. I think it's a little low.
I mean,
it's a little low. But
CBS yesterday had them as an A.
It's an A off season.
Eric Moody from ESPN the other day put them as, when they asked who had the most impressive offseason, listed them. Here's the problem is that
if it's an A off season, how can it not be the best off season?
Because even Sporting News, who has them 13th, gives them an A minus.
Okay, so there's 12.
Which means there's 12 other teams that got A pluses or A's.
Okay,
but who? Who's like to me? I'm sitting here. I'm thinking of some of the names that have come out that people say have had really good off seasons. So the Dolphins. Dolphins are one because they go ahead. They get Jalen Ramsey. They get Mike White, who's going to be a solid backup. Insurance in case anything happens with Tua. There's those sorts of things.
I think the Cowboys had as good of a better offseason than Miami. But they gave a
the list?
Big contract. Yeah, I got the list. So Chicago definitely had a better offseason
than Dallas.
They added a true number one wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
They added the two best linebackers on the market. One is a pass rush linebacker, the other one isn't. And the one they overpaid for, but the other one, TJ Edwards, who was the second or third highest graded linebacker this year at
really
PFF.
Good. Yeah, they
gave him peanuts of a contract.
Balances though how much they gave Tremaine Edmonds.
It does.
They gave him $18 million a year.
The Jets had a better offseason. You can't argue that one.
Oh, I think that's TBD.
With
the Jets.
Are we not going to assume that? Are you TBD that Rodgers gets traded or TBD after he plays?
TBD in terms of what is the compensation for Rodgers? How much do they end up sacrificing to bring him there? The peripheral moves they've made are just to make Rodgers happy. They haven't. If you take Rodgers out of the equation, it's an unspectacular offseason. Once you put Rodgers in the equation, there's still questions about how good Rodgers is going to be. And even if you think he's going to be good, how much capital do you give up to get him?
I think when it's to me, there's no such thing as overpaying for a quarterback.
Unless he's not good anymore.
Well, again, I don't care. I don't judge trades 3 years down the road. I judge them today.
Well, you got to judge his age today and whether he's fallen off.
And that's why I wouldn't give 2 1s for him.
Yeah.
But I'd give a 1.
So if they gave 2 1s, which I don't think they're going to do, but if they gave 2 1s, that would then shift your perspective on the Jets offseason, right?
Slightly.
So we don't know what they're giving up for Rodgers yet. So I think we just got to view it as incomplete with the Jets. Like, you don't know, because until you know what compensation you're giving up and everything else, you can't truly grade what they are.
So the other ones on the list that they have, Bears 1, Jets 2. I didn't understand. I didn't agree with this one. They had Houston 3. Now the volume that they got was exceptional. They got Sheldon Rankins, Jimmy Ward, Robert Woods, Noah Brown, Dalton Schultz.
Tunsil re-signed. Are we counting their head coaching hire? I don't know.
See, I think
Chase Winovich.
I think Houston's had a decent offseason. They got played on the Cooks deal, but like they got Schultz for a deal and they brought in Robert Woods for a deal, and Robert Woods is a good receiver. And so, I mean, I think that they've done a good job of putting themselves in position to have a very friendly system for their rookie quarterback to transition into the NFL as easily as possible. So I think they've had a good offseason. I wouldn't put them ahead of Dallas, but
then they had Detroit, who picked up 3 corners and a guard, and then they went crazy and got a running back. I don't know why. Atlanta, which I didn't understand. I didn't get Atlanta there. But there were several other teams like Cincinnati who picked up. Obviously, you get Orlando Brown, who's a really, really good player. And they also solidified the interior of that offensive line. My thing is, like, we got 2 names.
Yes, 2 names.
And that's the issue. We got guys that are past their prime. I'm sorry. I'm not going to sit here and say they're getting 2 guys past their prime. It means that you had the best offseason in the NFL.
I think Stephon Gilmore and Brandon Cooks are both really good players, just outside of even considering what the compensation is. I think when you then include the compensation, the Cowboys got great deals without sacrifice.
This is the best value in the league without question.
Fantastic value, got 2 really good players, and then I think you look at Ronald Jones, Chuma Edoga, those deals that those guys signed yesterday for basically $1.5 million, both of them. That's good value and good contributions that I think you're going to be able to get. And so I don't know. I'm just saying it goes to the collective.
No one ever heard of the offensive lineman ever. And
yes,
Ronald Jones,
you guys talked about him.
And Ronald Jones is he's a nobody.
He's a nobody.
He's a nobody. They also lost.
Did they improve at running back?
I don't know.
I
mean, if Tony Pollard's healthy and he's the starter. Yeah, they improved at running back.
And they improved at running back.
I'm not saying they improved because of Ronald Jones.
But Ronald Jones and Pollard he's
a body.
It's Ronald Jones and Pollard is
and you're also making Gilmore like an all-pro. Like you're making me feel like RJ. Like I'm getting ready to turn a little bit. Stephon Gilmore may not be very good. There's a reason he did get dealt for a 5th. The rest of the league spoke. We just are in love that we just gave up a 5th. So we all want to do backflips. There's also a reason that no one gave up a 4th. We have to keep that in mind. We have to be realistic with it. Brandon Cooks was also gotten for a 5th and a 6th. The rest of the league did not speak and say he was available for a 4th. We're happy because we gave up nothing for 2 names. I'm happy about it, but I feel like you're homering it up a little bit.
I'm not homering it in terms of is it value? Like we all agree.
They got value. They got guys that are past their prime.
Now Cooks is better right now than Michael Gallup is. You improved your receiving core, which was something that you had to set out to do. You improved it for a cheaper value than you probably could have found. You got as good a player for as little as you spent as probably possible. Resource management was top of the line at receiver.
Maybe DeAndre. We'll see.
I mean, even still, DeAndre, you're going to probably have to pay more money to than Cooks. So just in terms of spending, you couldn't get better than what they spent.
Yeah, but look, we're not talking about. We're talking about improvement.
And Gilmore is still to this day a top 5 man coverage corner. So
right now, today he's a top 5 corner.
I
think you're crazy.
Man coverage
down.
I think you're crazy.
In man coverage, he absolutely is.
Okay.
He is still very, very good.
He's a top 5 man corner in the National Football League today.
Yes.
Okay. I would disagree with that, but I hope I'm wrong. I think that's actually borderline nuts.
I'm always right. So,
Well,
I mean,
you're
you don't even have to wonder, Sean.
Yeah. So, and again, is there a difference between best offseason, most improved, value? You can break these things into categories.
Yeah, they definitely, I think they got the best value because they got 2 guys that are not expensive and they got them for basically nothing. Or as a song, as we said the other day. But, I mean, the Broncos got 2 starting offensive linemen basically in their prime.
They did, yeah. They had to spend a lot.
Yeah, they did. But some like the Bears. Like I don't like spending, but you have to spend a certain amount of your cap every 3 or 4 years.
By the way, Jared
by the rule.
Sandler with a note on Ronald Jones. When he was in the middle of his first training camp at USC, he admitted to early struggles due to being homesick and specifically mentioned that he missed Whataburger. So that'll make him even more loved from the Tolos.
There you go.
Yeah, we swapped out a Whataburger hater for a Whataburger lover.
That's right.
Dalton Schultz was not a fan.
No, he wasn't a fan. Randy Gregory was also an In-N-Out fan over Whataburger. But I
Dalton
knew
Schultz,
you weren't going to bring that up because that's your boy.
Dalton Schultz doesn't like In-N-Out or Whataburger. He thinks they're both terrible. So he gets people mad in the Stanford area and the Dallas area.
Yeah.
He's just kind of like, I don't care. Which I kind of respect the gall it takes to be able to say that in Texas. Yeah. I don't agree with it, but I respect.
He's like the Dylan Brooks of food. That's who Dalton Schultz is. Anyone who wears that little headband like that, I can't stand that. That's very Stanfordy. Shout out to his wife though, who I heard is a Tolo. Shout out. All right. Speaking of development, Jalen Tolbert was asked about his disappointing rookie season, and can he help out Brandon Cooks, CeeDee Lamb, and Gallup?
This rookie year was by far the worst that I've had and far from what I wanted for myself, but I know that I needed it, and God knows that I needed it, and the coaches know that I needed it. So it was a good time for me to be able to adjust and get a grip for all positions, and in the future I can play inside out, go wherever it's asked of me, play wherever they ask me to play. So I'm excited to continue to grow there and just continue to work.
And that's from Haley Sutton's Twitter account.
Yeah,
one of your few misses, Bobby, so far. Early on, very early.
Yeah, no, and I own up to, at this point, missing it even more than I did because he went in the 3rd round, and I was upset they took Sam Williams in the 2nd over him. Like, I wanted Tolbert there, and he just didn't click for him the way it needed to. And he talked about there, he said, well, now I can play inside, outside. I think that, when you've heard Steven talk about it, that was the issue, is that they threw too much at him. And the one thing I'm a little concerned about, because I think if there's one area where before I've been like, man, I wish the Cowboys would shift their perspective a little bit on the draft, it's ruling out a lot of smaller school guys. That they typically go, nope, we want to see that you've done it on the big stage. Not just that you've done it on the big stage, but that you can handle being a big name player on a big name stage where all the attention is on you like it is in Dallas. And then they kind of broke with that a little bit with Jalen Tolbert in the 3rd round. And I would be concerned that they would go, all right, well, these are the kind of reasons why we don't like doing this. We get a small school guy that he couldn't handle the inside-outside stuff we asked of him.
Because they had a thing for Boise State for a while, or did we remove them out of a small category?
So I've talked to scouts before that will tell you Boise State and North Dakota State, you cannot refer to them as small schools anymore. North Dakota State specifically, as somebody told me, they're like, they've put 3 consecutive quarterbacks in the NFL. You don't do that as a small program.
Yeah, but they're any good.
It's still, we TBD on Lance, but yeah.
What are people saying about Mark Cuban's Mavericks protest against the Warriors last night? And RJ gets you set for the madness resuming tonight with some college basketball degenerate picks for your bracket and for your wallet next.
But let's get you over to Boomer Jacks. You can watch all the action tonight at
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment, brought to you by Safety, Our Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Curry has not been looking for a shot a ton here tonight. Gives it up to Draymond Green, and count the basket plus a foul.
That's the thing. Steph wasn't even trying to get his a ton last night. He didn't get his, and the Warriors end up beating the Mavericks. Luka returned, had a very nice game. Kyrie Irving out with the foot injury, and the Mavs are now the number 9 seed in the Western Conference. Andrew Wiggins, by the way, I've kind of been scared and nervous to bring up the rumors on why he's out. He missed his 17th straight game for personal reasons yesterday. Wiggins has not been there at all. So everyone's trying to figure out what's wrong with the Warriors. Why can't they ever win on the road, even though they did it last night? Google Andrew Wiggins and see what comes up.
Andrew Wiggins.
We're not going to do that every day.
Oh, that's going to be a bit from now on, Sean.
I got to give props, though, to Klay Thompson, by the way. Klay arrived at the game repping a number 89 Cowboys jersey. It was for his friend Gavin Escobar. Of course, we know what happened with Gavin, a native of Klay's hometown, and he tragically passed away last fall. So Klay Thompson, who I've always liked, personally, obviously his game is awesome, but he seems like a good dude. He was repping Gavin Escobar last night. Now for the protest, when it looked like the officials messed up by either giving the Warriors the ball or not telling the Mavericks, you're on the wrong side of the court. Let's come back and play defense. Mark Cuban at the scorer's table telling them, if this is a 2-point game, I'm protesting this. Jason Kidd with his perspective after.
It wasn't really explained. I think there's a lot of confusion. A lot of people were out of position. When you look at the court was split, we're on one side and the Warriors on another, and you have a referee on the baseline. Mike was on the baseline, so I would assume Mike thought it was our ball too. So, to explain to Mike or ask Mike, if there's confusion, it's easy to just come in and blow the whistle and get us restarted, because there was confusion. Understanding that we thought it was our ball. The referee pointed towards our bench, but that was the signal of the timeout. And so, but there was confusion on the play before it even started with whose ball it was, because he pointed, I thought, to us first, and then he changed it and then went to a timeout and pointed to us. So as I asked Mike, I said, Mike, why are you down the floor if it's not our ball? And so there was quite a few people out of position on that play. It's easy, it's correctable, but you first have to admit there was a mistake.
Will the league actually consider overturning this, doing something about it, right? Everyone's instant reaction is always no, but I wonder if how tight the playoff race is factors in more now, because we're all within a half a game of each other. Everyone's within a game and a half game of each other. And, man, there's no excuse for the referees not to, as Jason said, reorganize things and notify the Mavs. They're on the opposite end of the court. It's not even like that they were on the same side of the court. They just handed the ball to the Warriors and, quick pass, inbound, surprise basket. When the other team is on the other side of the floor, man, I want to believe that the NBA would do something about it, but are they going to have these teams reconvene and start from $1:56 left in the third quarter of this contest? And does it matter that the only reason it was a 2-point game is because of last-second heave from Reggie Bullock that went in from 3? So if it was a 5-point game, are we saying it doesn't matter?
If it was a 5-point game, that's still irrelevant to the discussion of how the protest works in terms of, if it's a 5-point game, it's the butterfly effect. You can't assume everything plays out exactly the same way. That's why they don't pick it up from the end, that they say, nope, okay, we got to start over right where that is. And, who knows? If they could pick up from there, and knowing the Mavericks, they could get blown out by 15. or something like that if they replay the fourth quarter
and
again.
Would Kyrie have to be out for that game if he was healthy?
Interesting.
Probably.
Yes,
yeah.
you would have to have the same exact
Same
lineup,
roster.
same active roster for that day.
Yeah.
If he was on the active roster for the day and he was a DNP coach's decision and not an inactive player, then he could play.
Okay.
So that's how that would work. But look, I think this is gonna. I don't think they're gonna overturn this because they keep showing this, they keep highlighting it before the teams even went to the bench. Like they were still on the floor. One of the referees, he was on the baseline of the basket. He took his thumb and he went back this way. He made that motion back this way. They're gonna say that's enough. That it was clear. The players are still on the floor. That'll happen sometimes where you go this and you wave it off and you go back this way.
But only told one player, it looked like. It looked like he just told Kevon Looney and not everybody else. They're already turned and walked back to the bench. They're not seeing it.
Again, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying from
the way they're going to rule.
The way they're going to rule, they're going to be like, look, he made the gesture on court. So that's how they're going to say it.
I just can't get over you have to pay to protest in Little League and in the NBA. I can't get over it. RJ said in Little League you got to pay to protest, and Mark Cuban has to pay $10K. And if they say no, call stands, the league keeps his $10,000. And if they say no, you're right, we're going to replay this, he gets the $10K back. I can't get over that. That's just a side note.
$100 in youth in select baseball. You got to pay $100 to protest the game. Now usually you'll get a rich parent that'll just throw here's a $100 bill.
Yeah.
And you give it to the umpire, and apparently you get your money back if it gets overturned.
So if you win and you have to replay the game again, they just give you back your $10,000. Would they give you operating costs for the arena? Honestly, like if you're having to replay, like, hey, it's your fault we even have to be operating at this hour. You should be paying for that.
The last successful protest in the NBA came in January 2008 when they screwed up Shaq's fouls.
Yeah, and it'd be really good news if this was early on in the season and Golden State was coming back here, and you just replayed it before that game.
Now you really got to go out of your way. Now the league did act on Fred VanVleet, destroying that official. They demoted that official,
Ben Taylor.
So I don't know. Maybe they'll say.
And they reacted to Spencer Dinwiddie saying what Tony Brothers said to him, and they suspended him with pay.
Was terrible tonight.
and they need to do this. They need to start taking more. And I'm glad that officials are getting kind of held accountable because for years they were just kind of untouchable. It doesn't mean that they should just fire him because the next guy you bring in probably ain't gonna be any better.
It feels like they let the NFL ones get away with everything.
Well, you only know the names of a handful of them. The referee, the head referee, the white hat. But how many can you name? 7, 8?
Pereira has always said that there's private account. It sounds like there's fines in the NFL for officials because Pereira has talked before without specifying. He says they are held accountable. There are like measures in place that the league does discipline, and it's not public.
All right, tonight, Craig Way, by the way, the voice of the Longhorns, will preview Texas basketball tomorrow night, but the madness resumes this evening, and RJ Choppy has you set with the Degenerate.
4 games tonight. We'll do this again tomorrow, Bobby. We'll do this again. I got 4 more games tomorrow. But I've got 4 selections. I have 3 games I'm going to do.
What's wrong?
I just realized what RJ's degenerate voice reminds me of. It's the principal from Beavis and Butthead. Oh, Butthead, Beavis.
I hated that show.
It's a great show.
So I've got 3 games I'm going to do. I'm not going to touch the Arkansas-UConn game. But I'm going to take the over in Michigan State and K-State. The over-under is 137. I will take the over in this one. Michigan State they are very good at shooting the 3-ball, and they never turn the other team over.
Me and Smoltz, our squad, baby. Spidey, Smoltzy.
Michigan State's a 1.5-point favorite in that game, by the way. So give me the over 137 in that game. Next up, I'm going to skip Arkansas, Connecticut, go right to Florida Atlantic, and your Tennessee Volunteers, baby.
Oh,
gosh.
Give me the under.
Now, would you bet against the Vols?
I did against Duke.
Oh, you did?
Took Duke -3.
Okay.
Yeah, but
it's show business, not show friendship.
Sometimes your team a little bit better, and I thought we were going to lose. I would never bet on them to win because I feel I'd be clouded.
Okay.
But I thought we were going to lose. We did not play very well down the stretch, so I thought we were going to get run. I'm taking the under in this game. We play in the mud. Sean. That's what we play, and we are going to muddy this game up. Florida Atlantic's got some guys that can shoot. They got a bunch of guys shooting 40% from beyond the arc. We're going to body those boys up. That's what we're going to do. And then 2 plays on the UCLA-Gonzaga game. I got UCLA minus 1.5, and I am taking the over 145.5. Gonzaga's got the number 1 ranked offense. UCLA's ranked number 21. So 2 very, very good offenses. This game should be in the high 70s, low 80s.
How have you been so far?
I didn't really bet in the first round that much. I usually abstain in the first round of gambling. This is the weekend where you make money. You make money in the Sweet 16 and the Elite 8 because you've already seen these teams play. You've seen how they play on neutral sites. Neutral sites are way, way different than home games and road games. This is the weekend you make your money.
Bobby, give us some show ramifications for tonight to not lose the morning show bet payoff. What each of us need or can't afford to have happen.
Yeah, so just as a quick scoring update, as we've been through 2 rounds now, Sean Sharif is in the lead.
Say it with your chest.
Sean Sharif is in the lead. He has 41 points. Second is Peyton Russell with 36.
That's right.
I am third with 34, and then Choppy bringing up the rear with 33 points.
As usual.
We'll call her Vita from now on.
The futures, the most potential points that can still be earned. It's Peyton with 82, Sean with 75, Choppy with 73, and then I'm all the way back at 65 because I've lost half of my Final Four. I lost an Elite 8 team. I'm in a bad spot. So the only game tonight specifically where we have a potential impact call is between Sean and Peyton because Peyton has Kansas State winning this game. I don't believe he had Michigan State here, but he did have Kansas State winning here. Sean had Michigan State here, has them winning. So this one absolutely could be a 3-point difference builder for Sean again.
So it'd be like a 6-point swing almost, basically, right? 3 for him.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah, it's exactly a 3-point swing or a 6-point swing. But that one's the big one for you guys tonight because Sean, if you win that one, you've got an 8-point lead. You've cut into.
I'm not going to finish last. That's all we care about is not finishing last.
You in all likelihood are not going to finish last. I really, really, really need at some point for Bama and or Houston to lose. Because I had Houston out in the Sweet 16. My opponent's not there anymore, so it's not like I win points for it. I just have to hurt you guys. Because I had Houston out in the Sweet 16. I have Bama out in the Elite 8. You guys all have Bama as the champion. So if I can...
Bama and Houston are going to lose. They'll just lose in the championship game.
I picked Bama to win this one. Or to win in this round. I would gladly take losing it to just knock them out now.
Oh, yeah.
If I can just get Texas to win the title, I can get Bama out by the Sweet 16, I'm back in this. Ooh. So really, you guys should all be rooting hard for Bama because that ensures I finish last.
Yeah.
And that's all we're trying to do. We don't want to finish last.
Actually finish last.
Yeah, he'll be he's the big loser.
He'll be more miserable if Bobby loses this. Bobby or Spittle and Tim?
If I were Spittle, I'd be scared if Bobby wins because Bobby audits everything. He's going to audit Spittle's time, exactly what he does.
Ratings.
Gonna have spreadsheets and
we can get you to give us the rating numbers. Actually, add in a stream here and there.
I think they'll be. I think Tim and Gavin would be much more put out by it than I would.
I agree.
So, because I take my Adderall a little later in the day, be efficient, knock some work out, be chatty, and they would probably just be like, "Dear God, get him out of here."
Yes, exactly, and all dressed up like a boss as well.
Ooh, that's right.
Sitting in a sales meeting.
Gonna have to buy a suit like Choppy for his wedding coming up.
Conference calls. You don't have a suit? You just find out you have a suit?
I have a suit, but it's a blue suit. And it's a black tie wedding.
Ah.
So I've got to either rent a tux, buy a tux.
Buy one. You're getting married anyway.
Or buy a black suit. Yeah, but we would do a not a formal wedding.
Okay.
we would do like a destination wedding or a
Tolo's with the
Justice
tux
of the
hook.
Peace kind of thing.
877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Choppy needs a tux.
There you go.
Need a tux.
All right.
Well, can I get away with a black suit?
I think you can. But you got a blue suit.
I know. So I gotta buy one.
So you got to buy one anyway.
I gotta buy one anyway.
Does Tony Romo provide the blueprint to give the Packers confidence after Aaron Rodgers? How Romo can actually help Green Bay? That's next and Below the Belt here on The Fan.
But let's get
Don't make me take off my belt.
Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Tony Romo, and Jordan Love.
Don't make me take off.
Maybe. We'll see here. Great job, Peyton.
That was a very good start by Bobby, too. I was hooked. I was listening.
I'm so tired of these freaking computers back here, man.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow. Blame the technology.
Call TJ, have him fix it. That's his background.
It is technology, computers, and security.
That's what he's got there. Rob Demovsky, friend of the show here, had spoken or had written an article this week for ESPN. He spoke with Charlie Weiss, former Patriots offensive coordinator, former Notre Dame head coach, and former Sean Sharif best friend, Todd Haley.
Ooh.
Yeah.
He mentioned your name in a press conference once.
He did.
And he got all weak in the knees and just like, oh my gosh.
We all do. I just have the guts to admit it, you know.
So he talked to Todd Haley and Charlie Weiss, two guys who were right there for the development of two quarterbacks, Tom Brady and Tony Romo, who sort of burst onto the scene. Guys who there had to be a leap of faith for the football team to trust in. Todd Haley obviously was here in Dallas at the time. He was heavily involved in the offense, even as his title, I believe, was just receivers coach while he was here. But he was heavily involved in it. Todd Haley and Charlie Weiss now work for SiriusXM NFL Radio, and so they've been discussing some of these things with Jordan Love of this idea of when do you know? Like, when do you know that the guy is ready to take the leap? Because Tom Brady took the lead, Romo, and then Aaron Rodgers. When they exactly, it does, Tony. And when the Packers knew it was time to go to Aaron Rodgers with Brett Favre. And so Brian Gutekunst, the GM, has recently said that Jordan Love is absolutely ready. You've had Matt LaFleur, the head coach of the Packers, say similarly. And Todd Haley, his first thought on this was, he said, only if you're there every day watching a kid does it become clear to you that somebody is making the jump to being a real player. We're not in there, so we don't see what he does with his time, how he prepares, what his notes are like, how he practices, and how he works out. Or as fellow former coach Charlie Weiss put it, the only guys that really know are the guys there. For all those analysts that try to act like they know, they're full of S. Which is, realistically, we're just trying to kick it around. We're trying to figure it out. That's what all of us are doing. But in reality, you can't know. You can't know. You may think you know, but you can't know if Tony Romo's going to make the jump, that he's going to be better than Drew Bledsoe when you swap him out. Bledsoe, who's not terrible when they made the move, by the way. You don't know with complete confidence, even if you are in the building, that Aaron Rodgers is going to be able to efficiently take over for Brett Favre. So you are taking a little bit of a leap of faith. Todd Haley and Charlie Weiss supplied their stories of moments that they knew. Haley joined the Cowboys as receivers coach and passing game coordinator in 2004, a year after Romo came to the team as an undrafted free agent, Rob Demovsky writes. With Vinny Testaverde starting, Romo ran the Cowboys scout team in practice, and his job was to emulate the opposing team's starting quarterback week after week. Midway through the season, he played the role of Brett Favre to prepare the Cowboys defense to face the Packers.
He stole from the poor.
Stop.
Wow.
No, he sent D pics to Jen Sturger.
Yeah.
Todd Haley says, that was the moment that sticks out to me. Brett Favre was his idol, so he's fired up to go out there and practice, and he just destroyed our defense the entire week. He says, it was always hard to go to Parcells and say something, but I think in one meeting I said, how are we not playing this Romo kid? He increases our margin of error to win because he has mobility, and I haven't seen anything that says he can't throw the football. He's smart, he's into it, he studies, he works hard, and all those things. It's just through that process where you find out. It's not a crystal ball where you know he's going to be good. Actually, his career started out horribly. Rob Demovsky writes, indeed, Romo threw an interception on his first snap after he replaced Bledsoe mid-game against the Giants. Haley says, but he ultimately came around. You saw some of the things that you saw on the practice field. That's why that whole process is critical to everything you do. These guys have to go through that and develop and learn until you trust him enough to say, all right, he can play.
I love this topic because I think of Jaden Hardy and I think of Rugi Odor. And I like to ask, Derek Collin or other coaches, because we want to blame the organizations. When Jalen Brunson goes to the Knicks and is an all-star, I want to blame the Mavericks for not seeing that potential.
Sure.
I want to blame the Mavericks for, hey, why couldn't you develop him the way he's developing in New York? Jaden Hardy, you're forced to play him. Did you not see it in practice? How often is it not shown in practice and then they They go off when the lights go on, and then opposite, right? Ruggie Odor was a Hall of Famer.
In spring training?
In every spring training.
When nobody's doing scouting reports, they're just kind of throwing strikes?
Yeah, so I wonder how many times we shouldn't blame the organization. You just think being there with the person every day and seeing them in practice, they would know, yo, there's something here.
You can't tell how someone's going to play in game. You can't. Like a lot of times in practice, you can't tell, football IQ or basketball IQ. Like the things Jason Kidd did on the floor, they may not show up in practice. They may not show up in practice because they show up over the course of 82 games. They may. Some of them might, but like not everything. Not everything will. Dak Prescott. If you just go by Dak Prescott's practice game, his first training camp,
that's the one.
It was like, man, this guy ain't that good. I'm like, we were all like,
yeah, he looked like last season on the field, regular season.
Right, absolutely. And then so Broadus kept saying, he's not a good. And then of course me, the football authoritarian, was like, oh, wait a second, this guy's great on the field, fantastic.
So after that shot at Dak Prescott. It's like come at you. It's like I invite you. It's my segment. It's like I invite you to my home, Sean. And you crap all over the floor. Charlie Weiss was the Patriots offensive coordinator when New England drafted Tom Brady in the 6th round in 2000 as a project. But 3 games into the 2001 season, Brady obviously replaced Drew Bledsoe, never gave the job back. Weiss and Patriots coach Bill Belichick, according to Domofsky, knew exactly how they were going to ease Brady in based on what they had seen from him over the previous year. And Charlie Weiss, I think, is talking directly to you here, RJ Choppy. He says, people thought he couldn't throw the ball down the field at first. All we were doing is dinking and dunking and playing conservative and getting the ball out of his hands and running the ball a whole bunch of times. And punting wasn't the worst thing in the world for us because we had a solid defense. But slowly, they let Brady do more. Led to that unlikely run to Super Bowl 36, went over the Rams. Brady, of course, you remember everybody on the Fox broadcast, just kneel it, run it out. They trusted Brady to get down the field, put him in field goal position. Weiss says as the year went on, he got better and better. We got looser and looser with the volume of stuff we do. And we'd start throwing the ball down the field. It wasn't that he wasn't capable of it. We'd seen him throw the ball downfield a whole bunch at practice. We were trying our best not to expose him too much in the beginning. I think that would be a good methodology for the Packers with Jordan Love. They're solid in the run game. They don't utilize it as much as they should utilize it. If you don't come out and just spread the field and throw it on every down, you're going to give this kid a chance to be successful. You got a problem with that, RJ?
Not really.
Think it's fair, especially for a guy like. Although there's a point where you say, Jordan Love, you've been sitting on the bench for 3 years. Maybe there needs to be a little baptism by fire, right?
Oh, I mean, I think at some point you do need that baptism by fire.
What's the Packers over/under win total for the season?
I don't think they're out yet.
You have it in.
I'm saying, what would you set it at?
8.5, 7.5, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, I was thinking it'd be lower than that.
I think they're a 500 team.
Yeah, I was gonna say 6.5, 7, something like that.
I also thought the Cowboys were gonna be 7-10 though, so I'm an idiot.
Same. You are an idiot. No,
Yes.
I had them 7-10 as well.
What would you put it at?
Well, the order in the North. Give me the order in the North. I do have that from Vegas.
Vegas order in the North is gonna be Detroit, Minnesota, Green Bay, Chicago.
Yes.
Almost right.
Oh, Chicago ahead of Green Bay.
Yes. Detroit. I'm surprised both y'all just had the Lions over the Vikings.
I just knew recently we had talked about the Lions were projected to finish.
They're the 4th. They have the 4th best odds to reach the Super Bowl in the NFC.
Lions, Vikings, Bears, Packers in order right now in Vegas.
So these aren't the only 2 examples. There's another example. There's Aaron Rodgers, the way he took over. And they actually have some quotes in here from one Mike McCarthy.
Oh!
Not that they got him from him. It's just something he had said recently. Before the Packers turned to Rodgers over Favre, they needed to see a moment when the light went on. It happened for Rodgers in late November 2007. When Favre got knocked out of a game against the Cowboys, Rodgers nearly rallied the Packers to a comeback victory. Fun fact, the player that knocked out Brett Favre was Nate Jones coming off of a corner blitz, now an NFL official. He just started last year.
Good for him.
This is the quote from Mike McCarthy, which he said this. I can't remember if he said this in Indy or this was at a press conference, but I remember him saying this. He said, I'll tell you a big moment for Ted Thompson and I with the development of Aaron Rodgers was against the Cowboys down there on Thursday Night Football. Brett was hurt early in the game, and I think we were behind maybe 2 scores at that point when Aaron went in. It was just one of those moments. I've been there before with Matt Hasselbeck, Aaron Brooks, and when you hand them the ball and tell them the expectation, it was clear we weren't changing. We didn't pull back on the game plan, and Aaron went in there and played extremely well that night. I do recall on the plane ride home, Ted and I talking about his performance. We knew then that he was ready. So that was kind of a moment for us. But the reality of it is you see it every day in practice. The way you're in practice, ask our defensive players from 06 and 07, and they'll tell you that. Everybody knew that he had a chance to be a great player. And so that's the thought process that a lot of people are saying, is that it may look risky to go to Jordan Love right now, to walk away from him. He had a good start last year when he was asked to step in. Wasn't great, but I mean, he stepped in and looked competent. You can see the signs there. But the thought process is, don't be too quick to judge the Packers as ridiculous for getting rid of Aaron Rodgers or for wanting to move on and get the capital, because they're the ones seeing Jordan Love every day, and you can see the signs of, we can definitely turn this over. I always think of, and I don't remember if this was said publicly, it's past now, and Sean Payton Heisman'd us at Super Bowl, so I don't mind telling this. He knew in training camp, we've got to get rid of Adrian Peterson, after they saw Alvin Kamara as a rookie just in camp, where he was like, this guy's special. We gotta clear up snaps for him.
Speaking of quarterbacks, RG3 at this very moment is putting out his top 5 AFC quarterbacks if Rodgers goes to the Jets, and his top 5 NFC quarterbacks. Which one you want to start with, Ralph?
Let's do the AFC first.
AFC top 5. Mahomes, Allen. Only me and RG3 still have Allen up there over Joe Burrow. He's got another one over Joe Burrow.
Oh, my gosh.
Lamar Jackson, his guy from Baltimore.
No,
Lamar
absolutely not. Absolutely
over
not.
Burrow.
Absolutely not.
And then Aaron Rodgers, number 5 in the AFC. Look at Bobby Belt's face on the fan cam. As for...
I don't have a problem with Rodgers 5, but you cannot have Lamar Jackson over Joe Burrow.
As for the NFC... You okay?
Yeah.
I can make an RJ argument for it. If I was put on a team with your eyes twitching. If I was put on a team with like all mediocre talent, I could argue Lamar could win me that game over Joe in terms of him running with it. That would be my argument.
It's like Emmett talking about the running backs recently. Yeah, I know Robert Griffin's going to love.
Yeah.
He's going to love all the mobile quarterbacks that played football like him.
All right, and then RG3, top 5 quarterbacks in the NFC. Number 5, Geno. Number 4, Kyler.
Ooh, mobile.
Number 3, Dak.
Was mobile.
Number 2, Cousins. And number 1, Jalen Hurts.
Ah, a mobile quarterback.
I don't have a problem with Hurts.
Cousins over Dak?
I have a problem with Cousins over Dak. The fact that Jared Goff's not on there in the top 5 is obscene. Nobody can argue that he is not better than Geno Smith or Kyler Murray at this point. No, you can't make that argument. If you want to put Kirk Cousins in there, I don't have a problem with it. Dak needs to be at least in the top 3, and he was, so that's good. I think he's number 2, though.
Let's get you set for the Sweet 16 and a little college football with the voice of the Texas Longhorns, Craig Way. Kicks off the final hour. Whale alert next on Sean and RJ.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Out to Hunter, into the corner. Rice takes a dribble, shoots a three, makes the three. How about that? He dribbled it, set it, nailed it. Texas up 14 with 4 minutes to go.
You know that sound. It is the voice of the Texas Longhorns. It's 9 o'clock fist pump time here on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt previewing the Texas Longhorns in the Sweet 16. and probably talking a little pigskin as well with Craig Way on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Craig. How are you, sir?
Hey, I'm great, guys. Now, first things first, I want to make sure that I've got this correct. Little known fact, Bobby's daughter is in first grade at Timber Creek Elementary with my grandson Theo, and they live just down the street from my daughter. Is that how that works, Bobby?
That's correct. We're usually standing right outside picking up kids together at the same time. So that's right.
Theo's a mess to be around sometimes.
Oh, no. Laura's obsessed with Theo, though. She loves him.
Okay, well, that's good then. That makes a grandpa feel a little bit better, I can tell you that. Or boom pa, as they call me.
Yeah, Bobby, you told me this was spreading at recess that Craig was coming on the show.
Yeah. It was all the talk of the first graders out on the recess play yard yesterday, Craig.
Yeah, and they were probably in the play yard going, "Your grandfather's stupid."
It's a bunch of Aggie kids there, Craig. So they don't know.
Yeah. I hear you.
Craig, before we get into the Longhorns, I'm curious. Did you see what happened with the Mavericks last night? Do you have any opinion on the controversy? Have you ever seen anything like that? If you were able to catch it,
I didn't catch it live. I did see something a bit of a recap of it. No is the answer to the question. I've never seen anything quite like that.
What do you think is the right solution? Cubans protesting. I thought Jeff Van Gundy, was right during the broadcast. He said the officials just should have said, "Yo, Mavericks, you're down here playing defense." Like, you gather them up. Well, what do you think was the right thing to do there?
Like so many things, it all comes down to the communication element. And when it wasn't, if there was any kind of confusion at all, and apparently there was, if there's any kind of confusion at all as to who has possession of the basketball, who's inbounding the ball, that either the crew chief or at least the officials have got to get together or something at the table. Usually one of those communication breakdowns happens between the officials and the scorers table, and the message isn't transmitted through to the coaches or the players. I saw a couple of things. I will say I've never seen anything quite like that, but I've seen communication breakdowns between the scorers table, and the officials, and what was going on the floor. And hey, it's like all of our challenges in life. Can we communicate properly? And clearly it wasn't. And I don't blame Mark Cuban for being pretty upset about that.
Craig, I usually take up for the refs in all sports. I think it's a miserable job. I don't know why anyone on earth would ever want to get involved in that as a profession. Over your years, you can give a grade if you want. You don't have to. Has officiating been better? Has it gotten worse? Do they catch too much heat? Do they do a really good job? Where do you stand on a topic that all sports fans love to chime in on?
Well, I think at least in college basketball, and it may be the same in the NBA, that officiating is like a third world country. There's ones that are really, really good, and there's ones that really shouldn't be doing it or shouldn't be doing it nearly as much. And the problem in the college game is you have a lot of guys who do, seriously, I'm not exaggerating, 4, 5, sometimes 6 games a week, and they're traveling all across the country. And listen, the schedule that I keep with football and men's basketball, do the women's basketball, do the baseball, it's a grind. I get it. But some of the schedules that some of these guys keep, it's amazing. There was a game last week when I was in Des Moines when Texas was playing there, and Texas played the evening contest in Des Moines. And then the next morning I got up in my hotel and was doing my show, and then I looked, and the first game of the day, I think it was in Greensboro, there was a guy who'd worked the Texas game the night before. You think about that. He had to get a charter flight or something like that to get in to be in position. And so you wonder if those guys are always on top of their game when it comes to something like that, because they're chasing an almighty dollar and they get paid pretty well. So if you're doing 4, 5, 6 games a week at a pretty good check per game, you're harvesting some pretty good cash. So I think sometimes it sets it up for some mistakes or lack of communication, something like that can happen.
Craig Way, voice of the Longhorns, joining us here, 105 through the Fan. How has Texas kept it together after Chris Beard? How has Rodney Terry done it?
Well, he would be the first to tell you, and his players would be the second to tell you, that the players kept it together. There was a point, obviously, after everything had happened, and I'll never forget the day that the news came down, just about the suspension before the ultimate termination for Chris Beard, when the suspension came down, and they were going to play Rice that evening at home in December, and the players kind of found out about it, or at least some of the veterans did earlier in the morning, but most of the rest of the team found out when they were getting ready to go through shoot-around. And there were a couple of guys that were pretty upset, visibly upset at the time. But the veterans on the team, they've got 6 seniors on this team, between COVID seniors, super seniors, grad seniors, grad students who are playing, that they all just kind of pulled it together and said, this is not going to define our season. It's not going to wreck our season. And to their credit, they went about it. And to Rodney's credit and that of the coaching staff, that old thing about keeping the main thing, they didn't deviate really much at all from the practice plan, how they traveled, how they met, how they ate together, how they worked together. That continued to be consistent. And I think that's a comfort to 18 to 21, 22. Well, Brock Cunningham's 24. He's a grad student. But the guys that are, 18 to 22-year-old kids, to have the consistency there, day in, day out, night in, night out, with practice, with games, with travel, with the academic side of it, that helped them manage what they felt they had to manage as a team. So I think credit goes to both, to Robbie and the staff for not radically changing things, and then for the players who decided amongst themselves, we're too good a team to let this thing mess up on us, and then taking matters into their own hands.
Is it his job?
Well, put it this way, it's his job to lose. and I don't think he's lost it yet. And I've heard, and it's understandable, there's a lot of folks saying, why isn't this thing done? Why haven't they announced it? They're sticking with what the original plan was, and that was to let the season play out, and then they were going to – doesn't mean they have or have not already made a decision on this. I just think that, they want to stick by what they're saying. And guys, I think there's also something to be said, especially given what this team has been through, again, about not tossing another curveball at this point. Keep on the same consistent path of what they're doing, preparing to play basketball games, and, you can that way maybe avoid distraction. None of us know for sure that a conversation hasn't already happened, a more extensive conversation between Rodney and his representatives and Chris Del Conte and the athletic administration at Texas. None of us know for sure, but I think there's a good feeling that's permeated this program about the direction it's going to head for the future.
Craig, the Longhorns had a pretty rough day shooting from the field, particularly from behind the three-point line against Penn State. Xavier is one of the more efficient three-point shooting teams in the country, high-scoring offense. How critical is it going to be for them to find the range, to find the shot from long range in order to get through to the Elite Eight?
Well, it's a good question, and I do think they do need to hit more than one three-pointer in order to win the basketball game. Now, they proved something to a lot of folks. A lot of people that said this team can't win unless they just shoot lights out. Not true. The way they defend, the way they rebound keeps them in ball games and gives them a realistic opportunity to win night in, night out, even when they're not shooting. Fortunately for them, most of the games they've had this season, if, say, Marcus Carr wasn't on, or Serge Rice wasn't hitting his shots, or Tyrese Hunter, who went through a bit of a slump, the Iowa State transfer, there's been someone almost every night to pick it up. Lately, it's been Dylan DeSue. He's just been tremendous with what he's done, earning Big 12 tournament outstanding player honors. And then, of course, he had 28 points the other night, which was the most points scored in an NCAA tournament game by a Longhorn since a fellow by the name of Durant back in 2007. So they've had guys pick up the slack. But to your point, yeah, I think the perimeter shooting needs to be on point. And more is the point, I think they need to continue to defend three-point shooting teams well. Colgate was the nation's leader in three-point shooting. They went 3 for 20, I think, in the basketball game, or 3 for 15. And then you had Penn State, who was shooting 39%, and they really limited them until late in the game when they hit a couple of threes to help try to climb back into it. So I think the defensive part of this three-point equation is every bit as important, if not more so, than the offensive point.
Talking with Craig Way, voice of the Longhorns. Craig, we are all very excited here, most of us, I would say, about the prospects of crossing our fingers. Could Bijan Robinson get to the Cowboys at 26? Now RJ Choppy doesn't believe the running back is a real position, and Sean Sharif's still a little skeptical. So I need you to pitch Sean Sharif for me on just how special Bijan Robinson is.
Well, the special part, I mean, he's tremendous as a running back, as we know. I mean, you turn on the game film and you'll see it and what he does. The special part is the kind of guy he is. He is a guy that if he winds up in a Cowboys uniform, the fans are going to absolutely love him because of the kind of guy he is. And that's not to take a shot at anybody who's played any position for the Cowboys. I'm just saying that's a guy who you take pride in as a fan, that he plays on your team with his demeanor, his work ethic, and his affable nature. All of that is very impressive to see. And I hear NFL scouts all the time say, when they get to the combine and you do all these interviews and things, you keep looking for, maybe some blot, some speck, something there, not there. And they really couldn't find anything there. Now it comes down to need area and how it fits financially for teams. And I'll be honest with you, fellas, if he lasts that long in the draft, because the thing I'm hearing, he's probably targeted somewhere between 10 and 20 in the first round. And we know where the Cowboys pick. So unless, there's a lot of other need areas that other teams are filling or don't want to pay that kind of money for a running back, and that's a popular theme. I get that as well. Unless one of those two things happen, he may not last to 26. So I'm curious to see how it does play out, but I think Cowboy fans would love him if he winds up in a Cowboys uniform.
Craig, a couple people in this building have mentioned a certain Hall of Fame running back that Bijan reminds them of. Is a Barry Sanders comp, style-wise, crazy or similar? Is it not nuts?
It's not nuts. I will tell you this. The reason why that comp gets made is because Bijan can do what Barry used to do with regularity, and that's that old thing about stick your foot in the ground and then plant and then cut back the other way. And, all running backs can do it to a certain extent, but ones that can make that diagonal cut and make a defense miss, I think is important. And Bijan's a little bit bigger guy, but he has that quickness. He has some getaway speed, and he's pretty tough. So that's why all of these glowing reports have come out about Bijan, the kind of guy he is, the kind of running back he is, and what kind of pick he could make. So it's fair to say comps. He hasn't played a down of NFL football, so he'd have a long, long way to go to get a Hall of Famer's numbers like what Barry Sanders is, one of the greatest running backs of all time. However, I understand the comp for the style that he employs when he's on the field and what he can do on a field, certainly in given moments.
What are the chances that this really is going to be a quarterback competition between Quinn and Arch, or is this basically already Quinn's job?
It's his to lose as we continue that theme. He's certainly the guy who has it. I understand completely why Steve Sarkisian said the things that he said when they asked about that. When he's asked the question about, well, is this his job? And, does it even matter? And Sark was like, well, we want competition for it. And he wants to see Arch Manning continue to have the improvement. And Malik Murphy is now on the practice field and is working. The guy who had to miss last year or came in, early and had to miss because of the foot injury he had in the surgery. So, he's out there and he's practicing. And right now, fellas, when they practice, Malik's running with the twos behind Quinn. Quinn made strides late in the year, and he had a really good bowl game and played well late in the season. In the off season, I know a lot was made out of the fact that he cut his hair and shaved off the beard, and people said, "Oh, now he's serious about it." He was serious about it all along. Ask his teammates; they loved hanging with him and being with him. He's just a low key guy. He just kind of keeps that temperature running a little bit lower, and so some folks mistake that for lack of caring and all that. That's not the way the kid was constructed. Has he been a little more amped up? Yeah, perhaps, and maybe some of that goes into developing your leadership skills, but I think he was respected by his teammates all last season, and I think that continues into the spring drills.
Craig, thank you so much. This was fantastic. Have a great call tomorrow night, and I guess you'll see Bobby on the playground at recess.
Hey, we'll look forward to that, and we'll get those kids together sometime and have a barbecue or something.
Perfect.
Thank you so much, Craig. Craig Way, the voice of the Longhorns on the Diamond Factory hotline. RJ Choppy says, if these moves happen, Cowboy fans are going to lose their minds. And Brad Sham has just weighed in. He said, if this rumor is true, do it right now. We'll tell you about it next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford and Terrell. Of course,
by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Mike Bask is fired up to talk about the Dallas Mavericks at 9:40. RJ Choppy seems fired up right now. This is Sean and RJ along with Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back.
Oh, fired up.
On 105.3 The Fan.
I am fired up, baby. You know why? Because it's game day.
Oh, what's the plan for tonight? You got something to eat? We know you're not drinking. Shredzy season or whatever.
Shredding season.
Shredzy season.
We haven't decided yet. We may go.
It's happy hour day, right? Queso.
Well, we're not doing that.
Day?
We're not doing that for this month. We may do it occasionally just to get a cheat day, but I think we're just gonna eat. We're eating. Just cook maybe some fish, maybe some chicken. If we want to go a little ballsy, maybe a steak. Who knows? But I think we're gonna stay in. We're just gonna stay in tonight. I think.
Well, you better stay in. You said you can't watch it in public.
Well, I mean,
so
for dinner.
You want to leave?
The game doesn't start till 8:00.
You want to leave us?
Oh yeah.
At Twin Peaks and go watch it at home, but then you would go out for the Sweet 16 game.
We're not going to go out to watch the game. We go out to dinner.
Oh.
Game doesn't start till 8.
Okay.
So we'd definitely be home by then.
All right. Bobby's been wanting to pop quiz Peyton all morning long. Choppy, you want to go ahead and set this up for our game? How young is Peyton Russell? Question 1.
All right. So obviously we've periodically have recognized how much of a fetus Peyton Russell is.
A zygote.
He had no idea.
Just 26.
About the movie Catch Me If You Can.
I knew of the movie. We're twisting words. We're being a Bobby Belt right now. We're twisting words here.
He probably doesn't know who was in Caddyshack. Whatever. So he's a young. He's a young.
Kurt Cobain.
Tony Romo was in Caddyshack.
Tony Romo. Doesn't know who Kurt Cobain is. Probably couldn't tell you Eddie Vedder. But Bobby walks in with a shirt, and he texted Bobby texted Sean and I beforehand and said, what are the chances that Peyton knows this reference? So we are going to have Bobby turn around. I will say the name. Bobby, turn around. You have 3 seconds to tell us.
Well, and hold on. We got to place our bets. I think there's no chance he knows it.
I don't think he knows it.
I think he knows it because there was a recent...
Okay. All right. He thinks he knows it. So now we're going to stand up, turn around. You got 3 seconds, Peyton. Do you know the reference on this shirt?
It says...
Phi Slamma Jamma.
No idea.
Yes.
Told you.
Yes.
All right.
That's
standings. Sean and I are 1-0. Chop's 0-1 in the standings so far.
In our state, too. That's why I thought he had a chance.
Yeah.
Tell him who it is.
Yeah,
Phi Slamma Jamma. It's the Houston basketball team from the 80s. That's when Clyde Drexler and Hakeem Olajuwon all
when I was like negative 16 years old.
It doesn't matter.
I forgot,
Bill Walton is, are you aware of him? Who's the Wizard of Westwood? Who's the Wizard of Westwood? Say it. Say it.
Kobe Bryant.
He does, by his logic, it's like, I don't need to know any of the presidents or anything that ever happened. It's before I
Who
lived.
created the New Deal?
George Washington.
No, it was Drew Rosenhaus.
Drew Rosenhaus.
Oh, Drew.
It was Scott Boras. All right, speaking of deals, Brad Sham has weighed in on the report from Albert Breer that DeAndre Hopkins, the Cardinals aren't getting a second-round pick and another asset in a trade for DeAndre. He thinks it's going to be closer to the Brandon Cooks deal, a 5th and a 6th rounder. Kevin Gray, a.k.a. DeAndre Hopkins stalker, put it out yesterday. DeAndre, he's just still chilling. He's chilling in the Metroplex. He's hanging out in DFW. And now we have our 5th and 6th round comparison. If it happens, should the Cowboys have done that deal instead of Brandon Cooks? Brad Sham weighed in on Twitter and said, if this is the case, you go and you do it right now. You go and do it right now, and you have DeAndre Hopkins, Brandon Cooks, CeeDee Lamb, maybe Michael Gallup. Atolo said, would y'all be interested in trading Michael Gallup for DeAndre Hopkins? Yeah, you're damn right I'd be. I don't know if Arizona would necessarily be interested, but there's the sign-off from the voice of America's team. If he's available at that price, you do it now. There you go. I still feel like the Cowboys, I have this feeling that there's a big swing still left. I don't know whether it's Bobby Wagner. I don't know whether it's another receiver. I don't think it's Odell Beckham. I just have this feeling there's like an over-the-top finishing move from the top rope that they're going to drop on this offseason.
Have you been around this team forever?
I know.
They don't have that.
I know.
DeAndre's a good player. I don't know. I'm wondering if I'm out on guys just hanging around Dez.
Oh, wow.
Dez is the Wooderson of the Dallas Cowboys. He's like that dude from high school, just hangs around the high school. He can't give it up. He can't leave. Go do your own thing. Leave these athletes. And stuff. You know what you are? You're
doing his
now
own
a
thing.
has-been. You're a has-been. Let these guys who still play have their career. He's trying to get his name out there with his little stupid little bucket hat that he always wears.
I thought you loved bucket hats.
I do when I wear them. Steal my idea. Okay, steal my idea.
He stole it from Broadus.
I stole it from Broadus, I know.
Yeah.
But,
that's Bobby's boy, too. Like, Dez is in his...
So he's hanging around.
He's in his top 3, I think.
He's got to keep his name out there, still trying to play. He's like T.O. He's like, he never wants to stop worrying about playing. Like, just, you're not...
Some would say he recruits more than the Cowboys actually do. It
doesn't work.
It's Dez and Micah.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing you got to understand. He doesn't have to hang around. Anybody in this league who's under 30 right now, a player, generally has a ton of respect for Dez because he was crushing it when they were coming up and like going through high school, college football. He's like an idol to a lot of these guys. When I was out there at where was it? It was the Baylor Scott and White building when he was working out, and there were draft prospects there in the weight room, and he was down on the field below, and they stopped their weightlifting routine so that they could take videos. Like they walked up to the glass and were shooting videos of him. He's like a legend to those guys. And Hopkins isn't that much younger than him, but he was in college when Dez was crushing it. And
all right, look, we don't have to have a whole Dez.
I'm just saying
dedication.
that's why he doesn't have to.
Are we immediately ruling this out? Is it silly to suggest if it's a 5th and a 6th round pick, then go ahead and put together the best wide receiving core in the National Football League?
I mean, you're still gonna have to pay him like money, like the resources. They are limited on resources. They're still trying to get a Dak extension done. They've got to get things done with CeeDee Lamb next year. They got to pay. I just don't know how much it makes sense at this point.
And it doesn't make sense when you have Gallup too. You have a 1, 2, 3.
Well, I mean, if you don't think, if you don't think Michael Gallup's anything, you don't worry about Michael Gallup getting in the way.
They just paid him.
Yeah, I know. They obviously think he's something. They obviously think that, obviously he had the mental issues getting over his knee last year, we think. Whether or not that happens again, if he's not over that or not, that's something that only they know, or only Gallup knows. Really.
Tolo sending me DeForest Buckner. For the record, I don't think DeAndre Hopkins is going to happen. DeForest Buckner wants to play for a contender and could be traded. He's got a $20 million cap savings with trade with zero dead money. So that's DeForest Buckner out of Indianapolis. What are you saying could tick off Cowboy fans from Bill Barnwell?
The possible potential compensation and deals that are out there. So he went through the best fits for the unsigned players or the best trades that some of these players could get. And the first one that sticks on the list just jumps out to you. It's right there. It's the first one. And it's Bobby Wagner. And his possible deal threw me.
By the way, did the Van Der Esch return, re-sign, also at great value, eliminate Bobby Wagner? Any talk of that? Any thought of that?
I think that Wagner is out for reasons that are other than just Van Der Esch. I just don't think they want to pay for Wagner. They want to find their deals.
Well, this is a deal. His possible deal is a Buffalo deal. 1 year, $6 million.
Wow.
If Bobby Wagner signs for $6 million.
Give it to me.
And
hell yeah.
What'd they get Leighton Van Der Esch for? 7?
It was like 6.5 average.
There's no way, right? But was he right about Pollard?
He said Pollard would get like a 1 year prove it deal on the open market. That obviously when they franchise tagged him, it was different. But if they didn't tag him, he was thinking a 1 year deal on the open market, like 4 to 6.
Okay. 1 for 6? 1 for 6? 1 for 7 for Bobby Wagner? Let's do it.
Other players. Zeke. Tampa Bay. 1 year, $4 million. That's a lot. I can't imagine Zeke gets $4 million. Marcus Peters. Giants, 1 year, $2.5 million.
Whoa.
He's been all over the cornerbacks market being depleted. Yannick Ngakoue, 2 for 19. DJ Chark, who had a really, really, really good end of the season. 1 year, $8.5 with the Chargers, which that would be a pretty decent receiving core as well. What about Odell? He said it. He goes, I'm not saying I want 20, but it ain't 4.
4.1.
1 year, 5.5 with Baltimore.
Humbling. That'd be humbling for him.
That would be very humbling, and it'd be irritating for Cowboy fans. Because then you're talking about paying less, and you gave up picks for Brandon Cooks.
Right.
Unless Odell Beckham can't run.
Unless he can't run. DeAndre Hopkins, possible deal. Traded to Carolina. Panthers send pick number 93, which that's a third.
Mm-hmm.
And the Cardinals pick up $10 million of the deal, so Carolina would basically be on the hook for what, nine-ish, because he's got a $19.9 million base salary. They're also having some of his guaranteed money that would go into a cap hit, but there's your deals.
Man, no way. 1 for 5, Baltimore.
5.5, Sean. 5.5.
5.5. Wagner's deal.
The Wagner deal, it stands out.
Go ahead. I know what you want to say. You want to insult Bill Barnwell.
I don't want to insult anybody. I don't want to insult anybody.
You can't insult Bill Barnwell, though. Sean, I won't allow it.
I respect the hustle.
If he's off on these numbers, I might turn on him a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry. Here in a month, I've already made a note to save this, and we're going to compare.
Man.
Because he's been off on these things before.
Bobby Belt. Bobby goes out. RJ takes out the announcers, and Bobby takes out all the writers. And I'm just the most accepting on the entire program.
Balanced as F.
Crosstalk with KMC. What the heck is Mike Bassett going to say about Mark Cuban, Luka, and the Mavs after the protest last night? Let's find out.
I'll find out.
After this.
inbounding under the Dallas basket. You saw Looney start to run the other way, and then he realizes, wait, we have a layup, but the Mavs were under the assumption it was their ball.
Yes, we'll get to the Ultimate Warrior on the fan
I was wondering if that's what he was doing.
in just a second, but that was the confusion last night on ESPN as we crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece. Corey Majors, did I go to you too early? Was that mid-pudding?
My buddy's an idiot at 11 o'clock, and also today at 12:20 during the lunch rush.
I hear a little bit of it.
It's called mush.
Is it pudding?
No, it's like an oatmeal.
Okay.
It's an oatmeal thing. It's cold, and it tastes like vanilla, and it's high protein. So Choppy's like, gross, but you know how much he loves protein in his body.
Will anything come of the Cuban protest, Kevin Hagelin?
No, nor should it. That's not why you lost the game. My God, there was 14 minutes left in the game. Get on with your life.
Okay, when could that have happened in the game where you would have a different opinion?
Maybe if it was 2 minutes or even 1 minute left in the fourth quarter. It was the third quarter, for God's sake. Save me with this. It was a 2-point game. Shut up. There was 14 minutes left. You have plenty of time to turn it around. You took the lead. What are we even talking about?
Should the refs be fired?
You can find them for sure.
Okay. So something should happen there.
If Mark Cuban is telling the truth, sometimes he does not.
What do you think happened in that situation with the refs?
Part of it is that they hate Luka, and
with the controversy part.
Yeah, even with 2 minutes to go in the third quarter. Look, if you treat people the way that Luka treats referees, I'm gonna screw you over.
Oh my God!
Hey, right? But Luka can't understand this. I can't believe he can't understand this. And I'm sure it's been explained to him, but in the moment, 1 minute into a game, he's like, you piece of dump, I'll go F your mom. And I'm like, dude, do you think with your reputation and what you do you think with 2 minutes? Because, yes, did Luka get his jersey pulled on that situation as the ball's going? He definitely did. Did all the refs go, guess what? F you, you piece of dump. You treat me this way. Watch how I treat you and your team the rest of this game. And I can't get, yes, should they not do that? Yes, refs should try to ref a game or umpire a game without any bias and without being a human being at all. Unfortunately, they are. And if you call my wife a whore, I'm probably not going to be nice to you the rest of your life.
What if I do this to you?
Yeah.
I'm going to give you the money sign.
You're getting paid off. Oh, okay.
And
You're
guess
great
what?
point. Here's your foul.
Guess what? Those refs are brothers. Just like I know the Mavericks don't like each other. This team does not like each other. But
I thought you were going to say like us.
But okay, if somebody treats you like crap, Keith Olbermann, was that the guy who got mad at you?
Yeah.
Then I'm probably not going to like everything Keith Olbermann does and be like, yeah, that's a good dude, man. Really like him. Like, I'm going to have to stick up for you silently sometimes and F that guy over. And they're effing Luka over. And they're effing this team over. And you know what? They deserve it.
I thought he was actually, as Van Gundy said, no, it was the play-by-play guy, Dave Patch. He's like, I think Luka's more behaved tonight. And Van Gundy goes, did y'all watch the ESPN feed? And Van Gundy goes, what? What are you watching? He's like, what are you? And then he launches into this tirade.
Yeah, like, okay, then Draymond Green hasn't argued with the ref yet today either.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's a joke, but Luka deserves all of these bad calls, all of these things that are happening to the Mavs. He deserves it. He has asked for it. If you treat me like a piece of dump, game after game, year after year, how do you think I'm going to treat you in the biggest situations? I'm not going to be on your side. I'm just not.
Yeah, send them like a fruit basket during the offseason or something.
I mean, I don't know. I totally agree with what you're saying overall. I don't know if that played into that decision right there. I just don't understand why the refs didn't say, guys, you're on defense. That's it. Blow the whistle.
Yeah, they saw everybody standing down there and were like, nah, just give them the ball real fast.
They're professionals who thought that they were told that it was their possession.
And so they didn't take a look at the court and be like, oh, hold on.
Let me ask you this. If the Mavs had that ball, do you think the refs would have done the exact same thing?
I think they would have. Look, they could look one way at a foul call. I think it's an out of bounds play. I think they'd be.
You think they would have just given the Mavs the ball and said, lay it up?
I don't think
F the Warriors.
If they did that,
they would have called the Warriors down.
I don't think they would have waved them down court.
You think they would have called the Warriors down? Why? What's the difference? Because of Luka?
Because I don't know about Luka, but it seems very like It is I would think a respect thing. Like we're not gonna the Warriors, like that's the dynasty of the last decade. We're not gonna show them up like this. Come over. Plus, it happened right in front of the Warriors bench. It's much easier to be like, hey guys, where you going? The Mavericks walked right off their bench over
Choppy's
there.
favorite part was Cuban heading on out there to the scores table.
How many youth parents have you seen in your time that have, after the game was over, walked out on the field, talked to the umpire? It happens all the time. That's what he was. Stay in your damn seat, old man. You don't belong on the court. Don't go to the scorer's table. I know you're the owner of the team or the governor, or whatever you want to call yourself. You know, stay off the floor. Stay on the floor.
You've never been protest parent. What about when you almost started the fight with that town, with that city?
The whole town?
Who was it?
Oh, yeah. Wichita Falls.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was starting to fight with them.
Yeah.
How does one fight an entire city?
I don't remember how it started, but they started John, and I clapped back. I was coaching first. They started John at the umpire, and I clapped back at this old lady. I was like, "Sit your ass down, lady," or something like that.
Here's my biggest problem with this whole thing. In Little League, RJ taught me you have to pay to protest. And then I'm reading through the Cuban story. He has to pay to protest.
Yeah, you have to pay in Major League Baseball too.
Why? $10,000.
I do not believe I knew that.
So you don't do it all the time.
So you don't do it.
So it better be egregious if you want to.
Application fee.
Wow. Yeah, it is an application fee.
Because why wouldn't you just protest every game? There's going to be something in every game that you're going to say, this screwed us over with a minute and a half to go. You didn't call carrying or a traveling that we thought was, and we're protesting and we want to finish. So they're just like, if you're going to do this, and I know $10,000 is nothing to Cuban, but you just kind of throw it out there of like,
there are coaches though, even in our league, they will protest every game at the end. When they go and get the score sheet, they will say immediately when they get up there, this game's under protest, just to get it on the record in case there's something wrong with the score. It's wild.
Isn't Luka the perfect player for Mark Cuban though? Like, as in, Mark has complained about the refs from day one of his NBA ownership.
Couldn't manage a Dairy Queen.
And isn't
what a magical time that was.
The way Luka treats human beings, which are called referees.
Yeah.
Like it's like a perfect marriage of how Mark Cuban would probably be to referees if he was a player.
I mean, especially because Luka didn't get teed up for literally going to the ref and being like, I think you're being bribed for this game.
And I do think
he didn't get teed up for that.
To your point, I do think that Adam Silver has let the NBA refs know, probably in this way, I know you hate Luka. I don't care if you screw him over or not. That's up to you guys. He deserves it. But try to not tee him up unless it's egregious, because he does get suspended on the next one. So it's kind of like when usual superstars get 5 fouls. This happened to Shaq all the time, right? Shaq, if he bumped somebody, a guy would go flying into the fifth row. I get it.
That was the last protest that was successful, by the way.
Okay.
Shaq's fouls, they screwed.
But like you would notice refs in the last 5 minutes of games when Shaq would have 5 fouls, like at that point, Shaq could do almost anything. They weren't going to give him a 6th foul unless it was just horrible. And that's kind of, I think, where Luka's at now on 16. But some ref's going to snap. And I expect against Charlotte at some point for him to get a tech because of the money sign.
And I 100% think that would have been warranted. If you're like, you're on the take, you absolutely can be teed up for that. But he was not.
Do you find Kyrie, Mike Bassett more likable than Luka Doncic?
Yes. Right now, yes. It's a honeymoon situation.
Yeah.
But if you ask all the other teams that have had Kyrie, they would 100 out of 100 go, I will take Luka over Kyrie.
All right, Chop. It is your time.
Oh, yes. Hit the guitar.
Or should we do the Ultimate Warrior? I love the Ultimate
Warrior. Oh, I thought we were doing the Ultimate Warrior.
Oh, man. No more sleeps. There are no more sleeps between now and the game. Mikey Bassett, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You wake up on game day. Sleeps. No more sleeps. No more sleeps. You
could still sleep.
You don't have to go to bed. You don't go to bed again. We don't go to bed until now on the game day. No more sleeps. No more sleeps. It's on tonight. No more. You know, you wake up at game day. You get that little feeling.
Who are they playing?
What?
Who are they playing?
Florida Atlantic.
All right.
All right. You wake up. Your nips are a little bit harder than normal. Okay. It happens like that. Yep. Little
Corey already knows who's going to win.
Huh?
Corey already knows who's going to win.
Yeah, you'll have to wait to find out tomorrow.
How do you know who's going to win?
My bracket is perfect.
Yeah, he hasn't.
Well, my bracket isn't perfect. Okay,
neither.
But what is perfect is every time I've given us a pump-up speech, we've pretty much been 500. So I don't know what's going to happen.
Oh no!
But I'm excited.
Do you feel like this is a lock? Have you bet this? What's the spread?
It's a 5.5 point spread. We're favored by 5.5. I don't bet.
Easy W.
Huh?
Easy W then.
Easy W. I'll take the under. The under 129.5. I am not betting over on that one. We have the number 1 defense in the nation. Number 1.
Their defense is
You're
excellent.
not allowed to
Are
root
they as
for
good?
this team. This
Are they
team
as
is-
good as Maxi Kleba on defense, though?
No, this team is so anti-RJ. All defense, muddy it up, make it ugly.
Make it ugly.
You know,
Muck it up. We live in the mud.
I
We
thought you
thrive
didn't
in the
like
mud.
that, though.
Yeah, it hates defense.
I do hate defense.
What?
But I'm buying in for this tournament,
Okay.
baby.
Autocracy.
You know why? Because this is a one game. You can do this in a one-off. In a one and done, you can play whatever style you want.
Okay.
You just got to win that one game. As the great Jim Valvano once said, get in, survive, advance. And that's what we're going to do tonight, baby. And we're going to go on and we're going to take on whoever they play. Michigan State or that other cute team. What is it? Who's the other team? K-State, whatever.
That's
We're going
Reggie's
to take
team.
over the Garden. Take over Madison Square Garden and go all the way to Houston for the final.
Rolando
Feel it.
Blackman
Go plant
versus
your
Dell
seeds.
Ellis on Saturday night.
The KMC.
K-State
I know.
versus Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Two Dallas Mavericks.
The fellas are coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. Go Vols.
Always a welcome sign. studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know there is a lot of basketball to get to, but we're going to start this with football. And the group today, me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and returning from his triumphant stint on the Get Right for one day only. It is Reginald. I might not have gotten your email, Atatula.
It's not my fault. I blame the email.
Okay.
Ratings are going up today. That's all I'm saying.
Man.
We just merged two shows that have fantastic ratings. God. Therefore, the ratings should be better today. Thanks, Reggie, for being here, man.
I show up when I'm told to.
Oh, well, that is not necessarily.
Reggie's on the take.
He's give me paid. That is not the level of enthusiasm I was hoping for.
But it's the level of enthusiasm you expect. You know?
That is.
Like, we know Reggie. We get it.
That is fair. I think Reggie is delightful.
But love hanging out with you guys.
Popping in for that enthusiasm. He's like, when's Noah going to be here? That's all he cares about today.
What happened in football?
All right. I'm going to pitch something out to you. Also, I got kind of agitated at something that somebody texted in yesterday, and this is kind of...
I'm agitated at something somebody texted in just now.
Oh, no.
Oh, gosh.
I'm agitated at someone gonna text in later.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And Mike's probably just agitated in general. Funny that you got how y'all talk about Cuban, but never go to games or have him on the show. Jeff in Cedar Hill.
Okay, well, Jeff in Cedar Hill.
Mark Cuban ain't coming on this show from what I've said.
And we all go to games all of the time.
We had him on the show.
And we've asked him back on the show time and time and time again. Would be glad to have him on the show at any point.
Back
Mark
to your
Cuban, if you're listening, we'll be glad to have you on the show.
Come tell us why we're wrong. Come tell us why we're dumbasses.
Absolutely. So, yes, I would welcome that. Here's why. I'll give you the opening statement. Here's why you guys are dumbasses.
Yeah.
Knock yourself out.
Get
I
after
agree to that in a heartbeat. Is yesterday we were talking about some of the moves that the Cowboys had made. And obviously they did, thankfully, sign a long snapper. So Isaiah Stanback can tell me that our season
They signed
is not
Isaiah
over.
Steinbeck?
No.
So
he's not going to play. He's not going to be our
As
long
the long
snapper.
snapper?
Isaiah Stanback can tell us the season's not over.
He would, though, because he told us that he's like anything to help the team. So if he would, unless it was hurting the team, and then he'd be like, look, I'm bad at this. Don't
Do you
put me out
have to
there.
snap it between your legs?
Yes.
That's.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
You can't
Side
snap
snap it?
Yeah, like side saddle?
I think you can side snap it.
Okay.
All right, now I have to do the Google.
Yeah, I'm going
Yeah.
to look.
Okay, well, let's figure that out.
Yeah, because could I just pick up the ball and throw it back to the?
I think you have to be.
I mean,
like,
I know
it has to
once
be a
the
fluid motion.
Yeah.
once the ball moves, I know that they can.
The snap
start-
need not be between the snapper's legs, but to be legal, it must be a quick and continuous backward motion.
That's right.
Backward.
The
Yeah,
ball
you can't
must
just
be
be
snapped.
started turned around, Mike, and chuck the football back there like a lateral.
Yeah.
You cannot do
There
that.
you go. Well, there you go. Well, now we know. So I
So
just put my quarterback in. I'd be like, nobody can touch that guy anyways. Nobody, just stand up and throw it back to him.
So they were like, why do you guys keep trying to spit shine the turds? The Cowboys have done nothing in the offseason, which made my brain hurt a little bit because I was like, okay, because they said you re-signed nobody. So I guess that discounts the trades. And I was like, okay, so you think Fowler, LVE, Pollard are all nobodies, and he had reasons why he thought they were all no good.
This is yesterday?
Yeah, this is yesterday.
Yeah, I remember seeing this yesterday.
And so
yeah.
I started to wonder,
We
like,
cover
late
the
in the
Dallas
show.
sports. What are we supposed to do? We lose all the time, okay? What winner are we supposed to cover in Dallas?
but I actually do like these moves, and I think sometimes if you don't like it, that's fine, but sometimes other people just need a reason to be mad. So the Cowboys yesterday, they signed Trent Sieg, the long snapper.
A+.
They re-signed Tack McKinley, which, that's
First round pick.
That's a whatever move.
A+.
That is what the
Yep.
Cowboys think. But you re-signed one player,
Right ahead of
picked up
Taco.
a new player. But what about these two others? Because they're still out there, and I still think they fit what people would like on this team.
I can't have an opinion because I don't know who these other two are, Kevin.
Okay.
Do you want me to? Should I have been more
You know
patient?
what?
You want me to guess?
Give me no. Oh, I don't want you to guess. I want you to give me an opinion without knowing who the players are, and then I'll tell you the players, and we'll see if that opinion matches.
Is it Steve DeBerg?
I think
no. These are contemporary players,
serviceable for the job that they're going to be asked to do. And I don't think you're going to get anything super special out of them, but they're pretty good at their skills.
Okay, one of those
generic,
I think, might be correct.
All right,
but I want you to consider. Because ESPN had an article out about best fits for blah, blah, blah. Don't care. What I do care about is the possible deal that they think the market will yield. We start with Dalton Risner. Now, I've brought him up before, and I know Broadus talked about the changes that the Broncos made in terms of their offensive line, and maybe this is not the spot for him. Here's what I will tell you about Dalton Risner. He's an average pass blocker. He gives up too many sacks from what you would want. He also, in 4 years, I believe, has one holding penalty. And he is a top-notch run blocker. All right? So would you love him to be top-notch across the board? Well, sure. He probably wouldn't still be out on the market. But he's still young. He has played next to garbage for most of his career, and he's a top-notch run blocker.
I will say that when Isaiah said what he said yesterday about, look, check in. If Sean Payton doesn't want him, you got to know why. I agree with that. Do your due diligence there. But 6'5", what did you have his weight there, Kevin?
I think he's 310-ish.
Yeah, this is a big body. This is what also Isaiah was saying.
He plays left guard, by the way. That was what
he was saying you need in this division, because you're going up against the Jordan Davises. You're going up against the Dexter Lawrence. You're going up against big body defensive tackles in the NFC East. You're having to deal with that constantly. And Connor Williams didn't work there. That's one of the reasons they're a little bit concerned about the center, because the center's not a big, strong guy. But if you build bigger, strong guys around him, then it helps your center be able to do a few more things. So I like it. Obviously, this is the one thing that the Cowboys will say, for the right contract.
Okay.
For the right price.
And this is why I'm intrigued by these
we only have
two
so
players.
much pie.
I understand that. And right now, I think the Cowboys have about $15-16 million-ish.
Oh, so for him, like 2.
3 years, $21 million. So that's $7 million. I was reading an article from the Denver Broncos Fan Nation page, because, Fan Nation has a page for every single team. They projected that he might make closer to 10 to 12 million. So if you could get him for $7 million, I'm intrigued based off of ESPN. The other one we have talked about a lot is Bobby Wagner. Their projected deal or possible deal for Bobby Wagner to go to the Bills, 1 year, $6 million.
Let's do it.
If that's the case, what are we even talking about?
We're not talking about it. We're making it happen.
We're just doing it.
Yeah, let's go. Get this done. Unless they're saying we have somebody in the draft that we really think we like there, or look, we're done spending right now.
Okay.
And whenever we do our cuts in training camp and guys get injured, because Kevin, that's where the Cowboys think they can really do some work. Is somebody's going to get cut off of a team that we could use. One man's trash, another man's possible trash. But we might be able to use him. So that's where they think that they can get somebody on the cheap, because they need to play soon. And that when I saw Fish's story this morning, or headline, that Hankins doesn't want to sign right now.
Okay.
And so if that's the case, hey, I don't want to go through training camp. I don't want to go, maybe I want to wait to see if there's a contender that wants to sign me.
Which is a bummer, because I would like to have him back.
I would too. But that now the Cowboys are going to be, all right, well, we have to go find somebody to be in that spot. We might have to use that for draft. And they can't sit and wait for bodies in camp. But there are another set of levels that the Cowboys are waiting for to get cheaper players.
And the thing that intrigued me about it is I wondered, especially with somebody like Wagner, can you do both? Can you still like the players that you like in the draft because who are you going to draft? I'm sure there's some people, but who are you going to draft?
Playmakers.
That you think would have, that's fair, as big of an impact this year as Bobby Wagner.
Mike's right. We just need playmakers.
Okay, that's fair.
I want Will Anderson.
Okay, great.
I want the kid from Georgia that's having issues off the field.
Jalen Carter.
Yeah, I want those two guys in the
Remember,
draft.
we were intrigued by C.J. Stroud, and we're like, yeah, no S.
And
And
you know
he
what?
might be number one
I
in
think
the
the
draft.
TCU wide receiver is a playmaker. Let's take those three guys
I
with our
think
first
that
three
one's
picks.
at least the most reasonable
that.
of the three you took
Bijan
out.
Robinson, player.
If he's
playmaker.
there. If he's there.
Okay.
With our first four.
Let's take with our first four picks. Let's get those four guys.
Let's go ahead and get a backup
I used to work with a
quarterback.
guy who used to do this, and I'm like, I can't believe that you think we have 4 of the top 15 picks in this
Let's just
draft.
get C.J. Stroud with our 5th.
I'm going to have to do some work.
Just as a backup. As a backup for luxury.
Until Dak is ready to move on.
I agree with you. I don't think that there is a player that has the resume that Bobby Wagner has and the ability right now coming out of college. Yeah, because obviously
Second-team All-Pro last
it's
year,
going to take
Bobby
them
Wagner.
about 6 games into the season to kind of start feeling their feet, unless they're like Micah and they're just like, oh, he's arrived.
I think also real quick with Wagner, I don't think he's going to be a Cowboy, but I would love for him to, in this, Corey, to add on to what you're saying. I think his leadership, somewhat knowing this defense, I know there's probably some things that have changed from 2018-ish to now with our defensive coordinator, but I think work ethic, all these things that Bobby Wagner also brings to the table. Yes, is he the same player that he was 3-4 years ago? No, he's not, but he's still good. And
He's
then
really good.
all the other things that he could bring to the table for this defense, I would love it.
And so this is the reason why it intrigues me, is you do not have to burn the future for, like, let's just say these two players off of these two projections. And now maybe Bobby Wagner's more like, I'll show you again, 1 year, $10 million. But I'm willing to live with that because you don't screw yourself over in the future. And you can still draft whoever the hell you want. Same thing with Risner, is you would have it set up. Because I know people are still concerned about offensive line and linebacker going into the draft to a certain extent. You can definitely draft these players, but I would love to go in the draft saying, we feel pretty good about our depth. So let's just go round by round and say, well, why the hell does this person fall? Best player available, best player available, best player available.
Or just, have a special teams draft, at that point.
I don't want that.
No, you're going to end up getting a good player in the first round. That's a guarantee.
Historically, that
all right?
feels like it.
I guarantee it.
Oh, my gosh.
I put my Corey stamp on it.
Oh, dear.
And then in the second round, coin flip. All right, that's where they kind of like to take some risks. They're like, all right, this could be a risky pick, unless there's a dude that just fell that they loved in the first round, like Diggs. Like, that's a guy they were probably going to take in the first round. He was sitting there in the second round. They're like, this is great. So, yeah, man, there are lots of opportunities for the Cowboys to add players, but I'm with you. Build the foundation and then add on top of it. And what's going to happen, Kevin, if you do get Wagner on a 1 year, $6 million deal, you don't have him next year. So whatever, if you have the opportunity to pick up his replacement, in this year's draft, which people are saying this linebacker class this year,
this ain't it, yeah.
But even still, maybe you get that one guy, but he's not quite ready, or maybe Jabril Cox is ready, at some point this season, but just not yet. And then Bobby Wagner is there for a little bit, helps you get to where you want to be. And that is where Mike has predicted the Cowboys will be. That is at the Super Bowl in Las Vegas this year. Then it was worth it. It was worth all those moves on the front end for you to get what you wanted them back in.
Thank you, Corey.
Are you guys intrigued at all? I know he's not going to be part of our team anymore, to see where Ezekiel Elliott ends up and what he does.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, because this article says possible deal, 1 year, $4 million with the Bucs. I don't know what
if Tom Brady was there, that would be a whole different feel.
Man, that would make me
Would
sick.
that bring
if Tom Brady was there,
back?
I was like, they'll figure it out
If
somehow.
him and Zeke win a championship together, oh my gosh, that would be amazing. Mike, would you support Zeke and Tom Brady?
No.
Oh my gosh, what?
I don't want Tom Brady to play anymore. It has finally come true, Reggie. He is finished.
He is washed.
When you duck your head and throw it into the end zone and hope for the best, that is saying, I am done.
Mm-hmm.
I do not like getting hit anymore, and he is done, and I do think he's retired, and I do think Zeke is done. I get all the
But
extra
you think
things.
he'll play somewhere,
Yes,
right?
but I think that he should be a 10-carry guy to give your main guy a rest. And you feel good about him blocking, not catching footballs. He fights the football. Sometimes it lands in his chest hands, and then he runs into somebody, and then the play's over. But, I'm interested in where he goes. It's amazing to me. I had no clue how many people thought he was one of the greatest running backs ever.
Do you
but-
think people will admit if he goes somewhere else and is not successful, will people go, oh man, we were wrong? Or will they go, nah,
No.
he's just still in the wrong spot?
They didn't
Well,
block
if he
for
still
him.
would have been, yes, that is.
I knew Buffalo had a bad offensive line. That's the reason Zeke's not running for O.J. Simpson yards.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Because he's a Buffalo Bill.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next.
I guess I could have used Thurman.
Yeah, you could have.
But O.J. really represents the Bills.
I get it, but there's a lot of baggage that comes along with the rest of that.
What,
too.
from like the Hertz commercials?
Yeah.
No, and not from the Naked Gun
Naked
movies,
Gun.
and not from Hey Twitter World, like not from any of that. You know what it's from.
Zeke bought DACA baggage before. Remember?
Yeah.
Hard Knocks. He was like,
Seen
hey,
Yeah.
best friends.
Is this what we're doing today?
Probably, actually.
Coming
Do you
up
think
next.
Dak's giving it back to Zeke?
Hey,
to
you
be
need to
like, you
sell
need this for your luggage
Yeah.
to leave town?
It's going to be a great segment. Let's talk Mavs Warriors
Oh,
and that
yes!
one play.
I can't wait.
And maybe predict the all NBA teams. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Where you going?
Driving, spinning, kicking. Hardy, another one. The rookie, Jaden Hardy.
Jaden Hardy scoring lots of points.
Party!
However, the Mavericks lost. And
who cares?
Mike, I feel like you knew that they lost. But can I tell you one positive real quick to start things off?
Jaden Hardy's fun to watch.
Yeah.
He is fun to watch. But there's a specific run in the game.
Probably Frank Ntilikina will play all the minutes tomorrow night instead of Hardy.
There was a specific run in the game that I was really stoked about, and then it all fell apart. Is 7:42 to go. The Mavericks are losing by 8 points. It looks like it's not looking great. Over the next about 4 minutes, they go, I concede we lost the game.
No, I remember this moment. It's a good moment. There's few moments in Mavs basketball this year that are good. This is a good moment.
Over the next 4 minutes, started off by Hardy, the Mavs went on a 14-4 run. 8 points from Hardy, 4 points from Luka, 2 points from Josh Green. All 14 points were scored by those three. And those are the three that, I don't know, I immediately identify as they're going to be here going forward. Now, with Kyrie, I know that situation is more complex. And with the way the Mavericks love players, maybe this entire team will be back next year. We won't make any changes. But I was excited by that 4-minute run because you went on a 14-4 run, and it was led by three guys that we like to think, or I like to think, are part of the future.
Yes, but my only little bit of no is, man, is Josh Green stunk after this trade.
It has been rough.
And he wasn't...
Because he was playing his best basketball, it felt like.
And it just... I don't want to say it's false hope. He's 22 years old. You have to remember, Dorian Finney-Smith shouldn't have been in the league at 22 years old. That's how bad of a basketball player he was. He was getting to play on a horrible Mavs team a few minutes here and there because they were a horrible team. And look how good Dorian Finney-Smith ended up being. Josh Green is kind of reverted back to more of his mistakes from last year. He's obviously not shooting the ball as well as he was, before the trade. I do like Josh Green, but recently when I'm watching Josh Green, unlike Hardy, I'm like, dude, this guy needs to be playing 25 minutes a night because he can put up 25 points in 25 minutes. But when I watch Josh Green at times, almost like he's done a line of cocaine right before he's checked into the game.
He's doing too much. He's trying to do too much.
Yeah, because of the energy and still jumping up to pass the ball at times.
Or like sometimes he'll overplay too much on defense. I'm like, you don't have to overplay that much. You don't have to jump that hard at the, pick that's coming or whatever. And I do think there's still a lot of potential in Josh Green to be a really good role player in this league.
Yeah, I think when I watch the difference between those two, it's like one guy going into the kitchen and he knows the recipe and he knows the kitchen. And Josh Green, when he goes in there, it looks like, I've never seen this kitchen before. What's the recipe? He doesn't have a plan. He just gets the ball and then it's all of a sudden, all right, I got to start moving.
He's like, oh, this recipe needs salt, and he dumps the whole bottle.
Yeah.
Like, no, we didn't need the whole bottle of salt, man. Like, we needed a pinch.
And that usually comes midair when he needed to pass the ball to somebody, and he's like, well, this is
not getting the pot.
Yeah, this is less than ideal. What has just happened?
Jaden Hardy's the best thing of 2023 for the Dallas Mavs, and it's not even close.
I think when it comes to Josh Green, some of what's happening here is he had gotten comfortable with what was expected of him, right? And we were talking about this before the show. The tough part about it is now you have different, two different modes of Maverick basketball, and he is asked to do two completely different things.
I mean, if we're being honest, Reggie, is it not kind of like you? Right? It's like you're a host of a show, but then sometimes you produce our show. That's kind of what it feels like. Sorry to jump in there, but
no, you're right.
That's kind of what it feels like. Is like, hey, you're this dude, and then other days it's like, all right, but now we need you to be this dude. And I can see how that is difficult to vacillate between.
What does vacillate mean?
It's like when you have dry skin or something.
That's right.
Sometimes Gaylord Perry would use it to get an advantage.
That's right.
Oh, a moisturizer.
That's not what it is, but I thought that would be helpful. But yeah, so you think maybe that's one of the issues, because I'm with you on that.
I mean, he ends up being a ball handler, damn near your go-to point guard when Kyrie and Luka aren't playing. And that's an entirely different role as a playmaker and everything from the role that he has when Kyrie and Luka are playing. And so I think that some of that is once Kyrie got there, his roles, one, changed completely, and two, was asked to do different things on the drop of a hat any given night. And I think that also shakes a dude who already had some confidence issues and started finding his lane, and then that switched up on him.
Yep, that's true. I just love watching.
Luckily, the Mavs are winning through all this adversity.
Well,
unfortunately,
in case you couldn't tell based on the laugh, they are not. And we creep ever closer. Now I believe it's only a game from not even being in the playoff tournament, which I now know that Gavin Dawson and Mike Bassick would both be okay with that turn of events. Speaking of turn of events, do you want to talk about that one play and what the hell happened?
Are you talking about the play that was inbounded with nobody there?
Let's go to cut 6 to hear the play. I just got Josh Green. I was ready to make a pass, and there was nobody there. Let's go to cut 6 and how the Mavs gave up the free basket.
Look at this. This is the Warriors basket in the second half. There's no Maverick defenders. Looney's like, hey, thank you very much. I've never seen this in my life.
Now.
Yes. History.
I get at least one, maybe two. I think it might have been Josh Green. Started running down the court. It's like, whoa, just a second. Because Mark Cuban is protesting it. I know the Mavericks lost by 2. Personally, I do not think those two things are related. But he's protesting this game and that free basket because of that. And he said he went to Twitter and said that he believes it is one of the worst calls in the history of basketball.
Do you think those referees went out on the court and looked down there and went, no, that's their defense. That's what their plan is right now. Their plan is just to give these 2 points to them. That's where I have a hard time with, like, something clearly was wrong, wasn't communicated. And that's where I have the biggest problem is somebody didn't know what was going on and somebody needed to go, hey, here's what's happening right now.
See, but I've gone back and watched this several times, and I know Mark Cuban said something different, but it looks like they rule it as Golden State ball, and then he makes another gesture for the Mavs timeout.
Yeah.
I did not
think it was confusing because
confusing.
Looney got mad. Looney was like, you mother, like, that's our ball. And he goes, no, I know. And he just did his thumb, like, back it up. Like, I know it's y'all's ball. I had to call a timeout for Dallas, but it got very confusing because he kind of looked like I'm changing the call, because it was, I don't know. I don't recognize refs really like making definitive calls on the Mavericks have called a dead ball timeout.
Yeah.
Like he kind of gave a gesture of like, I'm changing this call. So I get that. At the same time, the refs have never done that. The refs always let the defense set up. Always. And so the refs are like, all right, Luka, you've treated me like a piece of dump all
that's
game.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. And you know what? They're like, you know what? These MFers think it's their ball. I'm going to give them 3 more seconds, and I ain't saying crap. And then he's like, ball in, 2 points. Golden State's ball. Go F yourself, Luka. and that's what happened. And that's how I would be too. I'm going to be honest. If I was an umpire or a referee, and this is probably why I'm not, if you keep calling me a piece of dump my whole life and all my brothers a piece of dump, eventually I'm going to be like, you know what? I'm not going to do like that the umpire did in that college game because he's done as an umpire. Can't do it anymore. But you know what? That ref's going to be just fine. Those 3 refs are going to be just fine.
Yeah.
They didn't do anything really that illegal.
Well, and by
they
the way,
gave the Mavs a chance to get back. It wasn't like they just said, hurry up, Golden State. Here's the ball. Go. They're like, I'll wait 3 seconds. These guys still think it's their ball. They're not going to come down here. All right, I'm blowing the whistle. Ball in. 2 points, Golden State.
And in the pool report, the crew chief, Sean Wright, said initially on the floor, the original signal was, in fact, Golden State ball, as can be seen on the video. There's a second signal, but that is for the mandatory timeout signal because of the Mavericks. So if you think that they came out and were like, yeah, we really beefed that one, they did not.
Yeah.
Why not?
I mean, people hate to
They just don't want to admit that they're wrong.
Right?
All right. What's amazing is Mark Cuban never calls out his players for bad defense, or I like to call us the virgin rebounders because we like just the tip.
Okay.
It seems
oh
like.
My gosh.
Grab the ball.
Okay.
Grab the ball.
The whole ball.
10:31 in the morning.
The whole basketball.
Well, and the other thing, if we're talking about protests, like we have to at least acknowledge that it is lucky that Luka didn't get a tech, let alone kicked out of
At
the
the end
game,
of the game.
for being like, you're on the take. You are being bribed, and that's why this game is going this way.
I don't think any of the refs saw it because he
And
made
he was
sure
right behind them, right?
He
And, like,
made sure
mocking
the
them.
ref
Like,
turned.
do you have eyes in the back of your head, Kevin?
Man, I met a lot of people who are like, I do. My mom does, right?
Oh, you know not to talk about your mom on
Oh,
this
that's
show.
a good point. I got in trouble for
You
that the other
learned
day.
this week.
Parents think they have eyes in the back of their head. But
would you say that parents just don't understand?
I do think that, but in a very like lighthearted, friendly way. I think that the Mavs, like, if you're acknowledging that that was wrong, and bad, okay, I get that. But also, like, you have to point out if one of your players is actively on the court saying that the refs are being bribed, like, that's pretty terrible.
Tony Pollard has signed the franchise tag, Kevin. It is official. Now Pollard and the Cowboys have until July 17th to work out a long-term 7-year, $700 million contract or whatever, his agent's asking for. Just wanted to let you know that.
No to that.
You just
part.
say when the agent says, hey, here's our proposal, the Cowboys should just go, yeah, we're good. Thank you for
Here's what I
celebrating
like.
with us.
Tony Pollard, thank you that you've taken us off the topic of these horrible MF and Dallas Mavericks. MFF, MF, MFers, MFF, MFF.
Listen, Mike, I don't know why you're getting so worked up, man. It's the regular season.
Yeah, you know what? We're practicing.
This is
I love this.
The
We're
Mavs
just
will flip the
practicing
switch
right now.
whenever it's playoff time. Luka will stop griping at the refs.
Okay.
all right?
I will say, Kid did a great job of calling a timeout with 1.7 seconds left down
We're
by
down by 5.
I'm like, this is when we call timeouts.
Okay.
The game is over.
Corey, I don't want to take away from your thought that we're just prepping and gearing it up for the playoffs. I do just want to point out this one slight potential issue. Not an issue for sure, potential issue.
It won't be in the playoffs.
You are now a half game away from not even being in the tournament.
Look, man,
Yes.
when the pressure's on, is when all the players will play.
That's when we yell at the refs the most. And why are you yelling at the refs? You can't make a free throw.
Yeah.
You want to go to the free throw line and get embarrassed again on the line and miss 50% of them? Usually you're going to argue if you make free throws.
I really do think, Kevin, that if you just listen, the end of the season's almost here. And the refs get it. They're like, we don't really want to give Luka this technical. We don't want him to be suspended. It means too much to the NBA. But there's also a reason that he has so many technicals, and that's because he does what he does. But whenever the season's over, Jason Kidd will go to his playoff book of timeout calling.
Yeah,
his
and all
playoff
the
book of
plays he's
inbound
secured.
plays.
He hasn't run an inbounds play yet that worked.
And that's when we'll see the real Mavericks is whenever
What?
whenever the pressure's on.
Kid's stupid enough as a coach to think that Reggie Bullock three-pointer at the end of the game is the answer to all of our out-of-bounds plays. And then we're going to run that against Charlotte probably at noon on Sunday. And he's going to go, oh, crap, it didn't work. Yeah, you know why? Because Charlotte's going to play defense because it'll actually be a close game. When you're up by 5 with a 1.7 seconds, you actually don't play defense in that situation.
Just a programming reminder, made this decision on the fly. I want everyone to be prepared at 11:22. We'll talk about the Mavs and Warriors again, but also we'll give space for Mike's Jason Kidd birthday celebration.
It's his birthday
As
today?
the Mavericks coach, I believe, turns 50 today, I want to say.
50, what an age.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
New rankings are out. Where's the Rangers farm system going into 2023? Next.
Coming up in the next...
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They got 63 acres of discounts and more than just Silverados. They've got Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, and all your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, at some point in this segment, we will give away a 4-pack of tickets for opening weekend for the Texas Rangers. And now it's time for some baseball nuggets, I think, with Mike Bassick.
I was LAMFAN and Owen or something.
Sure. Some of the right letters are in
friend
there.
named Owen?
It's Jason Kidd's birthday.
Yes.
If you would like to go to Twitter and follow the Dallas Mavericks and see what Mavs fans are wishing Jason Kidd on this birthday, it is great. Okay, so we get to this. Farm systems have been re-ranked. By the way, they're not going to be much different from the end of the year. Obviously, there's not much you can do from the end of the 2022 season to the beginning of the 2023 season to change much of your farm system. A few guys would drop off just because they played enough games where they dropped them off. By the way, Josh Young is still considered a prospect. So, number one on this list, and they have been number one for a while now, is the Baltimore Orioles. Now, that could change a little bit, as in Gunnar Henderson's going to be on their team to start the year. I've heard Grayson Rodriguez. I need to check up on him. He's number 7 overall prospect in baseball. He might be on the team to start the year. They had number 1 overall pick Jackson Holiday. He's number 12 overall on the list, so they have 3 guys in the top 12. Colton Cowser's number 40. Then they got a guy number 74, another guy number 80, a guy number 97, and a guy number 99. So they are completely and totally loaded. It's going to be interesting to watch Baltimore after winning 83 games. Obviously, Adley Rutschman, who was a top 3 prospect in baseball last year, is off the list.
It's impressive that you can bounce somebody that highly ranked and still have a trio of people ready to go.
So Gunnar Henderson, though, is going into this year the number 1 overall guy. Bobby Witt Jr. was last year going into the 2022 season. I would say Bobby Witt Jr. had a little bit of a disappointing year. It wasn't horrible, but it also wasn't what I think people had projected when he came up last year as an everyday player. But still, 20 home runs, 30 stolen bases. I mean, there was positive things there from Bobby Witt Jr.
And by some of the new metrics, it looks better.
242 batting average isn't that good, except that's league average. He did bat league average, and I do expect Bobby Witt Jr. to have a great year. But I'm always shocked by this. I just don't see how this is possible and how they do this. Number 2 is the LA Dodgers.
Because as much as we talk about
the
money that they spend, and they have spent lots of money, but they have people that identify talent.
Yeah, and they always are drafting last in the first round, so they're not getting what would be considered a can't-miss prospect. They trade guys to get guys to make that run because they're always in the playoffs. So they're number 2, which, not surprisingly, a lot of these teams are more rebuilding teams. The Arizona Diamondbacks are now number 3. They went up from number 5 to number 3. Okay. So just to give you an idea, they did make a little bit of move. Number 4.
Are they on their way? Then do you feel like that? Or are they like 4 years away? Like
it's tough as the Dodgers. I don't know when they're going to go away when they have good teams and they're always top 5 in prospects.
Yeah, like they lost Gavin Lux, which, I mean, it's not good, but they're like, you're fine.
It seems like the Padres found like a sheik or something to run their team, and they have like $40 billion now. I don't know. The Padres have the most money in baseball, it feels like at times, them and the New York Mets. But number 3, the Diamondbacks, I just think it'll be tough to compete in that division here quickly, but, you never know what could happen. Number 4 is the Cleveland Guardians. Number 5 is the Cincinnati Reds.
I really thought
number
he said 5.
Yeah.
But number 6 is the Tampa Bay Rays. But number 7.
Now's our
I'm
time.
not believing it.
Now's our time.
Nope. No way.
Texas Rangers.
Come on.
I got him.
The Texas Rangers are number 7. They have, we've done this before, but they have Josh Young. By the way, I wonder when people are going to get his name right around baseball.
Do they still call him Jung?
Yeah, so anytime I'm watching MLB Network or I'm listening to any type of national show, it's still Josh Jung playing third base for the Rangers coming up. And I thought it was Jung, too, when I first saw him at Texas Tech his sophomore year and heard how good he was and all these things. But then I was quickly told, no, it's pronounced just like Michael Young.
Okay.
So,
I know that, yeah.
So if you're wondering, even though it's spelt Jung, it is pronounced Young. Evan Carter, number 41, Owen White, Luis Angel Acuna, Jack Leiter, and Brock Porter round out your top 100 prospects. What's interesting when you go to the Rangers' new top 30 list, Kumar Rocker's number 10 on the list. And when you look at, now this
Who makes that list?
Well, it's a lot of people, but when I go up to the top,
it's like the Rangers like, oh, look at our top 10 guy.
Jim Callis, Jonathan Mayo, and Sam Dykstra are the people for MLB.com, MLB Network that decide to rank the players and then rank the farm systems.
Okay, thank you.
But when you look at the draft, and this is where it's really tough because the Rangers did do a 2-for-1 in this situation. I was looking at where guys were. Tamar Johnson and Elijah Green were drafted 4 and 5, and they are both considered top 40 prospects in baseball. I believe I have to go down a little bit here, but pick number 8, which I heard the Rangers were interested in, Brooks Lee, shortstop out of Cal Poly. He's ranked, I believe, either 31 or 41 on the top 100 list. So you kind of look at it and you go, gosh, the Kumar Rocker thing, look, he hasn't even really played minor league baseball yet. He decided not to pitch at all last year and work on whatever he was working on.
Are you
and
still a little worried about that?
It
was the medicals.
I'm very worried about what I saw in spring training, to be honest. I didn't see him pitch against players. But watching him throw a bullpen, it didn't look right to me.
Yeah.
It didn't look like the Kumar rocker that I saw at Vanderbilt. And it looked, the best way to describe it is it looked stiff.
Okay.
It looked like he was protecting something or he didn't want to let it loose. And I couldn't, because Jack Leiter was right next to him throwing the bullpen at the exact same time. Remember when I got in trouble for being on the phone and talking to you guys during? So during that, when they were throwing bullpens, I was like, that just doesn't look right.
Yeah.
Almost like he had a really stiff back, or a lot of people, this is where it goes to, right? Because of his issue. Does he have a stiff shoulder?
Yeah.
And is his shoulder not recovering the way that you would like for it to recover? Now, as far as I know, he is going to head to A-ball and pitch in high A-ball this year to start the year. I have not heard of any type of setback or anything like that unless I've missed it in the last few days. But Kumar Rocker, it's interesting when you have the 3rd overall pick, because this year the Rangers have the 4th overall pick. You're thinking, man, 4th overall pick is going to be a top 50 prospect in baseball when you draft that guy, most likely.
Yeah.
But you had the 3rd overall pick, and he's not on the top 100 list. In fact, he's only 10th in your farm system. Now, you do have a good farm system, which is good. You know, you are the 7th best farm system going into this season. But for the Rangers, guys that just missed in being in that top 100 list, because if you look at Brock Porter makes it, I believe, at 94. Justin Foscue is 7, Dustin Harris is 8, and Aaron Zavala, who was a 2nd-round pick a few years ago, is number 9. So when you look at the Rangers, they are really solid in their farm system and come in at number 7. I think it's going to get better, guys. I think that, first of all, yes, you have a high draft pick, but Cole Winn has fallen off the map when it comes to prospect status. He's, I think, 14 on the list for the Rangers.
He struggled last year.
Right. And he was top 100 after the 2021 season on the list. I think getting somewhat new pitching coaches and Chris Young going, I need to get my guys in to help teach pitching. And got Mike Maddox at the highest level.
Yep.
I do think that is going to help the development of their minor league pitchers. So I am expecting, I'll be very disappointed if the Rangers pitching prospects don't take a huge jump in development. I can't say the same for Kumar Rocker because he's never pitched.
Yeah.
He's pretty much never pitched. I know he did pitch a little in the fall league and a little bit in independent ball, but the last time he's really pitched was at Vanderbilt.
You know, Greg Maddox yesterday, Mike, when we had him on our show, he mentioned with Leiter, if he works lower in the zone, he's going to be better.
Right.
That's the Maddox way, right? Like work low in the zone, change velocity, hit inside, outside. But that is something that Jack in college could get away with going with his high fastball.
Right.
And
I watched the kid for LSU. It wasn't fair. Like that was, and A&M's not a bad baseball team. They're a top 20 baseball team. It wasn't, they couldn't compete against that guy. So the guy, just like a Jack Leiter who's at LSU right now, he faced A&M and it was a non-competitive situation because those guys aren't talented enough to face that guy.
How easy is it going to be for him to learn that part of working, just stay low in the zone?
I think this. I don't know this, but I think this. Us interviewing him, he immediately said this. Like Jason Kidd, Mark Cuban refused to ever admit they've done anything wrong in their lives. He immediately said, I sucked last year. I wasn't good. I was disappointed, right? We tried to scoot around it.
Yeah.
Like your first year in pro ball, and we didn't go, hey, Jack, man, you weren't very good last year. We were expecting more. He immediately addressed it and said, no, I was not happy with last season. That was a bad year, and I need to get better. And so when you know that, then that means you can work on the things that are weaknesses.
You're willing to listen
to try to get them better and hopefully make them, strengths. And so I do think that Jack Leiter came back from last year and said, okay, I've learned a lot about myself. I've learned a lot about what it's like to pitch at a very high professional level, what it's like to pitch somewhat every 5th day. You have to remember, too, he went from pitching every Friday night to now pitching every 5th day, which is very different. I don't think people understand. It's tough to explain how different it is to be a college starter or high school starter to professional starter. So I do think we're going to see a big jump from Jack Leiter, and I still won't put it past him, Jack Leiter, because he is very talented, that maybe by the time we get to August that we're thinking, hey, should we give him a chance? Is it time, right? Should we just keep him and let him develop the rest of this year and let's just say AAA if he gets called up to AAA? Or should we give them like 5 starts at the end of this year? Will it help us make the playoffs? Or hopefully not. But if the Rangers are out of it a little bit and you know Jack Leiter is going to be part of your rotation in 2024, you go, hey, would giving him 4 or 5 starts in the major leagues help him get ready for next year?
All I heard there, Kevin, as he was explaining that was we're going to be so far ahead of everybody else in the American League that we can put Jack Leiter in for about 5 games at the end of the year. That's all I heard Mike say. So I appreciate you saying that, Mike, or at least whatever you said, and then I was able to consume what I wanted to hear.
Well, if you think that Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani are going to be getting a lot of help this year from their farm system, they're ranked 28th.
I feel like they've been down there for a while, too,
Houston
right?
Astros are now 27, by the way. So just to give you an idea. Now, somehow they did move from number 30. So they did move up from 30th to 27.
They're doing stuff. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know because it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time for my buddies an idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? But, you know, I also...
Let's get something away!
877-881-1053. Yes, you did. Caller number 10.
At this moment.
Will win a 4-pack of tickets to opening weekend Rangers against Philadelphia on Saturday, April 1st. You get a 4-pack of tickets plus the Rangers replica cap. We've been doing this giveaway all week. We'll give it away again tomorrow. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Now
you just won.
Is that it? Yeah, you're the winner.
Into some of my buddies an idiot.
We counted to 10.
Okay.
I watched the phones ring.
But you know
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Odyssey will also tell you
6,
if there's
7,
some
8,
sort
9,
of phone
10,
issue
11,
on your
12.
end.
Yeah.
And then, so, you know, maybe don't give up just yet. Maybe don't give up just yet. All right.
I got one, Kevin.
Okay.
From the 972. My buddies in radio are idiots because they wouldn't trade their firstborn son for Bijan. I will also say
Definitely would not.
I would not trade. Is it Noah?
No,
Your
Brandon
Are you
is
sure?
my firstborn.
All right.
Yes.
I wouldn't trade Avery for Bijan Robinson.
What about Patrick Mahomes?
I really listen.
I like my kids.
He's grown up,
I'm just going to root for the Chiefs.
Okay.
That's what I've decided.
That's what I'm
If
gonna
Mike isn't doing it, you shouldn't do it. Because I thought there's a chance Mike might be like, I do have another son. I maybe.
Not on Jason Kidd's birthday.
Avery is currently running in a track meet, not a trash meet, like Kevin thought I said earlier.
I swear I thought that's what you said.
In Louisville. He was supposed to run at 10, so I'm about to text him and see how things went. He was running the 800 today, so I'm really proud of him, man.
I want to teach him that if he doesn't finish in first, just when you say, how'd you do? Your answer is, Dad, no one died.
Nobody died.
From the 214, I got a good one from my buddy's an idiot. He thinks the Cowboys will trade into the top 8 to get Bijan Robinson.
They're not. No.
The top 8?
Kevin, you are a purveyor. I don't know if that's the right word.
The show Coach back in 1990, whatever.
Of the value chart, the trade value chart.
That's right.
How much would it cost the Cowboys to get into the top 8 from where they are right now?
I mean, you would 100% have to give up next year's first round pick.
And this year's?
Yes.
Like, so you're swapping 20. You can't keep 26.
No,
and just
you're giving
be
up
like, hey, we got 8 and 26.
26 and next year's first.
Okay.
For 8. And honestly, where the Cowboys sit right now, you might have to throw in one more tiny thing.
Like a 7th?
Yeah,
or a 5th. Like, nobody cares about 5ths anymore.
Yeah.
Chicago doesn't like that, though.
Oh, yeah.
They'll take less.
So yeah,
that's true.
That cost right there, that cost the Cowboys a first-round pick next year. The first-round pick is more valuable for this reason. Mike talks about it every year. Whenever you draft, after draft, it gets more fun. The first-round draft pick value on the field is fine, but also it's hey, we're excited to see our first-round pick play. For the fan base, it is a valuable pick. Jerry knows what it's like when you don't have a first-round pick, and he hates it. So I don't think that's happened. What are you saying? It would be more?
No.
Or is there bad news?
No. I was just thinking. Is
there a bad moon on the right?
I'm about to be an idiot. My buddy's an idiot because he would trade Kyrie for Jaylen Brown. I would too. Absolutely make that move because first of all, Kyrie's not going to be under contract anymore. Jaylen Brown at least has one more year. Jaylen Brown is younger. I will admit, if we're just talking about pure raw talent, Jaylen Brown is not good. He's going to be a better defender, and I wonder if he'd be a better fit on this team.
Great news is you have a chance of getting Jason Tatum at that point because he's going to quit basketball.
Oh, yeah, because Kyrie would have to go back to this. Okay, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I can see how Jason Tatum would be the most against this entire selection.
From the 972, sorry, this isn't a sports take. My buddy's an idiot. He eats his sandwich crust first and cuts his hamburgers diagonally. Kevin, do you eat the crust off of your sandwich first? Or do you just bite into the sandwich?
I think you bite into the sandwich, but at some point you can make the decision to gnaw away or peel off some of that crust because then you have nothing but goodness in the middle.
Yes.
So I think that's fine.
I eat the sandwich crust first, unless I've cut it diagonally, in which then I eat the corners first. You never just bite into the middle of a sandwich.
Yeah,
Are you a heathen?
No, that stresses me out. You do that crap all the time with the way you set up your eggs like you're doing at the start of a jigsaw puzzle or something, and it freaks me out. If somebody just took a bite out of the middle of their sandwich, I might panic at the table.
It's like Lucy when she eats string cheese or a Kit Kat. She'll eat the Kit Kat, just takes the bite out of the whole bar. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I got to take a picture for Kevin.
That is the OCD part of me. And you send me that crap all the time, just like when you get gas and you're like, well, it's $39.99. I might as well just stop. And I'm like, I can't. I don't care if the gas tank is full. I need to put 1 more cent in there. I just do.
Kevin, you're not supposed to top off.
I know. There was one time.
It says on the gas pump not to top off.
Okay, well, you know what? My OCD doesn't care.
Your OCD makes you a rule breaker?
Yes.
How do you deal with
for
those things?
sure it does.
99 cent or 01 cent?
Okay, Mike, this one time, I was at the gas pump, and I thought I was going to have a nervous breakdown because I had like 9.92 something like that gallons in there, and it was at $39.99. And I was like, I'm afraid if I get it all the way up to 10, I'll click it over to 40.01. And I just didn't know what to do, and I panicked, and I got it up to $40, and it was like 9.997, and I was definitely angry.
You didn't like just drive around the block for a minute so you could get a gallon taken care of so you could redo it?
I probably should have. And by the way, I'm glad people are texting in.
What?
How the hell do you cut a burger diagonally?
You know what?
This goes back like, I don't know, 6 years. You're right. You can't, or it doesn't matter. You just turn the plate. Any straight cut can become a diagonal cut and vice versa.
I have a video up.
Vice versa.
People did actually, they followed me last week,
right.
and I got outvoted in my house. My family wanted pizza instead of burgers, but I was going to do a video and cut a burger. The next time I order a burger, I will cut it diagonally to show people how it's done.
Then I'll spin your plate and it'll be straight.
I will do it.
I feel like an NBA coach right now. I'm just listening to you guys and eating popcorn. It's great.
From the 817,
OCD coach
OCD
with a birthday today.
is the devil, Kevin. You're right. OCD is the worst.
What does it say about me, though, that I recognize moments of somebody's OCD would be affected, so I immediately take a picture to send it to somebody I know with OCD?
It says you're a bad friend, because you sent me that stupid Kit Kat thing, or that thing where somebody ate like the side of their pizza and slid it back in there, and I was like, I don't even know what this is.
Or
they cut out a little hexagon in the middle of the pizza.
Or he's practicing immersion therapy on you.
Well,
and so he's going to continue to hit you with these moments that would typically trigger OCD to see if he could lessen your reaction to it.
That's great. What in the time that either one of y'all have known me have led you to believe that this is the best way to go about it with me?
Oh, nobody said it was the best way.
Yeah, it's for us the best way.
This is the way.
This is
I
the
don't
way.
think you understand.
That's the most important part. Is
Yeah,
this is
your
the
logical
way.
fallacy was assuming that we were trying to do the best thing.
If it was easy, it would be a shortcut. Otherwise, it's just the way.
That's bars.
I think
that is from Road Trip.
I know.
That's an excellent
I have
movie.
my buddy's an idiot. Really, it's all my basketball coaches. They taught me when there was a ball for a rebound to try to grab it. And obviously, all of my coaches are idiots. What you're supposed to do is tip it. And you're not supposed to grab it. Even if it's uncontested, even if there's nobody around you, what you do is you try to tip the rebound a little bit away from your body where you can't grab it on the second time. And so I'm just learning really how to be a better basketball player. I'm going to tell my son, listen, I've taught you wrong. When I've told you to go up and try to grab the basketball for rebounds, I was completely wrong. I watched the Mavericks, and they love just tipping the ball. So if you could just tip it and kind of veer it towards the other team, it's the best way to tip a ball is to kind of tip it towards the other team and then hope that they forgot they were playing basketball and then go jog and go get the ball.
From the 469, who is the idiot, me or my wife? She thinks next Thursday is this Thursday. I had asked her if it was 9 days or 10 days for opening days. For opening day for the Texas Rangers, and I told her it's next Thursday. We were talking about it, but she followed with this Thursday. We completely ignored 10 or 9 and started arguing about this Thursday versus next Thursday.
Okay.
This Thursday's easy. It's today.
Yeah, this Thursday's today.
Yeah. Next Thursday's in kind of 8 days.
Okay, but yes. Okay, let me ask you this. It's 7 days. Oh my gosh.
Well, if you count today, and then
I
you
told
count
my wife there was going to be that drop of me forever going, that is not how counting works, in an angry fashion. But yesterday, all right, so you're doing something yesterday and you have a plan for today. You don't say next Thursday. You just say tomorrow, right? Or Thursday. If you say next Thursday, we're talking about in 8 days.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Next Thursday is the next Thursday that's coming up.
Did you hear what he just said?
What?
He said next Thursday in 8 days.
Yeah.
No, but that is basing this off of if this was happening on a Wednesday, not today.
Not what I heard.
No, yeah, we just established today is
When
Thursday.
Mike explained it to me,
and
I
then
heard
you
it the
said,
right way.
yeah, next Thursday in 8 days. And I'm like, oh my God, you're counting like I'm counting now.
Who knows how
We
many days
changed
there
you.
are until opening day?
Jess, if you're in the car right now, I'm going to need you to know to get here faster
Mike,
so I can relieve
you know
this
what I really
stress
like?
and see the baby.
I'll quit way before you quit.
Mike, I really like when the Rangers will send out somebody in a jersey number and it'll say that jersey and they're like this many days away. I would love it if like today they said 7 or 8 days, and so they have 7 and 8 up at the same time.
It just matters how you feel about today.
That would really, if the Rangers did that on Twitter, it would make my day.
I would cry. From the 817, it's time to cancel your car insurance per Kevin. No. In fact, my oldest son is an idiot because we switched car insurances because they're like,
what?
Because our car insurance was like, hey, I know you haven't had an accident or a ticket in forever, but we're going to up the prices 30%.
That's right.
And then they were like, hey, look, we lost money last year. That's your problem. Take that out on the people who had all the accidents that were their fault or the tickets or whatever. Not us. So we left. Went to a different insurance. My son 100% does not know what insurance we have now. So we printed out his insurance card. Said, take it with you. It's important. He left it on the table at home. If he were to get pulled over,
it's on his phone.
He doesn't know. He
Send it to
doesn't
him.
know.
Send it. You can share it to him.
No, I know that. But the point is,
He wants him to learn some responsibility
Yes.
by spending the evening in the clink.
I mean,
In the clink.
you know what, Reggie?
Yeah, I decided to be about 50 years old right quick.
I left my
Maybe.
wallet at home and did so many
70.
illegal things driving here today.
Why?
But I didn't realize I left my wallet at home
Spend
until I
some time in
got
the
to the
clink, copper.
office.
I also think, Kevin, you should definitely be rewarded for never having a ticket.
Yeah, it's outdated.
You should
Boring.
definitely be rewarded by the insurance companies for that.
Okay, let's go from that to. All right, can I just ask?
Dodie,
Garfield
Dodie.
is a cat.
I don't even know why that got played.
I don't either.
Why did that just go over our hair? That's hilarious.
Feel better, Kevin?
Garfield is
A little
cat.
bit.
You're welcome.
It's like Jason Kidd coaching. Have no clue what he's doing, but it's kind of funny.
Garfield is a cat.
He is.
All right. Do you want to go to Patrick Beverly or the
All the
NBA
people that are like, who the
official?
hell still carries their paper insurance on them? Just send them the PDF.
That's fine. But look, I do not yet
Mine's right
trust.
here.
I do not yet trust my older son in a crisis
It's
situation.
in my Apple Wallet.
Also, the point was he didn't ask for the PDF either, or the electronic copy, or any version of it.
He just got his car.
Yeah, he
Okay.
just got in his car. He doesn't know where our insurance is.
Man,
You made it
teenagers
sound
have-
like you trust your youngest son with
That's
the
right.
insurance.
That's right. Noah would know.
Yeah.
Noah
Like, I don't
plans
trust
ahead.
my oldest son. Like what you're implying is I do trust my youngest son with the insurance
I do
situation.
not.
Hey, Brandon, take Noah with you just in case you
I
get
might
stopped.
not trust either one of my sons
So
with their
he's
car
out there
insurance
driving
right now.
around without insurance right now.
That's the thing. He has.
He's been an avid
insured.
listener of the show.
He just doesn't know.
Yeah.
If he gets pulled over, he'd be like, "No, I have insurance."
And then he's going to the
Let
slammer.
me call my dad, and then he'll be able to figure it out. And yes, for people who are making fun of me, I do still keep a paper copy of my insurance.
From the
in my
321, just fax him the insurance, Kevin.
Hold on. It's okay, Kevin. No one's died. All right, and we've seen that a million times. Can we go ahead and fire off cut number 18? This is a bit of a throwback, but there's a very specific reason. This is Fred VanVleet from, I don't know, like 3 or 4 weeks ago.
I mean, I don't mind. I'll take a fine. I don't really care. I thought, Ben Taylor was terrible tonight. I thought that most nights, a couple of the, out of the 3, there's 1 or 2 that just the game up. and it's been like that a couple games in a row. Denver was tough, obviously. You come out tonight, you're competing pretty hard. The third quarter, I get a bullshit tech, changes the whole dynamic of the game, changes the whole flow of the game. And, most of the refs are trying hard. I like a lot of the refs are trying hard. They're pretty fair. And then you got the other ones who just want to be dicks and just kind of the game up. Nobody's coming to see that shit.
I like it.
It has apparently worked because Ben Taylor was the crew chief in 41 of his previous 52 assignments.
Is he in the pokey now?
No. All right, text in your old-timey references to prison because I know there's no way we're going to get away from this. Since that rant, he has been the crew chief once in 5 games.
Oh, no.
So he has definitely been demoted. And I think he might be referee too the rest of the season.
Oh,
and
man.
so they looked at it and they're like, you know what? Brett is right. And so they took it out on him, demoted him on down.
Now, I think that should happen more often. I think that the league should do this more often. They should say, we should listen to the players because the players know what's going on that court. And we should definitely keep an eye on these referees until they get robot referees. And if you're a police officer out there and you intentionally pull over Brandon because you know that he doesn't have his insurance, please don't put him in the jug.
The jug?
Yeah, it's the synonyms.
Or the drink?
Drive him up here. Put him in the cop car and drive him up here.
Oh
no, not the big house.
From the 817, they got sent up the river. That one I do know.
Speaking about up the river, wait till Mike likes it in boa constrictors.
Oh, either that or he's going to get diverted by reading all the comments from the Mavs Twitter wishing Jason Kidd a happy birthday. But you know what? Coming up next, it is...
Wait, I have something else. It's not a good time to call a timeout. Is the segment not over?
The segment is essentially over, so call your timeout right now.
Timeout.
Coming up
Reggie
next.
Bullock, you want a 3-point shot? And we need to protest this game, okay?
Mike's Jason Kidd birthday celebration, or maybe Are You Better, or maybe both.
Or the penal institution is where
God.
we end up.
The
at.
Homps?
Next on the fan.
Blasting out 100.
Piece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Revolver Brewing, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Curry has not been looking for a shot a ton here tonight. Gives it up to Draymond Green and count the basket plus a foul.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Got a whole bunch of different options here. We talk more about the Mavs Warriors game. Talk about the protests. We can talk about predicting all NBA first teams. We could have Mike Bassick's Jason Kidd birthday celebration, or do Are You Better, or all of them. I don't know.
Is this for us, or are we going to wait for the Tolos to text in?
I mean, I want y'all's opinion.
Let's take the Tolos calls on this.
Oh, my God. Reggie will be
Phones actually stopped working. It's crazy.
Well, Duggar here on Twitter wishing Jason Kidd a happy birthday off of the Dallas Mavericks wishing him a happy birthday. He has a picture of the Mavs saying, "Coach, the lead is slipping away fast. We should probably call a timeout." Jason Kidd's response, "Guys, I'm trying to watch a game here."
Oh, my gosh. Is that all Twitter is right now?
So the Mavericks made the mistake of wishing Jason Kidd a happy birthday. I believe his 50th birthday.
Correct.
It is. They're saying that's a good age to retire.
Oh, my gosh. Yes, just read us some of the fit for air comments, I guess, because you were loving these.
My man deserves more. Send him to Hawaii as a gift. I'd like to do what he can't and take a timeout and tell him a happy birthday. What a lucky guy. He gets courtside seats to watch basketball almost every day.
My goodness.
Wait, Kidd and Kyrie share the same birthday. It is Kyrie Irving's birthday too. He has possibly 9 games left as a Dallas Maverick. I know that Jason Kidd's going to be the coach next year, by the way. These are fun to read, though. But, Zach Henry here just says, "I'm just watching this birthday wish like the rest of us."
Oh.
Then there's a picture of Donald Trump saying "you're fired," which he's not. He's not fired.
He's still around, is what you're saying.
Here's wishing you the best, ... only when you step down from your job.
Oh, my gosh.
No, let's protest this, too. Here's a picture of a movie that I just watched, which was a great movie. It's called The Help, and it's a person, Brittany, puts cheers, ! And it is The Help with the poop pie, delivering a poop pie for the birthday.
Eat the cake, anime.
Thought it was a thanks and good luck. So, I don't know. There's a lot here, though.
It's not going well for him in the comments.
Yeah.
You want to do Are You Better then?
Let's do it.
Hit the music, Reggie!
Daryl Strawberry.
Yes.
You play right field.
Yes.
I play right field too.
So?
Well, are you better than me?
Well, I never met you, but yes. Hi, this is Daryl Strawberry. And yes, Kevin, I'm better than you.
Kevin, that is Daryl Strawberry saying that right to your face.
On the Bart Simpson show.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's the episode about baseball.
That is a great episode.
It's my favorite episode. Mike didn't get it.
Homer at bat, right?
Yeah.
I think it might be the best episode of this.
Mike watched it and was like,
I like the one where Bart skateboards and then he gets in trouble at school and his sister Lisa plays the saxophone.
Saxophone, you mean?
Yes.
And the baby sucks on the passy.
If you have a birthday today and you want to tell Kevin that you're better than him, 877-881-1053, you can say, "Kevin, I'm better than you." And he has to agree with you,
Oh
I
my
think.
God, today's birthday day.
We'll see
This is going to be interesting with these two characters.
We will
Isn't
start
every
with
day birthday day?
What's that?
Don't worry about it. You got
We will
it.
start with basketball players today, Kevin. Born on this day and now 31. Kyrie Irving. Are you better?
Kyrie Irving.
This is amazing list, by the way.
He's a very complicated fellow. I love that he went to Duke. I love that he's amazing at basketball. I do not love some of his other thoughts.
Oh,
but
it's the charity you don't like.
No, I was going to say I do love the charity too, because whether it's building that school or which will allow them to build stuff in Ghana and different places, or it was donating to the GoFundMe of the 2 former UNT people. He does a lot of amazing stuff for charity. There are some things I don't love, but I think he's trying his best to be a good person. I really do. And he's a heck of a basketball player. He could be better than me.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
You are now the softest Kevin we have ever seen.
Turning 50 today. He won a championship with the Dallas Mavericks.
He did.
And
then turned his back on them.
Coached their team to the Western
If
Conference
Kyrie
Finals
can play in
last
2
year.
more games, it will be the most games he's played in 4 years.
Oh my gosh.
Jason Kidd turns 50 today.
Yeah. It's not a good time for Jason Kidd. Also, there's some stuff that you just should never do that, right?
Was it hitting people?
Yeah, you shouldn't do that.
That's a long time ago. He learned his lesson now.
Okay.
Yeah, he wears glasses now, Kevin.
Yeah,
Hold
and his
on.
backwards hat.
Wait, what?
I mean, it's a fact. You can't deny that.
Yeah, I
Have
guess.
you ever seen him?
You know what? If this was yesterday, maybe it would have been different, but I think it's just really frustrating right now. Nobody's dying. Why do you need to call a timeout? Our team's not very good, and he won't play the players that he probably should. So, yeah, sorry, Jason Kidd. I'm going to say better.
Another former Maverick, Mike.
Dude's a Hall of Famer, has a championship for the Mavericks.
And then he immediately turned his back on the Mavs.
Guy took us to the Western Conference Finals last year.
And you think you're
and
better
you're
than
turning your back on him?
Yeah, just like you, Mike.
Turning 33 today. Faucio Camposo.
Oh my God, he was a Maverick too.
You call him Faucio?
I can't believe we signed that fart knocker and thought he could play basketball.
How do you say it, Reggie?
Facundo Campazzo.
No.
Faucio.
This one just says,
Facu?
yeah, Facu.
Yeah, wasn't he in charge for a while with the
How many
disease?
guys have been on the
that's
Mavericks?
That's Fauci, Kevin.
Ah, gotcha.
How many guys have been on the Mavericks this year that in 2024 will be playing overseas for the rest of their lives?
Camposo, better or not?
No, better. Better.
Dead in 2015.
Is it Frankie Smoke's birthday
Oh.
too?
No, it's not.
From the 806, Mavericks birthday post for Kyrie on Instagram has 18,000 likes.
Nice.
The Jason Kidd one has 7,000 likes.
No.
Do they post them at the same time?
So is that saying? Are we saying Kyrie should be the coach? Or?
Yeah, probably.
I mean,
Dead in 2015, Moses Malone.
oh my gosh. Moses Malone was part of, it was the 83 76ers, right?
I
One
didn't
of
know he was dead.
Oh no, Mike!
I'm
so sorry.
Did we just break the news
know
to Mike?
This is shocking to me.
We just broke the news to
He's
Mike.
one of the
Do we
top
need to
20
read the-
basketball players of all time.
Really
I forgot
and
he
truly.
died. What did he die of?
I don't mean to laugh because it's not funny. I'm just laughing that he's like, I had no idea he died. That was like 7 years ago.
Did you say he died of death?
I mean, that's usually. I know there's other reasons.
That 76ers team, one of the best ever. I feel like he does not get brought up enough in terms of the all-time great. And
He gave Kareem the biggest problems in his career. That
Yes.
was like Kareem, and obviously like the Lakers always worried when they had Moses Malone in the playoffs because they're like, for some reason, this dude can kind of make Kareem look like the second best center on the court.
he won the MVP at least 3, maybe 4 times. Yeah, Moses Malone can be better.
You don't know how to count 3 or 4? Is that
No,
what's
I don't-
happening here?
I don't remember. It's at least
3 or 4
3.
sounds good.
No,
No, you're on our side. I see. I
Fine,
see
I'm
what's
going to
going
say
on here.
3. I don't know that for sure. But 3 or 4?
3-time MVP.
I know this. I know how to
Moses
count
Malone.
this. Tomorrow, we'll be eating fish barbecue.
No, just
At
we'll be at
Luke
Luke
9
9
barbecue.
barbecue.
But you need fish barbecue.
My wife's like, maybe you can just eat the sides.
By the way, he passed away of heart disease at
That
16.
yeah, that'll get you. Brandon Marshall turns 38 today.
Which one?
The wide receiver.
Saving Brandon Marshall.
Better.
Wow. Why? Because he didn't play for the Cowboys?
Yeah, and he's
Would you have said you're
fine.
Would you have said you're better than Kyrie if Kyrie would have been traded to the Lakers?
Maybe.
still probably not.
Traylon Burks turns 24 today. Wide receiver for the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, when we revisit this in a couple years, maybe.
Okay.
But for now, better.
Maurice Jones-Drew turns 39.
Better.
What are you talking about, dude? He's a great he's a running back. He also does NFL Network stuff about running backs.
Just real quick, from the 682, Kevin can't count years either. 2023 to 2015 equals 8 years, dummy. Check it again. He died late in that year, so it's not 8 years. So don't call names if you don't have your information correct. By the way,
It's like Kyrie's still 30 on ESPN.com because he probably was born later in the day.
Makes sense.
T Swizzle said after months of trying, he got his wife and daughter Taylor Swift tickets.
Oh my God!
If you paid anywhere near retail, you are
How do I
absolutely
find
better
these
than
tickets
me.
I think you have to set up a smoke signal.
Yeah, how do I find? Okay, I'm gonna set my smoke signal up.
What
Let me
happens
see.
after that?
Ron Jaworski
I don't
turned
know.
73 today.
Oh yeah, he loves the Eagles too much. Pass better.
The band? He likes the band?
No, the Philadelphia Eagles. I don't know his opinions on the band, the Eagles.
Turning 31 today, Frankie Montas. Pitcher for the A's.
Yeah, well, he's with the Yankees. He's out
Yankees.
for the year. He is traded.
Oh,
no.
Out for the year.
Well, I'm still here.
He's a Yankee.
Doing my work. Better.
Turning 29 today, and this is definitely not a picture of him. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa.
Who's it? It's
a picture of some
other
random
person?
Seattle Mariners player.
I don't feel bad for him, but all Yankee
like
fans
Ty France.
are like, if we don't start Anthony Volpe at shortstop this year, what are we doing?
And I just saw a scout was like, he's not a shortstop. So
Volpe?
yeah,
Okay.
which is interesting.
Well, then Yankee fans are wrong.
No, I did like him when he was here. I like the level of confidence he has, but he's a guy. Better.
Hold on, I had another one here. Turning 45 today, Mark Burley, who I believe threw a perfect game against the Rangers.
Was it?
Oh.
Really?
Am I wrong about that?
Not cool.
I don't think, was it against the Rangers?
I think he threw a no-hitter too. I don't know the opponents though.
Crap. Maybe it was the Rangers. I
Yeah,
don't
that's
know.
all fine and well. I'm feeling pretty good today. Better. You're gonna be fun celebrity people. This is boring.
You want some
I
you want
have this-
celebrity?
Yeah.
So if you went to Duke, there's no way that you can lose. Because, Kevin, you're worse than every Dookie?
No, there's a few out there that have done some things that
Turning 47 today.
Oh.
Carrie Russell.
Oh my God.
Are you still in love with Felicity?
See, I never watched the show Felicity, but you know what she was in that clinched this spot? Now, she's in this movie called 8 Days a Week that you should check out because when I was like 20 years old, it was lovely. But you know what she was just in? The runaway hit Cocaine Bear featuring Carrie Russell. She is better than me. And that movie is good.
Did she play the bear?
No.
What was that movie on a week? How many days?
8 days a week.
That is a movie.
It's also a
that
song.
is not real life.
So when it's Thursday and the Rangers play next Thursday, how many days is it if there's a song and a movie called 8 Days a Week?
This is really
What about all
interesting.
the calendars that exist?
If you count Thursday twice, it's 8 days.
There's more calendars than there are that one song. or
Thursday
movie.
through Thursday. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I don't know how many fingers I have, but that's 8 that I have.
What is happening?
I just counted 8 days a week. I love you.
Oh my God.
Aisha Curry's birthday is today. She's 34.
Is that Steph Curry's
That
wife?
is Steph Curry's wife.
Aisha.
I don't know anything about her besides
You
Steph
were the
Curry's
girl that I
wife.
never had.
Better.
Wow, she cooks. She has a cooking show.
Yeah, I was gonna call her
she
celebrity
does?
chef, but I don't know that. I feel like that might be a little bit of a stretch.
Oh, does everybody say yes, chef to her?
I don't think I've
I
ever
don't
heard
believe
anybody
so,
say
no.
yes, chef
Yes,
to
chef.
her.
Because we're watching Next Level Chef where they don't throw the people off the top level, but they do say yes, chef. Like,
Well, that would be an
50,000.
amazing show.
No, they
Well,
do.
you're going to die now. This is the opposite of Jason Kidd coaching.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
I bet you wouldn't just tip the rebound if you're going to die if you didn't get it.
Turning 49 today, Mark Hunt.
The UFC fighter?
Yeah. Mark Hunt.
I appreciate your enunciation.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
He was good. He had his moments for sure, but that's not going to be good.
Dang.
I'm better.
Kevin dominated
Better.
today on a day where both Kyrie and Western Conference Finals coach Jason Kidd
That was last year.
were on.
What have you done for me
Kevin
lately?
destroyed the system.
Playoffs haven't
today.
happened yet. You don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just wait till playoffs, man.
Would you like to make a wager?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay.
You know what I mean.
Everything will be better.
I
at
do.
playoff
You
time.
know what? I've been convinced for an hour and 37 minutes that Jason Kidd is just holding back all the good stuff.
There you go.
I accept that bet. I will bet that the Mavericks do not make the Western Conference Finals. What would you like to wager on this?
How do you make the Western Conference Finals? If you have to win, then I'm out. I don't. But if you get to play close games and lose and then say it's not my fault, then I think Jason Kidd will definitely make the Western Conference Finals.
I love this idea. Loser has to go float in the Frisco Rough Riders pool out there. Their little
no, that sounds
lazy river.
Delightful.
Yeah, but dressed
and
up as
then
a
wear
whoopee
jean
cushion.
shorts.
Yeah, jean shorts.
Oh no!
As your swimsuit.
Nice.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Jean shorts are coming back.
Right here on Did They Ever Really Leave?
Cut off jean shorts.
Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the most important DoorDash of your life. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up tonight on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. There's 63 acres of discounts, and there's more than just Silverados. There's Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, and all your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Oh, biscuits.
And if you're watching on the fan cam right now, I saw the little adjustment there. Right behind Corey, baby Noah
leaned over to the side.
Is in the house. So if you're if you're on the fan cam, doing the Twitch, all of those things with us, there is baby Noah. All right, let's start with, if you missed the news from earlier, Tony Pollard did in fact sign his franchise tender as anticipated. So
in your face, Lamar Jackson.
He will count $10.091 million against the cap for the upcoming season.
You kind of want it to be $10.091 million, don't you?
You thought he... Look, no, I mean, I would much rather it be 10.1 or 10 flat. Like, I would much prefer all of that. Now, let's talk about the XFL. It's not going well, as we kind of predicted. Here is their average viewership by week. Week 1, 1.3 million.
It's good.
Which is not good.
Oh.
Based off of the last XFL and the USFL. This was down about 60%. Week 1, 1.3 million. Week 2, 659,000.
Is that good?
Well, week 3, 572,000. Week 4, 507,000. Week 5, 267,000. So they have already shed
no one's done
about 80% of their audience in 4 weeks.
What?
So it's not,
Who could have seen this coming? Are you saying that football isn't entertaining?
Yeah. And
do you think if they put the Frisco Rough Riders on after the Major League Baseball season is over, they would be like, man, let's rock this Frisco Rough Riders season now?
I don't think that. And by the way, the Orlando-Vegas game drew the lowest rating of any iteration of the XFL.
But The Rock is running it, or he's involved in it. He even tweeted out that amazing story about a quarterback that could have gone to do anything else in the world.
I'm being told that both of those teams have 0 wins.
Oh, no.
So what the teams with all the wins, what are their ratings?
Well,
the Defenders are apparently.
Keep in mind that the average rating was 267, and the lowest rated game in the history of XFL football is 234,000. So it's not like the other ones are that far ahead.
Good news is I've kept my promise. Still have not turned on the television to watch a snap.
From the 972, I bought season tickets for the XFL sarcastically.
Oh my god!
Hold on, that seems weird. How much were season tickets?
100 and some, maybe less than $200, definitely.
Really?
Yeah.
That seems low.
Would you keep those tickets and keep them in like mint condition so 20 years from now when there's like, hey, do you remember this? And they're like, oh yeah, they had another team here, and like, yeah, look, I kept all my season tickets and never, got them torn or anything. Like, do you think these are worth something?
Don't know if that value is ever going to be there, but not a bad
Obviously,
idea.
like, there's only 2,500 people that could ever have a ticket to these games.
I want to take you to cut number 8. This has got to be the most welcome surprise, unless he really, really wanted this food. This is Joe Klecko going to answer what he thought was DoorDash at the front door, and instead it's Joe Namath to tell him he made the Hall of Fame.
Oh, hey, honey, Joe Namath came to lunch. How can I go? Hi, baby.
Wow.
And so he said, I'm going to the door to his wife to look for DoorDash. I'm looking for somebody from DoorDash, and Joe Namath is there, and there's like 18 cameras behind him with this gold jacket.
Where was the food, though? Did the food ever show up? Because he was
That's a
hungry.
fantastic question.
Man, do you think the DoorDash was there? And Joe Namath was like, hold on just a minute. We got to set something up. And they're like, yeah, but this might affect my rating. And they're like, don't worry about it.
They couldn't have just given the food to Joe Namath and let him.
What if they did? What if Joe Namath ate his food?
Oh, my God.
It's like, we got to put you in the Hall of Fame in order to make up for it.
Wouldn't it be more amazing if he's like, here's your gold jacket and your Jimmy John's
Yeah,
or whatever
that would've been
you
awesome.
order. That
Jimmy
would
Johnson
be-
didn't pay for that level of advertisement.
Yeah,
it's
it would have
Burger
to be.
King.
It would have to be an NFL.
BK's got the money to do that.
Because you can have it your way.
Yes, you can.
At BK.
Have it your way. Do you want to move into the no joke zone for a second or talk? You don't.
It's the worst zone, but let's go there.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Free agent tight end Foster Moreau has stepped away from football after a physical with the New Orleans Saints allowed him to see that he has Hodgkin lymphoma, a potentially serious form of cancer, which is a silly thing to say. It's a form of cancer. It's serious.
Didn't we just hear? Was it a baseball player or a football player that just recently in the last couple of months went through this? And I can't remember who. But man, this is like I had him on the fantasy league last year,
and
I'm hoping the best for him.
Yeah, and he is
It's gonna be a minute.
Like kind of optimistic about it because on the one hand it's terrible, but he was also like, but it's great that I had the opportunity to do this physical where they could identify this for me, and I could start moving on whatever the next steps for treatment are.
Absolutely.
All right.
Much would like that's always isn't that what the doctors always say? We're glad we got it at this stage.
Yeah. How do you feel about Rashee Rice, the SMU wide receiver? Because Rice would love to come play for the Dallas Cowboys. There were 28 teams in attendance. He might be like a third round-ish type player. 28 teams were in attendance at SMU's Pro Day, and there were 4 teams that had multiple scouts or front office personnel there, including the Dallas Cowboys. He was asked about playing for the Cowboys. Got a big smile on his face. I would love to go down the road to the Cowboys. That would be really cool to be around the area where a bunch of football has happened to me. To be in the backyard of my college and be able to come back to my coaches would always be good for me.
Your thoughts on the receivers that have come out of SMU? I'll name a few.
They have
Emmanuel
Cole Beasley,
Sanders,
right?
Emmanuel Sanders,
Yeah.
Cole Beasley, Cortland Sutton.
So they have solid wide
Raymond
James
Berry.
Proche. What's that?
Raymond Berry,
Yeah. Danny Gray.
Hall of Famer.
So I think that
That is true. That is going back to an older era, but yes, fair enough.
Rice said his route running became the next thing NFL teams told him they wanted to see after after his combine performance. And he said he went and studied Brandon Ayuk.
Oh,
to kind of
okay.
he was like, I want to be more like that.
I mean, if we get a comp like that, heck yeah, I'm going for that in the third round. Now, this feels like an Aaron Rodgers-based trade. You might disagree. The Jets traded Elijah Moore and their third-round pick to the Browns for their second-round pick. And so I think that this is going to be part of the compensation package going back to Green Bay for Aaron Rodgers, because there's been a lot of talk about is it a first and some other stuff or whatever the case might be. But the Browns send their second-round pick and get back Elijah Moore and a third-round pick. So they essentially drop around in the draft to pick up Elijah Moore.
Didn't Elijah Moore hate playing for
Yes.
the Jets?
Yes,
He didn't like the way he was being utilized. When you go to New York, you, Mitchell Robinson, Elijah Moore, you just decide I don't like the way I'm being utilized. And he also kind of saw, look, they brought in Corey Davis, they have Garrett Wilson. I don't want to be here anymore. But I don't know, like if he's gonna want and love being in Cleveland. I just don't know that. Mostly because Cleveland's a rough organization to be with.
Yeah.
And now he's on grass, not turf. And I don't know if he's gonna love that.
Well, they did pick up Elijah Moore, and Derek Holland said yesterday, and we kind of called him out. He was like, hey, we're making moves and signing guys. We're like, what guys? And he goes, I don't know. But
it's like I don't know him right now.
So they got Elijah Moore, and then on social media, Myles Garrett said he is quote unquote working on getting Odell Beckham to Cleveland as well. Just in terms of weaponry, would you like, if you're a Cleveland Browns fan, the idea of getting Odell Beckham Jr. and Elijah Moore?
Be bringing back Odell Beckham Jr. to Cleveland.
Yeah, didn't it go great last time?
It did not go very well the first time. So I would say no. I thought it was kind of a half-hearted attempt on Odell's time there. So I would say no. But, I mean, if he's trying to recruit him, like, who knows what could happen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about some spring training showcase? The Rangers start the regular season in 1 week. Does their season hinge on Jacob deGrom? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Our question of the now is, does the Rangers season hinge on Jacob deGrom?
Yes.
877-881-1053.
Next segment.
Yeah. I do think it's not as black and white as a yes or no. I think it's a good question, but it does hinge on the starting rotation because they've invested so much, and Jacob deGrom is the one they've invested the most in. So yes, and then, well, if Jacob deGrom, let's just say, makes 15 starts, that'd be horrible for how much you paid him, how much you're expecting of him.
Horrible.
But if you had Nathan Eovaldi stay healthy and make 30 starts, Jonathan Gray make 30 starts. Let's just say Heaney, I'm not sure how much he's going to be in the rotation. That could be, back and forth, but he makes 25 starts. And then Martin Perez makes all 30 of his starts. Well, that's pretty darn good. You would hope that Jacob deGrom makes the majority of his starts, that he makes 25 or more starts this year. But if all the other guys stayed healthy, you could probably get away with it, but that's probably unlikely. So there's a lot on Jacob deGrom every fifth day to probably give you, not on his record books, but give you 20 wins this year, that he contributes to 20 wins this year for you.
Yeah, I think that's that next level of being like a really good team is what you're kind of hinging that on. I think with Eovaldi and with what you had with Gray and Martin Perez, you can be a competitive team. But competitive, similar to the nature that you were last year.
Yeah.
And then you're like hoping for a lot of things, but to say, okay, can we match up today with their best? You know that when you have deGrom on the mound, there's potential that you're going to get a no-hitter that day.
Sure.
And so like that's the excitement that comes with it and the confidence that your bats can get from it too.
So there's a variety of things at play that I wanted to focus in on Jacob deGrom, good, bad, and middle of the road. The middle of the road is, well, ESPN is saying that they believe the season hinges on Jacob deGrom. Then Yahoo listed their most likely fantasy bust candidate from every single team, and Yahoo listed Jacob deGrom. And then in the MLB The Show simulation, they have Jacob deGrom winning the Cy Young Award for the Texas Rangers. And I know it's just a video
First one ever, right?
Yes, that would be correct. And we've had multiple second-place finishes, but this would be the first one ever. And the thing that goes along with that, and that's why I wondered if it pivots specifically on this one person as opposed to the entire rotation, is the simulation for a video game, of course, mind you, also has the Rangers then winning 93 games and finishing second in the AL West.
That would be amazing.
It really would. And so I tell you right now that Jacob deGrom has what is essentially a full season. Maybe it's 31 starts, maybe it's 33, maybe it's 28. But for the most part, essentially a full season. And he is operating at top 3 Cy Young level. Yeah. You think that means, even though you don't know the health of the rest of them, you think that means the Rangers do what?
That's like because
play
of
500.
Yeah, there's just, if he's good, that's great.
I mean, that means you have 80% more of your games that he just watches. He's just Jason Kidd.
Sometimes I've now wondered if the things that you're saying are actual points that you want to make.
That's
or
a real
just
point,
setups
but I'm also
Jason Kidd.
trashing Jason Kidd as much as possible
on his birthday.
Yeah,
dude, on his own birthday,
he deserves it.
No, he's one pitcher.
Yeah.
And that's the problem for me is I can't say that everything. Now the money, if Ray Davis wants to spend any more money in the future, that might hinge on something. That might be hey, hold on, you just told me I could get this great guy, and I spent a lot of money on him, and that changes that. But for this season specifically, man, an injury could happen to any one of these pitchers, and now you're like, okay, what happens here? There's a new shuffling, and I think they have depth at starting pitcher. But man, if something happens to Marcus Semien, do you feel pretty confident that they can get by? Or if something happens to him, do you think, man, we're in a lot of trouble?
I guess I agree with Bochy. It's easier to replace a position player than it is a pitcher. But that would hurt because right now the back half of your lineup is a big question mark. You're hoping that Josh Young hits well, or Leody Taveras when he comes back from injury, which looks like it'll be quicker than initially thought. You're hoping that Robbie Grossman in left field, or your first 4 or 5 guys are like, hey, we're pretty solid there. We might not be the best, but we're pretty solid. But what are we going to do 6 through 9 in our lineup is kind of a question mark. So if you lost a Simeon or a Seager for an extended amount of time, that puts a little bit more pressure on your other guys to carry the lineup.
Because Evaldi's come up a couple of times. I sort of think he's a guy, and I know he's pitched really well in spring training, and people will focus on the 2021 season.
Yes, for sure.
But other than that, like most of his career, he's a guy. And so that's why I was that.
Who are we talking about? Evaldi?
Evaldi.
Yeah.
You now pair him up against Dane Dunning. Is he better?
Yeah.
More experience. He knows how to pitch.
Sure.
So I totally get you.
But what about better than Cole Reagan?
This team,
probably.
Well, I mean, after that last interview, he didn't do that great.
What's amazing about Evaldi was the 2018 playoff run.
Yes,
he was the best pitcher, arguably the best pitcher on the Red Sox for that playoff.
And the thing is, Kevin, you look back at last year. You had John Gray was just injured so often, you never got to see the full John Gray effect. Martin Perez was your best pitcher.
Yeah.
And very good.
So when you talk about Evaldi being a guy, he's not DeGrom. Or
even close.
He's in the mix with Gray and Martin Perez, though.
I forget his contract, but isn't he kind of going into the season as our number 3 or 4?
Evaldi? I'll look at his contract just to be sure. But it feels like he's your level of, you just bump most of your pitching staff into the minor leagues because of what you did this offseason and last offseason to put yourself in a 1 through 4 situation as being better. And whether or not Heaney works out, that's a different situation. That's a different story. Maybe we do look back and go, Rodon should have been the second addition to this because Heaney wasn't it. But you bumped everything down, which we want to do with Dwight Powell. We want to say, hey, we got so good that Dwight Powell doesn't even have to play because we're so good at all these. So this is where I look at it and just say, this whole rotation, that is where the hinge is, Kevin. Everything does hinge on the rotation for this team for sure. I don't think Evaldi's just going to be a guy because he's better than the pitching we've seen for a while here in Texas.
I like what he's saying, just because if you just do it this way, he makes 32 starts. All right, I have 130 more games to play.
How many? Okay, so to go along with that, the pitching staff, let's see, the rest of the pitching staff, they do the same. They do whatever they do no matter what. 5 starts of DeGrom versus 32 starts. How many wins do you think that equals?
DeGrom's 32 starts this year
versus if he got hurt like straight away and he got 5 starts.
Okay, so kind of a little bit of war, right? Wins above replacement.
Because somebody brought up what they're worried about is DeGrom is the A-Rod, where he has a fantastic season. Everyone's like, that person was awesome.
Diamond surrounded by trash.
But your team still stinks.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this is, and I don't think it will be this year, but this is how you have to look at it, which it's very tough for people to look at it this way because it's the only sport where you're changing your most important person every day. You only get to have your quarterback play every 5th game. And so when DeGrom pitches, he can affect the next 2 days. Now, he's not a guy that goes super deep into games, but if DeGrom has one of those stud games where he throws a complete game or 8 innings and you only have to use 1 relief pitcher, that helps you out for 2 straight days. So now in the 4th inning, if John Gray's struggling to throw strikes and he's given up 3 runs in 4 innings and he's throwing 88 pitches, you can take him out going, everybody's fresh. I got a full bullpen right here. And a lot of times we don't look at it that way. We don't see that. How much did that help? And I know it's a different sport, but Draymond Green, like after Steph Curry blew by Kleba last night to win the game. Well, where was the help? Well, Draymond Green made sure there was no help. There's no stat on there. There's no assist. There's no rebound. There's nothing here. It's like, no, he did a great job of boxing out Reggie Bullock so there could be no help on that. And so sometimes a start actually helps you the next 2 days where you can really use guys that would have been used up. So I would say DeGrom, if he's completely healthy for 32 starts, he is going to help you win 22 games. I think out of those 32 games, you would win 22 of the 32 games that he pitches in. If you were to say he's not pitching this year, and I have to go with Cole Reagans, Glenn Otto, Dane Dunning, whoever it is, maybe Owen White later in the year, I would say you're hoping for 16-16 in those games. And that's probably more hopeful, you're probably looking more at probably 12-20 over those starts, maybe 14-18.
I wish we would ask Chris Young this at any point. When you signed DeGrom, is it? I feel like part of it is the regular season, but are you really signing him to compete in a playoffs? That's what you really want him for.
That.
And you got to get to the playoffs. And the Rangers have to. I don't think this year is we have to cobble together a starting rotation, or we have to cobble together a team to be able to compete to get there. They're close enough. They're in a position where they can approach that. But it's not cobbling, but you really have DeGrom for whenever you get to the point, which I think next year could be it, where you're going to be in contention all the time. You need an ace, and they have the ace to do it. So that's where I sit with my comfort level with DeGrom still.
And one of the things that's fascinating about that and about what Mike said in terms of maybe it's a 6 to 10 game difference, I don't feel like I'm saying anything too crazy when I say you could probably look back at the end of this Rangers season coming up and say 6 to 10 more wins put you in the playoffs, or 6 to 10 more. Like, doesn't it feel like you're going to be that close in terms of, I don't know how many.
If you're 82-80 and you didn't have a healthy DeGrom for half of the season, you're like, we would have won 90 games if he would have been healthy.
Exactly. I don't know how many Rangers fans there are out there who are like, we're definitely going to make the playoffs, or we're definitely not going to make the playoffs. I feel like most Rangers fans right now are in the, I think we could make the playoffs.
We're nervous, dude. We're nervous.
Because it's already happened, too, in spring training, right? I mean, Jonathan Gray, Jacob DeGrom, Nathan Eovaldi, Jake Odorizzi. I mean, it's like, oh, you come into it optimistic, going, man, these are a lot of somewhat unhealthy guys, but it's going to be okay, right? And then you got to like March 5th, and you're like, oh, so like everybody we're worried about is having issues in spring training. And so now we're getting closer. We're, whatever it is, 5-10 days away.
You're 1 week away.
And how many days are in a week?
7.
Okay, I'll go with it.
Depending.
I'll go with 7, okay? Because the game would be starting in 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Give or take, yeah.
Okay, so it looks like everybody that is really important to this Texas Rangers team, including obviously Jacob DeGrom, who we're talking about, looks like they'll be ready to start the year, right? Odorizzi probably not, but I need to check on that.
Yeah, no, I think you're probably right about
that. But I'm not trying to take a shot at Odorizzi at all. He's not that important to your success. He can help, but he's not Jacob. Right.
Because you already think, whether it's Reagan's, like you said, Otto or Dunning, I feel like maybe I've already got my next 6, 7, 8, whoever needs to replace Pitt.
Yeah, and you're hoping those guys actually get better.
Yes.
Where Odorizzi's already past his prime, and he's there to help, but he can't improve. I shouldn't say that. Sometimes you get better when you're older. You have a career year, stuff like that. But Odorizzi was coming in here as like, hey, you're going to be our 6th starter, but most likely we're going to use you out of the pen in different ways in different situations. And now that you're not going to be able to do that to start the year, you're hoping at some point he comes back and is healthy.
And I know you've cautioned us about looking at spring training results and basing expectations off of that. But I will say, Eovaldi, 5 shutout innings yesterday against Chicago. He is 10.1 innings without giving up a run.
Oh, this feels good for just a guy.
And in your face.
Yeah, dude, you said just a guy, and here he is.
You're taking shots at him, and then there's Corey bringing up how good he's been this spring training.
I feel like I did bring that up, but also
so you
good
dunked
stat,
on yourself
Corey.
then? I'm not understanding.
Dunk on yourself.
I've
That's
absolutely
fine.
done that before. But also didn't
with your left, you slam it home, and your right misses. You're like, in your face, right?
I call it the stranger. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. By the way, multiple people are saying, I don't care if I supposedly see Noah until I hear him talk on air. He's not real. I mean, he can't talk like in normal words.
Why not?
I feel like you're holding him back.
You know what? Yesterday, I swear he said hello. Actually, hold on. Here, bring him over real quick.
Here comes a baby.
He's definitely not going to deliver.
Oh, my gosh. Here we go. He said something.
Hi.
Say it again.
Kevin's going to pinch him.
I am not going to pinch him. All right, so baby Noah is at the mic. I don't,
He's
like I said.
Give me my mom back.
I don't think he's going to talk.
Looking right at mom.
He doesn't.
Passy's out. He's like, where did that passy go?
New situation.
I know what Brandon needs his insurance. What's his
Yeah, this is the responsible one you said earlier today.
Yeah.
What was that claim number?
I mean, to be fair, he is being quiet and he's not crying on air, so that's good. Coming up next, it's time for the Combo Platter World Math Day edition.
Oh, okay.
Give us a sports opinion,
8
and
days a
then
week.
what was your favorite class and least favorite class of your educational career? Maybe we'll get baby Noah to speak. That and Mike Likes It next in the Lunch Rush on 105.3 The Fan.
the Expressway, and the Expressway on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Rockwall Ford.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. The 806. Of course, we have to talk about school when Baby Noah's in studio. Don't be a nerd, Kevin. I'm very sorry for that.
Must be Dawson.
Yeah, so it is.
He's always calling people nerds.
It is World Math Day. So in this unique combo platter.
It's also National Tamale Day. Interesting you went with math.
Well, because, remember that one note we got? It's like, they talk about food a lot. So decided to change it up because it's also National Chip and Dip Day. So I decided to do something different. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what was your favorite and least favorite class of your educational career? 877-881-1053.
So many classes I hated.
Yeah, I was asking my kids about this, and then I asked Adrian as well. And as they were giving me the answers, all I was thinking was Mike's going to go hated school.
Yeah,
because you did not like gym maybe or baseball whenever it was time to go to baseball practice.
I didn't have to do the gym thing. Those are for all the non-athletes who have to go to.
You had to do gym in like elementary school.
Oh yeah, elementary school. I thought we were talking about once you get to like junior high or high school.
Did anybody have to climb the rope? Because that's something that I never knew except like on TV shows.
Yep, never had to.
Neither.
I think they got smart because the insurance claims and. Hey, climb this rope in the gym. Don't worry, the wooden floor will catch you.
Yeah, that is
like that was really dumb.
That is a fair point. I'm going to start with this from the 903. I think the Rangers go 85-77 and get the final wild card spot. I absolutely hated science. Now, you can be as specific or as non-specific as you want. If you want to say science, great. If you want to say the science class where my teacher took away my textbook because I was laughing because it said that sharks have 2 penises, and then she said, I'll give this book back to you when you're old enough to be able to read it.
That's an oddly specific example that you just laid out.
No, that 100% happened to me.
Okay.
Peni at that point?
Yeah,
What's the plural of that?
Are you sure about that?
Tennessees.
I think they taught you wrong.
That's what it said in the book.
All right.
So I know sometimes books can lie and be biased.
Now I have to Google it.
All
So
right,
much for this boa constrictor
maybe in
story.
the break we attack that and then
Attack what?
Attack the shark.
Multiple shark?
The shark issue.
Phalanges?
Attack the shark what, Kevin?
Many.
Oh my gosh. For the 940, Micah Parsons is great, but now you can already see the decline happening. My goodness. And their favorite class was history.
The book was right.
Okay, great.
Well, it's good to know that our books are accurate in schools.
From the 254, Derrick Henry is going to the Bears, and their favorite subject was chemistry. Least favorite was English.
Oh, okay. I got a sports opinion or a sports question.
Oh.
How long does it take for a track meet to happen?
Yes.
Man.
Because Avery,
it's a long time.
Track meets is the worst.
They started at 10 this morning.
They might be done by 10 p.m.
Okay, because I have dinner reservations at 6:30, and he's like, "I'll be home around 7," and he's supposed to watch the little ones.
He
already ran.
He's not lying, but that's a team concept. You stay with your team, and we have to get to the field events, all right? And if you think they're javelining,
they did those early. They did the field events early.
What?
Yeah, I know this is wild. But
then
he was like,
I'm confused because usually they would try to run them at the same time, but it always felt like there were some rogue field events when I was covering this that were left over. And a track meet is like 8 hours long.
Well, he already ran. He didn't finish last. He didn't finish first. He finished somewhere in the middle.
I know he wouldn't finish first.
So, because you raced him.
That's right.
He's gotten faster. I'm pretty proud of him. He's working hard.
That was your sports question.
That was my sports question. My sports opinion.
My sports opinion is you will not make it to dinner.
Dang it. That's not a sports opinion. I guess I'm a sports talk show host.
That's right.
Or an entertainment talk show host. You decide.
They're called claspers, by the way, on Sharks.
UNT knocks off Wisconsin next Tuesday, March 28th. That's a long time.
I know why they're not playing in New York, because aren't real games happening in New York.
We could have just said
Mike,
the other
UNT
Final Four
is rocking along here.
I'm
in the
so
NIT
proud of
tournament.
them.
You know what?
So much so that Scott Drew said, "Hey, Corey, you're Mean Green are doing something." How did he know? Does he just know everything? How did he know?
Is there
that
any chance he goes to your Kroger?
I
Is it a Kroger?
Tom Thumb.
Tom Thumb.
It's Tom Thumb.
Here's the thing, too, Corey. You're playing a weak Wisconsin team because this is what I'm taking from this.
Devin Harris.
I want to play cut 9. This is the Oregon head coach who's disappointed in his fans for not showing up to the NIT game against Wisconsin.
What the heck? We should have more people here. All right. I mean, these guys have played hard. 3,300 people. It's not good enough. You know, and if it's me, then get rid of me. If you need somebody else to be a promoter, do something. But 3,300 people is embarrassing. It really is. I'm not in a very good mood. You can tell that. But
because this was the lowest attendance you guys have had.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying, James. If it's me, then make the change. Somebody will hire me somewhere. I'll go coach junior college ball again. I love junior college ball. Those guys were dogs. They wanted to be in the gym all the time. But 3,300 people.
Probably because they failed in high school.
For Wisconsin. I was disappointed. So, and I appreciate the people who came. That's 3,300 people who did come. Woo-hoo! Great. I sure appreciate it. You know, the people who have stuck with us.
Yeah.
And, but again, you know,
I got it. That's too much.
This is
too
awesome.
much.
He was
It's too much.
I like junior college basketball.
So
you don't
that was
say
the
that when you get a
Wisconsin coach?
D1 job.
No, that was the Oregon coach. But basically, it sounds like he thinks Wisconsin only won because the Oregon fans are soft and didn't show up to the game.
Do you feel like he started rambling about junior college because he realized that he gave the school an ultimatum on whether or not to fire him?
Yeah.
Was these are valid questions. Was it spring break at your school? That can affect attendance during these situations. Like you go to Texas A&M versus LSU. It seemed like it was spring break at Texas A&M. Now, still, it's a smaller venue than a college basketball arena, but that kind of affects the atmosphere if school's not in session.
You expect
during
the basketball coach to know the school schedule? What is wrong? What?
Yeah, you're right, Reggie.
Those are entirely different departments.
And those kids at junior college that are dogs, usually some of them are really dogs in the classroom, and they have to go to junior college because they didn't have the grades to go to Division I. So that might be why they're gym rats, because they never open up a book.
Favorite?
Not all of them, but some of them.
Corey, favorite or least favorite class?
Well, Kevin, when I attended UNT,
oh my,
the science of physics was an absolute blast. I loved learning that. But my favorite class ever was my speech class, where I learned how important communication is. And Kevin, that's why I'm always telling you, like, it's important that we communicate with each other. We don't want static in our communication. And that was probably the first teacher I ever had that told me I was going to go on and be great at something. My high school football coach said I'd never amount to anything, so that kind of sucked.
In his face.
Did he really mean that, or was that just his go-to?
It was
insult?
on the day of my graduation.
Oh,
so
really?
Yeah.
I want to meet this guy.
Yeah, I don't.
Hey, what? Shake his hand, Mike?
I thought
Let's
he was.
have him in studio.
I thought it was pretty piece
Think
of
he's
crappy
alive?
for him to do that. But
Like he gave you the
don't say that to a
diploma?
kid. No,
and he's like, you're a nobody.
No, there's more to this story. But
Corey Majors. Nobody's gonna remember that name.
Yeah, and guess what? They do now.
Yeah,
Tons
you
of
go
people
to
at the
any
Tom
Thumb in
That's right.
Plano.
No, well, it's just the one. But
name rings out.
Hey,
or Beach in
Scotty
South
Drew
Padre.
knows who I am. And
Yeah.
that's
That's
Valpro's
right.
Bryce Drew's
That's right.
I
brother.
don't know how he knew, but speech. That was the teacher, the professor that told me I'd go on and be great at stuff. So I appreciate that.
Okay.
Otherwise, I probably would have just quit and finished off life early.
Oh my gosh, that is so
It had an
dark.
impact on me.
From the 817, I think.
What did you do to that guy?
Need to have this.
What did you do to that guy that he said that to you on the day of graduation?
This might be an. I don't know if this is an on.
It's on the air conversation.
Oh my God.
I learned it had a lot less to do with me and other things.
Your mom?
We'll talk about it off air, Mike.
Oh my God, I don't know this story either. From the 817.
Man, I'm a good reader of stories.
World Math Day. Jacob deGrom stays healthy all year and wins the AL Cy Young. Least favorite time of school? All of 6th grade. Awkward
All
year.
of 6th grade?
Yeah, they said awkward year with puberty and no athletics to look forward to. Just awful all the way around.
So,
Man, does puberty affect sports or what in middle school?
This week, Mike, Carter and Lucy are getting the puberty lecture in school.
Oh, yeah.
And Lucy's in like 4th grade.
I feel like Carter Freeman should have already heard.
Not
about
our
this.
Carter, my Carter. He's in 5th grade, and I don't know if they're redoing it or whatever, but Lucy's getting. I don't know if I'm ready and prepared for Lucy to get the puberty discussion.
Well, my kids went to DISD school, so they found out on the bus in 1st grade how puberty works. So, well,
1st grade.
It's DISD, man.
Oh my God!
They have older
That's why
brothers
they
and
now go to
sisters.
private school.
Yeah, you're right. Carter knows a lot more because of his older brother for sure. But Lucy, I guess we've just protected her so much. I'm not prepared for it.
I'm sorry, buddy. I think that's fair. From the 972, Rangers go over 500 this season, and I hated English class. Only subject I barely passed. Hank Hill would be disappointed. He'd be like, "You speak English." Mike, what do you got for me?
When it comes to the shark thing or the school?
I don't want to talk about the Sharks right now.
Sounds like Mike's favorite class is the KNC masterpiece.
Yeah.
Man, I'm saying.
I, in high school, did not like geometry because
it's fake math.
I
get you.
was
Yeah,
algebra,
that's right.
algebra 2, pre-calculus, killed it. A's all the time. Geometry, they're like, hey, build a bridge out of toothpicks. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
And then then there's theories. No, there needs to be an answer.
Man, that was the theorems were the one that broke me down. I'm with you on that. I hated geometry.
So geometry was one. Honestly, a class that I wish I would have taken way more seriously was Spanish. I did not like taking foreign language. But now my daughter speaks fluid Spanish.
Oh.
And I think it's just such a huge, I think it's one of the most important things, especially, I mean, let's be honest, in Texas, to be able to obviously speak English and Spanish is just such a huge advantage in a whole bunch of different situations, especially work-wise, communication with employees and stuff like that. So
Do you find this to be an acceptable excuse? Because I took 2 years of Spanish. My Spanish 1 class really screwed me over because our teacher didn't know Spanish. And so we would ask her for help with things, and she would pull out her pocket translator. And if she couldn't find it, she's like, you really need to figure it out yourself. But only after she looked and couldn't find it. I think that really hurt my ability to learn Spanish.
Yeah. And I can't remember. I know he's not a likable person here, or likable besides in Houston, but Bregman was like, I want to become fluent in Spanish because if I'm going to be a good leader, I want to be able to communicate with pretty much all my teammates. And usually you'd have, I would say, 70% English speakers on a team and 30% Spanish speakers on a team for the most part. It's rare when you do have a Shohei Ohtani or Yu Darvish that there's another language on your team.
Dare I ask if you have a sports opinion?
Derek Holland also texted us, by the way. Did you see that?
I did
not. What did he say?
Said, thanks a lot, Mike. I'm a JUCO guy. So.
And why did he have to go to JUCO?
Oh man.
Golly, Mike.
Well, he
Just put Holland through the table.
Text him back. Did you stink at school?
He's obviously listening, Mike.
You don't got to text him back. He's going to be like, you know what, Mike? Shut up.
I'm stating facts. Ask Navarro and Blinn. Guess what? You're an A&M guy. Doesn't the A&M coaches kind of like, hey, obviously you do not have the grades to come here right now, and we try everything to cheat you into this system, but we can't even cheat this into the system.
Kansas State could get Michael Bishop in. Why couldn't we?
You want to go to Blinn for a year or two, and you raise those grades up a little bit, you pass your classes at Blinn, and we would love to possibly have you come to Texas A&M.
From the 817, is it that Kyrie wants to play with LeBron or go to the Lakers? Which one do you think? Favorite subject, home economics, because I went on to become a chef.
Nice.
From the 817, glad we got rid of Zeke. Let's go after Bijan Robinson. And I was an athlete, so every class was my favorite, if you know what I mean. Man, there is a lot of stuff going on with the athletes, whether it's not.
What do you think happens with the athletes when they go to the Olympics, Kevin?
Man, that's
What
a
do you
good
mean?
question. Because I'll tell you
I'm
this.
just going to see where Kevin goes with this.
Yeah,
I think
Kevin.
he knows what I mean.
I have no clue. I'm lost.
Here's what I'm concerned about is I know a teacher pretty well who one time she said cheating beats repeating, and I was very concerned about
What do you mean,
this.
like cheat on the test so that you don't have to take it again?
Cheat on your
Exact-
significant other so you
No.
don't have to be back with that one.
I thought it
So
was.
you don't have to repeat and be with it. It's like green M&Ms. You know, every once in a while you want a red one, right?
What?
I believe,
That's
I
a
feel
Rodney
confident
Carrington.
it was more in terms of not having to repeat a grade.
Oh,
this person
okay.
is an educator that I know very well, and I was very concerned that she knew that phrase. Can't say.
Is it your wife?
I can't say who it is, Corey.
She is/was an educator.
Can't say.
But all right, now she is
Did
educating.
she tell you that in the confidence of your lover's bed?
Oh my God! Don't ever call it that again.
You have a lover's bed?
No, we do not.
What is there? You know about the lover's bed?
It's a bed.
Oh, bed. Okay, I thought there was.
Wait,
a bed.
you
Neon
have a
Brown
bed?
put on here, I had classmates in 6th grade getting prego.
Oh my gosh!
At
that-
what school?
You
Lots
know,
of them.
Mike's gonna say it was a DISD school.
I have no clue.
Right.
Our girls didn't get pregnant till high school. Well, I think there was like 6 girls in my class that got pregnant in high school.
Are you serious?
It happens.
I feel
they
like we should
say-
stop doing this segment.
Did they stay at the school? Because I know, like,
Yeah,
at
they
least
did.
one of the girls like left our school when like the rumor mill was that she got pregnant, and then she went to, I don't know, probably not the convent or the farm upstate or whatever.
What?
But
The
like
convent?
she went. That's what they would always say.
The
is like,
farm upstate, Kevin?
Yeah,
Do you know what that implies?
That does not have to be where you send your animal for it to die. That can mean a variety of things. But yes, I'm familiar with that terminology. And so they took at least one of them away. I don't know if she really was pregnant. I don't think she ever came
It was
back.
in Irving, according to Neon
Oh,
Brown.
okay. All right. From the 817, Mavericks don't make the playoffs, and calculus is the worst class, and it's not even close. I don't know if this counts as a sports opinion. From the 903, Mike will be fired before the year is over, and their favorite class is journalism.
Are they talking about McCarthy?
No, I think they mean the Mike, meaning Mike Bassett.
I could be.
I could see it, Mike. I really could.
I feel like maybe I just need to take the mantra of Jason Kidd and just sit back and watch. Nothing bad can
You know
happen.
what, Mike? There's definitely some times when I think you probably should have sat back and watched what just happened, because that did not go super well for you or for us. From the
Oh, no.
972.
Well,
Mike-
really for you, because you're the one that hears about it.
Yeah, that is a great point. It really,
You know what I'm saying, Corey?
really is.
Yeah, nobody wants to talk to me.
A great point. I'm glad to share some of those discussions. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, Corey, you started a separate conversation on here.
I'm trying to keep up with all the texts are amazing.
Is it about when you teach your kids the birds and the bees?
No, well, some of them are awful things teachers have said to them.
Oh, no.
One of these people said, I roughed the kicker in one game, and my high school coach told me to do my family a favor and die.
That seems a little too far. Yeah, like I
Gosh.
think you're supposed to be. These are kids, dude, that you're dealing with. You're trying to teach them.
Yeah.
You're trying to teach them. You know, you're not trying to like make them go do things. They're already getting it rough enough from their like peers in school.
Yeah.
It's already bad enough whenever you got that going on. And it's worse whenever now a teacher goes, you know what, or a coach that you look up to says, you know what I'm going to do now? I'm going to join in on the conversation. I'm going to make it worse on this kid.
And then from the 972,
You just kick them off the team, right?
I mean, I think that you'd prefer.
For what? Why kick him off the team?
From
What'd
the
they do?
972, I don't know if
Rough
this is
the
a
kicker.
retro. My God. My buddy's an idiot. My grandpa told me Spanish was stupid when I was in 7th grade, and he said German was going to be the number 2 language in the United States.
He was wrong.
Yeah, he was.
How old was that teacher?
Yeah.
He was.
Was that
wrong.
back
in the day?
Yeah,
I
so
don't.
1939.
Reading the
He's
tea
like,
leaves on this war thing.
yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
There's that
Oh
show
my
I watched.
gosh.
I can't remember the name of it. The man in the
High Castle.
High Castle.
Yeah, where obviously we lose World War II.
Or did we?
Oh, did we not lose?
Did you
Royal
watch
Rumble?
the whole thing?
No, it got tiresome. I was like, you know what? We've done enough episodes. I get it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, Loop 9 Barbecue is where we'll
Oh
be
my
doing
gosh.
our show tomorrow.
Can't wait.
And now it's time for Mike Likes It.
Speaking of boa constrictors,
Word.
Nobody said a thing about.
I've mentioned them multiple times.
That actually is fair.
So I saw this
Is
on
that
the
a
news.
great way to start a conversation? Just say speak as if you're transitioning, but you're not
Yes.
transitioning from anything.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, I love
Because then
this.
you'd be like, oh crap, was I not listening to something they said?
Nice.
They will call you on
I saw this bit, Reggie, where this guy was like, every time I say something, ask somebody if they want to do something, I will always add, given your history. So, hey, do you want to ride with us, given your history? And so add that to every one of those
Kevin, is that
questions.
gaslighting?
Oh, for sure.
Okay,
We
thank
have a major problem in our world. Years ago, I talked about helium.
that was like earlier. That was last year. wasn't it? I don't feel like it was that
Felt
long.
like
We learned
years
a lot
ago.
that day.
Yeah, okay, you're about to learn a lot more.
Okay.
Not about helium. This has nothing to do with helium, but another major issue in the United States of America.
Okay.
And I'm talking about the Burmese python.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I saw this on the news while I was on vacation for one whole day. I'd like for it to have been more, but Kevin said, screw you. You got to work all week.
I heard that. I was there.
No.
Yep. Remember that, Corey? He's like,
I was
yeah,
there.
He's like, it's tournament time. I love the first four. So I got to prepare for those games. All right. So they have invaded Florida. Now, the Burmese python is not native to Florida. Unfortunately, people have dumped their boa constrictors that they got, like from, I won't say from Africa,
Yeah.
but these are African boa constrictors. And then for some reason, they either escaped. People, the people who follow this, like, look, they could have escaped, but most likely, some people probably dumped these boa constrictors in South Florida into the Everglades because they didn't want the pet anymore or thought maybe this pet should be free. Obviously, this reptile should be free. Well, here's the issue. Burmese pythons do not have a predator in Florida. So they are allowed to grow as big as they want. They are allowed to reproduce as much as possible with no issues. So what is happening in Florida in the Everglades National Park? They compete, these pythons, for food with wildlife. Here is what has happened. Now, this has been a while. This is not a new news story, but it did come up on the news when I was watching this week. The most severe declines in native species have occurred in the remote southernmost regions of the Everglades, where pythons have been established the longest. In 2012 study, populations of raccoons had dropped. Take a guess on how much the raccoon population has dropped in a 2012 study in the southern Everglades, the national park.
97%.
Oh, I was going to say like 50%.
Yeah, I was gonna say 57%.
99.3%.
Yeah, dude, these things take over.
Possums,
Goodness.
98.9%. Now, you wouldn't expect this, but they did talk about this. They actually talked about deer on the study.
Oh.
Bobcats have dropped 87.5% because these pythons are eating bobcats.
Because they changed the name back to the Hornets.
True. Marsh rabbits, cottontail rabbits, foxes have disappeared. They are gone from the southern Everglades.
And maybe the world.
Now, here's the problem. There are a whole bunch of pythons, and they can swim. So they have been moving north into more of getting closer to central Florida now. So as they multiply and get bigger, and they've eaten all of the rabbits and foxes in the area and almost all of the possums and all of the raccoons and some of the deer and a lot of the bobcats. They need more food as they keep reproducing and getting bigger. And so now they have a major issue, which they say is pretty much unsolvable.
This is concerning.
According to myfwc.com, which I feel like that has something to do with wildlife, because of their large size, adult Burmese pythons have few predators. with humans being the exception. Like humans essentially are
we
the
have to
only
kill 'em.
predator. We're the ones that have to go hunt these
Oh,
suckers
are we gonna
down.
get permits? Python permits?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, sure.
Python season out here. Go shoot them.
Let's go. Hold on. Isn't there a show?
It's kind of like the hog situation in Texas, right?
Yeah.
There's too many hogs in
30 to
Texas.
50
too many snakes
girl hog.
in Florida, just like we always assumed.
Tired of all these snakes.
Because of the Everglades, Kevin.
Yeah.
That's why we assumed it.
Okay.
Because that's an area for them to have a breeding ground. Oh my God. Is there a situation like one female and a billion males and they just all go at it? Is that how snakes do it?
Wouldn't it be worse if there was one male and like a billion females and he could impregnate them all?
I think I read, this is where I think comes into play, which I wish I had a better understanding of this, but I don't. For some reason, I want to say that these pythons might not lay eggs. They actually, when they
bird
breed,
like humans.
They maybe it's when they're born. They're 10 to 18 inches long. Because it makes sense that all snakes have to lay eggs, right?
Yeah,
it can't be that.
Yes.
Gosh, for some reason, I want to say when I was reaching this,
I'm not super familiar
The
with
largest
reproductive
Burmese
habits.
captured in Florida, Kevin. You want to take a guess on how long it was?
12 feet.
I'll guess 22.
Oh my God.
18 feet. Mike was closer than you,
But he went over.
but it's okay. That wasn't
True.
the rules in this
Yeah,
game.
we weren't playing
$1, Bob.
prices
Oh,
right.
Reggie wins.
Yes.
18 feet
Wouldn't
of
I still
snake.
win? I was closer.
Kevin,
18 feet of snake
that's
is
from
too much.
that's from the hole over here on our golf thing out into the hallway. That's how long that snake is, and it can wrap itself around your truck and squish it while you're in it.
Your truck?
I don't know, probably.
What are you? You're upset about the idea of owning a truck?
No, because he said because he said while you're in it, a truck is bigger than a car, and I'm
Okay.
just thinking about
Really?
me
Is
being
that so?
eaten alive in my truck.
I've learned today.
You're like, you can't do nothing, snake. I'm in my truck, and he's like, oh,
Gotcha.
Out of water animals, which one are you most afraid of to see?
hippos.
That's right.
Oh yeah, hippos.
That's right.
Terrifying.
In part because of that story Wade Boggs told us at the card show.
I saw a hippo chase a lion through the water.
They're fast as hell,
He
man.
chased, and it was 3 lions actually going through his area, and he was like, "Not today!" And he ran after them. One of them picked up in his mouth, and then he was like threw it, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, hippo's terrifying." Snakes. If I'm like on a fishing boat, Mike, and I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden I see like a copperhead coming up, I'm like, "Oh, this isn't good." Because that thing can move all over the place, dude.
Yeah.
It's like Kevin and hornets. Kevin
Oh
is
my
terrified
God.
of things that fly
My
because he can't control where they are.
The one thing that's weird, and maybe I need to look this up on YouTube, is I just feel like a python is slow, but it can't be slow if it's catching bobcats and rabbits
Yeah.
and foxes. Like, it has to be able to. I'm sure it kind of
Sneaky.
lays in the weeds and is very camouflaged, and then, is a quick strike, and then obviously suffocated. It's a boa constrictor. But it just makes me wonder, how fast are boa constrictors when they're hungry and need to eat?
That's a good.
And they
that's a
eat
good
deer.
question.
Have you ever eaten a deer? Like just in one whole
Sausage, deer.
No, yeah.
What
No,
is-
I'm talking about a whole deer just been like, oh.
No, our
You can't
mouths
open your
don't
mouth
work
like
that way.
But a boa constrictor can.
It's amazing that a snake can just turn into a deer, like its skin, and it somehow digests an animal without ever eating the animal. It's just like, let's just swallow this thing, and eventually my stomach is going to break this thing down into food and energy. You know what, guys? That's
Mark
not
that one
fair.
for tomorrow.
I quit.
No, you
can't
don't.
quit now.
Wait. Does that texter get to cash in on him being fired if he quits?
See, I think
man.
it's way more likely that Mike just goes, you know what, fine, I quit. Just like it could be in the middle of a shift. I don't know.
In the middle of a sentence.
It could be. And he's like, you know what, fine, I quit. And then he just gets up and leaves.
Is there also, because I have 1 minute left and I
have
ran
a
out of
question
things
for you, Mike, for
Go
the
ahead.
future. Somebody texted this
Go to
in.
break early for
No,
glory.
no,
I
wait.
don't know if this is true or not.
I don't want to call time
But I
out.
looked it up and it looks true. Hippo milk is pink.
Okay.
I think you need to, in the next one, we need to figure out why.
Well, you're not getting to that hippo milk. That hippo is going to kill you.
If you are Luke Casey or
The Boot Factory.
yeah, the people that make boots, do you go to Florida and go, dude,
time.
like, yeah, we can make a lot of boots. I mean, there's a lot of boa constricting going on down here, and if we can catch them and kill them, we can make purses and boots and
Hats,
pants.
sashes.
I see women in those snake pants.
Belts.
Like,
Are they snake pants?
Aren't they?
Please, God, Mike,
I've never
go
seen a
up to
snake
a
wear
lady
pants, Mike.
in a pair of snake pants and go, "Oh, you've been doing some boa constricting." Like that's what I want to happen.
Don't do it
I'll
to
ask, are
anybody
those
that
real
works
snake
here, 'cause
pants?
you will be in HR.
Yeah, you're gonna get brought up on harassment
Are those
charges.
boa constricting snake pants?
It should be only one-legged pants if they're snake pants.
But if you're a leather company, wouldn't you be like, we got ourselves a product here. Let's go down to the Everglades and start killing boa constrictors.
Mike, I don't know if you taught us as much today as you did about helium, but I definitely
I feel like I did.
Like
Well, we're definitely
learned-
going to learn some stuff because I don't know if you guys are looking at your Twitters. Multiple people have tweeted in with various links and information.
Awesome. See, and he said, I don't think that we've learned as much. He said 50%
I said,
earlier.
I don't know.
Remember
Yeah.
on like that number?
Tried 99% of the
99%.
raccoons and almost 99% of the, I don't know why they call them opossums in Florida, but I feel like they're possums.
Corey, are you going to start the Save the Raccoons? Are you going to start working on that music so we can have like a
Yeah, and is it
live
bad
aid
that it's
source?
taking out raccoons and possums? Those aren't fun.
I don't want to. I don't know. Raccoons are crazy, man.
What?
I'm actually kind of out on the raccoons.
Rabies.
For the KNC masterpiece, I guess. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors, where I pray to God it's something about sports.
What is it about?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, the Savannah Bananas. Yeah, I gotta.
Kinda.
This is gonna be fun.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Get the top stories exclusive. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Got the C block coming up in just 1 second, but a couple more notes for you. The Pelicans did clear Zion to return to on-court activities, but then said he's still out for 2 more weeks. And then how many of the top 100 players in baseball do you think the Rangers have?
5.
I think 5's the answer.
3.
You're
per ESPN
list.
Okay, because MLB top 100 now, I remember Lowe barely made it. Obviously, Simeon, Seager, and DeGrom were on it. And maybe Adolis was a 5th guy who barely made it.
Nobody respects Adolis Garcia like they should, do they? He really deserves more.
He was
respect.
a 25-25 guy last year.
I think so.
And a great defensive outfielder. I just, that's the thing that I think he gets disrespected the most on, is how great of an outfielder he is, especially right fielder.
And they're predicting their top 100 players for 2023. So like even Bryce Harper's way, way, way down the list. They have Seager at 40, DeGrom at 44, Simeon at 65, and that's it for the Texas Rangers. Now, how about some C Block starring Corey Majors?
Thank you very much, Kevin, for that. And I thought let's have some fun since UNT
haven't done enough of that.
Is doing their thing.
Oh, dear.
And
keep it straight sometimes, y'all.
Go Mean Green. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. But I saw this on TikTok, and I know that Reggie loves TikTok. And since I knew Reggie was going to be our producer today, I sent him this link in which he almost just got audio because it was just music that I sent to him, and I don't know what's going on there. But we eventually got the audio. This is the third baseman for the Savannah Bananas. Have you ever heard of the Savannah Bananas?
Yes. They're in Savannah.
That actually, I don't even know if that's true.
They're they're like a Harlem Globetrotter situation now.
They're a minor league team. They play in the Coastal Plain League. And they, Kevin, much like our show, The Fools with No Rules, as we used to be called, they don't like the same rules as regular baseball. So they have some different rules. True. So their third baseman, he on TikTok said, I'm going to describe some of the rules for the play for you guys out there that don't know much about this. So here is, we'll start it and we'll stop it a little bit as we go along. Okay. After the first rule, we'll say, all right, do we want to discuss this one? Here is the rules for the Savannah Bananas.
Rule number 1, every inning counts. So whoever scores the most runs in one inning wins the inning. If the Bananas score 15 runs and the party animals score 1, it's still just 1 point for the Bananas. Rule number 2.
All right, so that's rule number 1 is you can score 15 runs this inning.
Right.
Doesn't matter.
Right.
Did you know this?
Yeah, I saw they have a crappy show on ESPN Plus. And I watched like the first episode, and I was like, "This show's stupid." But they talked about some of this.
They talked about the rules,
yeah, and some other stuff.
All right, I'll find another topic to do here. Since
I do
think
not
it's stupid, and you clearly think that.
I said the show was dumb.
Oh.
I do not believe very many people watched it.
What did you hear?
I don't want to do this segment because I didn't think of it.
Okay. All right, I appreciate that. That's good. All right, that being said, would baseball be more?
I'm just teasing you, Kevin.
Gosh. How different would it be for a pitcher? Let's say Derek Collins out there on the mound, and he gives up a home run or 3. All right, and now he's down 5 runs because there could have been runners on during one of those home runs.
Wouldn't you just start drilling people?
But do you, knowing that you've given up 5 runs, you can still win the inning if your team gets 6 runs this inning. And now you're only down 1-0 or up 1-0.
I hear what you're saying. I think I would attack it way more from a tennis perspective. You see this all the time. If somebody is receiving serve and they fall down 30 love, they're like, the hell with this. I'm just going to move on to the next one. You even see it with sets sometimes. If I fell behind 2-0 in an inning, I might be like, screw it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's gear up all our good stuff. And I would try to rig it so like the 7, 8, 9 hitters were batting so we could like start anew in the next inning.
You got a thought, Mike?
Well, I'm on the Savannah Bananas website.
And they're not a minor league team. My apologies. They play in the Coastal Plain League. So I think that's
independent team,
yeah,
right?
They're independent.
They have 2 teams.
Oh.
They have a party team.
Oh, awesome.
The Party Animals. Because the other day I saw a highlight of a Savannah Banana, and his name was Jake Skull. And I'm like, dude, I've heard of this name before. Like, did he play in the major leagues? And I'm just like not getting where I'm not connecting him to what I feel like this name recognition is. So I look up Jake Skull on Baseball Reference. That is a former first-round pick of the Rangers, like in 2010.
He was a high school pick.
Did not make it to the major leagues at all. So when I saw Jake Skull make a play in left field for the Savannah Bananas, I'm like, crap, I know this name, but I'm not connecting it. So I had to look him up. So he's on the Savannah Bananas Party Animals team, which they also have the Bananas roster and the Party Animal roster.
Aren't the Party Animals their Washington Generals of sorts?
Oh, interesting. Okay, I didn't know that.
So the Party Animals, they
don't party?
Do they have to lose?
I don't know that they have to lose, but I mean, it seems like that's they frequently will play against them. Is that not how that goes?
No, that might be it. I was always wondering how they find these other teams and how they're traveling right now, because I'm like, minor league baseball isn't happening. If you're I know there's no Fort Worth Cats, or I don't even think there's Grand Prairie Air Hogs anymore. If there are, I'm sorry, I've totally forgot. But like where there are independent baseball teams that they might play, because they wouldn't play affiliated teams.
Yeah.
Like those teams haven't started playing games yet. They don't start till usually May, because they want it to get closer to out of school time to draw an audience. So I'm like, who are the Bananas playing right now in these games I'm seeing? So it makes sense that they have their own Washington Generals team.
So that first rule, somebody just texted in, that's very right. That is match play, basically, versus stroke play. So that is like the Masters versus the Ryder Cup that they're going with here. Rule number 2.
Rule number 2, there's a 2-hour time limit. So after 2 hours, see ya. Rule number 3, if you're
That's like a little league game,
2 hours and you're done. Mike, you hate baseball that lasts 3 hours and 48 minutes.
Yeah, but I will say this, and this happens obviously in select baseball all the time, is that teams will intentionally run out the clock.
Yeah, that does happen.
So they'll be like, hey, when you go out there, I want you to tie your shoe. Or when you go out there, I want you to not make a pitch. If you're 0-2, I want you to take your time and intentionally throw a ball and really slowly do it. And maybe throw it in the dirt where we have to get a new ball. And you're just like, as a player, where you're like, I understand we need the game to move at pace. But then when you intentionally do everything slow to try to run out the clock is really Stinkfoot McGonaghy.
Yeah, but you can still get out of it. Like you get moving on. No new inning can be started after an hour and 50 minutes. In the last inning, every run counts. Rule number 3, Reginald.
Rule number 3, if you're a hitter, you cannot step out of the box. If you step out of the box, it's a strike.
I definitely knew that.
I'm okay with that. Like I'm fine with that. That shouldn't have. I know guys need to take a breath every once in a while and reset and everything, but man, this is fun baseball. Let's move on.
Real quick, I did see CJ Nikowski post this on Twitter. I don't know if you saw this, but Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout, every pitch would have been a ball or a strike without a pitch.
Oh, because of the way the pitch clock
Shohei Ohtani never threw a pitch within 15 seconds, and Mike Trout never got in the box in time.
Interesting.
And so it was just like, in the moment, we didn't care. And so it's a little off topic on when the moment becomes a big moment, should we have a clock in these big moments? But go ahead.
Rule number 4.
Rule number 4, my second favorite rule, no bunting. Bunting sucks.
Oh, man.
Mike,
that situation.
Do you agree that bunting sucks as a pitcher?
No, because if I can field my position, like you ask a guy like Greg Maddux, you're like, if you can field your position, you're out. If you can't field your position, and I was not quick off the mound, I tried working on it and everything like that, but I do think that bunting is an art, and I understand why in Harlem Globetrotter baseball you wouldn't want bunting.
All right.
It's just like you probably don't want layups.
Yeah.
In the Harlem Globetrotters, you probably don't want the finish to be just a regular layup. You want it to be a dunk or some sort of fancy finish. You don't want a bunt.
Bombs or double plays. We want something, we want action.
And that's
not
why
bunts.
Curry, that last layup shouldn't have counted. All he did was blow by Maxi Kleba and then go uncontested for the last 15 feet for a layup.
Next
that
one,
should
Reggie?
even be a win for the Warriors.
I mean, it won't if Mark Cuban has his way.
I will.
Rule number 5, batters can steal first base whenever they want.
So on any pitch of in at bat, the hitter can just try to steal first base. So he can just take off running. It can happen on pass balls, wild pitch, or anytime the hitter chooses You can just say, I'm going to try and go. And if the pitcher, if they don't get you out, you're on first base, dude. I like that. This next one I really like a lot too. I think this is a fun idea.
Rule number 6, a walk is actually a sprint. So the batter sprints as fast as he can around the bases, and every defensive player has to touch the ball before they can tag the runner out.
So, yeah, every defensive player has to touch the ball. So you got to throw the ball around the field on a walk.
So the catcher has already touched it, right?
Yep. Yeah.
So the catcher touches the ball. You can throw it to the pitcher. You throw it kind of maybe around the horn, and then you got to get the outfielders to run in really quick and touch it too. And if the hitter can't get a home run on it, he's out.
The hitter can advance to as many bases as he wants. So
if he just runs to first and stop, then you're okay. But if he wants to try to get a double out of it, he can try to get a double out of it.
And according to the real rules, the ball does not have to touch the catcher or pitcher. It's already touched the catcher, so you're moving on from there. But if it's a ball, that runner can just say, I'm going as fast as I can until I get to whatever base.
Yeah.
But they have to, everybody out there has to touch the ball at some point. Number 7, no mound visits.
Number 7, if the game's tied at the end of the game, there's a showdown tiebreaker. That might have to be its own video because it's so long to explain.
All right, so that one's too long to explain. Keep going.
Number 8, sorry pitchers, but there are no mound visits. So if you're not throwing strikes, figure it out.
Yeah, I'm fine with that too.
Kid loves this rule.
Yeah, yell, Jason Kidd.
Yeah, he's like, figure it out.
I don't know what to do. Like, might as well just.
It's my birthday.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just going to sit here and watch. I'm going to look at Sean Sweeney and go, man, our defense sucks, right? Yep, it sucks. All right, next game.
The pitcher showdown. Hold on, hit one more, Reggie.
And the best rule of all, if a fan catches a foul ball, it's an out.
That is a blast.
Yeah.
Now you get the fans
I do
involved.
remember
in this.
that one, and I like.
What if it's a fan for the other team? Does it count? Like, does it count for that
Let
team?
it fall.
I think it's home field advantage. I think in that situation.
Okay, so if you're a fan of the other team,
So this goes to when they start playing. I won't say real games, but when they play against other teams besides their traveling party animals team.
Yeah. So then, like, can you jump up and knock the ball out of the way for somebody to catch it? So it's not an
Are there
out?
more rules?
Hold on. I did want to go to the showdown tiebreaker real quick. Pitcher, catcher. This is round 1. Pitcher, catcher, 1 fielder versus 1 hitter. All right. So it's pitcher, catcher, 1 fielder, and 1 hitter. Round 2, pitcher and catcher versus 1 hitter. Round 3, pitcher, catcher, 1 fielder versus 1 hitter with the bases loaded. That's the final showdown for that. So that's everything right there. For if at any point a home run is hit over the outfield wall, it's a walk-off win and the game is over in the tiebreaker situation.
I did see the other day where they tried to reconstruct a different thing of Angels in the outfield.
Yeah.
I follow them on social media. I do find them a fun follow. I don't know how much I would want to watch them play more than one game in a weird way, because I think if you see the Harlem Globetrotters play in Dallas, great. If you like traveled with the Harlem Globetrotters, you're like, I'm watching the same show every time, right? Like, so I do think them becoming a traveling kind of circus Harlem Globetrotter thing works out well for them, because I think if you play 80 games in Savannah, you're like, well, is there going to be real baseball at times, or is it always going to be kind of a show?
They'll set the bat on fire. Yeah, no, I think it's pretty much always just this.
And I give them credit. They have taken baseball and gone like, how can we play baseball but not play baseball? How can we make a Harlem Globetrotter baseball team? And we know we're not getting good players. Just like the Harlem Globetrotters, like we're not getting good players. We have to take the non-basketball players that can make it.
Yeah.
They're good enough to like play minor league stuff and then turn it into a show. And these guys have to be okay with doing a lot of goofball things.
In 2021, 8 bananas were selected in the MLB draft in 2021.
Oh.
That's it, though.
Out of I don't know how many. Like I'm confused.
In the 2021 MLB draft,
They were amateurs and then drafted, or they like Jake Skull is a first round pick,
and then they were drafted from the Bananas.
Yeah, they were drafted.
But that doesn't make sense because don't you get paid by the Bananas, so you can't be in the draft if you have already
One
considered
current
yourself.
and 7 former players were selected in that year's draft.
So one, yeah.
So one, yes.
Okay.
They
So
weren't.
there
It
was
was
one
a-
dude
yeah.
who was playing for the Bananas who's like, you cannot pay me any money.
So
I'm
gonna get
considered still an amateur, even though I'm playing in somewhat of a professional level.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, will Luka still make first team All NBA? Plus, can Major League Baseball really run with the momentum off of the World Baseball Classic? All of it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in big trucks should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We did not get the opportunity to go through this earlier, Mike, but we had discussions about will Luka still make first team All-NBA?
Yeah.
Now, this is just one source, and they already have something on there that you might not agree with.
Okay.
So this is Bleacher Report running down all three teams. So third team, Donovan Mitchell, De'Aaron Fox, Kevin Durant, Lauri Markkanen, good for him, and Anthony Davis.
And really, what we need to worry about is the guards. Luka is considered a guard. So you said Donovan Mitchell and De'Aaron Fox? Okay.
Correct. Now, the second team is where this one particular individual, I'm curious how people will feel about this. Second team, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander,
All right.
Jimmy Butler, Kawhi Leonard, Joel Embiid, which would be controversial enough, and Damian Lillard. And I wonder if Damian Lillard is the person that is kind of this swing in terms of if he gets first team, does Luka get bumped off?
It's interesting the way you did that. So Shai Gilgeous and
I'd save Damian Lillard for last
would
just to make
be
it
the
dramatic.
guards.
Yes.
And Jimmy Butler's a forward.
Yes.
Okay. Because I was like, oh, Jimmy Butler's a guard.
No, I just did that for the
No, I got
dramatic
you. I
effect.
got you. So now we have Shai and Lillard off the board. So they are going to put Luka on first team.
Yeah, because then the first team consists of Steph Curry, Luka, Giannis.
Interesting for Curry. I know he sat out some games. I know he played last night. It's just he gets into the how many games did he play?
I'll
this
double
year?
check that. And then Tatum and Jokic. And so that would lead me to believe that this MVP ballot also picks Jokic as the MVP, or else you would swap him and Joel Embiid out on the first and second team.
So if I have this
Steph's
right,
played 48 games this year.
Curry can't even get to 60 games.
Yeah, which is 10 less than Dame and Luka. They have both played 58 games. All right, so do you think it's Luka, Dame, and Steph, three players for two spots? In the guard sense.
I'm surprised that Curry would be considered first team because of his lack of play this year.
Let's compare him to Dame then. Dame has played 10 more games. He is averaging 2.5 points more per game.
Lillard is, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
Lillard is. Lillard is also averaging an assist more per game, while Steph Curry is averaging a rebound and a half more per game and has a better shooting percentage on both overall field goal and 3-point.
I wonder how many times this happens. I know this is impossible to look up, but usually if you're first team All-NBA, you are on an above 500 team. Usually.
Yeah.
I know there's cases that you're not, but most times the five guys that make first team All-NBA are usually on very good teams because you were one of the five best players. You led your team probably to close to 50 wins, if not more. And this year you could see now, if let's just say Lillard does get first team All-NBA along with Luka, I don't think the Mavs are going to finish above 500. I think they're going to be in a below 500
Right now
team.
they're one game below.
And I do think they'll beat Charlotte these two games to go back above 500 and then fall well below 500 the rest of the way for the season. That your two guards on first team All-NBA might be two guys that didn't even finish with a 500 record. That is rare.
That is interesting because I've seen some MVP voters who are like, I want to vote for Jokic. I wish he wouldn't have gotten the MVP last year when they were still lower in the standings. All right. So your gut reaction right now, you got to pick. You say Luka does or does not make first team yet again.
I think he makes first team, but it's weird because he's obviously numbers wise having a great year.
Phenomenal.
But this is the first time where I would say, you know what? If you wanted to give it to somebody else and take him off the first team, I understand.
What if it was Dame and Steph Curry? Like those would be the guys that would replace him, I would assume, over Shai.
And I would understand. Here's the deal. He got lucky this year because I think he's going to make first team. He got lucky in how? Well, Ja Morant, I think on the team that he's on, if he wouldn't have had the gun situation and the suspension situation, I think there would be a case to put Ja on first team All-NBA. I know it didn't cause him to miss 20 games, but it did cause him to miss, 9 or 10? I know he had an 8-game suspension. They sat him out a game, but you just start looking at the guards in the league. Steph Curry has missed quite a few games. I do think that gives Luka a little bit of an advantage there. And then how bad pretty much the NBA has been record-wise for a lot of the guard teams. If I look at a guy you didn't name, and injury played a part in this too, Devin Booker, right? Devin Booker was first team All-NBA last year. And this year, he's not going to be first team All-NBA because of the time he's missed. Also, they don't have a great record, even though it's better than the Dallas Mavericks. So I think in a weird way, Luka's going to get really lucky this year. As much as I love him, as much as I do think he's great, I do think he can lead a team to a championship eventually. But I think that this year would be one of those years I'd say Luka's not first team All-NBA, except the guards have either been hurt or suspension or something has happened to guys to keep Luka in the top 2 guards in the NBA.
And from the 972, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander statistically should be first team with Luka, not Curry or Lillard. I think Lillard probably has a better case than Shai, and so I'm interested to see, because that would only be the second time ever that Damian Lillard's made first team, and it feels like he's been one of the better players, one of the best players in the NBA for a really long time.
Yeah, and I know you can't do this. This is why they make you vote as the season comes to a close, because if Oklahoma City played Dallas in the 9-10 matchup, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander led his team to that victory, I'd almost want to vote going, you know what? I'm going to give it to Shai.
Yeah.
He made his team better this year. And that being said, Shai has a much better team. You know, the Oklahoma City Thunder, their talent, I don't know, we have Kyrie now, so it's tough. But his guys, we don't have a guy who can compare to Lou Dort. And I'm not even saying Lou Dort's their second best player. Josh Giddey right now is their second best player. Hell, the second overall pick, Chet Holmgren, didn't even play a second this year because of injury. So, I mean, you just start looking at just talent-wise. They did a great job of drafting the same player twice. And they're both really good at basketball. Which one is the one? Is it Fresno State? Where did he come? No, he's from the West Coast.
Yeah.
Santa Clara.
Okay.
Santa Clara is the one that's having the great year where I'm like, man, he is really dominating, or not dominating, but just having a great rookie year.
All right. So I want to pivot to baseball if we can.
Yeah,
so
that's good. I'm throw up sick about this Mavericks organization.
I'm very sorry about that, especially on Kyrie and Jason Kidd's birthday. Do you think that Major League Baseball as a whole will be able to roll with the momentum they've gotten from the World Baseball Classic and have maybe kind of a bigger pop to the season, or have the potential to grow the product? Because here are the numbers, and you had asked about the Fox shows. So did the research. Last week, 911 Lone Star got 3.71 million viewers, and The Accused got 1.85 million viewers, whereas the World Baseball Classic combined viewership, 5.2 million people for an average, and it peaked at 6.5 million toward the very end of the game. So this would have...
So this is the championship game.
And this is on FS1.
Yeah.
So clearly you would have drawn...
Double?
Probably, yeah. You would have drawn way more than their usual programming. And then I know people are throwing it out that 97.4% of Japanese TVs were on the final, which is amazing.
You think they threw it on a light cable channel that you could barely watch?
I do not.
And I bet they threw it on their main channel.
You've seen amazing ratings in Puerto Rico, and it's not just the United States. This has really reached a lot of people, but I'm curious, especially for the United States, do you think they will be able to parlay that into some momentum for this season, or some people who are more hyped up to see Trout or Ohtani or...
A little bit, but not a lot.
Okay.
I just don't think for us, I'll even speak for myself here, who has to follow the game quite a bit. I don't find myself going to the ESPN Sunday night game. It used to be a long time ago when I played. Yeah, I'd be like, well, let me watch this. But I just find myself, man, I just watch the Rangers play. Maybe I don't watch all 9 innings of the game, but man, I just watched 5 or 6 innings of baseball.
Should I'm not now going to for Apple TV. That's not a destination for you.
And so I just look at it. Then I'm going to watch a lot of Rangers baseball. But I don't know if it's going to bring me to really watch the games of the week that they kind of have on MLB Network or ESPN or Apple TV or whatever. So I do think a little bit. I think that a few people watched it kind of like World Cup soccer, where I found myself, I'd like, oh, what do you know? Newcastle's playing Tottenham or whatever. Right. And I'd watch for 5 minutes and know a few of the players' names because they were in the World Cup. And then I'd be like, it's for me, soccer doesn't do it. So then I find myself going, so maybe you get a little bit of influence. And I think the tough thing is if you're like, man, I never really watched baseball or haven't watched it in a long time. And you're like, all right, man, I just watched that World Baseball Classic, fans going nuts. And
Which
then you
I feel
see,
like we've gotten a lot of text about, but does that actually translate?
And then you get half a stadium full, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's plenty of tickets available for the Saturday game versus Philadelphia. The tickets are 5 times the price for opening day if you want to go. And so you turn it on and you're like, well, this isn't the same atmosphere as the World Baseball Classic. It doesn't seem to be the same intensity that I was seeing on television. So you find yourself going, all right, for me, Newcastle versus Tottenham or whatever. I'm like, it just doesn't feel the same as Brazil versus whoever, United States of America.
Yeah.
By the way, Reese Hoskins' injury on his leg that appears very serious. Trey Turner hit another home run in spring training. So,
so Reese Hoskins is going to be out for a while?
It looks like, I don't know more on it. They're going to find out, but he suffered what appears to be a serious knee injury, and it looks bad. He was going to get a pop-up over first base, and then he just went down. So
did he trip over the base?
No.
Could you imagine if the bigger base caused an injury?
And that's what I was thinking because I didn't see
it's kind of weird. It almost looks like he trips over the, what do you call it, between the line between the dirt and the grass. It almost looks like that, but he just kind of hops.
The edge of the infield.
Yeah, he just kind of hops out of nowhere. It was a grounder, and he just falls on the ground on it, so he's hurt. And that's who we're dealing with on opening day.
Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Trey Turner. Good luck to us.
Always the weird, which has happened before, interleague matchup for opening day.
Yeah, that is true. And then I'm sorry, you don't have to think about the Mavericks if you don't want, but I didn't realize this was the case. Did you see coming into the game yesterday that Klay Thompson was wearing a Gavin Escobar jersey? I had no idea that they
I didn't see that, but I heard it on G-Bag Nation when I was listening yesterday.
Yeah, and they were from the same hometown, and so I don't know how close they were, but I just thought that was really interesting, and I didn't want to put you in a bad Mavericks headspace again. So you don't have to think about the game.
A lot of former Cowboys, and I guess current Cowboys, saw the Mavs lose last night.
That is probably
they were there.
That is probably true.
Santa Margarita Catholic. I think both Rancho Santa Margarita. That's the same area.
Yes. We're the KNC
Klay
Masterpiece.
Thompson's Great Britain.
Right.
Found that out.
Here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the G-Bag Nation as they are on the road. We'll discuss that next right here on The Fan.
Coming up tonight.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, where there's 63 acres of discounts. And there's more than just Silverados. There's Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, all your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan, and you best believe Mike is making up new lyrics about the Mavericks for this song. Want to remind everybody, tomorrow we will be at Loop 9 Barbecue. We'll be doing the show 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. as usual. It's off of George Bush Turnpike and I-20. It's in the midst of Grand Prairie's entertainment hub. So if you want to come hang out with us, get some delicious barbecue from the guy who also started Chili's.
Your face.
Dude, we're going to talk about his ribs now versus baby back ribs.
Oh, my baby back.
That is a good conversation I'm here for. Now, today, live from I believe the Texas Barber College, it is the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you? And are you, in fact, where I said you were?
You are correct, sir. Yes, we are at Texas Barber College on Lancaster, and they have $5 haircuts today. So come on by, fellowship, listen to the show, and get an amazing deal on a great haircut.
Brian's already gotten one.
I've already got one, yeah.
Yep.
Marie took care. She's walking by right now. She took care of me. I walked in, and we were visiting, and she said, "Hey, your hair looks terrible." And she was really honest about that.
Rude.
Yeah, no, but she was honest about it.
Yeah.
I said, "Ma'am, I agree with you, and I see a future of you cutting my hair." And she did. And she did a great job. I no longer have really that silly Ben Franklin kind of look.
It was nice. Yeah. It was cool.
It was. I had it. It's kind of crazy and flippy in the back. And she sat me in that chair, put that cape on, and went to work. And I'll tell you what, I'm super, super pleased.
You look great, man.
Got the eyebrows. In case I'm on TV talking about my eyebrows are trimmed.
Yeah,
so
that's
you
a
don't
nice
want to
touch.
look. You don't want to look
No.
like that guy. The crusty guy with bad eyebrows. She took care of everything for me.
She did.
The eyebrows are on point. You did a great job with the eyebrows.
Absolutely.
I've heard from my mom already that you look great. She saw it on social.
Well, thank you. And tell your mom I really do appreciate her listening to the show every day.
Yours too.
Man,
and visiting the show.
I like the vibe from this show today. Feeling very positive.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Since you're on social media, did you see all the well wishes Maverick fans gave to Jason Kidd for his birthday today?
I did not go into depth. Was everybody wishing, were they giving him gifts of coaching manuals or how to use timeouts?
Best.
What was going on there? Was there a lot of like, hey, what kind of gifts was Jason Kidd getting from the fans?
Seemed like there was quite a few people that said great age to retire. Other ones saying, man, maybe like a permanent vacation type of situation.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It really, really is. I mean, they're falling apart. Have they, Mike? When's the last time they played a game where it wasn't down to the last 2-3 minutes in a game? I can't remember.
It's honestly been a while. Maybe beating Sacramento. I get that's a while ago.
When it was that back-to-back in Sacramento, was that the last time?
Because they lost a close game in Sacramento. I think they won that one game by like 10 points.
They won a Friday game and lost a Saturday game is what they did there. And it seems like that every game they've played in has come down to some type of calling a timeout, sideline adjustment, players having to make a pass. It just seems not it's not working out very well for him right now.
He needs, gentlemen, this is a basketball. He needs to have one of those speeches with them and just say, gotta get back to the fundamentals, guys. We got to fix this.
Is that guy at Hickory available? Gene Hackman? Can we get him?
Oh, yeah.
Is
That'd
he?
be fun.
And he'll
4
pass
passes.
It,
Is it
he'll
4
pass
or 5?
He'll pass it off to a guy that's been drinking all day too. He'll get some other guy. I coach the team. Yeah,
talking about my guy all wrong here once again. It was CeeDee Lamb at the start of football season. And now we're talking bad about Jason Kidd. I can't. He can't do anything about them giving free layups with 8 seconds to go, Mike.
No, that's true. But I will say the Maverick fan, like that builds up Maxi Kleba's coming back to solve this problem. He solves absolutely nothing with this team defensively.
I do have great news for you, though, Mike. Gene Hackman is still alive at the age of 93.
Yes. He looks good, too. And by the way, hey, Chuck Cooperstein just reminded me, he said blowout win versus San Antonio, first out of the All-Star break. That's the last
Okay,
time
so
they
we're
had
back to what, like February?
That's thanks for listening, Chuck. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Since then, they're 4-8.
What is Gene Hackman's best coaching movie? Then is it The Replacements?
No,
or
it's
is it
Hoosiers. He might have got an award for Hoosiers, right?
He should have got an award for The Replacements.
I think he did, but I'll double check that.
He had to play with it. Keanu Reeves wasn't a very good quarterback. I don't think.
Jeez, talk about a head case.
He had a better chance of those kids at Hickory playing. You know.
So yeah, his better coaching job was winning
I'd say.
against the Centennials or whatever.
Sorry, I was trying
He
to
was
find
good at Crimson Tide too, though. You know, he had to retire after that.
I was
He
trying
made
to
a
find
bad
out
decision.
if he got nominated for anything for Hoosiers. It looks like I think Dennis Hopper was.
Yeah, he was the
better
drunk
coach. He coached
Yeah.
the game.
Yeah.
Gene Hackman couldn't hack it. He got tossed. You know, they had to bring in the
Hackman couldn't hack
He
it.
couldn't hack it. Yeah.
So it is World Math Day, and so we were asking people,
jeez.
do you have, don't worry, do you have a favorite?
Can you do math?
Yeah,
No.
can you do math?
Word people, not at all.
Do you have a favorite specific class or least favorite specific class from your educational career?
Lunch, I think, was the best time of day.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, PE was the best, and no doubt about it, algebra was the worst. I got a blessing. I don't think I would have passed high school algebra. I got so annoyed by it. But my dad taught at a college that was, 30 minutes or so from our neighborhood. And one summer school, I went to his college and took algebra from one of his buddies. And that transferred over as like 2 years of high school algebra.
Nice.
I was done. I barely learned jack squat about algebra.
Yeah, I got
It was
algebra
amazing.
2 waived. I just had to do math models. So thank
Yes.
goodness.
Math models?
Yes,
What is
I
that?
took math models too.
I did math. Math models was basically like special ed math.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Should you say that?
Math models. It's kind of like
Well, what? I mean,
what
it's
was-
true. I mean,
I think that's
I,
okay.
I needed 3 questions instead of 4. And I have what's it called? Reverse. When you go ahead and you flip the numbers.
Dyslexia?
Yeah,
But it's not. It's
dyslexia with
dyspraxia.
math?
It's dyspraxia is what it's called.
Really?
Nice,
Yep,
bro.
Yep.
Okay, I was not aware.
I think I do too.
So he always sees the glass half full.
I try.
If it wasn't for Schoolhouse Rock, I don't think all that. I don't think I'd have had an education if it wasn't for those shows that came on. Conjunction Junction.
What's your function?
That's how I learned things. Those kind of television programs. and
I'm
stuff.
just a bill.
Yes,
just
on
a
Capitol Hill.
Yeah, that was good stuff. Schoolhouse Rock.
Schoolhouse Rock.
Hopper, this is from Bobby Belt. Hopper won the Oscar, Kevin, for the other movie Blue Velvet that year.
Oh, not for Hoosiers?
I'm sorry. It was really an award for his performance in Blue Velvet that year. The performance was too edgy for the mainstream, so they went with the safer Hoosiers performance.
Oh, that sounds
so
like
that
an
he could get it.
opinion-based note right there.
That's opinion.
I do not
Blue
know.
Velvet was that
Factually
kind of
won.
like was that kind of. What was that all about? Was that kind of sexual stuff?
Oh, yeah, it was definitely a sexual
was people
movie.
getting choked and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Was asphyxiation
I
involved
believe,
in this one?
I believe that was
I've
one of
never
the
seen it.
freaky David Lynch movies before he launched into, I think, Twin Peaks and stuff like that.
I think
So-
it's the Trevor Bauer story.
Do you know the guy who played Jimmy Chitwood's a huge
Blue
Dallas
Velvet
Maverick
for
fan?
sure. Dodger Blue Velvet.
Do you think all the Hoosiers in that movie from Hickory felt disrespected when they called a timeout with 15 seconds to go?
I think so. I think they just wanted to be able to do it themselves.
Yeah.
Gentlemen,
I'm not
are
that
you?
familiar
Nobody's
with it.
dying over there.
Are
know
you?
that.
See, I don't think you are. I was going to ask, are you going to celebrate Jason Kidd's birthday in a more
Yes.
respectful
Happy
manner
birthday, sir.
than Mike Bassick did? I don't know. I said
Absolutely.
Michael.
We have a full 5
Get
hours.
this man some damn players.
Yeah, we haven't planned. Like, we got a
Yeah.
Jason Kidd show lined up here.
Jason Kidd wants to play defense, and they're like, hey, how about this? We're taking away your best defensive players. Here you go. Here's Christian Wood.
Yeah, you guys need to lay off these coaches, okay?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
When you say you guys, is that
You guys,
directed
your
at
show.
just
I guess you
one
don't like
of
the
us?
conference finals.
Yeah, the guy that's already taken his earbuds out.
Yeah, he's walking out the door. Kevin Hagelin. Kevin
That
Hagelin's
guy.
really
Yeah.
hard on the coaches.
Come on, man. Some of us need those cats, all right? You know
I've
what I'm
directed
saying?
my anger
Come
at
on,
multiple
Mike.
people today, including
Good job, Mike.
Jason Kidd.
Complaining about
That whole
everybody over there,
thing is
Mike.
a Super S show, and it's not Superman.
check the ratings when we talk about the Mavs here, boys. We need everybody over there. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Everybody.
Yes.
Everybody.
By the way, Gene Hackman was in the Superman movie too.
There you go. He was Lex Luthor.
Yeah, he does.
I said, I apologized to my son. I told him to grab the rebound, and I've been taught by the Dallas Mavericks this year, you never try to grab a rebound. You only try to tip it and try to divert the ball somewhat towards the other team and then watch them
Mike,
grab
you got
it.
batting practice or something you have to go to right now?
Yeah. They're outweighed by 40 pounds, Mike.
Come on. What are we doing over there?
Obviously, we love D&M leasing.
Their favorite lesson is just the tip with the Dallas Mavericks.
You already said that earlier in the show.
That is
That's a good joke.
Yeah.
Thank you to D&M Leasing, not for that joke, but for bringing us this crosstalk. What do you guys got coming up on the show, and where are you again?
We are at the Texas Barber College down here on Lancaster, and I may or may not have taken a trip up to the attic before I came and brought with me 5 G-Bag Nation flags.
Oh, nice!
So we're gonna give those away to some of the nationals that need one down here, and we do have a special guest coming up at 4:00. Okay, Bob Stoops is going to join us, and we'll talk football with him, XFL and other.
So it's going to be a good show? Or?
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Awesome. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation or go see them. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Remember, you can check us out at Loop 9 Barbecue tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I protest this whole show. That's it. Remember earlier, like it cost us something? There's only, 3 hours left in the show.
Stop invading G-Bag's time.
Okay, sorry.
We have you. Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, it is hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation, live from Texas Barber College on Lancaster, featuring $5 haircuts. We're off and running with 5 hours of sports here for you. Joey Erickson is in for Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup today, FYI. So you never know what you're going to get, but he is going to handle LA Live coming up at 5:40, and he has the G-Bag of the day coming up at 2:30. General at your service here, Zach Wolchuk. Brian brought us freshly shorn here at the Barber College.
How about that?
A nice haircut
Gosh,
for $5.
I think
it looks great.
It does look good.
Yeah. You have Carter Freeman coordinate your video. Our main man, Ramon Cruz, remote engineering here as we're off and running on 105 through the Fan. And let me tell you, they're giving away Rangers tickets for the day after opening day. I believe that's a Saturday game. Yeah, I believe they go opening day, day off.
It's a hot ticket.
Then game on Saturday, and they're going to raffle off tickets every 90 minutes starting at 3:30. And, of course, if you're looking for a new career, come by and enroll, become a barber here at the Texas Barber College. All right. As I said multiple times yesterday, the Mavs are done. They're just inventing new ways to lose.
Jeez, man.
Now it's embarrassing, and they're unfocused.
Oh, no.
What
happened?
Well, whose fault is that? Is that your guy? Jay Kidd? Isn't he supposed to focus the team?
You know what? Okay, speaking of my guy, Jason Kidd, I think he might have given up, and he's just kind of mailing it in because he knows this roster ain't going to do jack squat.
Yeah.
Okay, so forgive him if he can't get super hyper-focused for a broken roster the front office gave him. Okay? Now, maybe I'm caping too hard.
You're fighting for a playoff spot right now.
This guy was about to beat the Jazz with no Luka Doncic last year. Okay, this guy is a good coach, and if it's going a little bit shaky this year, it's because the front office took away his team and replaced it with imposters that can't execute the game plan. Am I stoked about the way that he's responding? No. Is it a little stubborn? Yes. But you know what? He's a damn Hall of Fame player.
He is.
He gave you a tremendous success last year. I think he deserves a little bit of soft hands here as we're assigning blame for this season. What do you want from the guy?
I don't necessarily disagree with where you're going there. I do think he does deserve some blame. But you're right in terms of you had such a shockingly good run last year to where I'm not going to just overreact and say you got to fire the guy right now. I think you give it another year, you see what you can do. He proved to be – he was pushing all the right buttons a year ago.
Yeah.
And you're right. The personnel, I think, is a greater problem as a whole than anything. They just don't have the horses right now to play the kind of defense and basketball that he wants.
The coaches aren't without blame, though, here.
No.
They really aren't. And I think that it's been really there's been times – and, Gavin, you just said it. There's these odd ways that games are ending for them. Yeah. And you know, the whole thing with this, you know, with the third quarter yesterday with the out of bounds play and it's just, where's the awareness? Why is, they've had injury, but the coaches, I think they would admit too that, like, hey, we haven't been good either. Kidd, Sweeney, those guys, they would admit it, that they've struggled in some of these areas of trying to finish these games. The problem is they are in a tight game every night. And every loss now just is magnified of what happens with a player missing a shot, free throw, or a coaching error, or an out-of-bounds play. Mm-hmm. It's just all magnified. And I don't think anybody over there is without blame. I'm going to say that, but I just
That's
think
fair.
I think it's really, really hard because every one of these games now really for their season is life and death.
Yeah.
And they're just not, as a whole, not doing a good enough job finishing them.
I don't want to totally excuse Jason Kidd either. I think there have been chances to maybe save this team.
I don't think you are. No.
But this kicking away games late.
It's amazing.
Is in the team's identity. It's been there for like 2 years.
Yeah.
So we're just getting back to that, and Dwight Powell's inability to get a rebound, inability to protect the paint. Poor reactions from your big men, lack of real quality depth. And it's a team that made it into the playoffs because of how great Luka Doncic is. But because Luka was so great, you couldn't have multiple years in the lottery to build an actual supporting cast. So you went as far as that would take you. This year you decided we got to blow this thing up. So off goes Spencer Dinwiddie and Dorian Finney-Smith, and it's temporary pain to hopefully finish the rebuild coming up this summer. And hopefully it's with Luka and Kyrie together. But what I think you're seeing from Jason Kidd is him saying, this was probably not going to work.
Yeah.
It's not working. We doubled down and tried to get them to play defense for months. That didn't work. So now we're playing out the string, and I've beaten my head against a wall night after night after night after night for 80% of the season. I'm done. And he's sort of thrown his hands up here, and do I love it? No, but I do understand it, especially from a Hall of Fame player who can be frustrated that jobbers can't perform on that level or get it.
I'm just glad at least he gave Jaden Hardy minutes last night.
That was awesome.
That's been the thing. That's been the biggest annoyance for me is, okay, if you don't think your role players are performing, they're not doing what you're asking of them, then stop giving the excuse of, well, they make a bunch of defensive rotation mistakes during the game. Certain players like a Jaden Hardy as a rookie, he's not going to learn, he's not going to grow if you don't play him. So eventually that kind of excuse falls on deaf ears, in my opinion. And I'm glad as you go, if that's how you're feeling, then I get it, Coach Kidd. But at least give some of these young guys that might have a big role in your future time to go ahead and learn, develop, and grow. And I think you're seeing that with Jaden Hardy. To me, the excuses of not playing certain guys has just been a bit of an irritant.
The thing that in last night listening to Derek Harper talk, and when Curry took that ball straight line drive and went right to the hole. And you could hear the frustration in Derek Harper's voice. Yeah. Like, how do you allow a straight line drive in that situation?
Yeah.
How do you allow that?
Yeah.
And hey, listen, I'm not a coach. I'm watching the games. I'm watching him take the drive, and he gets past Maxey, and now it's supposed to be a double team. Luka's slow to me getting over there.
Sure.
And it's kind of like really hesitant instead of going out there. Yeah, if you hammer Curry, he's likely to make both the free throws. You know what I'm saying? But you take the chance that maybe he might miss one. Yeah. But the fact to let him go, and that's the problem. People that know the basketball well are watching it, and they're going, why? Yeah. Why are you doing this? Yeah. If you allow him to take the ball basically from midcourt and straight line drive it at the basket without making anything happen.
Yeah.
Is that on the players? Is that on the coach? I think it's on all of them. I just do. These games have been magnified, and they can't finish them the way they need. They finished the other night. I say this against the Lakers. They got the ball to Kleba. He was able to get the shot off. Good for them. But man, there's so much. It's like at the end, just like Wood. He didn't want to shoot the ball at the end. There was like at every game, it's like, no, not me. Instead of being, let it be me today. Yeah. Let it be me. And that's, I think, some of the issues they're running into right now. There's a lot of guys over there that are just not doing what they need to do to win these games, especially these close games.
No, they're not aware enough, I think defensively, and maybe they're distracted or they're having a hard time. Maybe they're really feeling the grind of a long season at this point, and it's hard to stay, alert, and that's how you miss or you don't follow up with the refs. Like, I think you could blame the refs for not communicating better, and when the Mavs line up down there, you should be like, hey, guys,
what's going on?
We called it wrong,
right?
But I just think the team also has an obligation, and the fact that they didn't notice it initially or assumed and then didn't rush down when they realized they were in the wrong, I don't think they're in the right mindset to be, as present as you need to be to not look silly like that. That was really embarrassing for the organization.
Massively embarrassing, but again, I think that kind of goes on the head coach. Like I'm not going to give all the blame to Jason Kidd, but in that moment, coming out of a timeout, if there's some kind of confusion, that's your responsibility to make sure
that your team's in the right. What are we doing here? Whoa, what? Grab an official.
That's all.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
That is on the coaching.
Yeah. No, I think that's fair. I definitely think that's fair. And if you could verify with me that a number of these things are Jason Kidd just throwing his hands up and saying screw it, and now we've been sliding downhill to this point, and his fingerprints are on the slide, then I would be okay with that. You know, if there is some sort of an insider report or that goes along with that, I think my tone about Jason Kidd could change. But in the absence of that, the job that he did last year and the gutting of his roster that occurred, I'm gonna chalk it up to we need to rebuild this.
Can I ask you guys this question? Can Jason Kidd coach superstars?
I think so. Yeah, he did last year.
Or is he better with the jobbers? Is he better with jobbers? I mean, the way he handles the jobber player.
Well, I think he can handle that. I think he can't handle a developing team.
I think it might be the opposite. I think it's where he struggles with the jobbers. It's with the super, because Giannis has talked about what an impact he had on his career in Milwaukee.
Yeah, right? LeBron loves him.
LeBron loves him.
Yeah.
I mean, Anthony Davis has come out and talked about how much he loved him. Luka has been very outspoken about the relationship that him and Jason Kidd have. I think that they get along. I don't think there's an issue there. Maybe he does struggle more so. It's the opposite of that, to tap in and get the best out of the non-elite player.
We had far less conversations about this team, and I know there was some things going on this year, but we had far before the Kyrie trade. It seemed like to me it was like, okay, this is wrong. But now with Kyrie and Luka here, it doesn't look like even the same team.
No,
it doesn't even look like.
And in their defense, they haven't had the opportunity to really gel and to really build a foundation.
But there's enough games I guess they haven't played together
but
at all.
The health is the reason.
The health is
Kyrie's been playing, Luka's been hurt. Luka plays, Kyrie's been hurt.
Right.
So the two of them together, you're not able to really get a taste of what this can be.
I see. That's what I was just wondering about the guys that are like the try-hard, the Powells, the Maxis, those guys. Maybe Kidd, he can kind of okay, I could get them to do this, and where the Christian Woods and the Kyries and the talented guys are nah, we're going to kind of.
It's hard to reach the scorers that either don't have the tools or the reactions to play the full game. Those guys are notoriously uncoachable.
Yeah, but one guy that it seems like he has done a good job with developing is Josh Green.
Yes,
I mean that's a guy that certainly.
Well, he went from jobber to a new level.
But heavy work hard guy.
Right? Should we give Jason Kidd credit for at least
Absolutely.
that?
Yes, and we're going to talk about that. I think in more of a bigger segment a little bit later on, but. In the midst of this massive disappointing season, the emergence of Josh Green and now Jaden Hardy is freaking awesome. And if you can keep Kyrie Irving and then those two other young guys that I mentioned, now you have a nucleus of an actual athletic, talented championship team coming through. Yeah. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, live from Texas Barber College here in Lancaster. A lot of stuff going on in the world of sports on Lancaster. LeBron could play final week of the season. Okay, Yankees are worth over $7 billion now as an MLB team values continue to rise. Phillies first baseman Rhys Hoskins carted off with a knee injury. Okay, track and field's going to bar elite transgender women. That's a kind of a no-brainer.
They went through that whole thing with the swimming, right?
It's just tough. They had to get it cleaned up, but there was going to be lawsuits, and you had to respect all the rights and get it sorted out. But I think a lot of that stuff is sorted out now, and they can make sort of final judgments on it that at least make sense to me. If you look at the bone and the muscle structure, I know hormones change you a little bit, but not enough. Dan Quinn at Ohio State and Alabama the next couple of days. Dalton Kincaid not working out at a pro day though. Do we know what's going on with this guy? The most mocked player to the Cowboys right now, if you'd go by totals. We got a little bit of an injury situation here, guys. How much of a concern is it?
It has to be an injury concern. It has to be a concern because we're talking about a back.
Right.
Now this is the time when all of a sudden you got to dig in. When these things start to pop up in pro days, you rate the player what he is. This guy's a hell of a football player, a hell of a tight end. He's an athlete. He catches. Wait, he's got a back problem? Oh. Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this
you know,
is
how
something-
bad's the back problem?
Right, and
You know?
he suffered this late in the season last year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if it's still lingering, it's definitely a cause for concern. He's one of my favorite players in the entire draft. I think he's the best tight end in my opinion, but certainly that would have to be something where you just want to make sure it's not long-term because backs, I mean, I know I've always talked about this with Eric, who had to have back surgery himself in high school. That's a type of injury that you don't see improving. You know, the back could crush a career.
Yeah, man, it's tough. It's something you got to keep an eye on there. So best of luck to him. I do want to give Mike Ducey from Fox 4 a hearty salute. He noted that, you know, what Eric Nadel is doing here might be the most important part of his legacy as far as, you know, normalizing taking time off to get right. And our thoughts are, you know, still with Eric. News yesterday in a press release from him, he is going to miss opening day. And he's not going to be with the team at the start of the season, out indefinitely, as, you know, he goes through some insomnia and mental health type of issues. And hopefully he can be back soon. And I know we're going to miss him. You know, he's been joining us in the afternoons at 5:30 for a number of seasons during afternoon drive here on your home of the Rangers, and I know a lot of fans love hearing from him. So opening day now 1 week away, though, and Sands and Matt Hicks are going to be on the call, and they do an outstanding job, you know, part of an award-winning broadcast here with your Texas Rangers. Okay, like I said, we are live at Texas Barber College on Lancaster. And if you'd like to come down, I do have a couple of G-Bag Nation flags I managed to tuck in my scouting bag before I headed down here. They have $5 haircuts, and they're giving away Rangers tickets. The first giveaway coming up at 2:30, and then they're going to be doing one at 3:30. So you have an hour and 15 minutes to enter that bad boy, and then they're going to do a couple of more before the end of the show here. Texas Barber College on Lancaster, and we are back with the G-Bag of the day. We also have top 10 moves made by NFL teams so far. Where do the two big Cowboys moves rank? It's next in the nation. All right, welcome back, Nation. We are live at Texas Barber College, and you can come by, maybe start a new career. Maybe get a $5 haircut. We're also giving away Rangers tickets starting at 3:30 right here. It'll be the game after opening day. That's a Saturday game for you, so it's a nice little ticket to kick off your weekend, kick off this Rangers team being back to winning ways. Hello, how you doing? Yes, we are live down here on Lancaster at the Texas Barber College, so swing on by. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. Yeah, we're doing good over here. You do have a little bit of a breaking news situation earlier today, but it's the latest on the Cowboys. Tony Pollard signing that franchise tag, just a formality. I guess they have until the 17th of August now to try to hammer out a long-term deal. I do not expect that to happen, though. Do you guys?
No. And I think it's smart that Pollard did go ahead and get this done. I had already seen some articles starting to pop out. I know Pro Football Talk. Like, hey, you look at this running back market, similar to what we talked about. Josh Jacobs and Barkley might want to get in on this too, because teams might be thinking, geez, I don't know if they'd be getting this much like you were talking about, Brian, if the Cowboys had said, you know what, test the market, come back to us.
Well, that's the one thing that I kind of felt like that, to me, the only reason I would say that is because of what I was learning about the running backs in the draft.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. I mean, the list of, say somewhere between 12 to 15 guys that you could possibly draft, and these teams are going to get in these rooms, and they're not going to think about free agency and running backs anymore.
Yeah, well, I think it's just going to go like the Cowboys did with Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
Where they're going to draft a guy, and as long as that doesn't go bust-ole, then you're probably looking at the final season of Tony Pollard. It's been a really good ride last year, and hopefully he has another amazing season and, makes the Cowboys reconsider that kind of a plan. It's time now for Zach Wolchuk to go over the top 10 moves so far in the offseason. Can't wait to see where these two big Cowboy moves rank.
Yeah, I'd love the Cowboy moves to
rank?
be 1 and 2, or maybe even rank.
They're
who
not?
knows? We'll see.
Can I real quick you?
You can real quick me.
Real quick you. Cowboy grade for free agency without the trades.
Without the trades?
Give it a grade, letter grade.
C-.
Okay, Cowboys with the trades.
A-.
See, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean,
we're so conditioned to sign your own kind of a thing that
hey,
and then they
bring
make those
back your
trades.
own, that's
and
great.
And it makes it even.
But they went out and added 2 starters at 2 of their glaring positions in need, and they did so with late round picks. So we start off with number 10, according to CBS Sports. It's the Vikings signing a former Saints and UTSA defensive end, Marcus Davenport. They brought him in with Zadarius Smith possibly leaving Minnesota. He said that he wants to be released, but
it's a good pickup anytime you get a Texan.
1 year, $13 million deal. As he's just
real deal right there.
26 years old. It's still one of the better pass rushers in all of the NFL. So great deal there. Number 9, the Bengals bringing in Orlando Brown Jr. And I thought that was a fantastic move.
Brandon Cooks is better than him.
You think so?
Yeah.
I think you probably put both of the Cowboys moves definitely
Both
ahead of
good
this.
players,
They should
yeah.
be like 1 and 2, right? Gilmore
Yeah.
and Cooks. All right, number 8, the Eagles re-signing James Bradberry.
That's pretty good.
Cowboys trading for Gilmore. Better, right?
What did he get? $12 million a year?
He's getting a lot of money. 3 years, $38 million.
I like
don't,
it. I like
don't
how
ask. Don't ask me to do math. Okay, we talked about that during crosstalk.
Yeah, I was I just laughing the way you just like,
pretty good.
it's okay. And,
Yeah.
and during the season, it's like, God, this guy's playing really well for them.
I bet
Lamb
James
can't get away from him. What's going on there?
There's no way Bradberry has
Yeah.
as good a year this year. No way.
I thought they were going to lose both those guys.
I did too.
I was hopeful they were going to lose both.
They
those
salvaged probably their offseason by being
Absolutely.
able to keep those
They went
two.
from an F to
Yeah,
like,
or else
yeah,
their whole
yeah.
defense would be bleeped right now.
Absolutely.
Number 7 was the Dolphins hiring Dick Fangio.
Well, it's Vic Fangio, but what about keeping Dan Quinn?
I think that retaining Dan Quinn's a better move.
Signing your own
Yeah.
gives you a C-,
You know?
Gavin. Remember that.
That's true. That's true. We expected Dan Quinn to be here. He's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
How about number 6, the Panthers hiring Frank Reich? I feel like this is regarded as maybe the best new coach
Retread.
hiring.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he just got fired from the Colts.
He vouched for Carson Wentz like 4 times.
Unreal.
Yeah.
Number 5, the
Good
Lions
point.
signing C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who reportedly took less money than what he was offered by the Eagles to go to the Lions. So he's becoming
Wow.
my new favorite player.
Braylon Edwards loves that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good signing right there.
Good signing, but not
Yeah.
better than like Cooks or.
He's always around the ball,
I don't think
though.
that's better than Cooks.
I mean, if you start to talk about guys that are around the ball, create turnovers, tackle well, Gardner Johnson, I try to get you guys like Donovan Wilson for $8 million or this guy for $8 million.
Well, I'd rather had this guy he's a better player. No
Okay.
disrespect to Dono, but
You just did, but
Dono.
that's okay.
No,
Yeah.
no, I love Dono. He's a guy that I think fits what the Cowboys defense wants to do.
I'm kind of with you on that.
You know,
one, yeah.
he's a. I mean, I think C.J. Gardner-Johnson better cover guy, but Donovan Wilson, when it comes to the physicality that he brings to the table,
Give me as many cover guys as you can get back there.
Well, bleep a name. Maybe we can draft somebody, huh?
Yeah,
We'll
we'll
go get
see.
your guy out of Georgia.
Ooh.
Number 4, the
Christopher
Dolphins.
Smith from Georgia.
Dolphins acquiring Jalen Ramsey. Gilmore, a better move.
Probably not.
No, you don't think
no.
so. We might not have the Cowboys moves on here. Number 3, the Bears getting DJ Moore.
Yeah, it's probably better than Brandon Cooks.
Yeah, the number 2, the Lions signing cornerback Cam Sutton.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get on this list, Wolchuk.
And number 1, the Jets set to acquire Aaron Rodgers.
fair. That's
How
fair.
did the Cowboys get snubbed?
Better than Cooks and Gilmore.
You know what we're
I don't
doing?
know. That's Cowboys hate.
We're going to
Who's that
ban
guy?
CBS Sports.
Who's the guy? Craig Carton? Is that our guy out there in New York?
This
right?
was Cody Benjamin.
On the radio?
No, on the radio.
Yeah,
Craig
the
Carton.
scam artist?
Yeah, he says he doesn't think the deal for Rodgers gets done until June. He said that this morning.
Oh, so he was listening to
Yeah.
the G-Bag Nation. He's
Yeah.
like, hey, I'd hold off on this,
Yeah, I'd
save
hold
some
off.
money.
Yeah.
It is the G-Bag Nation here live at the Texas Barber College on Lancaster. I need a haircut myself.
Nice
but,
folks here. They do a great
but,
job.
But all the booths, all the haircutting places are through those double doors to our right.
Right.
Okay, we are right inside of the entryway, and if you come on by, you can get entered to win some Rangers tickets. First drawing coming up at 3:30 for those bad boys. You can also get yourself a new career. It is time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Joey Erickson filling in for Lucius.
Howdy, fellas. How are you today?
Terrific. You?
Joey the Jet.
Yeah, it's good to be on with y'all this afternoon. Brought us nice fresh cut, man. We're looking
Thank
good.
you. I appreciate
Yeah.
that. You know what? I had that playoff mullet working. You,
Okay,
hockey guy
yeah.
like yourself.
Absolutely,
It
gotta have
would
the flow
been
going.
looking good out of the helmet.
Yeah.
I think it would have been fine, but
Nothing
yeah,
wrong with a
get
little
that
lettuce.
trimmed up. Yeah.
Are we going to get the playoff beards going here soon?
If I can grow one, it's taken me about 23 years, but if it comes in nicely for the spring, then I will join you.
This is your year, Joey. I can feel it.
Yeah, appreciate that. I've been told we have a couple of clips here for our G-Bag of the Day winner from the past couple of days. Three-time winner, going for number 4 here. A couple church clips, and we'll start off with this one. Got a little bit of a meat stretcher.
Look at your neighbor and say he's a meat stretcher. He'll stretch your meat. Hallelujah.
Yeah, that of course in reference to God.
Yeah.
Helping you extend your grocery budget.
He's going to stretch that meat for you.
Okay.
Are we sure of that?
A little bit of a
really
reach.
Sure? Are we
You know,
sure of
I'm
that?
going to
then?
go from 2 chicken cutlets to 4.
Okay. I thought maybe he might have been something else, but
Did you?
maybe.
I'll take some
You
water
would.
into wine and 4 chicken cutlets, please. Thank you, meat stretcher.
We go back to another church clip here, and well, it speaks for itself.
I don't want to go to hell. Hell no.
Hell no.
I don't want to go to hell. Hell no.
Hell no.
Hell is deep. Hell is wide. Hell ain't gonna have me inside. I don't want to go to hell. Hell no.
Hell no.
Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. Hell no. I don't want to go to hell. Hell no. Hell no.
Alrighty, you get the point. He doesn't want to go to hell.
Yeah.
Hell
yeah. Hell no.
I appreciate that. We're going to go to here. This was a cheerleader, actually, from Florida A&M University. I saw this on the Twitter today. And, man, she was talking that talk on the sideline.
Messiah! Your coach say you suck! That's what's his words. Take him out of the game, coach! I'm getting a little bit old for this. Ref, you don't gotta take that, ref. You don't gotta take that, ref. You don't gotta take that. If I was you, I wouldn't let him talk to me like that. That was real aggressive.
He needed a tech. Must have been Luka.
Yeah, she's great. That's a Throwback Thursday cut there for you, Joey, because I believe Lucia's had her nominated a couple of days ago.
We played it during RIM is what we did.
Okay.
So it wasn't
really?
actually a G Bag of the Day nominee.
Okay.
So
perfect.
This fits. And you actually said at the time you might vote for that if it had been a G Bag of the Day nominee.
Okay. That's how I got my wires crossed. Thank you, Woolchuck.
I got you.
Back to you, Joey.
We're going to go to spring training here. You guys know Daniel Vogelback? Big power hitter guy. He's on the bench now. Just giant dude.
Former Mariner.
Yeah. So get a load of this clip. I guess he's having a rough spring training.
Make him throw a strike and get on base with a walk.
And there's a hard hit ground ball.
I can't buy a
Nice play there.
It's been a tough spring.
I can't buy a hit.
Yeah, I thought that was good.
I think we need more field mics and things like that.
100%. Yeah.
I think it's even better like in golf when these guys miss shots.
Yeah.
And they just go off.
Well, I'd love to get the catchers mic'd up.
Yeah.
I think those conversations at the plate could be really fun.
If you don't want to do it live, I get it. If you want to have the commissioner have final say to dump whatever audio that might be controversial, I get it. Just when we're coming back from innings, you need to be hitting us with the funny stuff that these guys are saying constantly.
Yeah.
They're young, they're hyped up, they're full of testosterone, they've been out drinking, and they got funny stuff to say.
Yeah.
We need to hear it.
Let's go to we have another airplane incident. People are always getting into things on these airplanes. This one's from Frontier, I guess, in an airport in Miami, and this lady just was not having it with somebody.
I want whatever you want. I'll beat you the fuck up. What you trying to be? If you really want to leave, what you trying to be? It's whatever. I don't care. Somebody do it. One thing, and I'm gonna rock this.
You told me I got dub.
Lady the room. You're not even from Philly.
Those airplane incidents are tough.
Yeah.
I never know what to do when things are going on like that. A couple of days ago, I was at a convenience store, and the guy in front of me was all mad because the cashier wouldn't take his card. I guess it got rejected, and I'm like, what do you do? I guess it sounded like one gentleman was trying to take action on it.
Yeah.
Seems like he had $20 on the champ.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I know what you're talking about, Gavin, because those situations, like, I'll look down and say, just put it on my deal. Just please, just put it on my stuff. When you get in the convenience store thing like that, I don't want a lot of confrontation or people getting bent and all.
I hear you.
Like if you got like a 6-pack and maybe a beef jerky, I'm like, just put it on my deal. I'll take care. I don't want to see people fight about this.
I might have done that, but I couldn't tell what it was. Okay.
So you were worried that maybe he had like the tomahawk chop or something?
Is that
out
when
there?
you just stick it in your pocket and you
it's not a
walk out?
convenience store.
No, I could have. There was a good distraction. I could have done a little
It's
shoplifting
like,
there.
What? I'll bring it back later. I'll pay for it another time.
But you know what I'm talking about?
I do know exactly what you're talking about, but it had escalated to a point that I thought if I interfere, I might become a target of frustration.
The whole thing
because it had escalated to a point that they were just shouting.
Yeah, there was a lady that she forgot the bag of ice. So we had to go through the whole process of pulling the card out and recharging. I'm like, just please put the ice on me. I'll be happy. Give me the $3, $4 bag of ice.
The bastard bite.
Yeah,
You got to
I
go.
don't need you reaching into that Louis Vuitton purse, ma'am, and trying to dig out a credit card. Just put it on my account and we'll go for it.
Brian just had some soy sauce. He needs to get the hell out of here.
The bag's 99 cents. I feel like these 3 minutes are going to take a year off my life. It's worth it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, it's time to vote. Is it the airplane incident? Is it Daniel Vogelbach who can't buy a bleeping hit? That's a good one. Cheerleader at A&M or the church combo platter? I'm gonna go A&M cheerleader here for you, Erickson. How about you? Who do you vote for?
I'm gonna go with Vogelbach. It's been a tough spring training.
We're tied at 1, Brian.
I'm going to vote for that cheerleader. I think she's got a good idea about what needs to go on.
Bully?
I'm going with the cheerleader, too.
By a score of 3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it is the Florida A&M cheerleader. She's having a great time over there. All right, we are as well live at Texas Barber College, established 1962. And if you swing on by, we're off Lancaster in Dallas. And you can get a $5 haircut. You could also apply for a new career.
Yeah.
You can get signed up to go to college right here and start doing the haircut thing. All right, Brian, what are we doing next coming up in Krusty's Corner?
You know what? There's a mock draft for the Cowboys that's a trade back that actually works. We'll talk about that one next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ.
This segment on the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts, more than just Silverados, Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Thank you, Joey, in for Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here. We're live Texas Barber College on Lancaster, and we'll be here all the way until 7 o'clock. Come by, get a $5 haircut, enter to win Rangers tickets. We do have some good baseball content coming up a little bit later on in the show. Right now, it is time for Krusty's Corner. Here's Broadus.
Thank you very much there, Gavin. Appreciate that. Before we get started on this thing, did you guys hear that the Bulldog Bully the 12 is now named after Dak Prescott?
Isn't that awesome?
Mississippi State's mascot. Bully the 12. Bully is going to be his first official duty will be spring game coming up here for Mississippi State, and Bully's name is now Dak.
Oh, cool.
So yeah,
is that permanent?
That's permanent.
Like Reveille?
Yeah, it's Bully the 12, but then when Bully gets retired, his name becomes name becomes Dak.
So his civilian name is Dak.
His civilian name is Dak. Yeah.
Okay.
So, but his first official duty will be for spring ball there at Mississippi State. So
I think if I was going to name a dog after number 4, I would go with Prescott. I think that's kind of cool.
I think that's a really cool name too for a dog.
It sounds intelligent.
Or a human.
Yeah.
Yeah. It does. Yeah. It sounds like you really got your bow tie on and your monocle and your Prescott.
If your name's Prescott, you know what's going on.
Yeah.
You know, that's even better than Dak, to be honest.
It is.
You.
I think it's good.
Because you talk about those dogs during the year. I mean, if you've ever seen Ugga at Georgia, dog wears a sweater.
Yeah,
dog's got like late in the year, he's got like a sweater on.
I wonder if anybody gets sick of that.
Yeah. But early season games, I've seen him like Ugga.
Yeah.
Like bag of ice, like huge bag of ice. Like fully laid out on it, like,
it's like
stomach on the ice. Like he's like, why the hell you guys dragging me out here?
Right.
It's like 100 degrees
That's
here.
the only way you can survive it.
It's loud.
You're dragging me out here. You're putting clothes on me.
Yeah, I'm laying on a bag of ice because it's too damn hot.
Yeah.
You know,
he's probably eating Wagyu beef though. That dog's living the life.
Oh.
He needs like a dry fit sweater for the summer months. He really does, man. I feel bad for that dog.
He needs a dry fit.
Yeah.
like a crop top.
Yeah.
Crop. All right. I like a dry fit. I like that.
Oh, that's good.
But yeah, Dak, congratulations. You got your mascot named after you.
That is
all right.
cool.
This is from our guys at Blogging the Boys, and they do some really creative, fun work over there. And they did a mock draft where they had the Cowboys trading back. We really haven't talked about the Cowboys backing out of this thing. We've only really kind of talked about hanging in there and making picks. But this one is interesting because they got the Seahawks. They got the Seahawks coming to 26. And if you look at what Blogging the Boys did, the compensation you get back on the Cowboy trade chart, it's within 4 points.
Okay.
So this is not one of those. Sometimes it's like, people like, hey, Broadus, they should trade back and they'll get a 1, another 1, and a 2.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't work that way. So
it doesn't work.
You got to Google up that trade chart.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Let them know.
No, but sometimes it's like, I think people have become more realistic with, when they start talking about trading.
Uh-huh.
It used to be like you're just trying to guess.
And people will just buy it. People will believe it.
Oh, yeah, good trade. Yeah, I like it. No, it's not. If you called and asked for that, they'd laugh at you, is what would happen. So, anyway, what the Cowboys are going to get is they're going to give up the first-round pick, number 26, the Seahawks' second-round pick, which is at 37. They pick up 85, which is the third-round pick, and then a seventh-round pick, which is pick 237. So if you do the math, Dallas's pick at 26 is worth 700 points. The Seahawks, with what you just traded for, is 696. So pretty much on the mark right there. All right, now
Square biz is what they call that, Brian.
Square business for sure on this one. So, okay, who you traded back to draft, and this is where Blogging.
How far we trade back again?
We went from 26 to 37.
Okay,
so you went from
picks.
You went from the back of the first round to up and towards the front of the second round.
All right.
But you did. You picked up now. Now you own, if I can interest you in this, now you own, you got 37, 58, 85, and 90.
So you picked up an extra top 100 pick.
Yeah, is what you really did right there. So that would be, to me, if you're so inclined, if the board doesn't fall to you right, maybe, Gavin, you don't want to take a running back there, that kind of situation. Maybe the corner board, like when we did the mock draft this morning on DallasCowboys.com on the draft show, the board on my board that was left were only offensive players as far as the top players. So, the cornerbacks got wiped out pretty good. And so, the tight ends, we had to talk about those guys as well. But this is what the Cowboys picked up. At 37, they draft Josh Downs, the wide receiver from North Carolina. Wolchuk, would you like to talk about Josh Downs?
Yeah, he's a true slot receiver. Not very big, works the middle of the field, well on drags and slants. He's got a really nice stutter step at the top of his route to set up DBs. But he's a guy that you can move all over the formation, and he is a true playmaker. But to me, I don't think that he's going to be able to win on the outside of the NFL. I think some of the knocks on a guy like Marvin Mims out of Oklahoma apply to this individual. I think Josh Downs is a slot-only kind of player. I would rather take Marvin Mims out of Oklahoma personally.
Mims would be, yeah.
I also think Parker Washington out of Penn State is better, in my opinion.
I like what you're saying.
Downs.
Absolutely. All right, with Dallas's own pick, we've talked about this guy. Here's a guard-center combination, Steve Avila from TCU.
That's perfect, and that's a perfect pick, and I think the Cowboys do like Steve Avila, and he's a guy, man, if you want to be impressed, watch him against Michigan. That was a big question. Could TCU's offensive line handle that Michigan front? And Mozzie Smith, who's another guy that's being talked about a lot at 26 for the Cowboys, Steve Avila won that battle that afternoon.
There's people that think that Steve Avila might be their pick at 26. So this very much could be like what they did with Diggs. All of a sudden, you're talking about a guy that Dallas was looking at with Diggs in the first round. Instead, they draft CeeDee Lamb, and then they turn around and somehow they get Diggs in the second. Steve Avila maybe could be that similar kind of guy.
Could be your plug-and-play starting left guard.
Okay, this is Dallas. This is the pick you got from Seattle here. It's at number 85, and the Cowboys took Eli Ricks, and I know he's the corner from Alabama, transferred from LSU. Okay, Wolchuk, you know something about this player, not really good for the Cowboys.
Yeah, I don't think that the Cowboys are interested in an Eli Ricks type of player. This is a guy that's not going to give you much in the run game. I think he's susceptible against speedy, good route runners at receiver. I saw him get beat quite a bit, especially in that Tennessee game. He was a guy that Hendon Hooker, Jalen Hyatt was able to take advantage of him down the field. To me, I get why some people like Eli Ricks. I would be looking elsewhere at some other corners that maybe the Cowboys could be interested in. Maybe it's a Caillou Blue Kelly out of Stanford.
Yeah.
In that range. Or
There's a kid named Caillou.
Yeah.
Caillou Blue Kelly,
And he's a good player.
Yeah.
He is.
Just a kid who's 4.
Or even a Cam Mitchell out of Northwestern is a guy that I think could be an interesting name there as well. But if you're mocking, and I see this a lot, Eli Ricks to the Cowboys, I think you should look at some other corners.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. Okay, Gavin, we're going to grab this running back at the third round pick, number 90.
Bang.
It's Kendre Miller from TCU.
Oh, I like Kendre Miller.
Good pick.
So, this is a guy, Kendre Miller, he's a local prospect of the Cowboys are rumored to be very interested in this guy. He's a guy that like when you watch him play late in the season, he got a little nicked up with a knee injury and stuff like that. And
they would have won without him, Brian.
Yeah, exactly. But this guy, when you're talking about a 5'11", 215-pound guy, he's kind of a twitchy kind of a player when you watch him run. And so I think that a guy that size, that kind of ability right there at 90, that might be exactly what you're kind of talking about with the running back. Maybe it's not what my thought about taking a Bijan Robinson, but you wait until there's good running backs in this draft.
Sure are.
3rd, 4th, 5th round for the Cowboys to consider. You don't have to if you don't want to. I'll be interested to see though how they play it if Robinson's on the board. But other than the pick, like I say, and in the 4th round, real quick as I finish this up, they get linebacker Dorian Williams from Tulane.
Love that.
That's
a perfect spot.
That's
for
a pick
him.
at 129. So if you're talking about the Cowboys, I think 3 of the 4 picks they really, really like. The Ricks one, probably one you would probably want to go another direction.
You can get a $5 haircut here, Texas Barber College on Lancaster. I think I'm going to do one while I'm on the air. As a matter
there you
of fact,
go.
I am due. I have not touched the lock since I gave myself the Brian Broaddus haircut at a remote. Probably 3 months ago.
It was right during the holidays.
Yeah. So it's been a little bit. I am definitely due, maybe a little overdue. So that's a good place to be. Join me. Get yourself a haircut here. You can enroll in school if you're looking for a new career, and they're giving away tickets to the Rangers as well. And the first raffle for Rangers tickets coming up at 3:30. That'll be the game next Saturday, I guess. The next game after opening day. NFL news of the day is coming up next. Wooly Bully, where are we heading?
Zeke might be angering some Cowboy fans with this latest news. I'll tell you about it next on The Fan.
from our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Had a couple of Tolos swing bys. We're live at Texas Barber College. We're signing flags. We just met a local businessman who goes by the name Moose, and we're having a good time here where you can get a $5 haircut. I'm thinking about doing that exact thing. Maybe while I'm on the air a little bit later on, maybe during the top 10 or something.
Yeah, I want to shout out. Hey, yeah, you're right. Moose came by and he loves Bobby Belt.
He does. Yeah.
I got
Big
Bobby on the
fan.
phone. He got to
awesome.
tell him how much he liked him. So yeah.
So you can win Rangers tickets here coming up in about 30 minutes. They're going to do a little enter to win thing, and then we'll do it again at 5 o'clock. And you can enroll in barber school. But right now we have the NFL news of the day with Zach Wolchuk. Here he is, Wolchuk.
Thank you, General. We're going to start off with some Cowboys news. If you missed it, yes, Tony Pollard did indeed sign the franchise tag, but Ezekiel Elliott, now former Dallas Cowboys running back, reportedly,
don't give me this bad news.
According to Adam Schefter, has narrowed down his options about where he wants to play.
Oh, no.
There are 3 teams: the Jets, the Bengals,
good choices,
and the Eagles.
Oh, that's tough.
Are you bleeping kidding me?
They do need a running back. They need more running backs. They like to have about 4 of them on the team.
Ezekiel Elliott in the Eagle green? Can you
He wants to try to win.
This?
He wants to try to win.
This makes me want to vomit.
I don't love it.
You think he's doing that? Do you think he's doing that just to spite Dallas?
Now, I will say the all-black uniform.
You think he's serious about this?
I think he just wants to win.
The visor would look good.
You think he wants to win?
Yeah, the visor would look good. They've had a number of guys rock that visor.
It would look good. I'm rooting for the Bengals to get him here.
He can't wear 15 if he went to the Eagles, so that's something he's talked about. That number's retired.
He did.
Steve Van Buren's got that number.
Okay, so that's why.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah.
So yes, he tweeted out today that he wants to go back to 15 wherever he signs. I just can't believe that he's got the Eagles on his list for consideration. Now, this has happened before. If we remember, DeMarco Murray did sign with the Eagles. That didn't go well. You've got the Aaron Rodgers to the Jets rumors. Schefter notes maybe that's the reason he wants to go. He can complement Breece Hall. We'll see how Breece Hall's doing coming back from his rehab with that knee injury.
I love Breece Hall.
Great player.
Yeah.
And then apparently Joe Burrow was at Ohio State in 2015 when Zeke was there.
Okay.
So they might have a little bit of a history with the two together. And
I can see that.
He can help out with Joe Mixon.
Joe Mixon needs a running buddy for the streets, right? Kind of a deal?
Yeah, I guess. Who doesn't? But, I can't hold it against Zeke too much. I don't like it, but it is what it is. You want to win, and you want to keep playing as long as possible. And there's very few teams that right now give you the clarity on how good they're going to be and how much opportunity they have for you. Part of me wishes Zeke would shut it down because I'm such a Zeke guy, and it comes down to I don't believe he's going to play well. I think he's going to get benched. Okay. And so I think his last play with the Cowboys was an embarrassment, and I think his last season in the NFL is about to be an embarrassment.
You know what? It's funny you say that because there is a little bit of a history of these. If you look at the top 3 Cowboy running backs of all time, and them going on to another, Emmitt Smith at Arizona, and then Tony Dorsett went to Denver. It ended badly there.
Yeah, I did.
So you don't want to.
But if they're going to give you $4 or $5 million. It's a lot of dough.
Yeah.
Every little bit can help.
No doubt. And we already have some texts coming in here, 877-881-1053. I hope Zeke goes to the Eagles. It would make them worse from the 2-1-0.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another way to look at it as well. Like, if that's their running back solution. Now, I know around week 5, Howie Roseman will trade for the best running back in the NFL that's available.
He'll go get Derrick Henry.
Yeah, but for now, it would help them start slowly at the running back position.
And I understand it. Like the 301, our guy Tolo Mailman Phil said, "Wooly Bully, how can we be upset where Zeke ends up when the Cowboys cut him?" And that's fair. It's just you hate to see an all-time great Cowboy like Zeke, who has a chance to be in the Ring of Honor, end up with a division rival like Philly.
Yeah, it is the way it is, but you don't have to like it, Wolchuk, and I'm there with you.
No, I don't have to. I don't have to like it, but you know what? If it happens, it happens, and we'll have to deal with that. But I'm pulling for the Jets or the Bengals. Zeke, go to the Jets or go to the Bengals. All right, Mina Kimes, who we love, does great work with ESPN. She was talking on her podcast yesterday about the fit with Brandon Cooks with the Cowboys and how much she loves it. Here's what Mina had to say.
I love the fit of the player with this team because I argued a lot last year that this Dallas Cowboys offense did not have enough separation. This was actually, to me, a big part of the reason why Dak Prescott threw so many interceptions. He had the highest, I talked about this endlessly, highest tight window throw rate in the NFL. Now, some of that is because Dak Prescott loves throwing tight window throws up the seams, but some of it is because his wide receivers do not separate that much. And we had a stat on NFL Live that our researcher Henry gave me that Brandon Cooks he's not what he was 4 years ago, but he had as many 30-yard catches last year in like 13 games as the entire Cowboys roster. What he brings to this offense is speed, separation. You move, CD gets to play in the slot full time, which is the best spot for him. It creates space for him. Michael Gallup slides back to that number 3 role, which is where he thrived with Amari Cooper. And suddenly, in the grand words of Radiohead, everything is in its right place. So just from a football standpoint, I think it's exactly what they needed for this offense, and I absolutely love it.
I love it too. And she's right. And it's something that we talked about when we watched the All-22 during the regular season, Brian, was the lack of separation. And it's not a coincidence that Dak Prescott led the league in tight window throws because he had to. He didn't have a choice. Right. Some of that was on, and why we were ripping on Kellen Moore on the offense, some of that is on the route combinations. Some of it's also on the receivers.
Sure. I think a bit of it's on Dak as well, though, because of the lack of throwing with anticipation and guys going into space.
Yeah.
He's got to wait for guys to get into space and face him, and then he's like, oh, cool, he's open. And then the corner closes. That's why that window is tight a lot with Dak Prescott, because we're not throwing to guys on the run that have beaten their guy and are running in a new space. That's, just getting skilled guys into space is the name of the game in all sports.
100%, you're right.
And Kellen Moore might be the most to blame for it.
No doubt. I do think some of that was, we did see, and we noticed it in training camp, Dak was trying to throw to spots, and that's why you saw his interception total rise a little bit. So it was a little feast or famine there with Dak as well. But all does make sense and all kind of falls into why I think this Brandon Cooks move was a fantastic fit for the Cowboys, and probably why they were looking at trying to get him at the deadline. Houston was just being a little bit greedy. So
he's a guy that can take no-risk throws, 40, 50, 80 yards. No question. I totally agree. I think that's a great take, and she's doing a hell of a job.
We had Bryce Young working out today and doing his pro day. Apparently he had dinner with the Raiders last night prior to the pro day, met with 3 other teams today. Now, yesterday, C.J. Stroud at Ohio State had his pro day. And we talked about this on the draft show, Brian, but we've got the audio for it. Josh McCown, the now new quarterbacks coach for the Carolina Panthers, might have told on himself a little bit here. Did he kind of let us in on maybe where the Panthers have their eyes set on at quarterback with C.J. Stroud? Here's the little exchange between C.J. Stroud and quarterback coach Josh McCown.
We'll find a court. Play some horses.
It's right here. Come on.
Okay. Well, no, maybe
I got to do a little meeting.
We'll find a court. All right. See you, buddy.
I'm going to take his money.
Maybe when you live in Charlotte, we'll find a court. As they
Play
were talking
horse.
about playing some horse and
Yeah.
pickup basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know. People are running with this like Josh McCown has just told us all they're taking C.J. Stroud. Maybe it was just one of those things where you're bantering back and forth like, hey.
You're having fun with hypotheticals.
Right.
We're talking about you coming here. Yeah. Maybe. Maybe.
But maybe
maybe we'll pick you. Maybe you're coming here already.
Who knows?
Yeah.
But that is the latest draft buzz is, oh, man, did we just learn who the Carolina Panthers are about to take? Is it going to be C.J. Stroud? SMU wide receiver Rashee Rice had his pro day, looked good, had some good routes as well, according to CBS Sports, who was out there. I'm a fan of Rashee Rice. And the issue with him is speed, right? You talk about separation.
Yeah.
Rashee Rice is not a receiver that gets a lot of separation, but he catches everything. That's what really stood out to me with Rashee Rice. You just put the ball in his vicinity, he's going to find a way. He goes and gets – that's his football. The contested catches, he might be one of the best in the entire draft class in that area. But they asked him –
He's not a rice burner, huh?
But he's not a rice burner. No, not at all. They asked him about playing for the Cowboys. He said, quote, I would love to go down the road to the Cowboys. That would be really cool to be around the area where a bunch of football has happened for me, to be in the backyard of my college and be able to come back to my coaches would always be good for me, as you got Rashee Rice at 6'1", 204, ran a 4.5, 140. His numbers, according to Chris Trapasso, very similar to first-round pick a few years ago of the Niners, Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, if the 4.51 and the 4.52 numbers you had for him were electronic times. Hand times he ran one scout had him at a 4.39.
Wow.
And another one had him at a 4.43. So if you split the times right there, he's like a low 4.4 guy, as far as his times. So, electronic, a lot of guys, believe in that, but a lot of these teams go on the hand times by their scouts on the floor.
Well, speaking from one potential Cowboys rookie receiver to one they had last year, Jalen Tolbert was out at an event yesterday. Cowboys media caught up with him. He was talking about his rookie season, which, of course, was a disappointment. But Jalen Tolbert, he's not going ahead and pointing at any fingers besides himself. Here's what he had to say.
This rookie year was by far the worst that I've had and far from what I wanted for myself, but I know that I needed it, and God knows that I needed it, and the coaches know that I needed it. So it was a good time for me to be able to adjust and get a grip for all positions, and in the future I can play inside out, go wherever it's asked of me, play wherever they ask me to play. So I'm excited to continue to grow there and just continue to work.
I hope so. I think maybe, he's saying he needed a wake-up call or needed to be humbled or something like that, and an obstacle has been placed in his path that he can clear. But you were getting that warning sign very early in Oxnard. You had weeks and months. You could never earn the trust of the coaching staff. This is a bustola, and I think we got spoiled with so much success that they'd had. We kind of assumed that this would go well, but it happens. So if you're the organization, just don't let it hurt too long. But the guy could barely get open in college. He didn't have great speed. I think he was a solid college wide receiver, and you thought, well, this guy has a high floor. You were wrong, just like you're wrong on some guys. But, I'll tell you what, he's, to me, a clear example of why this league needs a developmental league. Because him running around with Cowboys gear on, that's an affront to the star. He doesn't deserve it.
Yeah, the thing about I think that there's a lot of times that players don't realize that they're the one that they don't blame it on themselves. He came in, where they misevaluated him, I think, Gavin, is they threw too much at him. They threw too much at him in the valuation of what he can. There's some guys like with Micah Parsons. I know Micah Parsons was a first-round pick, but some of these you have to figure out how much you can really load the wagon on these guys and that they short circuit. And I think that's what happened to him. And then he started fighting the ball bad in camp. I mean, instead of being a hands catcher, which we saw him at South Alabama, everything became cradle, and then there was no separation. He's fighting that. He's fighting the ball. He can't get open. There were a lot of things, man. He went from being a player that was very confident and to the point where he was taunting people. You'd watch South Alabama tape. He'd catch touchdowns, and he would turn and spin, and like he's staring down the guy trying to cover him. He was a very confident football player. Shell of that, though, when he got here with the Cowboys.
I'm not writing off Jalen Tolbert just yet. I think his biggest nemesis was the fact that we've seen so many receivers that are rookies now come into the league and be awesome.
Yeah,
it didn't used to be like that. And while you're right, I mean, last year was horrible.
It was horrible,
but there's upside there. And now when you don't have to be, you're not relied on as maybe the number 3 guy like they were trying to find out if he could be last year. You're now below 4 or 5 on the depth chart. Maybe this will help out Jalen Tolbert. We'll see.
He's got another year. I mean, it's not as bad as what you got with Kelvin Joseph, but you're to the point now where you're like, listen, bro, you gotta find a way to get some things done and be a part of the rotation and be productive.
Yeah. Odell Beckham Jr. Rumors are the Jets are showing real interest in OBJ. I don't think he's going to be able to get the money that he was wanting, that 15 to 20 million range, but the Jets, Gang Green, getting really active here in free agency, trying to possibly put a supporting cast around Rodgers.
This is what I think has happened with the Jets. And they had that run where they were going out. They got Alan Lazard. That word came out about a list, that Aaron Rodgers had a list of guys that he wanted the Jets to go get. I think the Jets kind of took a step, like when all that was getting out, there was a little bit, whoa, he's dictating this. I guarantee you Aaron Rodgers probably told the Jets, hey, let's back up a little bit on this list. let's take a step back. Let's give it a little bit more time here. I think that they were all about going to get Odell Beckham, but that all that came out about him demanding, and I think Aaron Rodgers became a little bit like, hey guys, let's not do this. Let's not, let's take our time about this. And so that's why I think they're now coming out and trying to get Odell Beckham done.
Tight end Austin Hooper signed with the Raiders. You have Eddie Goldman, who came out of retirement, former defensive tackle of the Bears. He's now going to join the Atlanta Falcons as he missed all last year due to retirement. And how about this story? Deion Sanders flexing he's still got it at Colorado as him and his son Deion Sanders Jr. had a fun little competition. Which one of them could bench press 245 the most? Deion put it up 6 times. Deion Sanders Jr. and their assistant coach Sam Malone together couldn't put up 6 reps.
Let's go, Deion.
Outdoing both of them.
That's what you call an alpha leader
I don't think Deion can outrun either one of them, though.
Well, when you get the
I don't know how many
two
toes he
on.
has.
No, I'm just saying, though. I mean, to me, it's like I'm glad he's working on the weights. That's what I'm saying. I'm glad he's working on the weights. He wears a lot of those hoodies. Good-looking hoodies, too, by the way. Yeah. Colorado might lead the league in best college gear.
Get ready. New Year's Six Bowl for the Buffs this year.
Well, get ready. I'm going to do a pull-up. I'm inspired by Deion. And as I
lighter, right?
I confided in you guys a couple of weeks ago, I couldn't do more than 5 push-ups. I'm now up to 15. Okay, I've lost 11 pounds during Lent. I'm up to 15 push-ups. I'm eyeballing one pull-up for the first time since 1997, boys. Think I can do it?
I think
I'm not. Damn right I can.
I'm not betting against you.
No,
I'm not.
No, you've lost 11 pounds. You seem motivated by the whole thing. Like you were really embarrassed by the fact that you couldn't do 5 push-ups. Yeah. I think it affected you.
I'm freaking dialed right now, dude.
I think you're like Jalen Tolbert. I think you
I was
just
ashamed.
So 1997, when you going for like the medal, the badge, the presidential, like you had to do 10 pull-ups. Remember that back in the day when you were in school?
Yeah.
If you did a number of pull-ups, you got a special badge from
the
presidential medal of
couldn't
fitness.
do any, you got made fun of.
Yeah.
Okay, I dropped out of college for the 3rd time, and I was drinking and playing game day all day, right? So I was like, dude, you got to get control of yourself. So I spent about 6 months
This sounds
just
very
working
much,
out like a banshee.
Okay. This sounds very much like Bill Murray in Stripes.
Exactly.
Like you're sitting around and you're kind of like,
we got to get it together.
We got to get it together here.
Yeah. I thought I was starting off like a fitness and like workout routine for life. I thought I was laying down a foundation for my adult life, but it was short lived.
Do you miss the wafer, the sugar wafers?
Oh no, I'm not having any cravings.
Really? Don't lie.
Having any
what do you miss the most?
No,
what do you miss the most?
You look under his pillow at night. He's got all the freaking Oreos.
I really want some barbecue. But when Lent is over, I'm going to try to give myself a little bit of the sweets, a little bit of the barbecue.
This sounds like very much wind it back. Like last year, we were kind of talking about the same thing. Oh no, man, I got to take care of myself. And then the next thing you know, it's like, dude, you were punished.
I came in the next day with muffins and Lorna Doones.
Oh, man, that's amazing.
Oreos.
By the way, if you want some barbecue, get on out tomorrow. Loop 9 barbecue in Grand Prairie. KNC is going to be out there from 10 to 2.
I need to get in there myself. Okay, just about, 12, 15 days left in Lent. I'll see you soon, barbecue.
Yeah.
Cowboys Twitter, saying ain't so, Zeke. We do have a reaction to the news that he might go to the Bird Turds. Coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, we got a chat about my friends at Men's T Clinic, and I am dialed. A big part of feeling great is healthy lifestyle choices, and Men's T Clinic can help you, get dialed in just like that. And on top of it, the testosterone replacement therapy that Men's T Clinic provides got me my edge back in 2022 and continues to work wonders for me here in 2023. You want to get your edge back? You want to make 2023 the year of you? Well, just go to mensteclinic.com. They have 5 DFW locations, cash and insurance options, and you're going to be dealing with the incredible team that Bob and Derek and Dr. Campo put together over there that have been optimizing total men's health with a customized patient-first approach for 10 years. 10 years plus here in DFW, Men's T Clinic, absolutely dominating. And it's not just the testosterone, it's also sexual wellness offerings, addressing hair loss replacement, getting some muscle back on your frame. You want to do some pull-ups and some push-ups? mensteclinic.com. Wherever you need more energy in your life, more health in your life, Men's T Clinic knows the path to get there. You're looking at cholesterol and blood pressure and visceral fat, very important numbers. They'll throw in a full year of in-body composition analysis to get you your base numbers and get equipped with what you need to get dialed in like I am at mensteclinic.com. Salute. my dad was pretty nonviolent. I don't even know if he knows how to throw a good punch, so I never really learned. So when it's fighting time, I was always just like, let's wrestle, right? Or maybe I'll kick you because I did some karate.
Okay.
But I figure, with a couple of lessons from this guy over here, maybe if I get get in shape a little bit, I could throw a good one.
So, okay, Ramon is like a professional boxer?
Yeah. I think so, yeah.
Okay, like super in shape guy.
Yeah, that's our remote engineer.
Yeah,
super in shape.
Super in shape, but like not the tallest guy.
Well, you don't have to be the
long,
box, but yeah.
But I'm saying he does look like a boxer.
Oh, he does.
Now that you mention it, I'm thinking like,
I bet he's super
okay.
quick.
Like,
you don't have to be tall to be a boxer.
we could
a lot of them are actually.
I was thinking
not
about
very
reach.
tall.
I was thinking about reach.
Yeah,
sure.
the length.
But
you're a heavyweight.
But I also feel like though. So now if somebody attacks us on one of these remotes,
oh, we're good.
We're prepared.
We're prepared.
Yeah.
we got somebody who'll knock somebody out.
Yeah,
like,
right. You don't want to bleep with our guy.
I'll knock him down and then he could finish him. How about that?
Yeah.
See, I just want a taste of what that life is like, So I'm thinking about training. I got the push-ups going, then the pull-ups, then I'll move into some punching, and we'll just see where it goes.
Boxing lessons are something I've always been interested
Well, I don't
in.
want to do actual boxing. There's a cardio involved there.
Right, but I think that'd be good.
Okay.
It'll help me lose the last 15 pounds of soda.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll check. Gavin, very poor at speed bag or jump rope.
Probably the speed bag.
Yeah,
I think that would
speed bag
kill
did the
him.
best of me. I was a pretty good jump roper as a kid.
Were you a good jump roper?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I was pretty good at it.
Is that old school? If we're training for boxing, do we still do the jump rope?
I think jump rope is pretty undefeated
it's not
for any sport.
a Rocky montage if there's not jump rope.
There's got to be some jump.
Come
rope.
on.
How about the heavy bag? The heavy bag would be a problem for me.
It's not what you
What about
want.
some frozen meat?
Can't. Well, that would be cool
How
if
about-
you got the
how
hand
about-
wraps.
yeah.
Yeah.
How
How
about
about stretching the meat?
There's a lot that
stretch
goes
that
into
frozen
it.
meat.
A lot that goes into it. We got Cowboys Twitter here for you, G-Bag Nation. What do you want to get in shape to do? Some people want to climb a mountain. Some people just want to do one pull-up.
I just want to get in the bleeping maintenance program.
There you go. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. Yeah, Shefty tweeted that Zeke has narrowed down his options about where he wants to play. And you got the Jets, the Bengals, and the Eagles, and he'll make a decision about where he's going to go by the end of next week per sources. So, Zeke's doing his thing. We're getting reaction coming in on Cowboys Twitter, including David Hellman. Everybody's going to fixate on Philly, and I get that, but I think Zeke would be an awesome Samaje Perine replacement in Cincy.
Yeah.
The talent on that offensive line would do wonders for him, I bet. I can't see it happening. I don't think he's fast enough to get through that hole and even beyond the linebackers before they have cut him off. Even super fast running backs get caught by these NFL defenses. I don't think there's any chance Zeke has very much success next year.
I think he's probably feeling like that maybe in that Perine role that he could be a power back, block on blitz pickup stuff, but also be a guy that you maybe – the Bengals know how to run a screen.
They sure
know
do.
how to throw a ball to a
And
back.
he used to be amazing
And
at
he used
that.
to be good at that. The Cowboys couldn't run a screen to save their lives. But, with Zeke, maybe it's a possibility. Joe Burrow will get him the ball if he has to throw it to him.
Yeah, no doubt. Okay, speaking of the Jets, Breece Hall, the great rookie last year who got hurt, tweeted, "I think we're good over here." And he tagged his backfield partner.
At Michael Carter, how about you? Michael Carter, quote, tweets it and says, agreed. And this came out just minutes after Schefter reported the news of Zeke and the Jets being one of the finalists. So it doesn't seem like the Jets backfield is really welcoming another running back there.
You know what? I'm kind of like, I guess I appreciate the honesty of players in this day and age. They're not now. Players are not willing. They're like, no, we're good. Zeke, you can stay over there. We don't.
Yeah.
No, it used to be like, oh no, we're super happy about now it's like, nah, we're good over here. Thanks for asking.
Yeah, Michael Irvin, I love when he talks about that and watching the draft and not wanting anybody your position.
No,
and
you never do.
celebrating,
Yeah.
and it's okay to go shopping, honey. Nobody in my position got drafted. I think that's the reality that a lot of times the players in the organizations don't show us very much. But, yeah, that'd be dramatic watching these personnel movements and the young guys coming in to take your position that was a college star. That'd get you in the gym, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
That'd help you get in shape. Tolo reaction. DeMarco Murray went to the Eagles after we cut him, and now Zeke might. He might go 2 for 2. What do you think it is about going to the Turds? Just that.
Well, that was a bad fit. That was a bad fit, Gavin. When and if we remember,
I went to play for Chip Kelly. And
Chip
just
Kelly.
no good.
Okay,
Yeah.
what is Chip Kelly? And you've watched a lot of Oregon football. When they hand the ball off at Oregon, it's usually shotgun, and then it's going sideways.
Yeah.
That's not DeMarco Murray. DeMarco Murray was like, take him the ball, let him run downhill. I remember like a bunch of people were getting on my back about that because I said, this is a terrible fit. This will be the end of DeMarco Murray. And just
He had a good year in Tennessee.
He did.
After they got him back in that
saying.
system.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It was a downhill runner. When you hand the ball to him going, you can't hand the ball to Zeke going sideways.
No.
And expect it to work
Oh,
out.
especially now.
That's the reason why DeMarco Murray failed.
It's a good point.
Why do you think Cowboys running backs want to go to Philly, though? Do you think the Eagles love getting them because they're former Cowboys?
The line.
It does seem like that. Well, the line right now.
Oh, why the players would want to go?
Or why the Eagles want them so
Eagles
much?
do seem like they like to try and just C-block the Cowboys at any point.
It's probably, but you see him twice a year, and you kind of have an idea about the player.
Some familiarity.
Yeah,
there.
you have some familiarity. Like, okay, usually some of these players get opportunities or get signed by teams. It's like, go back and look at games that they've played against them. And it's like, man, that guy used to light us up scoring, or that guy used to catch a ton of balls on us. Sometimes it's like, man, we're better off having this guy than playing against him twice a year.
It is a good point, though, and we got a text in 877-881-1053 on the truckwreck.com text line. But, every team he's considering going to from the 806, he wouldn't be a featured back. So, I mean, Zeke,
he needs that.
Zeke knows he's no longer a primary number one
He's
runner.
figured it out. He's figured it out. His life got better when he split time with Pollard.
And he talked to us about that in training camp.
He's
saying
got
he was thinking about the end of his career. And that was the first time I'd ever heard Zeke even utter the words of the end of playing, not playing anymore. And he said, look, this is a way you can go ahead, longevity, extend the career.
Exactly. And if you want to stay around for more years, you have to. If you split time, it's better for him.
Yeah.
He needs to go to a place where he's not the featured guy.
He definitely knows he's not a workhorse. I think you owe it to yourself probably in your portfolio to see if you can get another contract or two out of it. I have no problem with him trying to continue his career, but I don't think this is going to age anything like Frank Gore. 361, I'd like to get in shape so I can hit my golf shots farther. Yeah, you probably get an extra 20 or 30 yards. The thing, you take a good series of golf lessons, like go to the same pro 5 times over the course of about 6 weeks. He'll get you pumping that thing too. I took kickboxing for 3 years. I tried regular boxing, only lasted 3 weeks. I mean, it's just totally different. Training in it is one thing, and then actually
Ramon,
trying to be involved in the sport.
When you said that, immediately a smile went on his face. Like, you folks don't realize what I go through.
Oh yeah,
as a
Ramon's
boxer
like,
here,
guys. Come on, you wouldn't be able to last 2 minutes sparring.
No, it's a young man's thing for a lot of reasons. 910. 3 women at the same time is why I want to get in shape. Okay. Some people have dating aspirations.
Hey, that's my guy. We can make that happen to you. Third Wednesday of the month at Baby Dolls. We can get you.
I got
women.
that coming up here pretty soon,
yeah,
right?
Brian, you're going to come out and party with me, right? I think it's April 19th. Maybe?
Okay, I'll be there. We're talking to draft, probably.
We're going to talk draft.
Yeah.
It's going to get juicy. It's going to get juicy over there at Baby Dolls. Third Wednesday of the month.
Congratulations to Oliver Mitchell. He has won baseball tickets for next Saturday in Arlington. Woo! Congratulations to Oliver Mitchell as we are live at the Texas Barber College here on Lancaster. Brian?
Oliver, if you need somebody to go the game with you, I'm available, I think.
Look at that.
Yeah, how about that, huh?
Oliver just got himself a celebrity date to the game. Yeah. Dawson, if Zeke picks Philly, he will not get into the Ring of Honor. You think Jerry is not that petty? No. Just ask Jimmy Jansen.
Hey, DeMarcus Ware got a Super Bowl ring with Denver. You know, don't be petty about that.
Yeah, no, Jerry understands a man's got to make his money. He understands that. What he didn't like from Jimmy is he felt betrayed. He felt like Jimmy stabbed him in the back. But Jimmy just had a big ego about he was the guy coaching the team and didn't want Jerry coming around pretending like he was a coach. So he kind of dissed him. The next thing you know, rest is history.
Dude, we also got to give a G-Bag Tolo shout-out to Kevin. Right?
Yes.
Kevin's our guy. His wife's over here doing fantastic work at Texas Barber College, and she has told us, Kevin, that you're a big-time Tolo and you love the G-Bag Nation.
We love to hear that. Salute to you, Kev. All right, when we come back, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I believe I'm about 45 minutes from jumping in that chair and get myself a haircut.
You're going to love it, man.
Looking forward to that. But baseball stuff, well, Chuck, what are we doing with it today?
Yeah, I got some audio for you. Apparently, this former baseball legend was unable to purchase a team, and he's blaming a certain someone. Plus, how many Rangers made the MLB Top 100? Next on The Fan.
Coming up tonight on the Get Right with Reggie KG on 105.3 The Fan. We get you caught up on the latest headlines in the world of sports ahead of Rangers A's. Join us 7 to 8 on The Fan.
It's been a long time coming, but the new XFL has arrived, and it is here to stay. We're pushing the action, the boundaries, and the limits of what's possible. We're making dreams come true, both on and off the field. This is for every player, every fan, every city, and it's a chance for everyone to be part of something bigger. The wait is over. Come experience the XFL.
first drawing for those is going to be coming up at 5 o'clock, and that's for the game next Saturday out there in Arlington. And speaking of baseball in Arlington, Wolchuk, as our baseball insider, it's time for you to deliver some baseball stuff.
I have also gotten my first assignment, gentlemen, with the Rangers for this year. It will be the getaway day on the second week of the season, Wednesday, in the series finale against the Baltimore Orioles.
Is that a 105 game?
It's a 105 game. So I'll be in the booth
That's
there
awesome.
with Hicksy and Jared. So I'll have that game for you, pre and post duties.
Man, you were so dang good at that. I can't believe they didn't let you do that again.
Well, they're they're trying to get me when they can, but
Yeah,
we have a good
understandably.
thing. We got a good thing going on our show.
There's 161 other games too that they can maybe think about doing.
Do you guys want that?
Jared's going to be busy as long as Eric's out.
You guys want to kick me the hell out of the show?
I think you're super good at this baseball stuff.
Yeah,
I
I'm
really
getting
do.
pretty
You're a very
damn good at
versatile
it.
and talented broadcaster,
Hey,
Willie Bullock.
I try and just fit in wherever I can. You guys know
These
me.
games are a lot shorter. You could probably do that and come on this radio with us.
They
as well.
actually are, and we're going to hope that this continues, the 2.5 hour-ish where we're at.
Yeah.
Hopefully that continues into the regular season, and the ratings will also boost up.
I wonder how all these pitchers feel that have been wasting our time for decades.
Yeah.
I just want to get up at a decent time. They're keeping me up till 10:15 every night.
Yeah, come on, guys. Just throw. Just throw. And the batters in the batter's box, I got to tweak the gloves. I got to make sure that the elbow
They got all
guard's
that,
good to go.
that armor on, man.
It's like, come on, guys. No, just stand there and hit the baseball.
Who do you think you are, an NFL head coach?
Yeah,
Keeping
exactly.
us waiting?
Come on. Cardinals, Adam
Garrett
Wainwright.
out there. You remember when Garrett would be out there like on the field doing like yoga and stuff? And we would sit
Presser
there
at 12:15, he's doing yoga at 12:20.
And we're sitting there waiting for him, we're watching him.
We're the idiots.
It's not like Jerry's over there like talking to him about hey roster moves. He's over there laying on a mat.
Got to get in my calisthenics, boys.
Got to get in my gassers. Hey, smile, man.
Oh, man.
Yes.
I love Jason. It is fun to clown on him, though.
How we doing, guys? Cardinals pitcher Adam Wainwright, who started the World Baseball Classic opener for the Team USA.
Is he 46 years old?
41, I believe.
Is he?
But he's up there.
Yeah.
And he had a pretty good year last year with the St. Louis Cardinals. But he was scheduled to be the Cardinals starter on opening day for the 7th time as he enters season 18 in St. Louis.
Amazing.
Good career. Good run.
He's going to begin the season on the IL because he had an injury that happened during a weight room workout on Tuesday with Team USA during the World Baseball Classic. And we were talking about yesterday, ways to try and get participation up, specifically among pitchers for Team USA. This is why guys, I suppose, are a little bit nervous about doing it. But again, I was trying to brainstorm, when else could you play this thing? I think it's less likely that you're going to get people that want to participate in November if you did it after the baseball season because they're going to be just worn out and fatigued from a long season. Do you do it during the year? I mean, teams that are in a hunt for a pennant are going to say, hell no, I'm not giving you my guy to play in this thing. So
unless you're Japan.
Sure. Well, those guys I feel like are going to want to do it anyway.
For some reason, their relationship with the major league clubs are better than what the Americans
does seem
are.
like that. The way that Ohtani was able to do what he did.
Am I making something up here, though?
Probably.
Do you worry? Not worried, but do you think the relationship that teams have with Japanese baseball are because of maybe future prospects coming through?
No, that's actually not a bad point.
And you don't want to. And you don't want to piss them off.
Yeah, and there's bidding wars.
Yeah, like they're like, hey, maybe these guys will help us in the future.
Sure.
With players. If we let them play,
no, I think that
their guys play.
You're onto that. I mean, we've seen it with guys like Yu Darvish and Shohei Ohtani most recently when they've got their opportunity to play basically where they want to. You've got 3 to 5 teams that are all in the running to try and get Darvish, and the Rangers end up being the ones that get lucky.
It's always a secretive ballot thing to get these, right? You have to post and all this stuff. So maybe Major League Baseball teams are like, hey, listen, you scratch our back, we'll scratch your back kind of a thing.
How many Rangers do you think showed up in the ESPN Top 100 players for 2023? This is projecting who ends up in the Top 100 for this year.
I'm going to say 5.
See, 5, I think, would have been my guess as well. But having seen the list, Dawson, you are today's baseball aficionado, baby.
That is right. Who do you
3.
think you are?
So
I am.
It's Seager and Simeon and then DeGrom?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So you got Marcus Simeon at 65. He's the lowest rated. They also give a season prediction from ESPN. Simeon's power numbers are going to continue to decrease playing in a pitcher-friendly park in Globe Life Field. He'll hit under 20 home runs in a full season for the first time since 2018. I'm saying go bleep yourself. That is not going to happen. Simeon hit 25 homers last year after June 1, okay?
Yeah.
And he still goes on the road and plays.
Yeah.
He's going to be just fine. Our guy's getting over 20 dingers. Don't you worry.
Is that Jeff Passion? Is this that guy? Is he putting this out?
It's a hodgepodge of MLB insiders.
That's so that you can't blame one of them.
Yeah, that's true. We can't just all
Who
put
are the
it on
two
Passion.
you'd have on this list as well?
So I think that Adolis Garcia deserves to be in the top 100. The one that I thought might be
Jonah Heim?
It was either going to be Nathaniel Lowe or Nathan Eovaldi.
Jonah Heim.
Jonah, I don't think Jonah needs.
He hits well.
No, he does, and Jonah's an outstanding defensive catcher as well. Jonah's on the cusp, but Adolis Garcia is not getting enough credit for just what a good all-around player he is. And I understand some of it can be a little streaky with the bat, but he is one of the best outfielders in the game. Period. What he does defensively, you don't run on Adolis Garcia.
No.
If you hit a double, you stay at second base. If he's the one chasing that
wouldn't be
down,
a double.
you're not trying to go over to get that triple or make a run to home because he's going to throw your ass out.
Okay.
Yeah. Smarty. Over
Okay,
here.
better right fielder
Then it wouldn't be a double.
better right fielder than Joey Gallo?
Yes, I think so. He's a better defensive outfielder than Joey Gallo. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Wow.
And Joey was great. Joey has a hose on him. DeGrom comes in at 44. When he's healthy, DeGrom remains a nightmare for hitters, but his availability is in question. The righty has not thrown more than 20 games per season since 2019, including the shorty 2020 season that we had. So he's also not getting any younger. This is going to be the year he does it, right? Because we're putting all the good juju out there for the Rangers. And then coming in at number 40 was Corey Seager. They said look for better numbers from Seager with the new rules.
No shift.
And perhaps an even higher ranking in 2024 as he tops 30 home runs again and hits much closer to 300. I want to wrap up our baseball news here with Reggie Jackson, the former star, was talking with Howard Stern yesterday, and he told us this story about Bud Selig blocking his ownership group from buying the Oakland A's. Reggie Jackson, take it away.
And I absolutely believe that Bud was the guy involved that denied me from getting the team. I had a 100-page lawsuit drawn up. I still have the deck. It's about 3-4 inches thick, and there's 6 inches of text messages and all that kind of stuff that went back and forth. I never filed it.
Why not?
I got scared away by some people in baseball. They said, Reggie, the first thing you have to do is resign from baseball, from the Yankees. You know, and you probably won't get hired again. And you probably won't this and probably won't that. Okay. And so I got scared away.
Because it would have killed you not to be a part of baseball. You love it.
And I didn't know enough about the legal system, you know, et cetera. But I should have sued. I didn't. And it's obviously still in my craw. I put a group together with Bill Gates, Paul Allen, and a guy named John McCaw. I could have bought the National League.
Yeah. It's crazy, man. You got a guy in Reggie Jackson, and he had the money to do it, and here comes Bud Selig. And he's accusing Bud of doing this. We don't know. There's not any proof there, but it does seem like a move where Major League Baseball just didn't want him to be part of this for whatever reason.
What was he going to buy?
The Oakland A's.
The Oakland A's.
Yeah.
It was okay. Was there a possibility of moving the A's? I know Reggie Jackson was a World Series champ.
Yeah.
I think it's 74 with the A's. Part of great teams: Joe Rudy, Sal Bando, Burt Campaneris. I mean, then incredible teams in the 70s. Was there a possibility of moving the team? Is that why I wonder why Bud's suing when they would.
There's always been, it seems like there has been whispers always about them getting out of Oakland, but I don't know.
Vegas seems to be a place now that they're talking about. Yeah,
that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
He also opened up on that Howard Stern interview about infidelity during his playing days, and that one's making headlines a lot as well.
Howard's fantastic, man.
He is.
One of the best interviewers I've ever.
He is.
Seen. He'll get those details.
Yep.
if they're in there. Says it took him a while to, he says being open and charismatic was easy for him, but being loyal wasn't, and it took him a while to figure out how to balance that because of the access and the fame that baseball afforded him. All righty, thank you. Well, Chuck, we are live here at Texas Barber College off Lancaster. And if you come by, we do have a couple of G-Bag Nation flags remaining. We have $5 haircuts for anybody and everybody that wants a haircut. Come through the Texas Barber College.
Come on by, baby.
And you can sign up to be a barber as well.
Yeah.
If you want to enroll in school, they can do that for you. When we come back here at G-Bag Nation, we have a special guest joining us talking XFL and football at large. Bob Stoops here with us next in the Nation.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's rock. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Today we are live at the Texas Barber College on Lancaster. And if you come by, they're giving away baseball tickets coming up at 5 o'clock. They're going to have another drawing for that game coming up on next Saturday. You can get a $5 haircut. You can enroll in Barber College yourself. A lot of young professionals here making their way to a bright future in the world of being a barber. Okay, so that's what we have going on today. And we'll be here for the next 3 hours. Seen a lot of Tolos come through here today, and we'd love to see you as well. There's Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk. I'm Gavin Dawson. Joey Erickson is in for Lucius Alexander today, who is he's on vacation, I believe, enjoying a nice little 4-day weekend there. And you do have Carter Freeman coordinate your video. You can watch us online. And our main man, Ramon Cruz, is your remote engineer here today on location, keeping us on air. Okay, joining us now is football coach Bob Stoops here on 105.3 The Fan. As the Arlington Renegades, currently second in the South at 3-2 in the XFL. They take on San Antonio Sunday at 2 o'clock. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm doing great. Good to be with you today.
It's always good to catch up with you and talk some ball, Coach. How's the season been going? Are you happy with how the guys are playing?
Oh, I'm happy to be 3-2. Hopefully, we could keep getting better here on the back half of the season. Just halfway through it, and feel like we are. We're starting to catch a little more rhythm offensively, and that's going to help us.
You know, one thing watching the games I notice, and they're doing a heck of a job covering everything and the on-field interviews and the sideline interviews, so much of it appears to be focused on getting players to the NFL level, which I understand because of the tremendous financial windfall. As a coach, is it difficult at all? Is it different at all balancing team and individual goals in the situation you're in right now?
Not really. My guys, they've been awesome to work with every day. I mean, I have not had one issue. So I think they all know if we're all pulling together, you even individually have a better chance of showing up and shining and showing what you can do the more you're – so they all get that. Everybody supports and helps one another, and football is the ultimate team sport. Not like basketball, you just bring the ball down and handle it yourself and – launch it up, from wherever. It's a different game, so they all realize that, I think, and so it's really been a good, fun team to work with.
What's been the key to your defensive success, Coach? You guys are super stingy on that side of the ball, especially when it comes to your run defense. I know, obviously, offensively, maybe not the results that you're looking for, but this defense, what's really stood out to you guys?
Yeah, definitely. First, it starts with Jay Hayes and Tim Lewis, our two defensive co-coordinators that really call a great game and have the guys prepared. And then we just got a lot of good players over there that are really showing up. Got a great secondary that's made a ton of interceptions. And then, just at all levels, D-line, linebacker, secondary, there's some really good players in there.
Coach, are you feeling better about the situation at quarterback? I know you've had to kind of shuttle some guys, to and from as far as that. Are you feeling like you're more established with what you're doing in the second half of the season with your quarterbacks?
Well, not yet. I mean, we went into last week, absolutely sharing the 1 and 2, sharing the reps equally with Kyle Sloter and Drew Plitt. We went with Kyle last week, but we're doing the same thing this way. He hasn't separated himself enough from Drew, and Drew, also has done some good things in the 2 games he started. So we're still massaging that. So we may play them both here this week.
Coach, which rule change the XFL has, whether it's the onside kick alternative or, you got multiple options after touchdowns, out of all these new rules that you've been playing with, which one have you enjoyed the most that you think maybe the NFL or other leagues should really take a look at considering adding?
Yeah, I like both of the ones you mentioned. The extra points are a lot more exciting, and there's a lot more strategy to going for 1 from the 2-yard line, going for 2 points from the 5, or going for 3 points from the 10. You got to admit that's a lot more exciting than kicking an extra point, you know. So, and there's a lot of strategy to it. And I also like the 4th and 15 for, you know, to retain possession of the ball instead of an onside kick. And that's happened a fair amount, and you know, a few teams have been able to get it successfully.
It's Bob Stoops here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, who would be your top pick in the draft this year, Bobby? Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, other, if you're in charge.
You know, I just from what I see from afar, just the overall talent of C.J. Stroud at Ohio State would be mine. Just a little more size and, you know, ability to run, little thicker guy, although probably not much, but just seems to be a little more, you know, more presence with his size. And let's face it, he's been great as well as Bryce Young, but you probably can't go wrong with either one of them.
What has been key for more quarterbacks coming in and having success immediately, like Brock Purdy last year? Is there something evolving in the players or changing in the game that's given them a chance to succeed?
I would say coaching. You know, certain guys, you get on a good team surrounded with good players, and you got to, you know, and I'm a big fan of Kyle Shanahan just as a play caller, as a head coach. He puts his guys in great position to succeed, and heck, he did it with 3 different quarterbacks, I think, last year, and they were still successful. So I think quarterbacks come out more prepared in today's world. I think there's more of the college game when you talk about run-pass options, RPOs, and screens and things. I think there's more of the college game up too. So some players are you know, have already done a lot of this, and then you get good coaching with them.
Yeah,
Coach, it's gonna. You know, you've been around so many great quarterbacks. And I was going to ask you because of what we've seen with Young from Alabama and, you know, Kyler Murray and the shorter quarterback. I know you're just hey, if you could play, you could play. Is that an attitude that we're going to start to see even more now in the NFL? It used to be where you had to be a certain height, certain this, certain that. Are we seeing because of the college game that we're going to just continue to see these shorter quarterbacks have more of an opportunity and get drafted higher because of their ability?
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, there's a lot of that in today's world, and I think the guy that really, you know, put it to waste was Drew Brees. Put all that, quieted down. I mean, I don't even know if he's 6 feet tall. So the bottom line, you know, if you can play, you can play, like you said, and these guys have had success for so many years, it doesn't really matter, you know, what their height is.
Coach Bob Stoops with us here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. You got to step in and coach that Alamo Bowl for Oklahoma, and I'm sure a couple of your guys are now going out for the NFL draft. I was wondering if anybody that you coached in that game that you could share a little bit of a scouting report with us, maybe specifically, selfishly, a Marvin Mims who played in our own backyard at Frisco Lone Star.
Yeah, Marvin's a very explosive guy. From what I saw, seemed to ran a great 40 at the at the combine. So I'm happy for him. You know, he's a great player, great route runner, can adjust to the football and, you know, different angles. So he does a great job. So I think he's gonna do really well.
We're seeing all the pro days going on now at a bunch of the different campuses. I think Alabama's having theirs today. Do you have any pro day memories for you? Is that a stressful day as a college coach?
Oh, no. I only, you know, I'd be there for part of it. I don't even know I was there all the time for all of it. You know, you want your guys to do well, but, you know, you're out of it by then. I mean, they're not listening to me. They got personal trainers, and they've got this, that, and the other thing. I'm there to support them and wish them well, but I wouldn't say it's ever stressful by any means. You know, I'm sure it is for the players, but it sure wasn't for me.
I'll tell you what, Coach, it was a pleasure. I've been to a couple of pro days myself at Oklahoma, and I want to say you hang a lot of banners in that facility there in Norman. That was the players were impressive, but all the banners and the success you had at Oklahoma, that was worth the price of admission to me to walk into that indoor facility and see all the success you had there.
Well, I got that idea from walking in our basketball practice area and our basketball arena, and I thought, well, they hang banners, why can't we? So then we started hanging them. So those are covered with, there's 7 national championship banners in there, and then just since I was there, and then Lincoln, there's 14 Big 12 championship banners hanging in there as well. So it pretty much covers everything.
You probably know the Red River rivalry more than better than anybody else, and you coached and won a bunch of those things. I was reading, the ADs for both Texas and Oklahoma talking about getting that start time back to the 2:30 from the 11 a.m. Did you have a preference? Is the 2:30 a better start time, you think, for the fans, or being a part of that thing? Do you think it matters when the hell that game's kicked off?
Well, it's definitely better for the fans to be 2:30. They get all that time to eat and get gassed up ahead of the game, So, but as a player and as a coach, I love getting up and going straight there. Get some breakfast, stretch, and going straight to the to the fairgrounds, to the Cotton Bowl, just because I didn't want to have to anticipate it all day. It was. I always liked being able to go get into game mode right away.
Is that still like the game you look forward to the most on your calendar? Maybe other than the ones you coach, or is there something else?
Oh, absolutely. It's fantastic. The environment's second to none, and I had a great time for a long time going up and down that Cotton Bowl, and it was. It's a great environment to compete in and to be involved with, definitely.
Well, thanks again, Coach. Congrats on all your success, and we wish you nothing but the best here in the second half of the season there with the Renegades, man. Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
I appreciate it. It's going to be 80 degrees, so hopefully we'll have a lot of fans out to see us in Arlington at Choctaw Stadium at 2 o'clock Sunday. Thank you.
Let's go. Yeah, it sounds good. The good weather is finally here, and you can consider that your official invitation from Coach Bob Stoops himself to join him Sunday at 2 o'clock as they take on San Antonio. They're going to take on DiNucci next week.
Yeah, and DiNucci is leading the league in passing.
I don't know what that means, Brian. I'm trying to wrap my head around that.
I
hope that means he's figured it out.
He has figured it out, man. I'll tell you what. They've done a good job. But, halfway through the XFL season, making that push. Hopefully Coach Stoops can continue on the good ways there.
Well, let's not talk anymore about DiNucci. Michael tried to hire him as the new backup. Sorry, Cooper.
Yeah.
Got a family friend here who's, got it figured out there in the XFL.
Maybe Mike knew what he was talking about.
Maybe
he knew about the Nooch.
Just needed some development.
Yeah.
Hey, Donnie Fowler contract details: 1 year, 4.25, max bonus 1, base salary 1.5. Cowboys did some great business, and Todd Archer did some great reporting on the details of this contract.
Yeah, they're Adam Pacifica, they're the guy that handles the contracts, him and Todd Williams and those guys, they've been on their A game. And as we're getting close to putting this free agency thing to bed, hopefully they can get something done with Hankins. I know that's something they're thinking about. Maybe Hankins will decide, hey, about time for me to get on one of these teams, and him and Adam could get together and talk about it.
DeAndre Hopkins posting video and pictures on social from spots around Dallas. It looks like he's enjoying our beautiful spring patio weather. Maybe enjoying some orange juice.
Yeah.
Mimosa. Was that a mimosa?
Might have been. Here working out.
Might have been a mimosa. But I tell you what, man, there's plenty of places. Coach mentioned 80 degrees. I mean, there's plenty of these patios and stuff like that. You can sit out there and enjoy your afternoons for sure.
Sham weighed in. He replied to Sean Sharif tweeting about the report from Breer that Hopkins could be available for what the Cowboys gave up for Cooks. Did you see what Sham said?
He said, by all means, sign me up.
What did he say?
Did he say something like that?
If he's available, you go do it now.
Yeah.
I agree. I've tried to temper my expectations because I don't want to be greedy and I don't want to be silly. but it's a unique opportunity that you don't have to give up a top pick.
Sure.
And his money's coming down so much that you could break up the money into the future and have it not cripple you, and you could give yourself injury certainty. You could give yourself four great wide receivers, Brian. Personally, I'd like to see DeAndre's equivalent step in at left guard, but I'm for more weapons. Somebody's going to get hurt throughout the season, and this is Jerry's opportunity and Steve's opportunity to show the fans we're all in. We're committed to building the best team in football that money can buy, and they don't have to give out a $150 million contract to make that happen.
Yeah, I might be talking out of my rear here, but the thing with Hopkins, you know, there was some whispers that he would be willing to work with you on his contract in order to make it more of a situation where it would be more palatable. Now, I'm saying this for the Dallas Cowboys. I'm not saying this for the Kansas City Chiefs or the Buccaneers or these other teams. But there was some whispers saying that, hey, listen, if you're willing to work with me, I would be willing to work with you. You know, that's something I think I would ask that question, but they're really, I mean, they did a great job with the Cooks deal. And, you know, Cooks reduced his salary as well, you know, to be here. And, you know, think about also, you know, Gilmore. Gilmore didn't ask for any extra new money either.
Yeah.
So good job by those guys making those things happen.
If I was Jerry, I'd call these guys up and say, have you seen that Redeem team? About LeBron and Kobe, D-Wade. We're doing that with the Cowboys.
The Redeem team.
Yeah, you want to be part of something special. Here we go, Nation. We are live at Texas Barber College on Lancaster, and we're having a good time. You can get a $5 haircut. You can enroll for Barber College. You can enter to win some Rangers, some baseball tickets as well. And we'll be here until 7 o'clock. So come join us or stick around and just listen wherever you might be. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Be a part.
Welcome back, Nation. Time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Consultations always free, truckwreck.com. Had a pushback on the sked to get a haircut here as we broadcast live from the Texas Barber College. I think we're targeting the Expressway now, so coming up.
Sounds like a good spot.
You can come get a haircut right now, $5. $5 haircuts here at Texas Barber College. You can sign up for a new career, and they're giving away baseball tickets coming up at 5 o'clock. Just get on in here and enter the drawing. Here's Wolchuk with the top 10.
Thank you very much. Good work there, Joey. Appreciate you, General. We're about to get into the top 10 most popular Mexican foods on National Tamale Day. Who doesn't love a tamale? Oh,
I've just discovered them.
Really? Dude,
last 6 months.
They're freaking incredible. They really, really are. So we'll get into that. What's your favorite Mexican food? 877-881-1053 on the truckwreck.com text line. Twolos, tubers, get on in on this action as well. Before we get to that, I did have two sports things that I wanted to get into. One with the Cowboys, one with our Dallas Stars, since we have our guy Joey the Jet Erickson with us. Ezekiel Elliott reportedly may have to settle for a contract close to the veterans minimum, according to Matt Lombardo, who covers the NFL for PFF. According to PFF, he was the 41st best running back behind only one free agent runner. That would be Latavius Murray. Running backs behind Zeke include other free agents like Kareem Hunt, Leonard Fournette, and how about Jets free agent running back who Breece Hall actually went ahead and tweeted and said, I think we're good here, Michael Carter. So we'll see what Zeke ends up signing for and whom he signs with. If you missed it back at the top of the 3 o'clock hour, we mentioned Adam Schefter's report that he wants to play for one of these three teams, either the Jets, the Bengals, or the Eagles, which is rather shocking. But, man, veteran minimum there for Zeke, which is about what we expected.
If I'm Jerry and he's going to Philly, I say, come on back, Zeke. Here's your league min contract.
You just to stop that?
If league min is what it is, that's fine. Yeah, we don't need that. You know, I'm not mad at Zeke. You know, he got let go, and he doesn't have to have any loyalty towards the Cowboys, and it's not that big of a deal if you want to go play for the Eagles. It's not like you're going to help them win, okay? But it's a bad look. Yeah. So we want to keep you out of that.
It is a bad look. All right, the Dallas Stars, as they are still trying to get that top seed in the Western Conference Stanley Cup playoffs. Joey, did you see this NHLPA player poll that came out?
Yes, I did. I saw quite a bit of them. There's a lot of them.
So one regarding our Dallas Stars. Well, this one is from NHL.com, I believe. But Joe Pavelski ended up being mentioned in this. Mm-hmm. They polled the NHLPA. Who affects the game most around the net, either a forward or a defenseman? Everybody was available to select. And the lead vote getter for this was Joe Pavelski for his willingness to go into the blue paint and his ability to tip in pucks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Pavelski is recognized by the players as being most effective around the twine. You had fellow Americans Chris Kreider and Matt Tkachuk that rounded out the top three in the vote getting. But how about Captain America himself, Joe Pavelski, getting this recognition, Joey?
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, I mean, he's always been known as one of those guys that loves to get in front of the net. He works on that craft constantly every morning at pregame skate, sits there and he gets shot. He gets puck shot at him all day, and he just tips them one after another. And, it's good company to be in. He has great hand-eye coordination, and that's why he's such a great golfer, too. He's one of the best golfers, as well as getting a lot of power play points.
Joey, what makes him so good? The other night he had a goal where it just basically he saw the shot, and he put his stick, like, flat on the ice, and it just redirected right. How do you become really good at this? Is it just the vision to see or to be able to see the shooter to make that happen, or is it just what from angles where you have to hold your stick?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, part of it's just being aware of where you are on the rink, and he's so good at that, of where he's positioning himself in the front of the net, right? You're trying to take the eyes away from the goaltender, but at the same time have your stick in a position that's open for a defender or a forward shooting the puck. So he's always putting his stick at an angle that is accessible for shooters. You see it all the time on the power play, like Robertson is on the right wing. He can and fire a pass / shot, and you always see Pavelski's angling that stick away to get a tip on net, and it creates rebounds and chaos in front. That's what you're always trying to do.
Yeah, Joey's nailing it. That's exactly what I saw. By the way, new Spits and Suds podcast out today. Craig Ludwig talks about the recent defensive issues. This is on Odyssey or wherever your favorite podcasts are. He's a great guy here, this Pavelski guy. He's last off the ice.
Yeah.
One of the best netmen in the league.
Yeah, he's. I love him. I mean, Joe Pavelski, since they made that move, has been absolutely fantastic. And he was a nemesis when the Stars had to play him, but he's been fantastic since. And absolutely go check out that new Spits and Suds podcast. We love them.
You can learn something listening to that.
We love our guy Spitzy.
You can learn
along
something
with Fred
for
Lugger.
sure.
And Joey.
Joey
gets in there
Joey,
too.
you get in there as well. And, man, I love listening to Joey talk puck, which you can do on weekends as well, whenever we get Joey the Jet stepping in there.
Puck and A.
I try.
That hosting chair. No,
Name
you're
of the
crushing
show.
it, bro.
Puck and A.
Yeah.
You're doing a great job. All right, let's get into the top 10 Mexican food, shall we, in honor of National Tamale Day. We got a lot of good texts coming in.
Yeah, my neighbors own a restaurant, and at Halloween, we go to trick or treat, and they're like, "Well, we have tamales too."
Oh, jeez.
So they open up this cooler, and I've always been like, I don't know what to think of a tamale, right? Like, I'd never dove into it. I always ordered other stuff, and much to my delight, I found something amazing inside it. And since then, I wore out the tamales pretty big right before Lent started.
Yeah.
I love them now.
Beef or pork? Or just a combo?
Yes.
Yeah. I'd see.
Yes.
People,
Chicken, I'll do any of them.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
People are always like, oh no, I like beef. I'm like you guys. Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Yeah. Just
What
whatever.
else you got?
Just hand them to
I'm
me.
in on it, man.
You got a vegetarian one? I'm in too.
I'll try it
Cheese
out.
and beans? Come on.
Yeah.
Why not? I think they're delicious. I absolutely love them. We got chimmy with queso covered on it, double rice, through the refried beans from the 817.
Beans are good, though. The beans are
that
good.
sounds
The
delicious.
chimichanga.
817 is going with the pozole. If I'm saying that incorrectly, I apologize. Also, chili rellenos, which is delicious as well. I've had that many, many times. Tacos. We're getting the menudo texted in quite a bit. People love the menudo bag.
I got to check that out next.
That's a good hangover meal, right?
Yeah, it
Isn't
is.
Isn't that the whole big
and the
hangover
the first time I had menudo was actually at Javier's.
Yeah.
Down in Dallas.
Javier's is excellent.
The first boy band as well, Menudo.
Menudo. Yeah, I knew this was coming. Yeah.
Hey, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Good old beef fajitas from the 214.
Shoot, yeah.
How about enchiladas?
I love enchiladas.
See,
man.
enchiladas, I love enchiladas because they're very versatile. Like with the tortilla, you could fill it with anything.
Shrimp, chicken.
Yeah, crab meat, one of my favorites.
Oh, yeah.
Anything that you dip in, like with sauce and it's corn and flour.
Oh, it's just the best.
I think I was traumatized by the onions they put in there. You know, the diced onions.
The diced onion get you one time?
Yeah. They put too many in and they hide. You know, you got rolls of tortilla and cheese and chicken, and you think you got a delicious bite. There's an onion parked right in the middle.
Okay. Yeah. Honorable mentions. Honorable mentions. We've got elote.
If I could reach over there and just kind of hit him upside the head, I just can't quite get there.
Dawson, just eat the damn onion or whatever, man.
Oh, it's hiding! Look out!
Oh gosh! Oh, it came out of nowhere. You know, that's one of his top 10.
Taste
bomb.
Just one of the best part is actually the crunch of the onion with the cheese. In my opinion,
I think it's delicious.
I do too.
And I do miss some sautéed onions. I can't have those on soda because it brings out the sugar content.
Sugar.
But gosh, some grilled onions. Oh yeah, that's where it's at right there. Tostadas and mole. Those are the honorable mentions as well that come in here. We've had mole get texted as well. Oh, sopapillas from the 972.
Oh.
Yeah, those are good.
And no, you didn't hear. You heard chili rellenos, not
chili rellenos,
not anus.
Chili rellenos.
Yeah, no, you're good.
What are you doing over there?
Carne asada. Yeah, that's definitely another one that people love. Number 10 though is ceviche.
Different, like Gavin. All right, Gavin. It's kind of like poke for that kind of food.
Okay.
So
I always thought ceviche was like a drink.
No, it's
like a starter.
Yeah, it's like.
Oh, it looks like it's got a lot of pico de gallo in there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like chilled seafood. You've got some squid in there, shrimp, maybe some crab meat,
fresh onion and tomato
a lot
and
of
pepper.
pico. A
See,
lot of pico.
That's the thing is
Fish.
Gavin's all about the poke bowl, but then all of a sudden you say ceviche, and it's kind of like I'm out.
I'm good on that.
Yeah, I'll have a unique bowl probably when it's crafted.
Number 9 is the pozole, which I've never had.
Is that a new Pizza Hut item?
No, it's not the.
That does sound like a Pizza Hut.
It kind of does. Like it does sound a little bit Italian, but I don't know exactly. It is one of the most
number
popular
9?
Mexican food dishes.
That kind of looks like ceviche, except more of a soup.
Yeah, it's a traditional super stew from Mexico, made with hominy, with meat.
Oh, okay.
Seasoned with
chicken
lettuce.
or wild turkey stew.
Yeah, it looks really. It looks hearty. That also looks like something that'd be delicious after a hangover.
That does look good. Yeah.
Number 8, we got the enchiladas.
Heck yeah.
Can't go wrong.
Yeah.
Number 7,
I got an issue with the enchiladas.
Because of the damn onions?
The onions, the little Heidi onions.
My mom makes them better than my fiance wife, and I'm trying to get her to adopt the recipe. It's sensitive. She's very proud of her enchiladas.
Is that what you do every time you go back home? You're like, Mom, get the enchiladas.
I did last time. I was
No
like,
onions.
honey, you want to make enchiladas with my mom?
How did that go
She
over?
makes a lot of good stuff, but my mom's are better, and I want to made like that. It did not go well. Not
Really?
go well.
Would she say no? Does she know? Have you kind of had
No,
this talk
she
before?
said she was going to go take a nap with Remy.
Great.
I said, okay.
Awesome. All right, you're missing out. We'd love that. Number 7 is quesadillas.
Kind of basic.
Basic, traditional.
Kinda basic.
But good. Number 6 are the tamales on National Tamale Day.
Yeah.
Comes
Let's
in
go.
at number 6.
I think that's kind of a low rating for tamales
I
myself.
think so too.
Yep.
And you know what? That's become quite a staple for like the holidays as well.
Let me tell you what,
Yeah.
not easy to make tamales though.
No.
That is very
A lot of love
time,
goes into that.
if somebody
Absolutely.
gives you tamales as a gift, they really do care about you. Because that is if they're handmade, that is a long time doing it.
Top 5 Mexican foods on National Tamale Day. Number 5 is menudo.
So they say it's a great hangover meal.
It's good. I mean, the one time I tried it out, it was good. 817 said they need me to let you know, Gavin, that enchiladas without onions are not enchiladas.
Okay. All right. I guess
They're
different.
Borderline offended.
They're better.
Number 4 is burritos. And that's a very popular
Boom,
one that's
boom,
been texted
boom.
in, like the smothered burrito.
Flour tortilla, of course, right?
Oh, yeah, usually
The
with
bigger the
burrito.
better.
Yeah.
You just put as much stuff in there as you can.
Love burritos. Number 3 are tacos. And it's not specific like the burrito taco or al pastor. It's just tacos in general. They're all going to lump into one category.
Throw some steak in there and you got it made, in my opinion.
Definitely don't want the pastor tacos. You know.
You don't want the al pastor?
No.
The pastor ones?
It doesn't seem right to me. What are we doing here?
Number 2, huevos rancheros.
Okay, see, I'm out on this because it involves a fried egg. And it looks like a really good meal other than the fried egg.
Are you bleeping kidding me?
No, I'm not bleeping
I'm next
kidding.
to one schmuck that won't have some onions and another idiot that's going to bitch about the fried egg.
I'm just telling you,
lose
the fried
What
fried
am I
egg.
doing?
Lose
You call yourself a foodie.
Yeah, lose the fried egg aspect of that, and we've got something going.
Yes.
Yeah.
And yes, 919, we got the breakfast included. We got the huevos rancheros. All right, but number 1, the most popular
That's
Mexican
number 2?
food. That was
over
number 2.
tamales?
Number 1.
False. What I tried
Number
to
1,
say.
and I looked at a bunch of different lists, and this was number
I was
1.
saying something I couldn't say, Gavin.
Okay.
Chilaquiles.
What?
Chilaquiles comes in at number 1.
Chilaquiles.
That's also a breakfast, but it's going to be
See, this is the
scrambled.
authentic stuff. This
This
looks amazing right here.
It's
An
so
authentic
good. If
Mexican
you haven't
breakfast
had
dish.
Oh, it's another one with the fried egg.
There's no fried egg in the chilaquiles. They're scrambled.
I'm looking at it right now.
That's optional. That's just
What is
one
that right
fried egg
there?
on top of a giant dish.
Yeah,
You can eat around that, Brian.
You can go one or the other. You
Yeah.
can go scrambled or you can go fried on the chilaquiles.
What the hell? No, it's got a fried egg in the middle of it.
Yeah, but you don't have to go with it with the fried egg. You can go with the scrambled.
Thank you, Old Chuck. The top 10 at 420 every afternoon here in the G-Bag Nation. We're live
Bad
Texas
list.
Barber College. You want a $5
Go
haircut?
bleep yourself, Brian.
They have $5 haircuts here
Can
at
we
Texas.
buzz his entire body or just
No,
just
I'm
the back
good,
of the
man.
head?
We're good
Let's
right now.
get this whole thing done.
We are at the location on Lancaster. And if you come by between now and 7 o'clock, you'll see the G-Bag Nation broadcasting right in the lobby. And in rows of haircutting seats there behind those double doors.
Behind the double doors.
Yes, they're also giving away baseball tickets with a raffle on that coming up at 5 o'clock. When we return here in the G-Bag Nation, NFL Draft Big Board time, we have the biggest boom or bust guys in said draft, and that's coming up next right here in the G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. You got to chat Twin Peaks, though. Shoot, yeah. It is the G-Bag Nation here. We're live at Texas Barber College all afternoon on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. You want a career, a change-up career, you can enroll today at Texas Barber College. You can also get a $5 haircut, and they are raffling off baseball tickets. Next giveaway is coming up here in 13 minutes if you are in the area. A lot of Tolos coming through here. It's been great to connect with many of you throughout the afternoon. Okay, is the boom worth the possible bust on these draft prospects? Would you take them? Number one, guys, do you like these prospects? But also for the Cowboys at 26, if this guy was there, would you be excited about the possible boom, or would you be more worried about the bust? The most interesting quarterback name is a player on this list from the Bleacher Report.
Ooh, okay.
And I find it fascinating because, quarterbacks slide sometimes.
Yeah, they do.
We had one slide in our mock draft today.
Aaron Rodgers slid. Sliding happens. How about Will Levis, quarterback Kentucky?
That's who slid.
That's who slid, yeah.
Was he available at 26?
No. But he did end up getting to go to the Washington Commanders.
He went to the Commanders, yeah.
Around what, 12 or something like that?
That
10?
was
19?
Must have been
No, 19's Tampa Bay. I think 17, right around there.
Yeah, right around 17, 16, 17, yeah.
That must be a risky quarterback if he's going
I wrote
outside the top 10.
Gosh dang, I wrote it down. Hang on, I'll tell you this.
I had it too. I could have gotten it.
How about Luke Musgrave, tight end Oregon State? What's the risk on him? What's the bust potential on Luke Musgrave?
That was 16. He went
16,
to the,
okay.
16.
I think Musgrave, it's the shoulder. That shoulder injury he's coming back from. I think that might be it. But, I mean, heck, I think that he is one of the more intriguing tight ends for me in the draft. I mean, you talk about just as a receiver, he's tall, long, slender body, big-time receiving threat, wide catch radius, goes and gets the football. The question is, can he block for me? You can get to see that a ton. Now, he's got the size for it, but that's why I had him graded behind a Mayer, and Kincaid's my number one guy, but he's also got an issue. But he plays all over the field. If you want a receiving tight end, he's your guy. I don't see a ton of bust potential in Musgrave. I think at worst he's like a Mike Gesicki.
Yeah, he's one of those guys when you watch him play, I mean, he is up the field in a hurry. And when as far as the separation, catching the football, I think there's a lot of things to like about Musgrave playing there. By the way, tomorrow, my guys that are traveling today, they had the trainers had an NFL conference today. They were in a meeting with all the trainers and doctors. And so my guys were flying back, and they said they'll catch me tomorrow. Hopefully at Krusty's Corner at 2:40 tomorrow, we'll have an update about that Kincaid's back situation from Utah.
Yeah, Utah's pro day today, and the most mocked player to the Cowboys at 26 is that tight end Dalton Kincaid. He did not undergo testing. Other boomer bust players, the defensive lineman from Northwestern had a great combine but has not produced. The quarterback from Florida, your Anthony Richardson, that maybe Carolina is hot on. And then Lucas Van Ness, the Iowa edge. He's a guy that could be available later on in the first round, right, Van Ness?
Yeah, we had him actually, and Zach had the pick today for the New England Patriots in the mock draft, and he gave it a reason why this would be a Bill Belichick type of a player. And so he did. He took Lucas Van Ness from Iowa for the Patriots.
I agree, though. I mean, he's the one that is very boomer bust.
Oh, he's
for me.
boomer busty.
You know, and he is busty as hell. And he's one guy that I just have a hard time. Like, is he a top 20 type of guy in this class? I don't know. Like, if he got to 26, I could definitely see the Cowboys being interested. He's more of that, and I don't even think he showed as much twitchy athletic ability as DeMarcus Lawrence did coming out.
Yeah.
But I think he'd be more of a tank-like player on the edge, right? Does both things very well. When you play the run and gives you a little bit of a pass rush. I just didn't see enough of the pass rush juice from him to take the guy in the first round.
Gavin, you didn't want to give it that Northwestern defensive tackle a go on that name?
You should.
I gave it a go yesterday. And I think Zach did a great job.
Eddie Tomiwa.
Adebaware. He is boomer bust to a T. That dude's either going to be awesome.
Tomiwa.
And you need to kick him inside and play him at defensive tackle if you want to get the best out of him, in my opinion. Or he's going to be a massive bust. With people taking him in the first round, I think that's bust territory.
Okay, there's some boomer bust guys. More draft content here. Why the draft is key to the Cowboys' financial reset at running back here. Story from Gelks in the Morning News there. Your buddy Michael Gelkin doing some work here writing about the Cowboys in the local paper. And he notes that no NFL team devoted more of its cap to running back in 22. They had $19.8 million tied up there, 8% of the cap. Elliott was responsible for 18 of it. But what they need to have happen here is draft a guy just like they did at tight end, have that running back be capable of being a workhorse guy. Now you can move on from Tony Pollard next offseason, right? That's the cruel reality of the
You feel
NFL
like
business.
that Tony Pollard is this year, or going to be this year's Dalton Schultz.
That's
right?
your Dalton Schultz for you.
That's your Dalton Schultz, okay.
How about a little Belichick story? You just mentioned him. I got a pretty cool Belichick story. Now, this isn't Bill. This is Steve.
The son.
Oh,
yes.
the tongue-out guy.
Yeah, Steve's just a little bit more wild than Bill. Obviously, he's a younger version, but a lot of his mannerisms and speech patterns are the same. So it's kind of fascinating to see a little Steve working on the sideline. But he told a great story here. A former Patriots safety, Devin McCourty. He's on his way out. He's doing a farewell tour. And he told a great story on the Chris Long podcast. McCourty says, the one thing I loved about Steve's is honesty. I remember Steve took over. Pat Graham left. Brian Flores is moving to linebackers coach. And Steve said, Bill tells him 2 weeks before the offseason program starts, he's going to be the safeties coach. The other reason I'm telling you this story, not just because it's quirky Belichick backstory, but how unprepared I think Belichick is to fill out his staff.
Sure.
And we started to see that in a big way last year.
I think we got one of them. We got some news today about his staff. I think it's Joe Judge is going to be the assistant head coach. Like, he failed upward.
Yeah, they moved him. They moved him from OC to assistant head coach.
Yeah, he's going to be assistant head coach.
Yeah, because Bill O'Brien's back.
Yeah. So there you go. That's good for Joe Judge.
I might need one of you guys to forward me a show sheet for the first time in this Dell computer's glorious life. It just gave me the blue screen of death.
That's why you have good teammates, my friend, because I got it right here for you.
Well, I appreciate that. We might be able to get this thing back to life. As soon as you see the blue screen of death, it's time to start planning on a new one.
It looks like it's trying to run.
It is. We might have life here.
It could have just
anyway.
It's
going to take forever to find that story. I can paraphrase it for you though. So,
okay.
McCourty says he and like two other veteran safeties, I forget their names, but this was years ago. They step into the dang safeties room, and Steve actually tells them, my dad just told me 2 weeks ago that I'm coaching these safeties. I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh.
And McCourty said that was the key to Steve's success there at that particular job, his honesty. He says, 95% of coaches would come in there and be like, well, I'm Belichick's son. I'm built to be a coach. I know what I'm doing. And they would try to like ego and power and energy way they're through something that they didn't know what the hell they were good at.
Freaking man.
Yeah. So Steve just basically works with these guys all year. They're teaching him how to be a safety coach.
Yeah.
And they said it really worked well because we got to collaborate together, and then it was a great season for the players because they got to be more involved in the preparation.
Well, there might not be a better secondary coach in the history of the game. Like, Bill Belichick is a wizard.
Well, I tell you what, and he was, you're right about him being a secondary coach, but the Nick Saban. Belichick and Saban were together. Bill Belichick's main area of coaching expertise, linebackers.
Really?
Oh, yeah, linebackers.
Okay.
Yeah,
you have seen a lot of good linebackers come through there.
Anytime you ever hear an interview with Lawrence Taylor, he talks. How about the guys, the Willie McGinnis,
sure.
our guys that are on NFL Live, my linebacker.
Bruschi?
Yeah, Teddy Bruschi.
Oh, yeah, and Rob Ninkovich.
Yeah, these guys all swear by Belichick and his linebacker coaching ability.
He'll teach you how to scrape.
Okay.
Scrape and fill.
Yeah, stay off blocks.
Stay off blocks.
I
Use
hear
your
you,
hands.
Brian. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah,
Scrape,
that
fill.
Bill, he'll get you
Right.
squared away.
My man he totally just slammed any linebacker coach ever.
What?
You?
Wow.
Oh,
I'm just playing scout with you, Brian. I'm just having fun over here. I'm not trying to slam anybody.
No, he was. No, Gavin was playing, but he was slamming Belichick.
Oh,
I like
bad.
I like
Guys,
what he was doing over there.
Ryan Suckup just got released after 3 years in Tampa Bay. I think the Cowboys could go get a kicker here.
All right.
I'd love to get a Suckup jersey.
You don't want round 3 of Other Boy? He's back to being Other Boy after that end of the
is
season.
he? No,
Yeah.
I think that they've moved on from that.
Suckup, huh?
Okay, we got to run, nation. We got to run.
Is that computer working over
Are
there
you
yet?
screening dates again over there, Brian? I don't think this is quite what you're looking for. We got to run, nation. We're live at Texas Barber College. Okay, we got 3 hours down and 2 to go. You can get a $5 haircut here. I'm thinking I'm going to get shorn during the expressway, probably get a reshave and a nice fade on the side. But whatever you want to do, they can do here for you at the Barber College, including starting you on your own barber career if you'd like it. And we're about to draw for some Ranger tickets. We're back with the beacon of hope emerging for the Mavs season. It's next in the nation.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation here live at Texas Barber College, where Miss Bridget has just come by to say she's in charge of enrolling students. So if you would like a change of career, it's time to come talk to Miss Bridget. Okay, Texas Barber College on Lancaster.
Yeah.
And they have $5 haircuts as well if you'd like to just stop by and get a haircut. And they're giving away baseball tickets as well. We have 2 hours to go. And I'm prepared right here to talk some Mavs basketball with you, because in the darkness of this Mavs horrible season, there is a beacon of hope.
The night is darkest just before the dawn.
It's off in the distance. You know, you're a few miles out to sea, but there's a lighthouse there. And its name is Jaden Hardy. Okay?
Cool.
That's what I want to talk about here with you. What's the ceiling on a Mr. Jaden Hardy here for
What does
the
he
Mavericks?
mean by that, Woolchuck?
They've absolutely done a nice job. Salute to the front office, by the way, for finding this guy early second round. It's hard to find a guy this good in the lottery. And he was hooping last night again, had a very efficient
They've done it twice.
27 points.
Brunson was a second rounder too?
Yeah, they're on to something. They struggled for a long time.
Yeah, they didn't care.
MFFLs know. It was very lean years for many, many seasons. And I thought Josh Green was just the latest in a long line of wing players that were terrible that Donnie Nelson kept bringing in. But they got rid of Donnie, brought in Nico and Kid and some different things going on. And now they found players here. So the question is, how good could it be at 877-881-1053? I do think that, whether he is a one-time All-Star, never an All-Star, I think he's good enough that along with Josh Green and Luka and hopefully Kyrie Irving, you have the beginning of an athletic and talented nucleus. I can say that for sure. Like, he's part of my group that I want to build to the future with. Well, Chuck, I just don't know if he's that classic six-man off the bench who's going to come in and give you offense like Jason Terry was for a lot of his career.
Yeah.
Is it a step down to O.J. Mayo land? Or are we thinking we're watching like a Donovan Mitchell type of attacking guard take off here in front of our very eyes that can do it with the jump shot and the dunk?
He is, you talk about explosiveness. Like, this dude is the most on the team. And that probably includes a Kyrie Irving. I think
the dunk against the Grizzlies the other night was just filthy.
It was SportsCenter top 10.
Yeah.
It was vicious. But he's one of those guys, and I've talked about this, during crosstalk with Baskey. It seems like you need a big shot, and the other team's going on a run. Here's Jaden Hardy with a big three to go ahead and end the drought. Like, the moment never seems too big for him. He's a blast to watch. I think he's always had the talent. It's just trusting him. Right,
yeah.
And it seems like the coaching staff has just been hesitant to trust him, whether it's assignments, defensive mental lapses. But I think that Hardy's future and upside is greater than Josh Green's.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, I wouldn't know how to call it. I think that's a good take. That's a great take. And his ability to handle the basketball is going to get him more opportunities. I think Josh Green's defense, his off-the-ball play a little bit, it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the game rounds out. Jaden Hardy has the ball in his hands, but so far I'm unsure of all the other stuff that comes along with it. And, maybe he's like a guard version of like a Christian Wood.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And the thing with Wood is, you saw last night he comes out to the top of the key and defends Steph Curry, and he stuffs him for a block.
Yeah.
It's like, you see these flashes from Christian Wood. Mm-hmm. He just can't ever do it for a full game.
If he sees it, he can do it.
It's so it's so annoying.
What's happening back here that I'm supposed to be tracking, even though I can't see it.
Just having that kind of innate ability to sense and just have the awareness, really. That's what he lacks, is the awareness.
Yeah. Kyrie Irving's been mentoring Jaden Hardy, though.
I love that, man. And this is the impact of getting a guy like Kyrie.
Luka had a great quote about him last night. I think I sent it to Lucius when I didn't remember that Joey was filling in for Lucius today. But Luka was like, yeah, he's great and he loves him. So, everybody on the team is pretty psyched about this, especially because of how raw he seemed. But he blew up in the G League last year in the final 10 games. And for the season, it didn't look like he'd had a successful campaign. But he's a guy that got away from home and was a little bit uncomfortable and struggled to get comfortable. But now, not only did he cross that hurdle in the G League, at the start of this year, I was like, man, this guy seems too nervy. He needs a lot of experience. But now I would say Jaden Hardy is no longer looking like a rookie. You know, he's got the body language and the confidence in his game to go out there and feel like, I'm going to go get mine here. I'm not a rookie trying to survive out here on the court. I'm kind of like a hunter. And I do want to say it again. We've been very tough on this Mavs front office, but I think they deserve a huge high five for picking him where they got him and the coaching staff and him for developing to this point.
I kind of feel like, though, with Hardy, I mean, he had to make some starts because of some injuries or play a lot more. And he had a run where they went back-to-back with Memphis and then the San Antonio game where he took about 63 shots and then made about 23 of them. And, you know, the thing about him is he might have a 9 for 21 night. He might have a 9 for 25 night. He might have a 5 for 17 night. But that doesn't keep him from – he doesn't get discouraged.
Right.
Because then he comes back and then he has another game in Memphis where he's 7 out of 13 and then he's 10 out of 18.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem like a kid that gets rattled.
No.
If he's – you know, they might have said, listen, dude, you're shooting way too much. Okay, fine. But then he comes back and he keeps shooting, you know. And I think that's the thing about him where if you ask me the difference between him and, like, Green – I think Green is a little bit more of a, like the defender, the guy in your face, that kind of where he might not take the shot or want to take the shot. Hardy, on the other hand, is going to take the shot.
He's a true scorer.
He is going to, whether he drives it or whether he knocks it down from outside. I think that's the biggest difference between him and Green. Green will shoot, hey, I'm open, and he'll do it. But then Hardy's like, I'm not really open. I'm going to gun this thing.
Right.
I'm going to hope for the best.
There's
here.
times like you'll watch Josh Green and you're just wanting more aggressiveness, like attack the basket, Josh. You have a lane. Yeah. With Hardy, he's always playing with pure confidence, and he's a born scorer, right?
Yeah.
He's just attacking the rim.
We'll see if he can create for others. You know, if you create for yourself, you're a sixth man. You create for others, you can be an all-pro starting point guard.
Is he the Brunson replacement?
I think so. Yeah, and maybe that's the perfect type of analogy, you know, or perfect type of comparison for what you could hope for or expect.
Yeah, the thing with Brunson to me is it's the experience.
Because and basketball IQ is off the charts. That's why Rick Carlisle trusted him.
And exactly, and that's you're talking about like Villanova, national championships, college experience, and all. I mean, Hardy is a young guy, and so his
didn't he skip college and just go to the G League?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, Brunson got his education of playing basketball in the NCAA tournaments and stuff like that. Hardy is getting his education playing in the NBA.
That's a good point.
I mean, the school of hard knocks is really hard knocks for him.
Yeah.
Because he's having to learn playing NBA minutes.
All right, the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053. Green can't dribble and create his own shot. Hardy can. I think Green's getting better at it.
I think he is too.
I don't know that Hardy sees the floor. You know, I think that would be my one thing. Like, what's your defense? What's your team game like? Hardy's hands down the better bet long term. Green still has too many times where the moment is too big. I think Hardy's a natural confidence guy, and he's a hard worker too. And that time off that he had, it's very, very clear that he worked on a number of things with his game and came back with tools to apply to a very difficult jump up in defense from where he was. And I just think it's easier to transition into the league, though, if that's your game. Your strength is not dependent on reading everything and being in the right place at the right time. It's like, hey, here's the ball. And go beat this guy, who's probably like 5 years older than you. You know, I just think Jaden Hardy's job and what he's good at coming into the league is more easily applied, and that's why he's having the immediate success. But I'm hugely bullish on both. You know, I just think we are, maybe debating which one has the brighter future. Okay, what'd you guys think of Cuban's protest last night? I think this is embarrassing. I think when the pressure gets too high, he cracks. And last night he did. And in the moment, you're like, oh, wow, that's messed up. But then after you see the explanation from the officials in the league, hey, they gave the ball to the Warriors, then they pointed for the timeout. It was a miscommunication. Maybe the refs should communicate a little bit better. This isn't a protest moment, though. This is, oh, crap, we weren't paying attention enough to realize that it wasn't our ball and we gave up a free hoop. that's something you talk to the coaches about, not the league.
And I saw a clip of it was the Warriors game broadcast that was tweeted out, and you can hear Jason Kidd telling the official, but you told us it was our ball.
Yeah.
And so I understand the confusion, but in that moment, I mean, come on. You see what's happening here. You see they're going to give the Warriors the ball to inbound it. You'd think that you can do something as a coach to solve this problem so we're not being laughed at on Shacked into Fool now. But I don't think that they're going to win this. And I don't think Cuban has much of a case, sadly.
No. At most, it's like the league tells the officials, hey, when it's confusing like that, you're pointing in a direction and then giving a timeout, maybe walk back over there and make sure. Or if you see the team lining up on the other side looking for the ball and the ref, maybe don't give it to the guy.
Yeah.
Like that's an email that you get as a ref. Like, hey, probably not do it that way again. Yeah. A unique situation happened, and let's handle it differently. I just think that, back in the day, you're playing for the number 1 seed. Mark Cuban breaks down. You're playing for big playoff moments. Mark Cuban breaks down. And about 12 years ago, when they won the championship, he appeared to find a much better, more mature lane. And now, well into his 60s, I would think that he would have said goodbye to that sort of immaturity as an owner. But clearly, he's still Mark. Very fiery and emotional, and I hope it has a good end to it.
What's happening is his team's losing a lot of tough, tight games, and the stress of that is getting because now you have guys like us and the station talking about his coach and talking about the organization and talking about the general manager, and now you're seeing like we're all looking for reasons to point the finger and say, hey, well, why? And I think the pressure of that has gotten to him quite a bit. The pressure, too, let's talk about another sport. The pressure of the Stars losing these overtime games, lost 14 of them. There's going to be pressure and finger pointing and all that. And that's when people start to lose their composure about doing their jobs.
When you start to melt down and you're like, hey, guys, we got to get a handle on this, and you go back in the lab and maybe you get a break, and then you go back out there and it happens again. And then you're like, okay, and then it happens again. I think the stress of it and like, no, it's not going to happen again. It just happened again. You got to be kidding me. I think it can be too much for even like mentally tough people, much less Mark Cuban. Gentlemen, I know we're live here at the Texas Barber College. We're having a good discussion about basketball, football, but I look up at the clock and I realize we do have time for 60 seconds on soccer.
Oh, yes, we do.
That is right.
Yes,
we have some cool news. Goalkeeper Ben Foster has come out of retirement to join Wrexham on a free transfer with the club bidding for the National League title. That's what they're in for currently. Wrexham is the club owned by Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhaney.
Yep.
And you can watch the documentary on Hulu. It's an old Wales team.
Yeah, Wales.
That had like fallen down to the deep bottoms, and now they're trying to make it back with the assistance of some Hollywood cash and some sponsors. They got themselves a keeper. And that's pretty important because this Rob Layton guy that they'd had ruled out 6 weeks with a knee injury.
Woo.
So having the power of Hollywood behind him, Ben Foster's like, yeah, I would like to go play for those Yanks. Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhaney, and he's had a great career playing for Premier League teams.
They're trying to get. Are they still in position to get elevated here?
Yeah,
exactly.
And then Ronaldo has broken his silence on Manchester United exit. He's playing for your guys' old team, Al Nassr in Saudi Arabia. Yeah. And what happened at United? Basically, he says he had to grow up. And even though, he's in his mid-30s, he says it was a bad phase of his career during his second stint at United. It was a tragedy for United. I mean, they'd fallen on tough times since he left. And they're like, okay, we're getting Ronaldo back. Maybe this can rekindle some magic. The next thing you know, he hates everybody. He went on to Piers Morgan and talked trash about everything involved, including the manager, Eric Ten Hag. And Ronaldo, has kind of apologized for it, but in a very Ronaldo way, found a way to not apologize. He said, now I'm more prepared in learning that there were more important things because I'd never been through this like in the last few months. He said, now I'm a better man. So he's kind of bragging. He's kind of bragging through an apology or explanation for why he was He was a level 10. See you next Tuesday.
Matured.
Yeah. Okay, we got to run, Nation. When we come back, it's time to hit the expressway. We have 35 minutes of uninterrupted sports content live from the Barbers College here, Lancaster. Yeah, $5 haircuts. You can sign up to go to barber school as well if you'd like. And we got a winner here of these baseball tickets.
Yes,
let's
we're giving
go.
away baseball tickets. It's baseball time.
It looks like Travion Johnson.
Travion Johnson, all right.
Congratulations,
Yeah.
Travion. You've done it. You're going to a baseball game next Saturday in Arlington. Okay, when we come back, Nation, let's hit that expressway. We got all the minutes of content coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. Let's talk about our friends at Diamonds Direct before.
Rockwall Ford.